Super-Dimensional Wizard Chapter 3037 to Chapter 3085. I'll stop it? Cale didn't know why Dorcas suddenly turned to him. But he still nodded without thinking. Sure. Immediately after, Cale turned to look at the words flashing in the human-faced tattoos on the banyan tree and was about to call for a halt. However, before he could do so, a gust of wind blew past his mouth. Cale felt a gust of wind rushing into his throat. Carelessly inhaling a gust of cold air, Cale could not help but bend over and cough dryly. He looked at Angor in confusion while coughing. The sudden gust of wind just now was poured into his mouth by Su Ling. After spending some time with Speedy, Cale knew Speedy's personality very well. The elemental creature was calm and steady, which was rare among wind manipulators. It was almost impossible for him to pull a prank. So, whoever did this to him, probably only Speedy's master would do something like this. But why would Angor do this to him? Angor didn't deny Cale's question. He simply nodded. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he created a spirit bond and connected to Cale. As soon as the spirit bond was successfully established, a voice entered Carol's ears before he could ask what was going on. I told Speedy to do it. Dorcas' voice came from the spirit bond. Cale didn't know what to say. You're the one who told me to stop, and now you're the one who hurt me, Dorcas continued. You just agree with whatever that tree says. Aren't you afraid of being betrayed? What do you mean? Cale was confused. Well, here's the thing. Angor spoke. As soon as Cale saw the tree, he received Dorcas' private chat request. He didn't know what Dorcas was going to say, but he still created a spirit bond. As soon as the spirit bond was established, Dorcas spoke to Angor. Something's wrong. Angor didn't know what was going on. Angor probably would have ignored it, but now that Dorcas mentioned it, things were different. Angor saw Dorcas' inspiration with his own eyes in the underground sewer, and he had confirmed it many times. Now that Dorcas mentioned it, Angor quickly put away his idle thoughts and asked Dorcas about it in a serious tone. Dorcas didn't hide anything and told him about the changes in his spiritual perception along the way. Due to the conversion of his innate talent, Dorcas' spiritual perception had not completely recovered, but he could vaguely sense his instincts to avoid danger. Ever since he found Dorcas, he had been keeping his danger radar on. However, it never went off for real. Even when they chose to go to the battle arena, the danger radar did not go off. This meant that, at least at that time, Dorcas's inspiration did not believe that the Colosseum would be a danger to them. Later, they took a detour to Paradise Earth. The danger radar didn't go off either. Dorcas even suspected that there was something wrong with his vague sense of danger. After they entered Paradise, Dorcas didn't feel anything was wrong at first. It was only when Cale shouted that Dorcas's danger radar went off. The experienced Dorcas immediately sensed that something was wrong. This was a sign that danger was approaching them. Still, he couldn't figure out where the danger came from, so he decided to stay put. Instead, he pulled Angor into his spirit bond and explained the situation to him. As for Dorcas' sense of danger, Angor didn't notice it at all. Still, Angor trusted Dorcas enough. Since Dorcas activated his danger radar when Cale called them, it was very likely that the danger was coming from Cale's side. As for whether it was Cale himself or the human face tattoo that brought danger, Dorcas still needed to observe. After some observation, they came to a conclusion. Both Cale and the human face tattoo were suspicious. The human face tattoo's problem was obvious. The fact that it showed up here meant that something was wrong. Even if there was a banyan tree in Paradise Earth, there shouldn't be any human face tattoo on it. Judging from the game items displayed by the tattoo, it must be the work of the attacker. Cale's problem wasn't too obvious. If they didn't observe Cale in advance and keep talking through their spirit bond, they wouldn't have noticed it. Cale was the first one to notice the rune, which was a bit strange. After all, the other two wizards didn't notice it, but Cale, an apprentice, was the first one to notice it. This was very strange. Still, it wasn't a big problem. Maybe Cale was just lucky enough to notice it first. Besides, Angor wasn't focusing on finding the exit. He was studying the space barrier. Therefore, they could put aside the issue of finding the human face tattoo for now. However, Cale didn't act like his usual self after seeing the tattoo. First of all, the human face tattoo kept chanting the countdown while displaying various game items in its eyes, which attracted Angor and Dorcas' attention. However, under normal circumstances, Cale, as an apprentice, should have been thinking about how to protect himself instead of acting brave when faced with such an illogical game like this. Cale was the first one to comment on the human face tattoo game. His "we'll find out if it's real or not" statement didn't seem to be a problem at all. But that was if it came from either Angor or Dorcas. But it was Cale who said something like this before Angor and Dorcas spoke up. It was strange that Cale would say something like this before either Angor or Dorcas spoke. Of course, Angor still couldn't prove that Cale had a problem with the current evidence. However, Dorcas directly made the final decision. There must be something wrong with Cale, Dorcas spoke to Angor through the spirit bond. No evidence. Only a feeling. Dorcas's spiritual sense was the best evidence. After Cale's brave words, Dorcas's intuition had begun to warn him. Based on the warning, Dorcas was sure that Cale was only affected by the human face tattoo, but it wasn't a big problem. But the human face tattoo must be a big problem. It was unknown what method it had used to influence Kal-El, causing Kal-El to show a different side of her. The purpose of the tattoo was clear. Cale's brave statement indicated that the human face tattoo was trying to lure them into the game. As for what would happen if they joined the game, or if there would be any hidden dangers, Dorcas was not sure yet, but he already had an idea in his mind. Later, Dorcas asked the tattoo how he should choose the game item displayed in its eye. The tattoo told him to stop the game. Following the guidance of his spiritual sense, Dorcas asked Cale, "Why don't you stop it?" He was trying to see if there was something wrong with Cale. With Cale's usual cautious personality, he would never take the initiative to speak up for something that was obviously not right. As it turned out, Cale was indeed affected by the human face tattoo. He agreed to stop the game. It wasn't a big deal that he agreed to stop the game. However, Cale only talked to Dorcas and completely ignored Angor. Angor was also a wizard, and he had the highest authority among the three of them. Cale ignored Angor and directly stopped the game. In a way, it meant that Cale didn't care about Angor's opinion. Or, he thought he could represent Angor and agree to stop the game. No matter which way one looked at it, there was something wrong. Therefore, Dorcas stopped Cale from stopping the game. As for why Lin Sanjiu was told to stop Cale from speaking, it was also a form of inspection. The wind that Speed Spirit poured into Cale's mouth was the wind of purification. Dorcas wanted to see if Cale was affected by some kind of contamination. The result was that Cale's body was not contaminated, and his spirit waves were normal. Considering all the details, Dorcas was able to deduce that Cale was not affected by any kind of contamination. It was just some kind of psychological guidance. After confirming this, Dorcas pulled Cale into his spirit bond. This kind of psychological guidance could only interfere with Cale's choices on a small scale. It couldn't really affect Cale's personality. Cale's mind space and spirit sea were all normal. So, as long as I tell Corel the truth, this psychological guidance can be completely suppressed. And as a matter of fact, Cale was indeed shocked. After listening to Dorcas and Angor's explanation, Cale thought back to what he said and felt that it was very strange. Under normal circumstances, he would never do something so impulsive. When Cale had such a thought, it was as if he had broken through the cocoon, and the influence of the human face rune naturally failed. It seems like the words I said without thinking were all for the sake of starting the game? So the tattoo is trying to start the game? Cale asked in the spirit bond. To be precise, the tattoo is trying to form a contract, Dorcas said. A contract? Both Cale and Angor looked at Dorcas in surprise. Angor knew what the tattoo was trying to do. It probably wanted Cale to start the game so that it could drag him and Dorcas into the game as well. But that was all he could think of. He did not expect Dorcas to give him an answer that went deeper than that. Not only did the tattoo want Cale to drag them into the game, but it also wanted to form a contract? Yes, a contract, Dorcas confirmed. How did you know? I guessed. Angor was speechless. He knew he shouldn't expect too much from Dorcas. But even if it was just a guess, he still had to take it seriously. After all, inspiration was different. His guess, even if it was groundless, had a high probability of being correct. If it's a contract, Kale said, it might expose us if we did it directly. So, the tattoo chose me and used me to force you to sign a contract as well? Does that even make sense? You're not stupid. Why would you sign a contract when you realized something was wrong? You're just using the result to reverse the process. If I didn't tell you that the tattoo is trying to form a contract, would you even think about it? Using the result to reverse the process, there were problems everywhere. But in the real world, one had to go through the process to get the result. Before knowing the true purpose of the tattoo, if they found out that Kale was dragged into the game, he would most likely enter the game on his own. But once he entered the game, he would be dragged into the contract set up by the tattoo. A contract. Once you enter the game, you'll form a contract? Angor frowned. You can form a contract like this? Dorcas replied, yes, Kale once told me something similar. Kale? Angor looked at Kale in confusion. Me? Corel was also surprised. After a moment of thought, he seemed to have thought of something. Lord Red Sword, are you talking about the matter of the laborers in the ruins? Dorcas nodded. Ruin laborer? Angor was curious. Kale didn't try to hide anything. Working as a laborer in the ruins is a strange situation that I encountered while exploring the ruins. Kale loved exploring ruins. His life was basically divided into two parts, one was a nerdy researcher, and the other was a ruin explorer. The number of ruins he had explored was even more than many official magi. While exploring the ruins, Kale also encountered many strange things and strange people. One of them was the ruin laborer. Many years ago, Kale encountered a ruin laborer at the surface of the abyss. He was an apprentice from Moonfrost Union who came to the abyss to search for magic materials. However, his luck wasn't too good. While searching for magical materials, he accidentally entered a place called Bewitching Castle. The place looked like the ruins of a ruined castle. However, underneath the castle, there was the shed body of a bewitching banshee. Bewitching banshees were low-tiered demons that were commonly seen on the surface of the abyss. However, this bewitching banshee was different. She had awakened. The shed body underground was the body of the bewitching banshee before her awakening. The shed body of the bewitching banshee did not have a will of its own. However, a special force field was placed on her by her awakened form. When any intelligent creature entered the underground, it would trigger her force field. Once triggered, the intruder would not be in any danger. The intruder would only be questioned about their intentions. However, once the intruder answered the question, no matter what the answer was, they would be forced to form a slave contract with the intruder. The apprentice from Moonfrost Union was cautious enough to make up his answer. However, he was still forced to stay underground. In the end, he became a laborer in the ruins. Not only could he not leave the bewitching castle, but he was also forced to guard the shed body of the bewitching banshee. According to the laborer, a large number of imps and natives were turned into laborers during that period of time. Later, the shed body of the bewitching banshee was taken away by her awakened form. That was why there were no new laborers to be turned. However, even if the shed body left, these original laborers were still unable to leave the bewitching castle. The only fortunate thing was that they were still alive. When Kale went to explore the ruins of the bewitching castle, he was very lucky. Coincidentally, the shed body had already left, so he encountered a group of laborers who no longer needed to guard the shed body. Because they did not need to guard the shed body, they did not need to fight with others. When facing a human like Kale, the Moonfrost Union apprentice stood up to talk to him and protected him. After that, Kale left the ruins of the bewitching castle and reported the matter to the Moonfrost Union. He received a lot of contribution points. After returning from the abyss, Kale told Dorcas about this matter. It was because Dorcas knew that the bewitching banshee could forcefully sign a contract that his inspiration led him to think in this direction. After all, inspiration was not a prophecy. It needed to be based on your knowledge. End of chapter. This human face tattoo might not necessarily be related to the bewitching banshee, but since the bewitching banshee can use the power of the contract to do so, it means that there must be a way to simplify the contract process or hide the conditions of the contract. When Dorcas said this, he glanced at the human face tattoo. So, we cannot underestimate any details. Kale. You're right. But you weren't so picky when we were in the underground sewers. The underground sewers were much more dangerous than they were now. Dorcas humphed and spoke through the spirit bond. It's not the same. What's the difference? When I was in the underground sewers, my spirit didn't tell me to be careful of the contract. Of course it's different. Angor didn't know what to say. So Dorcas wasn't someone who could think rationally. But he had to admit. Dorcas' spirit was way too strong. Just like this time. They weren't sure if the rune would use the contract to bind them or not. But after Dorcas's persuasion, Angor and Kale were finally convinced. At this point, Kale was already thinking. If we can't communicate with the human face tattoos, what should we do next? Thinking like this, he had already tacitly agreed that what Dorcas said was true. What should we do next? Dorcas rubbed his chin with his right hand and pondered for a moment before shrugging. In any case, I don't want to communicate with the human face tattoos, and I don't want to play any games. There shouldn't be anything else. In this small isolated space, Dorcas could only sense a change in his spiritual perception from the human face tattoo. The other areas were normal, and there were no problems for the time being. But we can only go to the next area through the rune, Kale grumbled through the spirit bond. They had searched this area before. Apart from the banyan tree where the rune was hiding, they couldn't find any other clues. Well, I think you're right, Dorcas said. Dorcas said, but I don't have any other methods. Or rather, are you willing to sign an unknown contract with the wizard behind the scenes? Don't forget what happened in the ruins. Of course, Kale didn't want to sign such a strange contract. But were they just going to waste time like this? While both Kale and Dorcas were at their wits' end, Angor stared at the barrier and fell into deep thought. Half a minute later, he spoke through the spirit bond. There's another way. Dorcas asked, what method? I checked the parameters of the barrier just now. It's the same as the space seal around Paradise. Dorcas didn't understand what Angor was trying to say, but as a space manipulator, Kale's eyes lit up. So you're saying that the space barrier and the space seal are one? Yes. Angor nodded. Dorcas finally understood. So, you can directly create a hole in the spatial barrier here and enter other regions? Digging a hole? Do you take me for a groundhog? But he knew that Dorcas was just trying to express something wrong, so he nodded in agreement. Dorcas, that's great. As long as we don't use the human rune, we can use other methods to get to other regions. With that, they quickly moved away from the rune. Perhaps it was because of the trigger mechanism, the rune didn't force them to stay. It simply watched them leave and closed its eyes as if sleeping. Angor and Dorcas arrived at the other side of the barrier. They found a place where they could sense the presence of their clones and prepared to open a door to another region. Angor had already broken the space seal. Since the parameters were the same, he didn't even need to do any calculations to open a new door. However, although the door was opened, it was pitch black inside. It was impossible to see the bottom at a glance. What's behind the barrier? Why is it so dark? Kale asked in confusion. Who knows where it is? None of us have been to this paradise before. Besides, I don't feel any danger. Dorcas didn't seem to mind. You're right. As long as there's no danger, nothing else matters. Angor spoke in a low voice, the darkness you see isn't what's behind it. Angor didn't bother explaining. We'll see once we get in. Angor stepped through the door first. Dorcas and Kale exchanged a look and followed him. We're inside a space barrier? Kale asked as soon as he saw Angor through the door. That's right. Angor nodded without hesitation this time. Yes, the darkness behind the door did not mean that the area on the other side of the wall was pitch black. It was because the barrier was very thick. To put it bluntly, the darkness they were in was still inside the door. They had entered the door, but they hadn't stepped out of it yet. This spatial membrane was much deeper than they had imagined. They had walked for dozens of steps, but they still hadn't reached the other end of the membrane. In fact, after walking for a while, they could even feel the slope. It was as if the barrier wasn't facing each other. There was a slope, moreover, this slope was going up, and it seemed to be going up into the air. After another 10 steps, they finally saw the other side of the door, which was the other side of the barrier. Contrary to their expectations, there wasn't an empty space behind the door. Instead, it looked like a cave. However, the cave wasn't completely dark. They could see some burning torches hanging on the walls. After everyone stepped out of the door, after careful observation and comparison, they could basically confirm that they should be in a cave right now. There were mountains in paradise. The rocky environment was a place favored by many earth element magi. Therefore, it was very likely that they were in a certain mountain in the mountain environment. But why was there a mountain behind the barrier? Why wasn't there an outer layer of rock? Looking at the burning torches on the walls of the cave, Kale seemed to have thought of something. Don't tell me this is one of the playgrounds shown by the human-faced banyan tree? Earlier, they saw a lot of information in the tree's eye. For example, underwater combat, gold mining, bubble world, highland brawl, and so on. From this, it could be seen that a magus behind the scenes had modified paradise into a playgrounds. If that was the case, then they should be in one of these playgrounds right now. Thinking of this, Kale frowned. Are we still going to play games with that unknown magus behind the scenes? While Kale was puzzled, Dorcas said softly, I seem to sense a weak bloodline aura nearby. Kale asked, a weak bloodline aura? Dorcas nodded, it's the bloodline aura of an earthfire salamander. After a pause, Dorcas sighed, what a familiar aura. When I was still an apprentice, I also fused with this bloodline. However, when I fused with an earthfire salamander, I was one of the best among my peers. It's completely different from the weak and mixed aura I'm sensing now. Dorcas said, we can basically confirm that this bloodline aura comes from an apprentice. It's most likely not a bloodline user. Otherwise, the strength of this bloodline aura would be too weak. It should be some occult apprentice. When Dorcas said this, he intentionally glanced at Corel. Kale opened his mouth but did not say anything in the end. He only muttered in his mind, I didn't fuse with an earthfire salamander bloodline. There was no doubt that Dorcas was mocking Kale, but his guess was probably correct. The earthfire salamander bloodline's specialty was its thick skin and high resistance. It was also suitable for elementalist apprentices who had thin skin. However, elementalist apprentices had too many self-defense cantrips, many of which were dozens of times better than occult ones. Therefore, when it came to fusing bloodlines, the elemental faction was more inclined to choose bloodlines that had an amplifying effect on the elements. The earthfire salamander was a bloodline creature with thick skin. It was indeed a choice for bloodline apprentices who were more inclined towards close combat or mystic apprentices who had weaker defensive abilities. Since Dorcas was sure that this person was not a bloodline apprentice, the only possibility left was that he was an occult apprentice. Let's go check it out, Angor said. If it was a formal wizard, they might need to be careful. But an apprentice, there was no need to worry. He might even be able to find out what happened in paradise from that apprentice. And who was the wizard who said he was playing a game? Of course, Dorcas did not refuse. Follow me. It should be nearby. Dorcas walked to the front and led the way. Soon, they walked into the darkness. At the same time, inside a large underground cavern filled with burning torches, a domed arena was set up. A group of people were lying on the ground below the arena. 3 of them were formal wizards while the rest were apprentices. The wizards who were lying on the ground looked miserable as if they had been brutally beaten up. Some of them even lost an arm or a leg. The only good thing was that they were still breathing. However, they still couldn't move, and they couldn't even get magic power support from the outside world because their surroundings were locked by the spatial seal. The space seals were like transparent coffins that trapped them inside. This was the result of their defeat in the arena. The only thing they could do now was to silently cheer for the moving figures on the stage. Only by defeating the masked man who issued the game challenge would they be able to leave this place. And now, the only one who could defeat the masked man was Elder Yu from the Belos family. The 2 figures on the stage were almost impossible to see with the naked eye. They were Elder Yu and the masked man. Elder Yu and the masked man were moving quickly. Their attacks were also withdrawn as soon as they made contact. They were both looking for the best opportunity and the opponent's weakness. It was not that Elder Yu wanted to choose this kind of close combat, but from the previous battles, Elder Yu had determined that the masked man was very powerful in energy manipulation. He could not give him any chance to release any energy attacks, especially space spells. And to interrupt the opponent's attack, he had to be faster than the opponent. Therefore, Elder Yu chose to use the power of the bloodline to suppress the opponent, trying to gain the upper hand through close combat. Whether Elder Yu's strategy would work or not, he did not know. But the masked man did give up on energy attacks and started this phantom battle with Elder Yu. The more they fought, the more Elder Yu felt that his strategy was correct. Because the arena had restrictions, as long as the opponent left the arena, he would lose. Close combat could not only interrupt the opponent's spell casting, but also prevent the masked man from pulling away. This was the rule set by the masked man, but it became a shackle that shackled him. An opening. Just as Elder Yu was engaged in battle, she suddenly noticed that the masked man seemed to be in a trance for a moment, and his speed slowed down by a notch. She was certain that the masked man was not deliberately baiting the enemy. So Elder Yu would naturally not let go of this opportunity. She did not hesitate to fill her hands with blood and qi and slammed them fiercely at the masked man. Although the masked man reacted, but because of that half a second of delay, it was still difficult for him to avoid the violent blow. He could only turn his body sideways to deflect the force. The violent palm strike still hit the masked man, but because it hit his arm, the masked man did not fall immediately. But he was still forced to retreat a few steps. Now that Elder Yu had gained the upper hand, she would naturally not show mercy. She quickly approached the masked man, trying to continue the previous cycle. Just as Elder Yu was about to reach the masked man suddenly stretched out a finger, and a light shield with the nature of space appeared directly in front of the masked man. Light Shield of Light. This was the most commonly used defensive spell of the space element, and Elder Yu could naturally recognize it. But she had not thought that the masked man would skip the steps of casting the spell and release it. This was a spell of the witchcraft slot. Before this, the masked man had never used a spell of the witchcraft slot, and now he finally used it. Elder Yu's eyes flashed with a bad feeling. It was not difficult to break the light shield, but the process of breaking the light shield would be enough for the masked man to condense a more powerful attack spell. At that time, she might not be able to withstand it. Although Elder Yu had already felt that something was wrong, she had no choice but to quickly attack the light shield, trying to break the light shield before the masked man used other means. But what surprised Elder Yu was that the masked man did not use any other spells, and let Elder Yu break the light shield. Even under Elder Yu's gaze, the masked man turned his head to look at a certain direction. Was this a distraction? Elder Yu did not look at the masked man's gaze and continued to attack. At this time, the masked man who had his back to her suddenly said, "A newcomer has entered the game, but did not use the proper method. This is not good. It seems that the fun here needs to end first." End of chapter. I'm Benson. I'm a zombie. Following Dorcas' lead, the group walked for about half a minute and finally saw a man leaning against a wall, panting heavily. He was wearing a white mask, and his exposed skin was wrapped in white gauze. This man, was the apprentice adept who had merged with the bloodline of the fire salamander that Dorcas had mentioned. He called himself Benson, a member of the Belos family. Zombie? Kale looked at Benson in confusion. Was that a nickname? What a strange nickname. Stiff corpse? Frozen corpse? Benson nodded. Yes, zombie. As he spoke, Benson took off the white mask on his face, revealing his true appearance. His appearance was very ordinary. At first glance, he looked no different from an ordinary person. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that he was extremely powerful. But after careful observation, his skin had a dark, stone-like quality. It did not have the oily luster of normal skin. It looked like the skin of a dead person that had hardened. Kale did not know what happened to Benson's skin, but he guessed that it might be the skin of some kind of monster. Or maybe it was Benson's unique talent after absorbing the bloodline of the earth salamander. Just as Kale's thoughts were running wild, Dorcas suddenly spoke up. This should be a type of illness, right? Benson looked at Dorcas in surprise. He did not expect the man to see through him so quickly. However, after thinking about it, he felt that this was normal. He had seen Dorcas' appearance in the family's collection and knew that Dorcas was a bloodline magus who was active in the Loxham Duchy. More importantly, Dorcas was a wandering wizard. Wandering wizards did not have any organization or family backing them up, but they were usually the ones who interacted with the most people at the bottom of society. They knew the real situation of the people at the bottom of society. On the other hand, organized wizards were more sensitive. Benson did not deny it. He nodded. Yes, I have scleroderma. Scleroderma was a rare disease. It was rare even among the people at the bottom of society. Its pathogenesis was still unknown. The most obvious symptom was the loss of flexibility and elasticity of the skin, which then hardened and became thicker. From a superhuman's perspective, the hardening of the skin caused by scleroderma was more like a benign symptom. It could increase a person's resistance to physical attacks. However, for ordinary people, scleroderma was an incurable disease. As the skin slowly hardened, the blood vessels would also become narrower. Because of the pressure, the organs would also be damaged. As time passed, in the end, it would lead to organ failure. He died from the disease. Benson was unfortunate. When he contracted scleroderma, he was only an ordinary person. Through various methods, he had endured for 5 years, but that was it. His life was thwarted everywhere, and he could not see any hope at all. Benson was lucky again. Just as he was about to face the pain of death, he met a wizard. The sorcerer who called himself Elderyu told Benson that he had the blood of a descendant of his family. In a sense, Benson could be considered as a wandering child of the Belos family. Generally, these scattered disciples were the descendants of mortals, and the chances of them becoming talents were not high. Therefore, the Belos family didn't bother to look for these descendants. It was a kind of luck that Benson could meet Elderyu. And his spiritual strength value had reached 11 points, and he had the foundation to become a talent. It was also a manifestation of luck. After being brought back to the Belos family, Benson began to practice tirelessly. After becoming a sorcerer apprentice, the strength of his internal organs had been increased, allowing him to finally get rid of the adverse effects of scleroderma. Moreover, the tough skin was preserved, which also became his foundation, allowing him to have stronger defensive abilities and resistance. Under Elderyu's guidance, Benson integrated the blood of the fire salamander, further strengthening the strength of his skin. It could be said that from the perspective of resistance to physical attacks, Benson could already be compared to a bloodline apprentice of the same level. However, the price was that his skin was harder than an ordinary person's skin, causing his whole body to be frozen. Other than when he was talking and moving his eyes, he was completely like a puppet or a dead person at other times. For this, Benson wore a mask and wrapped himself in white gauze to avoid strange looks from others. In this way, although he didn't look like a zombie, he looked like another species similar to zombies, a mummy. Scleroderma? That's rare. Dorcas muttered softly, then carefully sized up Benson. You integrated the blood of the fire salamander to complement your tough skin, right? That's a genius idea. Benson's scleroderma wasn't completely cured. Although using his tough skin to take beatings strengthened his resistance, it also caused his skin to harden. Although he couldn't see any side effects at the moment, in the long run, if the hardness of his skin exceeded the capacity of Benson's internal organs, then the side effects of scleroderma would be overwhelming. Benson's choice to integrate the blood of the fire salamander could strengthen his tough skin, and also solve the side effects of scleroderma. The fire salamander strengthened its tough skin, and at the same time, the fire salamander also developed the tolerance of its internal organs, which was comparable to the blood of some high-grade magical creatures. Strengthening the blood of the fire salamander was equivalent to strengthening his tough skin and internal organs. It could be said that this was the best solution for Benson's scleroderma. If it were Dorcas, he would probably choose to let Benson integrate the blood of the fire salamander. Benson blushed and said, "This is actually a suggestion given to me by Elderyu." Dorcas, who had his attention on Benson, was stunned when he heard the name Elderyu. Elderyu? Elderyu of the Three Elders tree, sun, and moon of the Belos family? Benson nodded. Yes, my ancestor was once Elderyu's younger brother, so Elderyu took good care of me. I was able to come to Paradise Earth to cultivate because of Elderyu. Benson's words revealed a lot of information, and it was done deliberately. Although he knew Dorcas, and knew that Dorcas didn't have any ties with the Belos family in the past. But who could be sure that there was no enmity between them? For the sake of his life, the only thing Benson could do now was to reveal his relationship with Elder Yu, and indirectly point out that Elder Yu was nearby, so as to boost his courage. Dorcas could also tell the meaning behind Benson's words, but he didn't care. He even secretly memorized this method of diverting the conflict and using someone else's power to intimidate others so that he could use it in the future. If he ran into someone he couldn't defeat, he could say that he was good friends with Angor and Sunders, and that the 3 ancestor souls of Brute Cavern were all his supporters. This was a good idea, and it should work in the southern wizardry region. He had to follow Angor for the time being anyway, so he couldn't say anything against Angor, right? Tossing aside his thoughts, Dorcas turned his gaze back to Benson. You mean, Elder Yu is in paradise? Then the person who said he wanted to play a game still dared to make a move here. Sir, are you talking about the masked man? Masked man? Who's that? Benson was puzzled. You don't know about the masked man? Then why are you in the mud doll maze? I came in from outside. Dorcas didn't try to hide anything and said directly. Benson's eyes lit up. Outside? Could it be that the spatial seal outside Paradise Earth was broken? Dorcas shook his head. It wasn't broken. I used another method to get in. Dorcas didn't explain why he came here. He changed the topic. Do you mind telling me what happened tonight? The masked man, the mud doll maze, what are those? Knowing that Paradise Earth's space seal was not broken, Benson's eyes flashed with disappointment. However, he still nodded without hesitation at Dorcas' question. It wasn't a secret. There were many people in Paradise Earth, and Dorcas could ask someone else even without Benson's help. Benson didn't plan to hide anything and told Dorcas everything in detail. Half an hour ago, Benson and Elder Yu were meditating on the top of the mountain under the moonlight. But right at this time, a masked man wearing a cloak suddenly laughed strangely, flashing past Paradise Earth's sky. Every area in Paradise was protected, especially the areas with people. Once outsiders saw it, they wouldn't choose to step in. But this masked man not only came in, but also laughed loudly to show his presence. It was very strange. Elder Yu noticed something wrong and chased after the masked man. Benson didn't know what happened after that because he stayed on the top of the mountain and didn't chase after the masked man. But not long after Elder Yu chased after the masked man, he heard a strange laughter that spread throughout the entire Paradise Earth. Let's play a game. If you win, I'll let you go. Benson was sure that the strange laughter came from the masked man. Before he could figure out why the masked man was making such a ruckus, the entire Paradise Earth was enveloped by a huge space seal. Immediately after, spatial membranes separated the paradise into many different territories. When Benson and the other extraordinaires realized something was wrong, they couldn't leave this place. They could only search nearby to see if they could find any gaps. Then, someone found a huge rock with a human face on the top of the mountain. This rock also had a human face before, but it didn't have one. Now, the human face tattoo's appearance was very strange. The human face on the rock told them that this was a game with escape as the name and survival as the reality. As long as they could clear 2 games, they could leave Paradise Earth. Then, the human face tattoo's eyes flashed with the names of various games, asking everyone to enter the game. At that time, Benson didn't intend to enter the so-called game. After all, Benson knew himself well. He knew that his strength wasn't enough to get involved in such a strange matter. There were many people who had the same idea as Benson, but in the end, they were still forced to participate in the game. Because someone agreed to participate in the game, the human face tattoo told him that a lack of people would lead to a rapid increase in the death rate of those who participated in the game. The more people there were, the higher the survival rate. And the person who participated in the game was an official sorcerer. He directly ordered that everyone on the top of the mountain had to participate in the game. Just like that, Benson entered the game half-heartedly. However, everyone who participated in the game on the top of the mountain seemed to have been thrown into different games. Benson came to this game called Mud Doll Maze, and the number of people who participated in the game with him was 0. Perhaps there were other game participants in the Mud Doll Maze, but at least there was no one else at the starting point where Benson was at. The starting point of the maze where Benson was at also had a human face tattoo, but it grew on the wall. This human face tattoo seemed to exist to explain the rules of the game. It told Benson that the mud doll maze was a maze that had been modified into the mountain. The way to clear it was to find the exit of the maze. In the process of finding the exit, Benson had to pay attention to two things. First, there would be special mud doll monsters in the mud doll maze. These mud doll monsters would attack the players, but the strength of the mud doll would not exceed that of a third-level apprentice. It sounded like the mud doll monsters weren't strong, but in fact, they weren't strong. However, there were many of them. As long as he walked near the swamp, groups of mud doll monsters would appear. For this reason, every time Benson saw a swamp in the tunnel, he would subconsciously distance himself. However, as he constantly circled around the swamp, Benson realized that he seemed to be going in circles, unable to find a way out. Therefore, it was very likely that the real exit had to be following the swamp. Second, there were many poisonous mushroom monsters walking in the mud doll maze. These mushrooms would spew out poisonous fog spores, causing a large area of the maze to be covered in poisonous fog. He had to pay attention to it. Benson didn't pay much attention to this point. His hard skin coupled with his fire salamander bloodline prevented large particles of poisonous fog from entering his body. In general, the human face tattoo only told Benson about the dangers of the mud doll maze. But in fact, there were many other dangers in the maze apart from the dangers brought by the monsters. For example, the destruction of the walls. Benson had attempted to destroy the walls, hoping that he could find the exit faster. However, after several experiments, Benson discovered that a portion of the walls had spatial traps hidden within them. Once they were destroyed, there would be a backlash. Benson was almost split into two by a spatial rift. From then on, he didn't dare to casually destroy the walls. Apart from that, there were many triggered traps. The reason why Benson was hiding and gasping for breath was because he had triggered a series of traps. The result was the collapse of the entire tunnel. At the same time, he would encounter a spatial trap triggered by the destruction of the walls. In order to escape, he had withstood the ground and the energy bombardment, stimulating the potential in his body. It wasn't easy for him to escape. Benson had found a quiet place to recover his mana and heal his wounds. This was the place. However, he didn't expect that Dorcas would find his location because of the fire salamander bloodline aura in his body. End of chapter. What's the situation like? The one who spoke was Kale, and the person he was asking was Dorcas. After Benson finished describing the situation in the cave, Dorcas volunteered to test Benson's words. Thus, he closed his eyes and used his mental strength to explore the surroundings. Just as Benson said, "The surroundings are indeed a large labyrinth," Dorcas said, "My mental strength can't penetrate the walls. I can't go up either. It should be the spatial trap Benson mentioned. The path behind us has indeed collapsed. It should be the path Benson took when he came here. Turn right 3 times, then walk straight for about 100 meters before entering the poisonous spore fog. Mental strength can't penetrate the fog either. I don't know the exact situation inside." Dorcas closed his eyes and continued to explore while feeding back the information he had discovered. "If you turn right twice, then walk straight for 30 meters, then turn left 4 times, you will be in a swamp." At this point, Dorcas suddenly paused and let out an S sound from his nose. Not long after, Dorcas opened his eyes under everyone's puzzled expressions. "Why did you stop at the swamp? Did something happen in the swamp?" Kale looked at Dorcas curiously. Dorcas pondered for a moment before saying, "I saw mud golems in the swamp. What was so strange about seeing mud golems?" Kale didn't understand. "Weren't the poisonous spore fog and mud golems the main obstacles when exploring a labyrinth?" Dorcas said. "Also, 100 or so mud golems appeared at once." Kale was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think it was a big deal. Benson had said before that these mud golems moved in groups. 100 or so mud golems was a bit much, but it was still bearable. Kale had once encountered close to 1,000 magical creatures living in groups near the sandworm market. They were a special type of desert army ant. They ate whatever they saw. It was one of the 3 major insect plagues in the Loxum Duchy. These army ants had the strength of a beginner or intermediate apprentice. Therefore, when comparing the two, mud golems were just SOSO. The focus is not on the type of monsters. It's not about their numbers, but they seem to have sensed my spiritual force and are now aggressively rushing towards us. Dorcas sighed. Cale finally lost his composure when he heard the demons swarming towards them. Although the individual lethality of demonic beasts was not very high, if they gathered together, their strength would be terrifying. In the Loxum Duchy, even official adepts would not be willing to face an ant plague alone. Moreover, if they encountered the marching ants, they could still fly into the air to avoid them. But in this semi-enclosed maze, it was difficult for them to even find a place to hide when faced with the waves of demons. That doesn't sound right, said Angor. He paused and looked at Benson's frightened face. Did the mud golems chase you when you ran into them? Benson shook his head. No. No. Cale's expression changed when he heard Benson's reply. He had previously thought that since the clay figurine could dodge Benson, they should be able to do the same. But now, Benson was telling them that the mud golems did not chase him? Then what was going on with Dorcas? Dorcas did not attack the mud golems either. He only used his spiritual force to check. The mud golem army was holding the line. Could it be that they had triggered some sort of game rule? Cale's face paled when he heard Benson's answer, but Dorcas only gave him an I knew it look. Should we run away? Or should we fight them? Angor was not afraid of the mud golems at all. As an illusionist, he was not afraid of these weak monsters that lived in groups. He could easily cast an illusion on himself or his enemies without any problems. However, he was still curious about the strange behavior of the golem. Benson had also used his mental strength to probe the mud golem. Otherwise, he might not have had the time to dodge it if he had used his eyes to discover it. Benson used his spiritual force to check the mud golems. Why did Dorcas do the same? Was it because Dorcas was a wizard, but the strength of one's spiritual force was not the standard to judge a wizard? Moreover, Dorcas was not a magus who specialized in spiritual force. Many acolytes who specialized in spiritual force had spiritual force that was not much weaker than Dorcas. If there was an apprentice who specialized in spiritual force and a wizard who did not, Angor would not be able to tell who was an apprentice and who was a wizard based on the intensity of their spirit waves. This was why Angor felt that something was not right. The mud golems were behaving very strangely. However, Dorcas was also behaving strangely. It was not Dorcas's style to ask to check the surroundings himself. Dorcas could easily leave the job to Speed Spirit. Besides, was it really necessary to scout the surroundings? Their target was very clear, which was Swift Spirit's clone. It was easy to find the clone. They just needed Speed Spirit to lead the way. It did not matter if Speed Spirit's clone was not in the mud golem maze. They just needed to go through several more space barriers. That was why Dorcas was behaving strangely. Angor also saw something fishy in Dorcas's expression. Perhaps he went to scout the way not just to scout the way, but also for some other purpose. Angor did not object. Instead, he asked Dorcas about the next step. Don't worry, Dorcas said. Let's wait for the mud golems to come. After a pause, Dorcas said in a meaningful tone, I have a feeling that these mud golems will bring us a pleasant surprise. What kind of surprise? Angor asked directly. Dorcas spoke in a mysterious tone, when they come, you'll. Before Dorcas could finish, Angor cut him off. The Riddler usually ends up in a bad way. Also, weren't you always complaining about Yi's death divination? Why, are you learning how to be weird now? Dorcas's expression froze. He looked away awkwardly. Actually, I don't know what's going to happen. It's just a vague feeling. Angor glanced at Dorcas and nodded. I accept your answer. Angor knew what Dorcas's ability was. He was not a prophet, so he could not see the real future. Dorcas's strange behavior was all because of his inspiration. Inspiration was even more mysterious than prophecy. It was normal that he did not know what was going to happen. If you don't know, then don't know. Since Dorcas's inspiration was leading them to the mud golems, they had to face them. Angor did not say anything else. He quietly set up illusion nodes on the side. Cale did not think much of Angor's conversation with Dorcas. Benson, on the other hand, was puzzled. He recognized Dorcas, but he did not recognize Angor. Or rather, he did not recognize Angwar's disguise. In Benson's mind, Dorcas was supposed to be the leader of this group. But now it seemed that the red-haired, golden-eyed wizard was the leader? But who was he? As Benson stared at Angwar in confusion, they heard a series of explosions coming from the distance. Along with the rumbling sound, the earth began to tremble. Clearly, the mud golem horde was about to reach them. Benson quickly gave up on thinking about Angwar's identity. He took a deep breath and shrank back. Benson wanted to leave this place first, but he was worried that he would offend the two wizards if he left. He stuttered for a while and could not finish his sentence. Angwar glanced at Benson and cast an illusion to cover him. The illusion lasts for half an hour. The mud golems won't notice you inside. You can choose to stay here or leave. Benson did not know if Angwar was telling the truth or not. He could not trust a wizard completely. However, Benson still showed a look of gratitude on his face as he retreated while expressing his gratitude. After retreating more than 10 meters, Benson still hadn't figured out how to say that he was leaving. Go, Angwar said. Benson was surprised. He lowered his head and thanked Angwar before he quickly turned and left. It was worth mentioning that Benson's gratitude was much more sincere this time. No one tried to stop Benson from leaving, nor did anyone blame him for his decision. They would have done the same if they were in Benson's shoes. Compared to Benson, who was considering leaving, the current situation was much more important. Next, he cast another illusion on Kale and asked him to step aside. Next, he set up a triggered illusion node around him and Dorcas. It could be activated at any time. Whether or not to use the illusion depended on the current situation. Dust clouds began to rise from the tunnel ahead, and the ground began to shake violently. The mud golems were only apprentices, but they were creating wizard-level auras. As the mud golems approached, Dorcas seemed to have noticed something. Don't be hasty. Leave this to me. Angwar nodded. He did not trust Dorcas much, but he trusted the man's intuition. He took a few steps back and watched Dorcas and his army of clay monsters. To be more precise, it was no longer a group of mud golems. It was a torrent of monsters. The mud golems had a clear target. They locked onto Dorcas and charged at him without any hesitation. Dust clouds covered the area, making it difficult to see the mud golems' faces. Angwar could only feel the terrible impact of the torrent. Dorcas stood alone in front of the torrent as if he was not afraid of the mud golems at all. His calmness seemed to have angered the mud golems, who moved even faster. They rolled, jumped, and bared their fangs in an attempt to crush Dorcas. Some of the mud golems even had their eyes on Angwar. Once they dealt with Dorcas, they would set their sights on Angwar. But before they could face Angwar, they were defeated by Dorcas. Dorcas single-handedly blocked the torrent of mud golems with his thin body. Even Angwar could not help but praise him in his mind. Dorcas clearly did not activate his bloodline. The fact that he could block the mud golems with his body alone was enough to prove his strength. As expected of a bloodline master. Unbeatable at the same level. Angwar would not dare to do such a thing. Of course, he could not afford to do so either. Other than the green-patterned seed, the rest of his projected bloodline wasn't good enough. Currently, it was too weak and couldn't be of much use. After blocking the mud golems, Dorcas did not attack them. Instead, he quickly moved through the crowd of mud golems. To Angwar, this action was very strange. However, from the perspective of the clay golem monsters, Dorcas' slippery behavior was like a provocation to them. The mud dolls became even angrier. Many of them already had their eyes on Angwar. Since Dorcas had already joined their group, they could easily attack Angwar. But now, the anger of being provoked got the better of them. They completely ignored Angwar's presence and kept attacking Dorcas. Dorcas, on the other hand, seemed to think that entering their group was not enough. He even closed his eyes and looked like he was at ease. The narrow passage was soon filled with angry roars and explosions. What is Mr. Red Sword doing? Kale's hesitant voice came from the spirit bond. Angwar shook his head. I don't know. Maybe he's looking for something? Angwar asked because he noticed that Dorcas' ears kept moving. Dorcas did not close his eyes to provoke Angwar. Instead, he used a spell called Balance of Five Senses to strengthen his hearing. However, Angor could not tell what Dorcas was looking for. Since he did not know what Dorcas was looking for, Angor simply looked at the mud golems. Earlier, the mud golems were covered in dust and had a strong aura around them, so Angor could not see their faces clearly. However, now that Dorcas had used his physical body to block their advance, the clay golems had become much more powerful, but they had also become much slower, revealing their true appearances. Well, the mud golems had quite the personality. In the eyes of most wizards, all non-humanoid monsters looked the same. It was like a human looking at a black panther. Although there were obvious differences between the stripes and fur of the panther, it was still difficult for humans to tell the difference between them. They would only think that all the panthers they met looked the same. Mud golems, on the other hand, were different. Each of them looked completely different. As their name suggests, they are a kind of clay dolls made of mud. They looked completely different after being molded. There were humans, cats, dogs, birds, fishes, and so on. The big ones looked like tusked elephants, while the small ones looked like insects. It looked exactly like the Illustrated Handbook of Biology, the clay version. Angor only read about them in the magazine Where Are Monsters of Wonder. This was the first time he saw one in real life. According to the book, the mud golems looked like elemental spirits in both appearance and body. And that was true. It was hard to tell a mud golem from an earth elemental spirit by looking at it with the naked eye. Only by using spirit power to examine the mud golem's ether body could one tell the difference between them and other elemental creatures. Mud golems were not directly related to elemental creatures, but according to legend, they were the creations of an earth god. And this earth god was an elemental creature. Of course, this was only a rumor. Was it real? At least, Angor could not be sure. Still, it was not uncommon for elemental creatures to be called gods in general planes. For example, Xianxia's world, a civilized world developed from flames, had some extremely aggressive evil fire gods. In essence, these evil fire gods were also elemental creatures. Come to think of it, the main reason why clay golems were so rare was because their main settlements were all in other worlds. In the wizarding world, only a few organizations kept mud golems to provide bloodline options for Earth apprentices. So, another group of otherworldly visitors showed up after the shallow water strongman, the people who attacked Bai Luan Tree Ting and kidnapped Paradise Earth. Were they really from another world? Or were these people sent by a powerful being from another world to the wizarding world? These thoughts flashed in Angor's mind. It was not that he did not want to think about it, but he did not see the real attacker yet, so it was pointless to think about it. During Angor's visit, he noticed something new happening on Dox's side. After staying on the defensive for a long time, Dorcas finally began to attack the mud golems. However, Dorcas did not use any wide-range skills. Instead, he attacked one target at a time. He still did not use his full strength, but he could still kill a mud golem with one punch. The mud golems looked like a lot, but there were only about 100 of them. Some of them were bigger, so they were more than enough to fight together. It did not take Dorcas long to take out half of the mud golems. He did not kill them all. Instead, he knocked them out and tossed them aside. The remaining mud golems were mostly small in size. Without the support of the large mud golems, even the passage seemed to be much smoother. These small clay dolls weren't frightened by Dorcas's display of power. Instead, they became even angrier. One by one, they jumped towards Dorcas, baring their teeth. Even though they knew they were no match for Dorcas, they still wanted to leave a wound on his body. However, Dorcas wasn't even afraid of the larger mud dolls, let alone these smaller ones. He didn't even bother to pay attention to them. Only those that crawled onto his face or bumped into his hand would be flicked away by him. As for the rest, he simply allowed them to gnaw on him. At this point, the battle had basically come to an end. From Benson and Kale's point of view, the battle had been filled with suspense, but in the end, Dorcas had easily finished it off. It wasn't that they didn't have enough experience, but that the overall strength of these clay golems was too uneven. Moreover, they didn't have a royal clay golem to command them in battle. It was basically impossible to rely on the combined might of a ragtag army to crush a bloodline adept like Dorcas, who had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Dorcas walked towards Angwar's group with his mud doll pendants. How much longer are you going to carry them on your back? Angwar pointed at the clay golems that were still gnawing at Dorcas. Dorcas shrugged innocently. That depends on how patient that guy is. Who's that guy? Kale poked his head out of the illusion and curiously looked at Dorcas' clay doll pendants. He didn't know who the guy Dorcas was talking about was. Angwar already knew who it was. Dorcas had already told him through some hints. However, he didn't say anything. He didn't know who that guy was, but he didn't know who it was. Look at the mud dolls hanging on my body. Do you see any of them acting weird? Dorcas spun around in a circle in front of Kale, showing off the mud dolls hanging on his body. Strange one, Kale subconsciously used his mental power to observe the pendants, and he really did find a very unique mud golem monster. See? That's right. The guy I'm talking about is the one you're looking at. At this point, Dorcas lowered his voice and said with a tone of certainty, You're the real culprit, right? That mud monster that pretended to attack me, but didn't dare to touch a single hair on my body from the beginning to the end? But there was no response. There was silence in the air. The mud golems continued to gnaw at him as they should. However, there was one mud golem that was pretending to attack Dorcas, and it slowly stopped moving. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to respond, Dorcas continued, Or should I change the way I address you, Mr. Mole? Or Ms. Mole? The only mud golem on Dorcas' body that didn't attack him was a grey mole. It was only as big as a palm and was hanging around Dorcas' right elbow. Before this, it seemed to be gnawing at Dorcas's skin. However, it wasn't actually doing anything. It was just an act. If Dorcas hadn't pointed it out, the little mole would have been mixed in with the other angry clay golems. If he wasn't paying attention, he would have overlooked it. The air was silent for more than 10 seconds. Finally, an androgynous voice came out of the little mole's mouth. How did you find me? Dorcas said, How could I not find you when you're so unconventional? The little mole snorted, I'm not asking about now. I already felt that something was wrong. Why would you withstand the attacks and move through the clay golems? You must have found me a long time ago, right? It was normal for the little mole to be exposed. After all, it was strange that it didn't attack Dorcas in the midst of the clay golems that were obviously attacking him. In Dorcas's words, this was unconventional. However, it had been hiding among the clay golems and was confident that it had hidden well. Because of this, it really didn't understand how Dorcas had noticed it. Was it difficult to find you? Dorcas asked instead of answering. Of course it was difficult. The little mole was roaring in its heart. It had completely integrated its spirit into the clay golems. Even Extet had a hard time finding it. Because of this, when Dorcas had found it, it had been so shocked. However, it didn't show its inner emotions. Instead, it said indifferently, Put me down first. Dorcas said, No. You. The little mole raised its head and stared at Dorcas angrily. Dorcas tilted his head, Can't you jump down yourself? If you can jump up, you can naturally jump down. Why do you need my help? Or are you saying that you're still trying to play tricks? You want me to attack you first? Hearing Dorcas's words, the little mole didn't show anything on the surface, but its heart was in turmoil. Not only had this Magus seen through its location, but he had also seen through its intentions. Indeed, everything it had done, including the act of attacking Dorcas, was to make Dorcas attack it first. Just once would have been enough. But Dorcas actually knew its goal, mind reading? Prophecy? It should be prophecy, right? The little mole recalled all the details from before and felt that its guess was correct. This was definitely a prophecy magus. He was just like Aixen, who seemed to have a strong bloodline aura and was thought to be a bloodline magus, but was actually a magus of the occult. Why did it think so? It was because Dorcas hadn't made a move from the start. Normal magi, when faced with such a surging wave of magical creatures, would avoid it even if they didn't attack. But Dorcas was different. He didn't dodge, nor did he attack the mud golems. Dorcas had obviously seen through it from the start. Attacking the mud golems was likely to hit him. After that, Dorcas had moved through the mud golems to lock onto its position. Once he had locked onto its position, Dorcas began to clear it out. Other magi who wanted to clear out the mud golems would definitely smash a large number of them, but Dorcas was different. He targeted them one by one, afraid that the area of effect damage would affect those that shouldn't be affected. He definitely had the intention to limit the damage. There was also another piece of evidence. He didn't even activate his passive defensive spiritual force shield. This was because he was very clear that the spiritual force shield had the ability to defend and counterattack. If the other mud golems attacked the shield and counterattacked, it would still count as Dorcas taking the initiative to attack it. Dorcas didn't use any of these passive abilities that dealt damage, such as aura suppression and chi blood. Now, even if it used words to bewitch the other party, as long as the other party took the initiative to put it down, it would fall from a high altitude, or if the other party's elbow was slightly stronger, and it would be passively injured. This could also be considered an active attack. But he could still detect it. This meant that he knew its goal from the start, and continued to see through its next move. Other than a prophecy magus, it couldn't think of any other ability that could do this. I actually met a prophecy magus. How unlucky. The little mole glared at Dorcas with some hatred. Dorcas stroked his chin and didn't deny it. The little mole jumped down from Dorcas' elbow. Because it had taken the initiative to fall, even if it was injured, it couldn't be considered as Dorcas's doing. As long as Dorcas didn't actively cause damage, the contract would not work. The little mole looked at Angor with a strange expression. A prophecy magus, and a space magus. You're from the Belos family? Angor and Dorcas exchanged a glance but didn't say anything. The little mole's confident tone left them speechless. They couldn't tell the little mole that it was wrong, and that there was no prophecy magus or space magus. There was one space magus, but he was only an apprentice. Still, Angor could guess that the little mole was the one who set up the space seal, so it should also know that Kale was a space apprentice. It was likely that the little mole had already treated Kale as his apprentice. After all, a space magus with a space apprentice was a typical master-student combination. You can find me, but you can't do anything to me if you don't join the game. And if you do, you'll have to join the game. The little mole looked at Angor and Dorcas. So, if you want revenge, come at me. I'll be waiting for you at the catacombs arena. As soon as he finished speaking, little mole rolled his eyes and fainted. Dorcas crouched beside the mole and observed it. That thing's mind is gone. I can't stop it. Angor wasn't surprised. After all, it was the space magus who possessed the clay mole. They might be able to stop it if they were in another place, but they were inside the space seal. It was too easy for the mole to use its spatial abilities to escape. Besides, the mole had abandoned its body and was only using its mind to escape. This was even harder to prevent. It wasn't surprising that they couldn't stop it. Even if they could, it would probably be an active attack. It's fine. It's not our target anyway. Angor paused. It kept saying active attack. Does it want you to attack it? Why? Dorcas tossed away the remaining accessories on his body. The contract. It wants us to join the game. If we attack it, we'll sign the contract. So, it's part of the contract that it didn't attack you? Dorcas nodded. Forcing a contract requires following the basic rules. If it attacks me, I'll be justified. So, it doesn't make sense. Angor could understand that. But he still didn't understand. How did you know it wants you to attack it to join the contract? Dorcas proudly pointed at his ears. What else could it be? I definitely heard it. Another rule of the contract is that both parties must hear the content of the contract. But I don't need to understand the content of the contract. As long as I'm within the range of the contract, the mole will speak in a normal voice. If there's a louder voice that covers up the muttering of the contract, as long as I'm within the range of the contract, I can still hear the contract. When the clay monster roared, it began to whisper the contract in a low voice. He wanted to use the clay golem's cries to cover up his own muttering. I used mind's eye and amplified my hearing with balance of 5 senses. Sure enough, I heard its muttering. Angor finally understood what Dorcas was trying to say. The rules of the contract had to be detailed, so Dorcas heard the entire content of the contract. At the same time, he also found the little mole. After listening to the content of the contract, Dorcas began to clean up the clay monsters one by one. The logic sounded very smooth. The only problem was, how did Dorcas know to listen to the mole's voice? And why didn't he attack the clay monster? The mole interpreted the answer to these two questions as prophecy. However, the truth and prophecy were two different things. This was Dorcas's unique talent of inspiration. To some extent, it was even better than prophecy. At the very least, prophecy had to follow the logic of information collection and interpretation. Dorcas's inspiration was the real mystery. Now Angor and Kale understood how Dorcas did it. The more they understood, the more amazed they felt. This was something that could not be replicated. It was a miracle created by Dorcas alone. They wanted to find out more, but they did not know where to start. After lamenting for a while, he could only temporarily throw this matter to the back of his mind that even the other party was dumbfounded. Catacombs Arena? Kale asked. I think that's what the mole said. Is that the name of the game as well? Does it mean that its real body is in the Catacombs Arena? Angor nodded. That should be it. They saw many game names in the eyes of the human face tattoo, which were a combination of the location and the game mode. The Catacombs Arena was probably the same. The location was unknown catacombs. The mode of the game was to fight in a ring. Since the mole clearly said that it would wait for them in the ring. The Catacombs Arena should be the final game of Paradise Earth. According to the normal game flow, the players will need to use various methods to complete different stages and reach the Catacombs Arena in the final land. The defender will be that space wizard. Once you defeat him, you'll pass the game and leave Paradise Earth. Dorcas said, so this process is just your guess, right? Angor nodded. Dorcas mumbled, it's just a guess, but why do I feel like you're telling the truth? Kale nodded as well. He also believed that Angor's guess was the truth. But, if that was the case, what was the mole's goal? Just to let people enter the game he created, have fun, and end it? What was the point? Angor asked, why does it have to be? What if the purpose of this magus was to let the people of Paradise play a game? Dorcas thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't know what you mean. Such a grand arrangement just to play a game? No other goal? This was something that Dorcas could not imagine. In Dorcas' world, something that was driven by profit, or something that had to be done even if the profit was at stake. There must be a purpose. Paradise Earth's game. That was the case. And both sides were involved. Setting up this game. It must have cost a lot of time and money. At the same time, forcefully changing the geography of Paradise Earth was a provocation to the blissful edifice. In other words, the other party was willing to sacrifice a lot of benefits and might even incur the hatred of others in order to complete this game. If there was no other purpose, it didn't make sense. I agree with you. There must be a reason for doing something even at the cost of it. However, what you see and the purpose you imagine must be an equivalent exchange of interests. Therefore, you believe that interests must be exchanged for benefits, and the benefits are visible, which is the so-called purpose. But have you considered it? What if the other party's goal is not to talk about the traces, but to talk about the heart? Angor's words were a bit vague. Dorcas roughly understood what he meant, but if he wanted to immediately immerse himself in the current situation, he didn't know where to put his strength. He didn't let Dorcas think about it on his own. Instead, he continued to express his thoughts. But this time, he didn't tell Dorcas anything. Instead, he looked at the confused Kal-El. Let's say you, Kal, are a player who has been pulled into this game. What do you think of the series of games? Kal-El didn't understand what Angor meant, but he still tried to put himself in the player's shoes and see the game. Moments later, Karel slowly said, if I had been here in the beginning, I would have been as shocked as Benson by this sudden turn of events. Now that I know about the game, I might be a little curious. But later, when I found out that I was forced into the game, I would definitely feel scared and unwilling. When facing all kinds of monsters in the game, I would be cautious. While being scared, I would also have to take every step carefully. Angor nodded in satisfaction. He even took the initiative to help Kale create illusions. You've cleared one game. The rune tells you that you only need to clear one more game, and you'll have a chance to leave this place. What will you think then? Under the influence of the illusion, Kal-El felt like he was really immersed in the game. I'll probably feel frustrated, but I'll also look forward to it. If I can really clear one more game and leave this place, I'll do my best. Alright. You've entered the next game. The human rune told you that it's called Ruin Exploration. Kal-El's eyes brightened up when he heard the word ruin. Angor noticed Kal-El's positive mood and chuckled in his mind. The rules of the game state that you have to use all kinds of methods to decipher the runes and levels in the ruin, and finally leave this place. Kal-El knew that Angor was giving him some time to think, so he followed Angor's words and said, I'll probably be happy, right? After all, I'm the one who knows the most about ruins. Even if I can't solve it in the end, I'll die without regrets. Both Angor and Dorcas were able to guess Kale's answer. However, Dorcas still didn't understand what Angor was trying to say. You don't have to feel like dying without regrets. Because you already cleared the game. Kal-El was surprised. Cleared it? Then I'll be happy. Cracking the ruin was already a joyous thing for Kal-El. Cracking the ruin would increase his happiness by several times. Besides, he could leave paradise after clearing the ruin. It was a win-win situation. How could he not be happy? Angor's voice came again. While you were celebrating your escape from paradise, the human face tattoo appeared in front of you again. It told you that clearing the first 2 games was only the prerequisite for leaving. To truly leave, you must enter the final game, the arena match. Only by defeating the arena master can you leave Paradise Earth. The human rune promises you that this will be the last game. You're angry, but you can't back down now. You have no choice but to join the game. In the end, you entered the arena match. Then, you saw the arena master standing on the stage, an official magus of the space element. Kal-El shuddered as he imagined Angor's description. I don't know what I'll do when that happens, but I'll probably feel despair. Angor nodded and removed the illusion from Kal-El's body. Alright, that's all for Kal-El's fictitious story. Next, Angor looked at Dorcas. Now, if you're the champion, what will you think when you see Kal-El? Dorcas stroked the stubble on his chin. What would I think? I'm a wizard who bullies an apprentice. What's so interesting about that? At most, I'll find it interesting when I see Kal-El in despair. Dorcas suddenly thought of something and looked at Angor again. Let's not talk about actions. Let's talk about intentions. You're not saying that the champion is after interesting, are you? Why not? Angor asked. Dorcas frowned. How is that possible? Who would do that? What if there's someone like that? Even if there's someone like that, it's very rare. Instead, it was Kale who showed a surprised look. Mr. Chowei, you're not talking about. Kale hesitated for a moment before he spoke up. Kal-El did not mention the name. Instead, he gave Angor a confused look. Angor chuckled but did not say anything. Dorcas looked at Kal-El and Angor in confusion. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Kale hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, It's like this. I went to the Starry Street with my lord. This was something that Dorcas understood. Angor used the excuse of studying the mirror as an excuse to leave the underground sewer. Kal-El acted as the middleman between the two parties and left with Angor. Later, Kal-El told Dorcas about how he and Angor were led to Starry Street by an elemental spirit. The first person we met in the Starry Street was a witch named Sharon. Kal-El told Dorcas about Sharon in detail. According to the details of their conversation, and the information Buru gave us, this witch Sharon should be a very troublesome adept in the Starry Street. At that time, Lord Chowei even said that witch Sharon was a fun person. This was the first time Dorcas heard such a term, but it was not difficult to understand it in the common tongue of the continent. The so-called fun-loving person was a person who didn't mind having fun, and whose purpose in life was to have fun. If the space manipulator behind Paradise Earth was also a fun-loving person, or if it was witch Sharon, then Angor's idea of disregarding one's actions was self-consistent. Paradise was not created to help people pass the game. It was created to watch people struggle in the game. Give you fear, give you hope, and finally reveal the truth. But the truth was a world of despair. A future that was completely controlled by a single person was something fun people loved to watch. So the person behind all this is Witch Sharon? Dorcas said softly. I don't know. It's just a guess. Whether it's Sharon or not, I don't know yet. There were plenty of fun people in the world. Sometimes, Angor was a bit of a fun person. But there was a limit to how much fun he could make. It was rare to see such a person who had no bottom line for fun. Even though Grimm had only met Witch Sharon once before, the fact that she wouldn't even let a stranger off the hook meant that she was no ordinary playboy. Also, according to the information he received, the attacker came from Starry Street. Naturally, Angor thought of Sharon. However, he did not dare to say for sure whether it was true or not. Let's go check it out, Dorcas said. Dorcas paused for a moment and changed into a mysterious expression. He said in a low voice, did that little mole think that I wouldn't do anything after I found it? How is that possible? I remember its spiritual force aura. If that mole is Witch Sharon, then we can find it by following its scent. Dorcas looked at Angor. Did you forget why we're here? We're not here for the mole. We don't need to provoke it. The mole was a space manipulator, which was one of the strongest occultists in the world. If the mole happened to have a heritage, it was not a good idea to provoke the mole. Of course, if Velen's clone is with it, just pretend I didn't say anything. After talking to Velen and Dorcas' location, they realized that it was quite a coincidence. Velen's clone and Dorcas' location were in the same direction. They were both facing north. If the location that Dorcas had located was the location of the Catacombs Arena tournament, did that mean that Speed Spirit's clone was also there? If Velen's clone was in the underground arena, it would have been discovered by the mole already. Angor felt a headache coming on. If the mole found out about their goal and threatened them with Velen's clone, they might have to fight it out. Neither Angor nor Dorcas was afraid of a fight. However, they had to stay out of the mole's contract. But now, it seemed that they would have to do that. Angor was having a hard time. Don't think too much. Let's go check it out first, Dorcas said. Angor looked at Dorcas and nodded. All right. Although he didn't know if the inspiration had any effect, the fact that Dorcas was able to remain optimistic meant that there wasn't anything too bad about the situation. Angor decided to check it out first. Dorcas didn't know that Angor was treating him like a human fortune indicator. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. At the very least, it meant that he was useful. As long as he was valuable enough, he could get more benefits from Angor in the future. Dorcas cheerfully led the way at the front. They didn't follow the maze solution at all. Instead, they just followed the directions. If they couldn't find a way, they could just go through the walls. Benson wouldn't dare to go through the space traps inside the walls. But for Angor, as long as he knew where the traps were, it was easy to avoid them. Under the dual guidance of Dorcas and Swifty, they did not stop at all along the way. Finally, they arrived at a crooked tunnel. They couldn't see the end of the tunnel. It was pitch black, and they didn't know where it led. However, they didn't really care where the end of the tunnel was. Their goal wasn't to go forward. Here? Angor looked at Dorcas. Dorcas nodded. Yes. No matter if we go forward or backward, it will take longer for us to sense the aura. This also meant that the place where they were standing now was the closest place to the spirit of the possessed mole. He looked around and didn't find anything special about this place. They were right in the middle of a tunnel. There was no door here. There were no other signs. It seemed that the normal passage to the Catacombs Arena wasn't here. Angor could understand. After all, they didn't use the normal passage to enter paradise. Besides, they were looking for the closest aura, not the entrance to the Catacombs Arena. Even if they were in a straight line, it didn't mean that it was a normal path. The 23rd and 24th floors of two adjacent buildings were connected by a suspended line. However, if they wanted to go from the 23rd floor to the 24th floor of the other building, they would have to take a long detour up and down the stairs. By the same logic, they seemed to be close to the Catacombs Arena, but they would have to take a long detour to reach their destination. However, they wouldn't take the normal path. They could even walk through a maze and break through walls and mountains. How could they possibly follow the rules and take the right path? Angor crouched down and reached out his hand to touch the ground. Very soon, energy ripples began to spread out from his palm. The sturdy ground seemed to have become a puddle as ripples constantly rose up. As the ripples expanded, a circular hole appeared in the ground. With Angor's hand as the center, the hole rotated in front of them from small to large. The hole extended for 30 meters. Looking down from the edge, they could see dense spatial energy below. Clearly, there had been a spatial trap here before, but now, all the spatial energy had been retracted to one side. The chaotic energies in the traps were obediently restrained, creating an earthquake that was large enough for people to pass through. It only took him 5 seconds to create a tunnel that could fit several people. Kal-El's eyes widened at the sight. So, amazing, as an apprentice of space manipulator, Kale knew exactly how powerful and confident Angor was in order to achieve such a feat. When they broke through the walls of the mud doll maze, the space traps inside weren't that strong. As long as they had a wizard-level shield, they could even move through them. But it was different this time. The chaotic spatial energy in the underground cave was extremely abundant. It was denser than all the spatial seals and barriers they had encountered before. This meant that the other party had set up extremely powerful barriers and traps underground. This was definitely an adept-level ability. Come to think of it, it was normal. The place they were looking for was the Catacombs Arena Tournament. That place could be considered the enemy's base. It was the final destination of this Paradise Earth game. Therefore, it was normal to set up more space traps in other parts of the abnormal passageway. Not only could it prevent the people trapped inside from escaping, it could also defend against attacks from the outside. By destroying the underground trap, Angor was basically going head-on against the space manipulator. The fact that Angor could break through such a dense spatial energy in such a short time spoke volumes about his mastery of space. Kale felt that even if Professor Aesop was here, he wouldn't be able to decipher it so quickly. Kale already admired Angor a lot, and now, his admiration only grew stronger. "Open your mouth a little wider and you'll be able to stuff a bird's egg in it." Dorcas' voice reached Kale's ears. He patted Kale's back and said, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." As he spoke, Dorcas walked past Kal-El and jumped into the hole. Kale looked down and saw that both Angor and Dorcas were already inside the cave. He was the only one who was still standing outside. "I'll be right there," Kale quickly said. With that, Kale followed Dorcas into the cave. Although it was called jumping, it was actually just taking a step forward and landing on a huge pale blue palm. It was a hand of spell controlled by Angor. Similar to an elevator, it guided them down from above. The cave was only about 30 meters wide. As supernaturals, they would be fine even if they jumped down. However, there were still traces of chaotic spatial energy at the edge of the cave, which would not end well for them. Angor created a hand of spell to prevent them from touching the remnant energy when they fell, and he used an elevator to transfer the energy to them. As the hand of spell slowly descended, the mud doll maze became a thing of the past. What awaited them now was the final stage of Paradise, the underground cave arena. Kale could already feel the change in the atmosphere even before they landed. The mud doll maze was still peaceful, but now that they had entered the arena of the underground cave arena, the atmosphere was getting tense. This was especially so when they heard the furious roars from below. The atmosphere was so tense that it was as if they had entered the front line of a confrontation between two armies. With his heart in his throat, Kale reached the end of the tunnel. When he jumped down from the hand of spell, he looked up and saw, his eyes were filled with raging flames. As they entered the underground arena, Ikuz and Stop arrived at Paradise's outskirts. Looking at the unbroken space seal outside Paradise, Ixel let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Sharon should be fine for now. Stop humped but did not say anything. After years of friendship, Ikuz knew Stop very well. Even if Stop only humped, Ikuz knew what Stop was trying to say. Stop was mocking him for being too cautious. Sharon was a space manipulator who was personally trained by that person. Her mastery of space was definitely better than 99% of wizards in the Southern Wizardry. Besides, Sharon had already made preparations beforehand. Once the space seal was activated, even a Truthfinder wizard would not be able to do anything to her in Paradise. Besides, the Belos family did not have a Truthfinder wizard yet. Sharon's place was safer than Stop's. Ikuz knew this, so he could not refute Stop's words. However, he always felt anxious in his mind. His panic usually meant that something had happened to his teammates. Now, he could be sure that Storp was fine. From the looks of it, Sharon was fine too. What was going on? Aixen wanted to express his inner thoughts, but just as he opened his mouth, a flickering shadow appeared in the dark sky. They're here. And Lord Black is inside too. Aiku's expression changed. We can't stay here. Let's go and find Sharon first. With that, Aiku's and Stop melted into the space seal. It was as if the space seal did not stop them at all. Not long after they left, Black Earl, Elder Tree, and the others also appeared outside Paradise. Damn it. They went in. Gaynor looked at where Aiku's and Stop disappeared. Paradise is sealed again. What should we do now? Shayna sensed the space seal and showed a worried look. We don't have a space manipulator among us. It's going to be difficult to break this seal. Gaynor knew this as well, but he still had to do it. After all, there were still wizards from the Belos family in Paradise. Night Tree number 9 said before that Sea Eagle, Yaki, and Elder Yu are all in Paradise. Now that the two attackers have entered Paradise, I'm worried that they'll attack Elder Yu and the rest. Stop was able to play them like a fiddle. Aiku's, who came later, was also very strange. Now that Paradise was under their control, if they really attacked Elder Yu and the rest, Elder Yu would definitely lose. So, they had to save them as soon as possible. Shayna glanced at Gaynor and moved her lips, but she did not say anything in the end. She was actually a little suspicious of Elder Yu. The attack this time was a little strange. At this critical moment, Elder Yu took Sea Eagle and Yaki away. Paradise was obviously set up by the other party in advance. So, Shayna felt that things were not that simple. It might very well be that there was a spy among Elder Yu and the others who had infiltrated the attackers. However, suspicion was just suspicion. Shayna did not have any evidence. If she spoke out now, she might be seen as someone who was trying to sow discord. So, it was better to keep quiet. Elder Tree had the same thoughts as Shayna. However, Elder Tree did not suspect Elder Yu, but the members of the Night Tree. But at this moment, the Black Earl was right in front of him. Elder Tree could not deal with this matter, let alone expose his family's dirty linen. So, he could only give up on looking for the spy and think of a way to solve the current problem first. Although the spatial seal is strong, if the energy it carries exceeds a certain amount, there is still a chance to break it. Elder Tree thought for a long time. After confirming that there was no way to break it with technology, he could only think of using brute force. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Black Earl spoke up. This spatial seal covers a very large area, and it's completely integrated. The spatial energy is evenly distributed and has reached a constant level. It's impossible to break through the surface with a single point. We can only force our way through. If you choose to push it forward, you can bring in the basic data and calculate the level of power needed to push it forward through the energy modeling formula. The Black Earl skipped the analysis process and gave an answer. If you want to break the seal by force, you must have the ability to attack in a large area. And this attack must be evenly distributed and reach the level of a peak level 2 Truthfinder wizard. If you can do all three of these, you can choose to push it forward. Elder Tree was unable to fulfill any of the three conditions. He could only look at the Black Earl for help. This time, the Black Earl said bluntly, "Don't look at me. Unless my true body comes, I won't be able to break this spatial seal with just this clone of mine. Or you can find a space wizard to help me. That way, there is a chance that you can break the seal. But can you find one?" The group of people from the Bailuo family remained silent. Space-type adepts were extremely rare. If you can't find a space wizard, then I have no other choice. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of someone. Angor. He remembered that Angor also knew a lot about space manipulation. But he quickly shook his head and dismissed the thought. Angor's research on space manipulation was only knowledge, not practice. He needed to at least reach the level of a space wizard first. However, he was an illusionist, and space manipulation was not something he could learn in a short time. It was almost impossible for him to reach the level of a space wizard in a short time. Since the Black Earl had no other choice, Elder Tree and the others could only look at each other. However, they did not want to give up on Paradise either. Everyone remained silent for a while. They were running out of time, but there was nothing they could do. Elder Tree's heart was burning with anxiety. While everyone was at their wits' end, they suddenly saw a chance. However, it was not because they found a solution. It was because the space seal covering the entire paradise suddenly began to glow. Under everyone's gaze, the light slowly flickered. After flickering for a few seconds, the spatial seal became light as a feather. It was broken. The first thing Angor and the others saw when they arrived at the underground arena was the raging lava river. The river was not wide, but it lit up the entire underground cavern red. Moreover, there seemed to be some flammable substance floating in the air of the catacombs. Large amounts of flames could be seen moving in the air. In the center of the lava river, they could vaguely see a tall platform that was dozens of meters tall. Due to the distorted air and the thick smoke, Angor and the others could not see what was going on. In such an environment, it was not wise to recklessly use his spiritual tentacles. However, they were certain that the hoarse roar they had heard before had come from the high platform. "Are there people fighting on the platform?" Kale asked in a low voice when he heard the angry roars from time to time. "I don't know." Dorcas paused. "Let's go check it out. Anyway, I sense the owner of the spirit attached to the little mole on the platform." Dorcas looked at Angor and asked him with his eyes if he wanted to go. Angor nodded nonchalantly. Since Dorcas had decided to go, with his spiritual perception, there should be no problem. However, Angor did not care about the platform right now. He wanted to know where Speed Spirit's clone was. End of chapter. According to Speedy, his clone was in the area where the lava river flowed. Perhaps the fire and earth elements near the lava river were too strong, and their energy perception was affected. Even Speed Spirit could not accurately locate the location. However, most of the areas where the lava river flowed through could be seen at a glance. There was only one place that stood out. There was only the high platform that was filled with flames. There was a good chance that Speedy's wind was on the platform. If it was not on the platform, then it could only be in the lava river. The probability of being in the lava river was low. Although Velaing's doppelganger did not have much intelligence, it still had basic survival instincts. Unless it was seriously ill. Or was forced by someone. Otherwise, it would not be able to sneak into such an extreme environment. Besides, if Speedy's clone really went into the lava river, he would be dead by now. So, he decided not to look inside the lava river for now. Next, he looked at the platform. The wizard who created Paradise should be there. Speedy's clone should be there too. Could there be a connection between the two? Did the space wizard force Speedy's clone to stay here? While thinking about all the possibilities, he followed Dorcas to the platform. The platform was surrounded by lava rivers, but they did not completely cut it off from the outside world. There was a long, straight path leading to the bottom of the platform. The lava rivers intertwined around the path, but they did not cut it off. While walking on the path with lava rivers on both sides, Angor had a strange feeling. The lava rivers around the platform seemed to be protecting it. They were not there to block people's way. Instead, they were there to create a sense of pressure. It made people feel as if they could not turn back once they set foot on this path. Perhaps this was a kind of psychological suggestion, or perhaps it was a special ritual. Soon, they walked down the path. They reached the last part of the path under the platform. The reason why this last section of the road was mentioned was because it was different from the previous ones. The first half of the path they walked on was mostly made of scorched earth. Apart from the fact that it was not too bumpy, there were not many man-made traces. However, the second half of the road was different. It had obvious traces of human activity, and the ground was not scorched earth. Instead, it was made of tricolored gemstones. The colors of the gems were red, reddish-brown, and black. The red gemstone and the reddish-brown gemstone corresponded to the fire amber and the scorching amber respectively. These two gemstones were fire gemstones of the same position and were also the best gemstone material for the fire disperse reaction. The above two types of gemstones occupied 95% of the area of the road, which was similar to the road surface. The number of black gems was the least. They were not laid in the middle of the road, but there was a line of black gems on both sides of the road. These black gemstones were artificially synthesized amber stones, which could help wizards concentrate more during meditation. Although it was artificially synthesized, it was the most expensive of the 3 gems. Fire scattering reaction, and amber-glazed stones that can increase the effects of meditation. Dorcas said in a low voice, "These should be facilities that Paradise Earth already has." The so-called fire scattering reaction. It referred to the effect when 2 gems of the same position were combined together in a special arrangement. The gems would be of the highest energy level. For example, the fire amber and scorching amber in front of them. The fire amber was a low-grade fire gemstone, while the scorching amber was a low-grade elemental gemstone. Generally speaking, if one wanted the surrounding elemental energy level to reach the same level as the scorching amber, they would have to cover the entire area with scorching amber. However, if they used the fire scattering reaction, they could save a lot of scorching amber. When 3 scorching ambers and 7 fire ambers were combined in a special arrangement, the fire elemental energy released would reach the energy level of 10 scorching ambers. This was a method that saved a lot of resources and maximized the effects. Paradise Earth was backed by the Elysium. The Elysium was a shop that opened in various sorcerer bazaars. It was basically equivalent to a business alliance. Merchants valued profits, and it was a must for them to learn how to maximize profits with the least cost. The Elysium was the best at using a small amount of money to leverage a large amount of energy in the sorcerer world. There was a fire scattering reaction here that increased the purity of the surrounding fire elemental energy. There were also amber stones that could aid meditation. One look and one would know that this area was originally built by Paradise Earth for some fire elemental sorcerers to cultivate. However, the space wizard had modified it into an arena. In the underground cavern. Apart from the gemstone paving on the ground, there was something else that caught their attention. That was, people. There were people on this path. And there was more than one. As far as Angor could see, there were already a dozen apprentices. Most of them were lying on the ground without moving. They were not dead, but they were all unconscious. Only 2 of them still had their eyes open. Both of them were at the end of the path, under the platform. Soon, Angor and the others reached the platform and saw the 2 people. One of them was a female apprentice who was leaning against a torch. She seemed to be under some kind of pressure. Her eyes were bloodshot, and blue veins were bulging on her forehead. However, it was clear that she still had her consciousness. When she heard Angor's footsteps, she forced herself to look at them. She seemed to be looking forward to their arrival. Her eyes were shining when she turned around, but when she saw that it was Angor's group, her eyes dimmed a little. Perhaps it was because the person who made her eyes light up had not arrived, but her mind was a little down. It was also because of this moment of relaxation that the pressure she was under suddenly increased. She even cried out in pain. Are you okay?" Kale asked in a small voice. After a series of heart-wrenching screams, the female apprentice finally grasped the trick of resisting the pressure and calmed down a little. However, her current appearance was even more frightening than before. Her exposed skin was bulging with veins, and some parts of her body were even bleeding. She could still look at Angor and the others before, but now, she did not even have the strength to do so. However, she clenched her teeth and tried her best to answer Kale's question. Her voice was soft and muffled due to the blood. Kale listened for a long time before he confirmed her words. "Be careful of statues?" "Statues? What are statues?" Kale was a little confused. The female apprentice clearly did not have the strength to explain, so Kale gave up asking. At this moment, Dorcas patted Kale's shoulder, indicating for him to look forward. Following Dorcas's guidance, Kale saw that not far away, there was a spiral staircase that led to a high platform. The stairs circled around the center of the platform and went all the way up until they reached the top. They were still far away from the platform, and the stairs were on the side, so they did not see it. Now that they were at the bottom of the platform, they finally saw the stairs. However, Dorcas was not pointing at the stairs. Instead, he was pointing at a human-shaped statue beside the stairs. The statue was facing away from them, so they could not see anything wrong with it. But this was the only statue around here. Maybe the female apprentice was talking about this statue, since the statue was nearby, they would definitely run into it. Kale decided to put the matter aside for now. He turned his gaze back to the female apprentice, who had a struggling expression on her face. Should we save her? Kale asked in a small voice. As soon as Kale finished speaking, Dorcas sneered, since when were you so kind, brat? What? Are you influenced by Ike's? What I'm trying to say is that after we save her, we might be able to get some information from her. Dorcas humphed. You only see her, right? Can't you see there's someone else here? Woman? Can't you see the man beside her? There were two people who were not unconscious yet. One was a female apprentice, while the other was a middle-aged man who was kneeling on the ground and breathing heavily. If you really want to get information, you can save anyone. Why do you have to save her? Dorcas moved closer to Kale's face. Or do you like her? Kale almost wanted to roll his eyes. He had only casually asked a question, but Dorcas had already gone to the ends of the earth. He was being nosy. Why did he ask Dorcas when he already knew he was an idiot? She's probably under some kind of mental pressure. If she can get through it, it'll be good for her. If she can't, she'll just pass out like the others. Her life won't be in danger, Angwar spoke up. Kale was a little surprised. So it was some kind of mental pressure. Well, that's not going to be easy. Mental pressure could easily lead to the collapse of one's spirit. Besides, if he saved her now, she might lose a great opportunity. It was better not to save her. But, then again, that was not the case. Why would anyone here be under mental pressure? Kale looked at the other male apprentice who was still conscious. Maybe he could get some information from him. Before Kale could finish his thought, the male apprentice spoke in a terrified voice. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't send the message, it was number 3. Number 3 told me to do it. Why did you lie to me? As he screamed, he seemed to see great fear. His eyes suddenly became unfocused, and then he fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Looks like he didn't make it, Dorcas whispered. But what did he mean? Who's number 3? Dorcas shook his head. Forget it. It has nothing to do with us. After he finished speaking, Dorcas took a step forward. If they were going to the stage, they wouldn't stay here for long. As for the statue the female apprentice used to warn them, Dorcas didn't really care. Whether or not there was a problem with the statue, and how big the problem was, they had to go and see for themselves. Besides, Dorcas didn't think the statue would cause too much trouble. There were still shouts coming from above the high platform, and there was more than one voice, indicating that someone had ascended the stage. If the statue couldn't stop the others, it couldn't stop them either. Not long after, they arrived near the spiral staircase and saw the towering statue. Previously, they had seen it from the back, so they could only see the rough outline of a human figure. But now, looking at it from the front, Dorcas only had one thought in his mind. He now understood why he had to turn his back to them from the start. When he turned his back to them, there was at least some room for imagination. Looking at it from the front, it was truly rotten. Apart from the wrinkles on its face, the rest of its body looked like it was made of clay. There were no details at all. To put it simply, it looked like a human from afar, but it looked like a stickman from up close. The apprentices were all under a certain amount of mental pressure. Maybe they saw the statue from the front and got affected by it. As Dorcas complained in his mind, the wrinkles opened its eyes. Then, the familiar mechanical voice came from the mouth of the human face tattoos. New players have gathered. The final game will begin. The game is fixed as an arena. The winner will clear the game. You may challenge again as long as you are not defeated. Before you challenge, you must confirm your qualification to enter the arena. The method to verify your qualification is Spirit Blast. Please confirm your qualification. Countdown of 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. While the wrinkles were still counting down, Dorcas and the others skipped over it and headed for the stairs. You must be qualified to enter the arena. The wrinkles didn't expect people to rush up the stairs so quickly and quickly stopped them. But they didn't care. They kept going up. Kale, on the other hand, was a little worried. Can we really just leave it like this? Kale asked through their spirit bond. Don't worry. We're not players. What can it do to us? The wrinkles were still speaking. You must be qualified to enter the arena. If you don't stop now, you will be attacked. Dorcas sneered and ignored the wrinkles again. He kept talking to Kale through the spirit bond. I bet it won't attack us. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a spirit arrow shot out from the statue's mouth. It was aimed at Dorcas. Whoosh, the spirit arrow didn't pierce Dorcas' body, but it still made him stagger and almost fall down. Both Kale and Angor were speechless. It's better at attacking. Dorcas took a big step forward and landed in front of the statue. His powerful fist landed on the statue's face. With a series of cracking sounds, the statue shattered into pieces. Dorcas spoke in a plain tone, the others are controlled by the contract. We're not players. If the wrinkles attack us, we can fight back. With that, Dorcas waved his sleeves and quickly walked away, leaving Angor and Kale to look at his back. End of chapter. Dorcas' bet was a slap to his face, but he wasn't wrong. Just like the first time they met the human face tattoo, they would be dragged into the contract if they agreed to join the game. It was the same this time. If they agreed to join the game, they would be forced into the contract. Therefore, ignoring the human-faced sculpture was indeed their only choice. They didn't expect the human face tattoo statue to be so reckless as to attack them. Well, it wasn't a bad idea. They didn't dare to attack the statue because they didn't want to be dragged into the contract. But since the statue attacked them first, they didn't need to worry. They just needed to follow the rules. You think the statue is being reckless, right? Dorcas said, No, it's not. It has its own purpose. Purpose? Kale looked at Dorcas in confusion. Dorcas said, At first, I found it a little strange too. Under normal circumstances, attacking it would be tantamount to suicide. It shouldn't attack us. But when I broke the statue, I figured it out. There are two reasons why it attacked us. Firstly, the space sorcerer behind it needs to get a definite answer. Do we know the specific terms of the contract? The wizard already used the little mole to test them and guessed that they might know something about the contract. But at that time, they only showed that they knew not to attack the mole. To avoid entering the contract. The human face tattoo used words to trick people into signing the contract. The wizard wasn't sure if they knew about this condition yet. Therefore, the wizards behind the scenes of Paradise Game still had a just-in-case attitude, and wanted to confirm their understanding of the contract one last time. In their opinion, this might be a little unnecessary. But they were the ones involved in the contract, so they naturally entered the information cocoon and looked at the problem from their own perspective. But if they looked at it from the wizard's perspective, they still didn't understand everything. Even if there was a certain result, how did it happen? There were still many questions that needed to be cleared up. Judging from the current situation, the wizard must have thought of two possibilities. First, Angor assumed that they already knew about the contract, but they only knew a part of it. Angor's mastery of space allowed him to ignore all external factors, including the human face runes. The second possibility was that they were very clear about all the conditions of the contract and knew the significance of the human face tattoo, so they intentionally avoided it. In order to confirm what kind of people they were, the wizards behind Paradise Game had meticulously set up a human-faced statue here. Just to make a final confirmation. If they had ignored the human face tattoo like before, it would most likely be the second case. But no matter how high the probability was in the end, he couldn't be completely sure. Therefore, the other party had a second backup plan, which was to let the human-faced tattooed statues attack them. Both Angor and Dorcas noticed the spirit arrow coming from the statue when it first formed. According to the normal development of the plot, when they saw the human-faced sculpture condensing the spirit arrow and aiming it at them, they had the ability to break it in advance. Even if he didn't shatter it, he could still easily avoid the arrows. But they had chosen an abnormal development. Dorcas had been shot by an arrow. A small spiritual arrow shouldn't have hit Dorcas, no matter what, but it did. The answer was clear. Dorcas took the arrow on his own accord. Why? Because Dorcas knew the logic of the contract very well. Only when they were attacked could they fight back against the human-faced sculpture. Now, the other party was sure that they knew all the terms of the contract. A clear message is their first goal. But they probably already guessed it. They just wanted to make a final confirmation, Dorcas said. They sent the statue to attack us for a bigger reason. A curse. Angor was surprised to hear the word curse. It took him a while to react. Curse? You mean? Dorcas coughed dryly, then lowered his voice by an octave. That's right, I've been cursed. Dorcas was certain that the human-faced sculpture wasn't attacking them recklessly because he was cursed when he broke the statue. And it was a passive type of curse. As long as they didn't break the human-faced statue, even if they only attacked the statue, they wouldn't trigger the curse. However, Dorcas had broken the human-faced statue, so the curse was triggered. Didn't your spirit tell you anything? Angor frowned. Dorcas shook his head. No. That human-faced sculpture has something like an anti-prophecy effect. When the sculpture possessed the little mole, it already guessed that Dorcas and Angor were both prophets and space manipulators. So, it wasn't surprising that someone set up a human-faced sculpture with an anti-prophecy effect. The only thing that surprised him was, my spirit was neutralized by the anti-prophecy effect? That's so unfair. My spirit isn't a prophecy spell. Dorcas mumbled in frustration. Angor wasn't too surprised that the anti-prophecy effect overshadowed Dorcas' spirit. After all, he had crafted anti-prophecy items before. Angor knew a thing or two about anti-prophecies. Most anti-prophecy abilities were targeted at spacetime reflection. Prophecy spells were only one of the many types of spacetime reflection. There were many other abilities that could affect spacetime reflection. For example, True Sight, Truth Eye, Word of Truth, Falsebreaker, all of them were related to spacetime reflection, but they weren't prophecy abilities. However, a high-level anti-prophecy effect could still block these spells. Therefore, anti-prophecy wasn't just about anti-prophecy spells. There were many other related abilities. Dorcas' spirit talent wasn't prophecy, but it was still related to spacetime reflection, so it wasn't surprising that it was targeted. Angor didn't explain the truth of the anti-prophecy. Dorcas would have a chance to learn it when he went to Phantom Island or the Dream Wasteland. Besides, Angor planned to let Dorcas talk to Dodoro, who would then tell Dorcas about it. What curse? Angor was more interested in Dorcas' curse than explaining the anti-prophecy. Dorcas. Blood curse. Blood curse didn't refer to a specific type of curse. It was a type of curse. All curses that used blood as a medium were called blood curses. Blood curses could be powerful or weak. They could restrict the abilities of the person being cursed, or even kill them. However, a small statue with a human face couldn't withstand a curse that could kill a wizard. Moreover, a powerful blood curse could be easily sensed. Both Dorcas and Angor didn't sense the curse inside the statue, so they were sure that the curse wasn't too powerful. Although the level of this blood curse wasn't high, it had a special characteristic. It was very effective against all blood-related abilities. In other words, blood curses were more effective against bloodline wizards than against other types of wizards. Angor wouldn't be affected too much if he was the one being cursed. But since it was Dorcas, it was a different story. What did the curse do to you? Dorcas rubbed his nose. The blood aura in my right hand is a bit more stagnant than usual. As soon as he finished speaking, Dorcas added, overall, it doesn't have much of an impact. Besides, the curse's level is very low. Even if I don't actively wear it down, it can only last for half a day. If I keep using my energy to wear down the curse, an hour, no, half an hour should be enough. Right hand. Angor glanced at Dorcas' trembling right hand. A bloodline wizard without his right hand will lose half of his power, not half. 5% at most. Angor stared at Dorcas for several seconds. Dorcas looked away in embarrassment and said in a small voice, or 10%. Angor humphed and didn't comment on the number. He was exaggerating when he said that Dorcas lost half of his power. However, Dorcas was also exaggerating when he said that Dorcas lost 10% of his power. As a wizard who relied on his bloodline to fight, any part of his body could affect his whole body. The loss of his right hand could reduce his overall power by at least 20 to 30%. Of course, even if it was reduced by 20 to 30%, Dorcas was still more powerful than most adepts. There was no denying that. Even if it's only 10%, it's still a loss. We're about to face a powerful enemy. Angor looked at Dorcas. I have a way to get rid of the curse on your right hand quickly. What way? Dorcas asked. Sunlight Sanctuary. Dorcas was silent for a few seconds before his eyes drifted to the side. Was someone talking just now? I'm a little hard of hearing these days. I can't hear anything. The last time he used the Sunlight Sacred Hall, Dorcas had sold his freedom. If he used the Sunlight Sacred Hall again, wouldn't his flesh and blood be eaten clean? No way. No matter what Angor said next, Dorcas only gave him a whistling expression. He didn't even look at Angor. His meaning was obvious. Seeing this, Angor shrugged and stopped trying to persuade him. Dorcas was cursed, but they still had to go up the platform. Soon, they reached the end of the stairs. At this point, they finally saw the situation on the high platform. The first thing that came into view was a huge arena that was covered by a dome. In the arena, two magi were engaged in a fierce battle. Outside the arena, there was a large group of people lying on the ground below the arena. There were at least 40 to 50 people lying on the ground. Most of them were apprentices. Most of them were lying on the ground like statues. It wasn't that they couldn't move because of their injuries. It was just that the dome did not block their auras. The pressure released by the two magi who were in the middle of a battle had completely suppressed them. Kale, who had just stepped onto the platform, almost got affected by the aura as well. Luckily, Dorcas and Angor were there to stop the aura from entering his body. Apart from the apprentices lying on the ground, there were 3 other wizards in the arena. They were treated differently from the apprentices. At least the apprentices didn't suffer any external injuries. However, one of the apprentices was missing an arm, while the other was holding a scythe-like leg, which was also his leg. The only one who seemed to have all 4 limbs was missing a wing on his back. In addition to the terrible injuries, the 3 of them were also restricted from moving. They were all locked in by spatial seals. The spatial seals were like transparent coffins, locking them in and making them unable to move. However, although they could not move, they could still see the outside world. For example, they noticed Angor's group as soon as they appeared. When the 3 wizards saw them, Dorcas also looked at them and introduced them to Angor. The wizard who transplanted the blade shadow monster's legs is called Yaki Belos. That's right, the one with the green curly hair and the scythe-like leg. He's a wizard trained by the Belos family. He just broke through a few years ago. He's a bloodline wizard, but his bloodline is not systematic. He's not even 1/10 as strong as I am. The one with the missing wing is also a wizard from the Belos family. He doesn't have a real name. People call him Seahawk. Don't be fooled by his long blue hair and gentle appearance. He's not a woman. As for the one with the missing arm, it's Ellis. See the emblem on her robe? That's the symbol of the Elysium Fields. It was normal for wizards from the Belos family and the Elysium Fields to show up here. It was Dorcas' appearance that surprised the 3 magi trapped in the spatial seal. They didn't recognize Angor because of his disguise, but they did recognize Dorcas. Why would a wandering wizard from the Sandworm Bazaar suddenly show up in Paradise? Seahawk and Yaki both looked at Ullus from Elysium Fields. Paradise was under her jurisdiction, so she might know something. However, Ullus was also puzzled. She had not seen Dorcas stay in Paradise Earth for the past few months. Since he did not stay, why was Dorcas here? Could it be? The spatial seal outside Paradise Earth was broken, however, the spatial seal on their bodies was connected to the spatial seal on the outside. Their own spatial seal was still intact, which meant that the spatial seal on the outside should also be intact. On this side, Ullus, Sea Eagle, and Yaki were all in a state of confusion. On the other side, Dorcas had already skipped over them and introduced the people in the arena. In the arena, 2 swift figures were fighting back and forth. One of them was a masked man wearing a wide black cloak. If Angor was not mistaken, this was the culprit behind the Paradise game Benson mentioned, the masked man. The other one was a middle-aged female wizard who was dressed in a very unique way. She wore a wide-brimmed white gauze hat on top of her golden hair. Her face was covered with a thick layer of white powder, golden eyeshadow, and golden lip gloss. She looked like some kind of shiny white machine. Her clothes matched her veil and makeup very well. Her upper body was still white and gold with an open collar and a lot of golden lace. Her waist was abnormally thin. Below, she wore a Baroque-style white and gold tutu skirt. The skirt was straight in front and full at the back. Even if she kept moving, the shape of the skirt did not change at all. From this, it could be seen how tough the support inside the dress was. Her outfit was not too flashy in the wizarding world. Many mortal ladies of noble families dressed more exaggeratedly than her in order to compete with each other. The only thing that made Angor complain was that the color was too bright. Pure white and pure gold, plus the faint light from the dome and the light from her energy release, she looked like an artificial light source. She was so dazzling that it was difficult to look at her directly. Well, literally dazzling. According to Dorcas' introduction, this dazzling female wizard was Elder Yu of the Tree, Sun, Moon of the Byros family. The two in the arena are not bad. They're fighting back and forth. Looks like they're evenly matched. It was Dorcas who spoke. However, before he could finish, Elder Yu was hit in the chest by the masked man. She fell straight down from the sky onto the arena. Dorcas did not feel like he was slapped in the face. He still maintained his all-mouthy king persona and continued to babble, "It's fine. Elder Yu was just careless. I believe she'll counterattack soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the masked man's figure flashed and appeared beside Elder Yu. Elder Yu's pupils shrank. He was about to raise his blood aura to defend himself, but the masked man was too fast. He kicked Elder Yu's waist. Elder Yu was sent flying for more than 20 meters. He finally hit the dome and fell to the ground. So bad. Dorcas looked at Elder Yu who had fallen to the ground and he could not help but shake his head with a sigh. But, it's all right. He was only kicked once and at most, his outer layer of defense was broken. The injury shouldn't be too serious. In the next second, right before Dorcas's eyes, Elder Yu immediately vomited out a large pool of blood. Judging from the amount of blood on the stage, this was definitely not what he meant by not too serious. This was because Dorcas had no intention of hiding anything. A group of people were waiting around. Even the 3 official magi who were trapped in the spatial seal heard his explanation. At this moment, everyone was glaring at Dorcas, the jinx. Dorcas's expression didn't change as he said, "There was a slight error in judgment." "You call this a misjudgment?" Yaki looked at Dorcas angrily. Dorcas glanced at Yaki. "Why are you mad at me? All of you being imprisoned and Elder Yu being beaten up was not done by me." Yaki said, "You can shut up if you don't know how to talk." "I can shut up, but you can lend me your leg to play with for a while." "I promise I won't say anything." Dorcas stared at the sickle-shaped leg in Yaki's hand. This was the leg of a blade shadow monster and was very valuable. Yaki's eyes suddenly turned red and he was furious. "Are you provoking our Belos family?" Dorcas snorted. "So what if I'm provoking you? Believe it or not, if you say one more word, I'll dismember all your limbs right now." "You." Yaki wanted to say more, but before he could speak, Seahawk interrupted him. "Yaki, now is not the time to quarrel." After a pause, Seahawk looked at Dorcas. "I apologize to Red Sword Magi on behalf of Yaki." Dorcas said, "I don't accept verbal apologies. If you want to apologize, show your sincerity." The corner of Seahawk Adept's eyes twitched. He ignored Dorcas' words and continued, "I believe that Red Sword Adept is also someone who has been dragged into this game of paradise. We are all on the same boat now. There is no need to argue over such a small matter." Dorcas snorted. "Who's in the same boat with you?" "I'm just here to watch the show." Seahawk frowned. "You want to leave, right? If you want to leave, you'll have to fight with this masked man." "If I want to leave, I'll leave. No one can stop me." Dorcas sneered. Seahawk naturally didn't believe him. He only thought that Dorcas was arrogant and thought he could easily deal with the masked man. After all, bloodline magi all had this problem. They were confident and arrogant. Yaki was the same. He had just become an official magus not long ago and hadn't fought with many magi, but he had already been brainwashed into thinking he was invincible among his peers. Even the Seahawk Adepts had to admit that bloodline adepts were the most powerful of their peers. However, it didn't mean that they were invincible. The masked man's strength was unfathomable. He cut off Yaki's leg with a spatial spell. If he hadn't admitted defeat for Yaki, Yaki might have been cut into pieces. If Dorcas also underestimated the masked man's strength because of his arrogance, there was a high chance that he would be defeated by the masked man. If they wanted to leave, one of them had to defeat the masked man. Now that Elder Yu was showing signs of weakness, Seahawk naturally placed his hopes on the newcomer, Dorcas. Although he didn't know why Dorcas had appeared in paradise, it wasn't the time to delve into it. Moreover, Dorcas was a powerful bloodline magus. He was more suitable than Elder Yu to fight the masked man. Red Sword Magus, please don't be careless. This masked man is very strong. Moreover, his spatial spells are very strong. It's enough to make up for his weakness against a bloodline magus. Seahawk said sincerely. However, Dorcas still looked indifferent. I don't care who he is. Don't keep changing the topic. You should apologize. Even if you want to apologize, you should at least look like you are apologizing. Yaki heard that Dorcas was still thinking about his leg and looked at him with anger. However, Yaki didn't dare to make a sound. Dorcas's threat was still effective. He was now heavily injured and trapped in the spatial seal. Even if Dorcas couldn't break the seal, he still had plenty of ways to kill Yaki. Dorcas wouldn't be afraid if he really wanted to kill Yaki. After all, he was a wandering wizard with no background. He could leave at any time. Yaki wouldn't dare to compete with Dorcas in terms of shamelessness. Seahawk remained silent for a moment. Please believe that we have good intentions. If Red Sword Magus really wants something, as long as you can defeat the masked man, the Belos family will do our best to fulfill your request. I believe Elder Yu will agree as well. Dorcas humphed. If you really have good intentions, you should give me Yaki's leg right now. Don't just make promises without giving me anything in return. Seahawk didn't know what to say when he saw how greedy Dorcas was. Whatever. He already said what he needed to say. Dorcas didn't need to rush him. If he wanted to leave, he would have to face the masked man first. With that in mind, Seahawk chose to remain silent. When Seahawk didn't say anything, Ulla spoke up. However, she wasn't talking to Dorcas. She was talking to Angor. Ullus didn't recognize Angor, but she could tell that he was also a wizard. Compared to Dorcas, the brute, Angor seemed more rational. It would be easier to talk to him than Dorcas. Sir, I don't think we've met before. Do you mind if we get to know each other? Ulla spoke in a roundabout way. She wanted to know who Angor was, about the tricks the masked man used, and about why they were in paradise. Angor didn't pay attention to Ulla's complicated words at all. However, it just so happened that he wanted to find someone to ask about the spirit speed clone. Wu Lucy's conversation gave him a good opportunity. We can talk about that later. Before that, I want to ask you a question, beautiful lady. May I have the honor of it? Ullus tucked her hair behind her ear and gave Angor a charming smile. Of course. Did you see any invisible but living wind elemental spirits nearby, madam? Ullus didn't know what to say. That's it, Angor blinked. Yes, that's it. Ullus remained silent for a moment and shook her head. I don't know. If you're looking for wind elemental spirits, I can introduce you to the Elysium Fields. Angor shook his head again. I'm not looking for wind elemental spirits. Seahawk suddenly spoke up. I think I know something. Angor quickly looked at Seahawk. Seahawk didn't beat around the bush. I don't know if I saw a wind elemental spirit or not, but I did see wind elemental spirits around the masked man. You're saying that on purpose, aren't you? Trying to trick us into going to the arena? Seahawk shook his head again. No, I did see wind elemental spirits around him. Like a breeze spirit. About 5 or 6 gusts of wind. There were 6 gusts of wind elemental spirits that disappeared from paradise, which matched the number mentioned by Seahawk. Therefore, Angor began to believe the old man's words. What happened next? Angor glanced at the masked man who was still fighting Elder Yu and Seahawk. There's no wind around him now. Do you know where the wind elemental spirits went? Seahawk replied, I don't know about that. But I was the first one to go to the arena, and I still sensed wind elemental spirits around the masked man. Seahawk meant that the masked man came into contact with Speed Spirit's clone before going to the arena. If you're looking for wind elemental spirits, the masked man might have taken them into his space, Seahawk suggested. However, he wasn't right. The masked man's space was either a storage space or an exile space. Either way, the masked man had already left his current space. Speed Spirit was currently hiding in Elmi's shadow. Through the connection, Angor could tell that Speed Spirit's clone was still nearby and did not enter another dimension. This meant that Speed Spirit's clone was still here. As for its exact location, Angor could guess from Seahawk's words that it was in the arena. Speed Spirit's clone should be in the arena. Or rather, on the masked man's body. Angor felt a headache coming on. If he wanted to find the clone, he would have to fight the masked man. So he had to go to the arena. Angor wasn't afraid of fighting the masked man. What troubled him was that if he had to fight the masked man, he would have to enter the masked man's contract. It wasn't a fair fight to begin with. Besides, could he really use the masked man's body to fight? Angor was doubtful about this. Was there a way to find the speedy doppelganger without entering the arena? Angor thought about it carefully but couldn't come up with a solution. Going to the arena meant entering the contract. If he didn't go to the arena, he wouldn't be able to find the clone. In other words, as long as he insisted on finding the spiritual speed clone, he would have to enter the arena no matter what. He would have to face the masked man and enter the contract. Was there really no other way? On the arena, Elder Yu and the masked man were still in a stalemate. For apprentices like Corel, they probably still felt that the battle was too intense to determine the victor. However, all the wizards here knew what was going on. They might be confused at first, but after such a long stalemate, they could tell that the masked man was completely dominating Elder Yu. But what confused them was that the masked man didn't do that when he could have won the battle. Instead, he kept going back and forth with Elder Yu. Why, was he toying with Elder Yu? Or was the masked man trying to buy time so that he could observe Angor and Dorcas? However, no matter which one it was, there would be an end to it eventually. The masked man might still be able to hold on, but Elder Yu couldn't hold on for much longer. After being kicked several times, Elder Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. There was no need for a judge to announce this. Everyone knew that Elder Yu lost. Fortunately, Elder Yu didn't lose an arm or a leg like the others. Unfortunately, Elder Yu fainted. After Elder Yu lost, the masked man sealed Elder Yu with a space seal just like he did to the other three wizards. Next, the masked man waved a hand and teleported Elder Yu to the bottom of the arena. With that done, the masked man closed the dome of the arena. He looked at Angor and Dorcas. He didn't say anything, but the look in his eyes said it all. He was asking for a fight. End of chapter. The expression in the masked man's eyes was a provocation, but it also revealed something important. It was also wary of Angor and Dorcas. The masked man's provocation was simply a provocation. It wanted them to go up the stage and attack the masked man first. If Angor or Dorcas attacked the masked man, they would be bound by the contract. Angor or Dorcas would be dragged into the contract. If the masked man could defeat Angor and Dorcas with his own strength, he would not need to rely on the contract at all. He could just go down the stage and fight them. Why would he drag them into the contract? It was obvious that the masked man believed that he could not defeat Angor and Dorcas without the contract. After realizing this, the masked man's challenge naturally couldn't stir up their emotions. Besides, they were not players of paradise. They could ignore any provocation from the masked man. Even if they could ignore the challenge, they still had to think about how to deal with the masked man. After all, Delaying's clone was most likely on the masked man. What? You two don't dare to go up the stage? An unidentifiable voice came from behind the mask along with a chuckle. Angor did not answer. Instead, he glanced at Dorcas. Dorcas immediately understood and said, "There's no need to wear a mask and act all mysterious. You may be able to hide your identity from others, but you can't hide it from us. We have countless ways to find out your identity." Dorcas's tone was full of hidden meaning. Combined with his strange expression, he looked like a prophet. No, a prophet. As soon as Dorcas finished speaking, Angor spoke in a calm and confident tone, "We've met before. The lady who loves to amuse herself." The masked man gave Dorcas a long look before looking at Dorcas. After a series of chuckles, the masked man slowly took off his mask. It was only at this moment that everyone finally saw the true face of the mastermind behind this paradise earth. The face behind the mask was different from its usual quirky appearance. It was full of charm. Curly brown hair fell on her fair neck. Her emerald green eyes were as beautiful as a spring lake. Combined with her delicate facial features, she was a great weapon for men. It should be she now. The charm in her eyes was even more natural than Wu Lucy, who was born in the Pure Lands. Moreover, compared to Wu Lucy, her gaze had a bit more of a bright and valiant heroic spirit. She was the first person Angor met in Starry Street, which Sharon. I didn't expect you to remember me even though we just met in a hurry. You're so concerned about a stranger. Could it be that you're harboring ill intentions towards me? Now that Witch Sharon had revealed her true appearance, her voice was no longer as pretentious as before. She had reverted to her normal voice. We just met this afternoon. Wouldn't it be a form of disrespect to Witch Sharon if I forgot now? He paused and glanced at Dorcas. But it's all thanks to my friend that I was able to identify Sharon so quickly. Sharon wasn't surprised by Angor's words. From her point of view, she was fully armed and confident in her disguise. No one would be able to recognize her. However, one of the two people in front of her had seen her before. With the help of a video medium, as well as Dorcas, a prophet who could read the medium, it was reasonable that her identity was exposed. Because Sharon assumed Dorcas to be a prophet, and because Dorcas and Angor seemed to know each other well from their conversation, Sharon felt that her identity was exposed. Therefore, she felt that her identity must have been exposed, so she took off her mask. But what she didn't know was that Angor was the one who figured out her true identity. Still, he wasn't sure if she was Sharon or not. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called her a lady who loves to amuse herself. If Sharon didn't take off her mask, Angor wouldn't be so sure either. Sharon didn't know what Angor was thinking. She simply followed Angor's words and looked at Dorcas. You know who I am, but I don't know who you are. Isn't this a bit unfair? This space sorcerer, and this prophetic sorcerer, I wonder if you can tell me your names? Sharon glanced back and forth between Dorcas and Angor. However, what she did not see was that the three magi who were still conscious and trapped in the spatial seal had a trace of confusion in their eyes. Who was the space wizard? And where's the prophet? They didn't know what the red-haired, golden-eyed young wizard was, but they knew Red Sword Dorcas very well. Dorcas was neither a space sorcerer nor a divination sorcerer, so why would this witch named Sharon place one of these two elements on Dorcas? Huh? What's going on here? Did Witch Sharon misunderstand? Or were they mistaken in their understanding of the situation? They didn't know what was going on, but they all kept quiet. The way Witch Sharon treated Dorcas and Dorcas was clearly different. In fact, they could sense that Witch Sharon was even a little wary of them. They didn't know what went wrong, but there was no doubt that this was a good thing. Dorcas and Dorcas might be the key to their escape today. They couldn't afford to disturb them. And they couldn't alert Sharon either. Because of this realization, the three trapped adepts all fell silent. I'm Dorcas. As for him, let him tell us. Dorcas didn't mind revealing his real name. He was using his real face, and Sharon could easily find out who he was later. There was no need to lie about something like this. However, he did not introduce Angor's name to them. John. You can call me John. Dorcas, Anne. John. Sharon chuckled when she said the name. I'll remember it. Names could reveal a lot of information. For now, Sharon was sure that Dorcas wasn't lying. Her blood curse was still inside Dorcas' body, and it didn't only freeze his blood. She could also tell if Dorcas was lying by observing his blood flow. This method of distinguishing lies was based on her many years of experience in the desolate savage world. Although it was not 100% accurate, it was at least 90% accurate. Even if it was only 10%, it was still traceable. With her experience, she would be able to tell if Dorcas was lying after observing the curse a few times. At least for now, which Sharon was certain that Dorcas wasn't lying, given the feedback from the blood curse in his body. But John? It was hard to say. Besides, you can call me John and my name is John meant two different things. Sharon couldn't tell if the name John was real or not, but she noticed something from Dorcas' interaction with John. Chown seemed to be the leader of the two of them in their interactions. She didn't know if she was right. But if John really was the leader, did it mean that John was even more difficult to deal with than Dorcas? That's enough digressions. Are you two not going to get down to business? Which Sharon's beautiful eyes moved between the two. Since you've come to Paradise Earth, you must have a request, right? Whatever it is, why don't you come to the arena and have some fun? As long as you can win, everything will be fine. Which Sharon's words surprised the apprentices and adepts present. The others had no choice but to go to the arena. But Sharon invited Dorcas and Angor to join her. This was obviously different. It was as if they didn't enter Paradise World. But if they didn't enter the game, how did they come here? Of course, Sharon knew what everyone was thinking, but she didn't intend to explain. She just kept looking at Dorcas and Angor with a smile. Angor didn't answer. Dorcas went along with Sharon's words. Fun people can do anything for fun. Why do we have to come here for something? Can't we just watch a show? Fun people? Is that what you're calling me? Which Sharon raised an eyebrow. It is not the behavior of a gentleman to recklessly give a lady a nickname. But I'll forgive you. I like being called fun people, so I'll accept it. With that, which Sharon looked at Dorcas. Speaking of which, are you saying that I created this paradise game for fun and nothing else? What else? Dorcas asked. Which Sharon's eyes flickered. It seems that Adept Dorcas' prophecy was wrong about that. How can there be no purpose in creating a game like Paradise World? I'm just saying that you don't have a purpose. As for your friend, that's another story. When Dorcas mentioned Witch Sharon's companions, it wasn't just Witch Sharon who narrowed her eyes. Even the members of the Belos clan were shocked. She has a friend? Yaki couldn't help but ask. Dorcas didn't plan to answer, but he glanced at Yaki from the corner of his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something, and his lips suddenly curled into a smile. Of course she has a companion. TSK. You don't know this, but the outside world is really lively. The biggest piece of information revealed by Dorcas' words was that he had entered paradise from the outside world. However, Yaki didn't have time to think about that right now. All his attention was focused on the big event in Billen Tree Garden. Yaki frowned. What's going on out there? Something very interesting is going on out there. Dorcas looked at Yaki with a smile. Lend me your leg for a few days, and I'll tell you. You're threatening me. Yaki protested. Yaki glared at Dorcas, but Dorcas didn't seem to care. Yeah, I'm threatening you. You. Sharon suddenly spoke up. Wizard Dorcas, if you want the Blade Shade's leg, I can get it from him, as long as, Dorcas cut her off. If there's no proviso, I'm willing to accept it. Sharon flipped the hair on her neck and smiled. You want a free lunch? There's no such thing in this world. You didn't make this lunch, so how is it a free lunch? Dorcas asked. Unless you take out some benefits for me to see as well. But from what I can see, you don't have anything worth my attention. Or rather, if you give me the leg of an adept-level shallow sea strongman, I'll consider not eating this free lunch. Sharon sneered. If you want the leg of a shallow sea strongman, you can get it yourself. If you can get it, I'll give it to you for free. Dorcas spread out his hands, still looking like a rascal. If I can get the leg of a shallow sea strongman, would it still be a free lunch? It should be called my spoils of war. It's really hard to talk to a wizard with a different mindset like you. If you don't want to give it to me for free, then don't say anything. Also, I want the Blade Shade's leg, not from you. Dorcas looked at Yaki and gave him a look that said, you know what I mean. Yaki, on the other hand, glared angrily at Dorcas with an expression that said, don't even think about getting your way. Dorcas shrugged. Since Wizard Yaki isn't interested in the tragic situation at Beelan's shooting, then forget it. Dorcas purposely emphasized the word tragic situation. Yaki's expression changed when he heard it. However, he still didn't ask Dorcas about it. In his opinion, Dorcas' words were probably just for him to hear. He wanted to trick the Blade Shade's leg. Adept Seahawk also spoke now. He also asked about the situation at Beelan's shooting. However, Dorcas still had an expression that said he wouldn't act until he saw a rabbit. Seahawk didn't have the right to make a decision for Yaki. He could only shut his mouth helplessly. After they had all fallen silent, Dorcas opened his mouth and said, "Which Sharon alone can turn paradise into a mess. If her companions were to cause trouble, how could they lose to her?" Dorcas still didn't explain the situation in the outside world, but his words caused Seahawk and Yaki to fall into deep thought. Which Sharon said, "You've wasted so much time, and you still haven't answered my initial question. I don't believe that you came to paradise without a purpose, especially when it comes from a man who is full of nonsense. That's even more unbelievable. However, I don't care about your purpose now. I just want to know, are you going to enter the arena? If not, then don't continue to waste time here. Or are you saying that you aren't actually wasting time, but trying to stall for time?" End of chapter. Dorcas's eyes flickered. Even though it was only a momentary change, which Sharon still managed to catch it. Moreover, which Sharon had also noticed a change in the flow of Dorcas' blood aura from the feedback of the blood curse. "Oh? You're trying to buy time, aren't you?" Sharon glanced at Angor, who had been staying silent all this while. Dorcas had been talking the whole time. Furthermore, from the blood curse's feedback, she could sense that Dorcas had not done anything else. Dorcas wasn't buying time for himself. He was doing it for Angor. However, when Sharon looked at Angor again, she didn't see anything strange. Angor was just standing there quietly. There was no energy ripple coming from him. Could it be, was she wrong? Just as which Sharon was doubting herself, Dorcas finally responded. However, his answer was full of acting. "Ayaya, I hid so well, but you still found out." Dorcas hung his head in a very exaggerated manner, his face clearly showing his annoyance. But very quickly, Dorcas regained his composure and said in a tone that said, "Since you've noticed, then I'll just say it. I'm buying time. Because, you don't have much time left." When Dorcas said the last sentence, he was back to his mysterious persona. In Sharon's opinion, he was acting like a prophet. Everything he said before was just an act. Only the last sentence showed his real face. That was why would Sharon paid the most attention to that last sentence. "You don't have much time left?" Sharon chuckled. "You're saying you have backup?" There were only two possibilities for stalling. Either he was doing something, or he was waiting for something. Neither Angor nor Dorcas was doing anything right now. The latter was the answer. Besides, Dorcas had also expressed his attitude of "time is on my side," which made it very clear that he was waiting for further reinforcements. In the face of which Sharon's question, Dorcas smiled and said nothing. Which Sharon thought that Dorcas had agreed. She said calmly, "It doesn't matter if you have backup or not, or who your backup is. It doesn't matter to me. I'll leave when I want to. No one can stop me." Dorcas said, "I can say the same thing. I'll leave when I want to. Do you dare to stop me?" The fact that they had entered the arena meant that they had entered the contract set up by Witch Sharon. However, if Witch Sharon took the initiative to stop them or attack them, they would be able to retaliate without any burden. Would Witch Sharon dare to make a move against them? For now, it seemed that Witch Sharon didn't dare. If she tried to stop either of them, she would have to face two wizards at the same time. One of them could fight back, while the other could enter the contract and fight her directly. Under such circumstances, Sharon couldn't win against them. Not even Sharon's space spells. From Sharon's point of view, Angor was a space wizard who wasn't inferior to her. Dorcas knew that Sharon wouldn't attack him, so he admitted that he was stalling for time. As for whether they were stalling for time and waiting for reinforcements, that was another matter altogether. Which Sharon took a deep look at Dorcas. "Are you sure that I wouldn't dare to make a move against you too? Do you have the guts?" Which Sharon was silent at first in the face of Dorcas' provocative question, but after a while, her expression changed subtly. She suddenly laughed out loud. Her body trembled with laughter, and her eyes narrowed into slits. "Do I have the guts? Why wouldn't I?" Dorcas noticed the change in Sharon's expression and quickly gave Angor a warning look. Angor frowned. He looked in another direction and nodded at Dorcas. At this moment, which Sharon continued, "You have backup, but do you think I don't have backup?" which Sharon's lips curled upwards. Don't you know who my companions are? There, here. As soon as she finished speaking, a large amount of space energy began to surge around her body. Countless black cracks started to spread across which Sharon's body like chains. The cracks that spread out converged into a multidimensional black door on the arena behind her. The gate was supposed to allow them to see the arena behind it. However, as more and more space energy gathered, a spatial rift began to appear inside the gate. It was a short-distance teleportation spell. Now it's my turn to ask. Are you going to stop me? Sharon looked at Dorcas and Angor's serious expressions and laughed out loud. Dorcas didn't know what spell which Sharon had used, but from the conversation that followed, which Sharon's companions had arrived. The Black Gate was probably a space spell used to summon her friends. With Dorcas' strength and Angor's knowledge of space, it wasn't hard for them to break the gate. However, Sharon didn't attack them first. If they tried to stop her, they would be dragged into the contract. Originally, the initiative was still in their hands. However, the world was unpredictable. Who would have thought that her companions would arrive so quickly? Now, they were in a passive position. If they tried to stop her, they would be dragged into the contract. If they didn't, they would have to face Sharon's friends. By the time which Sharon's companions arrived, just the shallow sea strongman alone would be enough to deal with them. Not to mention the unknown strength of her companions. No matter which one they chose, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Dorcas' expression turned serious. He looked at Angor but didn't say anything. But Angor seemed to know what Dorcas meant. He nodded. Get ready. Hearing Angor's signal, Dorcas activated his bloodline without hesitation. A terrifying bloodline aura was released from his body. The powerful aura made the apprentices around him groan in pain. A trace of suspicion flashed in Sharon's eyes when she saw the blood aura behind Dorcas's back. She was already surprised that they chose to attack. But she was even more surprised that Dorcas could activate such a powerful bloodline aura. Wasn't he a prophet? Why was his bloodline aura so pure and strong? It didn't look like a prophet's bloodline at all. It was almost as powerful as a bloodline wizard's bloodline aura. Could it be that he was a dual-element magus? Just as Sharon was feeling suspicious, an even more unexpected situation appeared in front of her. Lady Sharon, I'm ready. It was a voice that Sharon didn't pay attention to at all. Sharon looked back and saw the apprentice who came with Dorcas and Angor. She remembered that the apprentice was forced to lie on the ground because of the aura coming from the platform. But unexpectedly, he was able to move freely at this moment. Moreover, he seemed to have done something. Out of instinct, Sharon sensed something and looked at Angor with widened eyes. What did you do? Angor didn't say anything. Instead, he used his next action to answer her question. Angor crouched down and touched the ground with his hand. Energy ripples began to spread from his palm. These ripples weren't affected by anything. He might even be able to touch the 4 sealed magi at the scene. As the ripples spread, the spatial seals of the sea eagle magi and the other 3 magi were like broken glass, and were immediately dispersed by the torrent. When the sea eagle wizard, Yaki, and Ullus fell from the space seal, they were still a little confused and didn't know what had happened. It wasn't until their feet touched the ground that they realized that the space seals were broken. Moreover, it was not just the space seal that shackled them. The space partition of the Catacombs Arena tournament, and even the space seal that enveloped the entire paradise had obvious cracks. With a clear crack, the space seals that covered the entire area shattered. Sharon glanced at Kale and Angor. She finally understood what was going on. Dorcas was trying to buy time for Angor and Kale, but not for the sake of any reinforcements. She didn't notice anything strange about Angor, because it was Kale who did it, not Angor. Kale was also a space manipulator. The only thing he needed to do was to tell Kale how to break the spell and wait patiently. How did you break the space seals, and I? Sharon still couldn't believe what she was witnessing. She could accept the fact that Angor and his group snuck into paradise through some special means. But she couldn't believe that Angor could do it all by himself. Angor didn't even need to do it himself. He just asked an apprentice to do it. Why not? We could have done it from the start. We just didn't want to, Dorcas said. But I didn't expect you to be such a coward. You don't even have the courage to fight. Well, we have no choice but to break the seal. Dorcas said it very casually, as if it was an easy thing to do. But in fact, it wasn't easy at all. Even if Sharon switched places with Angor, she wouldn't be able to break such a large space seal in a short time. It required a vast amount of knowledge, as well as a profound understanding of space. Her inheritance came from the legendary space sorcerer and the space god who had fallen thousands of years ago. Her knowledge was more orthodox and profound than 99% of the space wizards in the southern wizardry region. Even so, it was still difficult for her to break the seal. It wasn't hard to imagine how shocked Sharon was by Angor's feat at first. Sharon only cared about Dorcas. But now, she was starting to become more and more wary of Angor. As the space seal was broken, all the games Sharon set up in Paradise were stopped. The players who were still trapped in the game were saved. Benson, for example, was still carefully moving around the mud doll maze, looking for the only exit. But as the space seal disappeared, the walls of the maze began to crumble. Soon, the entire maze was gone. Now, what appeared in front of Benson's eyes was no longer a tunnel that extended in all directions, but a flat cavern. Benson had been here before. It was a place for Earth-type wizards to train. Since he had been here before, it wasn't hard for him to leave. There were many who were in the same situation as Benson, some were even in the midst of life and death, about to fall into the spiral of death. But at this moment, the spatial seal was broken, Paradise Earth was forced to end, the seemingly unsolvable danger was also eliminated. The effect of the spatial seal breaking had already appeared in Paradise Earth, many trapped people regained their freedom, but this was not the greatest effect. For the supernaturals who were tricked by Sharon in Paradise, the destruction of the space seal meant something else. The game was gone, and so was the contract. This was why he wanted to break the contract. If he attacked Sharon directly, he would be dragged into the contract. But he had a reason to do so. So, in order to avoid being dragged into the contract, he decided to destroy the foundation of the contract. Now that he no longer needed to worry about the contract, Angor and Dorcas exchanged a glance and moved at the same time. Dorcas turned into a beam of red light, charging straight at Witch Sharon with a thick blood aura around him. Angor quickly stepped onto the stage. The green runes on his right hand began to glow brightly. The runes moved around the stage like dancing runes, which quickly found the most suitable space coordinates and automatically set up nightmare nodes. Without a doubt, Angor was setting up an illusion. However, his illusions weren't all targeted at Witch Sharon. Instead, he focused on the area around the spatial door formed by the black crack. If Sharon's companions came, the illusion could buy them some time. Of course, Angor didn't forget his main goal. He needed to find Sharon's speedy clone and lock onto it. And he needed Dorcas' help. Dorcas' ambush was a head-on confrontation. As a bloodline master, Dorcas would definitely pose a great threat to Sharon. For the time being, Sharon would have to focus all her attention on fighting Dorcas. Only by distracting Sharon's attention would he have a chance to find his clone. End of chapter. On the other hand, Sharon was still in shock, but she did not lose her mind. She knew that Dorcas and Angor would definitely attack her now that the space seal was broken and they were no longer bound by the contract. So, when Dorcas turned into a streak of red light and rushed at her, she reacted immediately. Witch Sharon created a spatial telekinesis membrane around herself. It was a level 3 cantrip. Even though it was far inferior to spells like the Light Shield, the fact that she was able to create a willpower membrane in such a hurry was more than enough to show how fast Witch Sharon's reactions were. In Witch Sharon's mind, there was no way the telekinesis membrane could completely block Dorcas's attack. However, Dorcas was a prophet, so his attacks were not that strong. Even if Dorcas had a powerful bloodline spell, he would not be able to use much of his power under the influence of the curse. Even if the barrier could not be the decisive factor, it should be able to block Dorcas' attack for 2 or 3 seconds. These few seconds were enough for her to safely cover herself with a light space light shield. At that time, it would be very difficult for Dorcas to break through her defenses. It was precisely because Witch Sharon had such a meticulous plan that she wasn't too afraid of Dorcas. Compared to Dorcas, she was more wary of Angor. As an adept of the same element, Witch Sharon knew very well just how powerful spatial spells were. Besides, he was also a space manipulator with a powerful heritage. In the face of such an enemy, the slightest carelessness could lead to a disastrous outcome. Most of Sharon's attention was on Angor. However, Angor's actions were puzzling her. He didn't seem to have unleashed any spatial spell techniques, nor did he use any spatial abilities to launch a sneak attack. Instead, he created a large number of green patterns of light that were filled with a peculiar aura. She had never seen these green runes before. Which Sharon had never seen such a thing before. Moreover, there was no energy connection between the light patterns and the spatial rifts that she had unleashed. There was no common energy, which meant the green runes were not a space spell. If it was not a space spell, then what could it be? And why did Angor spread the green runes around the space gate, before which Sharon could come up with anything? She was forced to interrupt. Dorcas' attack had arrived. Which Sharon followed the original plan. She used her telekinesis membrane to block Dorcas's attack and took the opportunity to cast a light shield. However, her plans couldn't keep up with the changes. The strength of the spatial membrane wasn't as strong as she had imagined. Or rather, Dorcas' attacks had exceeded the limits of what the membrane could withstand. It could not even hold for half a second, let alone 2 or 3 seconds. Dorcas's fist, which was wrapped in blood energy, had only lightly touched the membrane. The membrane was like an ice cube that had been burned by a raging fire. It didn't struggle at all and instantly melted away. The sudden turn of events forced Witch Sharon to change her strategy. She immediately stopped the energy gathering for the light shield. Using the talent of quick change she inherited from her cheap teacher, she turned the energy she gathered into another cantrip with less energy consumption, the air curtain. When Dorcas's fist, which was infused with blood energy, hit the air curtain, it was as if he had hit a curtain woven from the air. There was a feeling of being unable to exert any force. However, Dorcas' blood completely exceeded the air curtain's limit. In less than a second, the air curtain. Following the distortion of the light and a confused cry, the area fell into silence again. Sharon seemed to have taken advantage of the gap created by the air curtain to disappear. Dorcas was not disappointed by his failure. Instead, he became even more excited. He let out a strange cry, and the bloody light around him suddenly became thicker and thicker. It seemed like the light was about to radiate out. It was as if Dorcas had suddenly turned into a man made of blood with a blood-red halo around his head. Which Sharon felt a sense of danger the moment this crimson halo appeared. She did not even have time to analyze what the halo was before she was exposed by the halo effect. Which Sharon had been hiding behind Dorcas through the light and shadow, hoping to buy herself some time with the blind spots of her vision. However, the aura had exposed her position. Which Sharon had no choice but to interrupt the spell and use a substitution spell. Substitution was a grade 3 spatial spell. It allowed one to use a spatial item prepared beforehand to replace the damage taken by the caster. The effects of substitution were undoubtedly very powerful. However, as a supermodel spell, it also had very strict restrictions. Firstly, it could not be used as a substitute. Secondly, the substitute had to be carried around at all times. The substitute could only be effective for half an hour. After that, a new substitute would have to be set up. Thirdly, the effects of consecutive substitutions would weaken with each level, and the damage taken would be slowly reflected back to the caster. The restrictions were great, but as long as the spell was released, the substitute could buy some time for the caster to recover. The substitute that Sharon had set up was a stone pillar with a human face. Therefore, when Witch Sharon used the substitution spell, her body disappeared, and a stone pillar with a human face appeared in her place. However, the stone pillar with a human face had just appeared when it was blasted into pieces by a single punch from Dorcas. Sharon was stunned at the sight. If she had released the spell a second later, she would definitely have been hit by Dorcas. If she had been hit, it would not have been a simple injury. At this point, how could Witch Sharon not realize that she had underestimated her opponent? This adept called Dorcas not only had great achievements in the field of prophecy, but his research and development of bloodlines was also comparable to divination spells. He was an all-rounder wizard. Besides, Dorcas was still able to reach his current speed and strength despite the blood curse. He was even stronger than most bloodline wizards. Yaki, who was on the stage earlier, was also a bloodline wizard. however, he was nothing compared to Dorcas. After realizing that she had underestimated Dorcas, Sharon quickly changed her strategy. She left a small part of her consciousness to monitor Angor and make sure that she could detect his attack immediately. Meanwhile, she focused all of her consciousness on Dorcas. Dorcas was a big problem. His bloodline was too strong. She had to deal with him as soon as possible, or at least restrict him. Sharon quickly changed her mind. Facing a powerful and all-rounder wizard like Dorcas, she did not back down. It did not matter if she could not defeat Dorcas. Her two companions were already here. When the time came, she would regain control of the situation. Which Sharon, who had used the substitution spell, hid herself once again. She had already decided on her next target. She had to use the time that the substitution spell had bought her to find a way to activate her light shield. She had to start the counterattack. At the same time, Angor, who was ignored by Sharon, was looking at the other side of the battlefield with eager eyes. Found it. I found Speedy's clone. Angor did not come here to fight against Sharon. He was here to find Speedy's clone. His original plan was to use Elmi and Quickling to sneak up on Witch Sharon and look for Quickling's clone that was hiding inside her body. But he didn't expect that before he even started, he would discover a clone of the Speed Spirit. It was inside the stone pillar with a human face. The human face striped stone pillar contained spatial energy, so when it was broken, the energy inside would leak out. When Dorcas destroyed the pillar, Angor used Speedy's senses to sense a wisp of weak consciousness coming out of the stone pillar. It was one of Speedy's clones. Angor thought of all kinds of places to hide Speedy's clone, but he did not expect Sharon to hide it inside a substitute. But then again, it did make sense. Angor obtained a lot of spatial knowledge from Dalmatian, which included information about substitutes. The substitute item itself contained spatial energy, so it was entirely possible that the Swift Spirit clone was hidden in the substitute item. Spatial energy blocked the clone's senses and prevented it from escaping. This was why Angor could not sense the clone's location even after he brought Speedy to this place. It was because it was blocked by the spatial energy of the substitute. Angor was happy to know where Speedy's clone was, but he also felt conflicted. He was happy because he found Speedy's clone. He was conflicted because there were 6 Speedy's clones in Paradise, and only one of them showed up. The other 5 were still missing. Judging from the situation of the first one, there was a good chance that the others were inside the substitute as well. In other words, if Angor wanted to get the other 5 gusts of wind, he would have to ask Sharon to use substitution 5 times in a row. This was a bit difficult. Angor knew the limitations of substitution. If he used it too many times in a short period of time, the spell's effect would gradually weaken, and the damage would be inflicted on him. There was no way Sharon would keep using substitution when she knew that the spell's effect was already weakened. Even if Sharon wanted to use the substitution spell, she would only use it twice or thrice at most. She wouldn't be able to use it more than that. Would 3 times be enough to get all the Speedy's clones? That is, unless Witch Sharon had placed multiple clones of herself in the same substitute item. But was that even possible? Angor did not think so. A question had occurred to him before this. Why would Witch Sharon collect Swift clones? She must not have found Speedy's clones because she found them. She must have had other ideas, or perhaps plans. Speedy's clones were wisps of wind with weak consciousness. What did they look like? Earlier, when Angor asked Sea Eagle, he described Speedy's clones as wind elemental spirits. But in fact, Speedy's clones did not look like wind elemental spirits. They were more like the first step of a wind elemental spirit, which was the beginning of an elemental life form. They were also known as embryos, larvae, newborn, and so on. There was a certain amount of consciousness in them, but they were all pure elements. As long as they were lucky enough to gather more elements, they could evolve into elemental spirits. Elementium creatures were extremely rare in the natural world. Perhaps Witch Sharon had taken a fancy to the faint consciousness of the clone and thought that it could evolve into an elementium spirit. That was why she had collected the clone. If that was the case, then Sharon's goal was to acquire elemental spirits. She probably would not put the wisps of wind together. If all 6 of them evolved together, the chances of that happening were higher. If they were put together, they would probably devour each other, which would reduce the chances of evolution. Therefore, Sharon's most likely choice was to store all 6 wisps of wind separately to maximize the benefits. Maybe one of the clones corresponded to 1 wisp of wind. This was the truth. In other words, to get all of Speedy's clones, Angor had to destroy the other 5 clones. That was too difficult. Asking Sharon to cast clones 5 times in a row was a bit unrealistic. There was only one other way. Where were the clones? Clones could not be stored in space storage, so they must be carried around. But Sharon's entire body was covered by her cloak, so Angor could not see what was under it. Maybe the first thing he should do now was to destroy Sharon's cloak. That was what Angor thought, but he didn't actually do it. Dorcas had already turned into a streak of red light that could hardly be seen by the naked eye. The more he fought, the more excited he became. If Angor got involved now, he would only be a hindrance. Angor decided to observe the situation first. Besides, he did not really have to fight Sharon right now. In truth, all he had to do was force Sharon to use a substitution spell. Of course, Sharon still knew how to use clones now. It was hard to say what would happen later. But there was another way. For now, he needed to release as many of Speedy's clones as possible from the clones. After which Sharon used substitution to sneak away, Dorcas immediately released a crimson halo in an attempt to use the halo effect from before to force Sharon out. However, Sharon had learned her lesson this time. Earlier, she used curtain cantrip to hide behind Dorcas's back to make it easier for her to fight back. The crimson aura easily swept her away. Sharon had learned her lesson. At this moment, she was only 100 meters away from Dorcas. She did not have to worry about being swept away by the aura. She could still quietly create a light shield. When the light shield reached its final stage, it might cause some noise and attract Dorcas's attention. But when that happened, the light shield would be completed, and it would be almost impossible to interrupt. As long as she had the light shield, Sharon would not have to worry about accursed Dorcas at all. While Sharon was secretly accumulating her power, she didn't notice that some of the green runes around the arena were slowly approaching Dorcas. Actually, even Dorcas himself didn't notice it. It was only when those green lines were close to his eyes that he suddenly realized. However, even though he had discovered them, Dorcas didn't do anything. He recognized them as Angor's illusion nodes. They did not have the same aura as normal illusion nodes, but the final effect was similar. The green runes jumped and merged into Dorcas's right eye. Dorcas did not feel any discomfort. His right eye only felt a little wet. But why would Angor do that to his eye? Dorcas raised his head to take a look, puzzled. Then, he discovered several thick and large green arrowheads. He blinked and realized that he could only see the arrows with his right eye. His left eye could not see anything. So Angor made these green arrows on purpose? Dorcas looked in the direction of the arrows and saw that they were pointing at a corner about 100 meters away. There was a green silhouette of a person there. Above her head, there was an even thicker arrow pointing at her as if it was afraid that Dorcas would not see it. End of chapter. Although the scene in his field of vision was a little strange, Dorcas wasn't stupid. He almost immediately understood the meaning of the green cursor. He was using the green arrow to tell her where Sharon was right now. Now that he knew where Sharon was, the next step was simple. As long as he could force Sharon out of her stealth mode, victory would be within reach. But, as Dorcas was about to make his move, his right eye suddenly flashed with a green light. At the same time, several rows of floating green words appeared in his vision. These lines of green words were still floating above Sharon's head. They were placed next to the thick and large green arrow, creating a rather interesting contrast. Speed Spirit's clone is inside her substitute item. Find a way to force her to use substitution. Perhaps he was afraid that Dorcas didn't know what a substitution technique or substitution object was. Angor also kindly added a list of knowledge related to substitution below the book. After reading the information, Dorcas understood what Angor meant. Victory was not the goal. Forcing Sharon to use a substitution spell was the most important thing right now. Moreover, Dorcas could deduce from the various limitations of the substitution spell that Sharon could not cast it 5 times in a row. Therefore, he didn't just need to find a way to force Sharon to use substitution. He also needed to find a way to force Sharon to use the spell as many times as possible within the limited time. In other words, he also needed to master speed. Angor didn't give him an answer as to how to do that. Dorcas had to figure it out himself. I haven't seen any benefits yet, and he's already trying to squeeze me dry. Why do I feel like my future is so bleak? Dorcas silently sighed in his heart, but very quickly, he tossed his resentment to the side and began to seriously consider the countermeasures he could come up with. There wasn't much time left for Dorcas. He had to make a decision as soon as possible. If he let Sharon use a powerful space spell, it would be his turn to die. Only 1 second had passed in the outside world, but Dorcas's mind had already gone through hundreds of different scenarios. Still, he didn't have enough time. It would be difficult to come up with a perfect plan in such a short time. Dorcas decided to take it one step at a time. Right now, he had a huge advantage over Sharon. Angor gave him a secret aid, pointing arrow. He could quickly find Sharon's location, but Sharon still didn't know that she had been exposed. Using this information gap, Dorcas began the first step of his plan, deceit. Dorcas didn't look in the direction of the green arrow. Instead, he kept looking back and forth, as if he was looking for Sharon. But soon, Dorcas realized that this wasn't going to work, so he changed his strategy. Instead, he jumped into the air. And looked down, he swung his fists at the arena. Although Dorcas was a few dozen meters away from the ring, every time he punched, it was like a bolt of lightning striking the ground, causing the ring to constantly shake. This is a saturation attack. Sharon immediately saw through Dorcas's thoughts. Since he couldn't find her, he would use this kind of indiscriminate, full-coverage saturated attack to force her out. This method could be used to deal with other types of magi. But dealing with her, this was undoubtedly a foolish decision. She was a space sorcerer. Her current state of concealment was definitely not a simple form of invisibility, but a special type of deep space. If Dorcas wanted to use this method to force her out, he had to make each of his attacks strong enough to break through the space. In other words, Dorcas had to use his full strength for each attack. If he only threw punches one by one, Dorcas would still have time to recover. But now, his punches were so powerful that they looked like shadows. It would be a miracle if he could hold on for half a minute. To find her in half a minute and break into the deep space outside was definitely a difficult task. Unless Dorcas was lucky enough to find her hiding place within a few punches. But was that possible? Sharon didn't think it was possible. Maybe fate didn't favor her. Before she could give up on this idea, she saw Dorcas's punch was already 10 meters away from her. He didn't hit her directly, but the huge energy wave created ripples that completely covered her location. When these ripples came into contact with the deep space, they became sluggish. It was this bit of sluggishness that made Dorcas's eyes light up. "Found you!" Dorcas roared, and countless blood auras surrounded his body. Then, he pulled out the thin sword at his waist and stabbed towards Sharon like a bolt of lightning. Sharon didn't expect Dorcas to be so lucky. He actually found her so quickly. Her space spell hadn't even been completed yet. Seeing Dorcas rush towards her like a rainbow, Sharon had no choice but to forcefully stop the spatial energy she had gathered. She used her talent, Rapid Transformation, to convert this energy into other spells. Rapid Transformation was something she had inherited through her bloodline after killing that cheap teacher of hers. It wasn't the complete version. It could only convert high-energy energy to low-energy energy. In other words, what she had gathered was a spell. Because she was interrupted midway, she could only use her talent to convert it into a low-level spell. This spell conversion talent didn't seem like a good deal, but it was a godly skill in a real battle. This was because if one was interrupted in the middle of casting a spell, they would either lose all the energy they had gathered or suffer a backlash from the spell. Neither of these outcomes were good, especially when the backlash from the spell was so severe that even death was considered a light consequence. However, through her talent, Rapid Transformation, she could convert the gathered energy into other spells. Though the effects of these spells weren't as good as spells, they were still much better than wasting energy. Most importantly, they could prevent the spell from backfiring. This was the main reason why Sharon hated that cheap teacher so much. She had to endure the discomfort in her heart and inherit his bloodline talent. Back to the current situation. which Sharon was a little conflicted as to what spell she should use after using speed shift again. It would be best if this spell could allow her to successfully dodge Dorcas' attacks and create some special effects. The first thing she thought of was the air curtain. However, the air curtain was more effective against barehanded attacks. But now, Dorcas didn't care about martial ethics. He had picked up a rapier, and the air curtain alone couldn't block the sharp tip of the rapier. Thus, the air curtain wasn't the best choice. As for the other spells, she couldn't think of any that were too useful. This wasn't her fault. The main reason was that spatial spells didn't make up much of the public spells to begin with. Those special spatial spells were mostly self-created by spatial adepts. They would only be passed down within their own school of thought. It was very difficult for outsiders to learn them. However, her luck was already quite good. At the very least, she had a few spatial spells that she was good at. Take a look at Extet. He had very few spells and spells. You could count them on one hand. This was the tragedy of the rare spells of the mystical side. Speaking of which, since she couldn't use the air curtain, she only had one more spell to choose from. Which Sharon did not hesitate. She cast a substitution spell without hesitation. A giant stone pillar with a human face appeared out of thin air and was pierced through by Dorcas' sword. Sharon's figure, however, was nowhere to be found. If it was before, Dorcas might have wondered where Sharon went. But now that he knew the effects of substitution, he no longer had any doubts. Substitution could not only replace injuries, but also consume the space energy inside the substitute, which would disturb the surrounding space and allow the caster to enter a hidden state. In other words, the caster would enter deep space. There was no doubt that Witch Sharon had escaped into deep space after using the substitution technique. But she couldn't have gone far. The entire arena was covered by illusions. Besides, Sharon's space gate was still on the arena. She couldn't have gone far. So, he just had to keep looking around the arena. As for the search for Sharon, Dorcas didn't bother to do it himself, so he left it to Angor. The only thing he needed to do now was to prepare for his second step. His first step was to deceive. His second step was to act. She ran away again. Running around like a rat in an underground sewer. Dorcas sneered and looked around. Why don't you use what you did to the other wizards? Or are you saying that you don't dare to fight anymore without the contract? How about I say it now? Why don't you play a game with me? Don't worry, there's no contract in my game. It's about who's stronger. Dorcas' words echoed around the arena. Of course, Sharon heard it. But she didn't care. She was much better at trash-talking than Dorcas. She would do the same if she had the upper hand. Compared to all this trash talk, Witch Sharon was more concerned about something else. Had Dorcas' satiation attack hit her with a premeditated attack, or was it just pure luck? At first, she thought it was pure luck. But when she thought about it carefully, she realized something was wrong. The arena was so big. How did Dorcas hit her with just 2 punches? Moreover, she had another guess. After all, Dorcas was a prophecy magus. While Witch Sharon was thinking, Dorcas's voice continued to ring out. Do you think I can't find you if you hide in a dark corner? I'm telling you, it's useless. Don't forget that I'm a prophet. Dorcas yelled at the top of his lungs. It was a good thing that Angor used an illusion to conceal the area around the arena. Otherwise, the wizards outside would laugh their heads off if they heard what Dorcas said. Watch out for my green arrow prophecy. Dorcas yelled again and closed his eyes. Waves of energy ripples spread out from his body. It looked like he was really casting some kind of prophecy spell. From Sharon's point of view, this wasn't an act. As for what this green arrow divination spell was, which Sharon had never heard of it before. She didn't think too much about it either. There were too many schools of divination, and each of them was mysterious. It wasn't unusual for some obscure divination spells to appear. The only thing that bothered Sharon was that she seemed to be wrong. She was probably lucky to be discovered. When Dorcas cast a prophecy spell, there would be obvious energy ripples, and it would take time. Dorcas didn't use any prophecy at all. He was just using brute force. Her discovery last time had nothing to do with Dorcas' prophecy. It was probably just a matter of luck. As for this time, which Sharon didn't know if Dorcas' divination spell would be able to predict her location, but she was already prepared to cast a substitution spell. She didn't try to create a high-level light shield this time because she didn't know how long it would take for Dorcas to cast his prophecy. If the casting time was short and Dorcas could really predict her position, then wouldn't she be interrupted again and waste a lot of spatial energy? That was why Witch Sharon had prepared a substitution spell to greet Dorcas. She only used it twice so far, so she wasn't at her limit yet. What Sharon didn't expect was that everything in Dorcas' vision was already digitized. Speed clone recovery progress, February 6th, nice job. Dorcas looked at the information in front of him and felt something strange. When the digitized information appeared in his vision, he felt like he was separated from the real world. Especially when the green arrowheads showed him the way, allowing him to once again see the silhouette of the person with the thick and large green arrowheads, the sense of disorientation was even more pronounced. However, Dorcas was still an official magus, and he quickly controlled his thoughts. He only mumbled, "Just praising him isn't enough." He then turned his attention back to Witch Sharon. At this moment, Witch Sharon was still hiding in deep space. However, under the guidance of Angor's arrow, her hiding place was revealed to everyone. Unlike before, Angor added a new note above Sharon's head. She's not like before. She's not casting a spell this time. Seems like she's observing your prophecy. This meant that Dorcas could do whatever he wanted this time. Don't worry about running out of time. Previously, Sharon was hiding in the dark to cast a space spell. Dorcas didn't know what kind of spell it was, but he knew it would be bad for him. He had to find Sharon as soon as possible to prevent her from casting the spell. But this time, he could tell that Sharon was not preparing any spells, which meant he had a lot more time to prepare. It was because of this information that Dorcas could be at ease and boldly act. Threatening words, green arrow prophecy, they were all for show. The purpose of the play was to divert Witch Sharon's attention. End of chapter. Witch Sharon knew full well that Speedling's clone had been stored in a substitute. She wasn't an idiot, and there was nothing wrong with her memory. The only reason she hadn't noticed the Speedling clone was because she wasn't paying attention to these details. As long as she diverted a little bit of her attention to observe her surroundings, she would naturally notice the wisps of wind that had escaped from the substitute. They had all disappeared. Thus, Dorcas's performance was to steal Witch Sharon's attention and obscure her true focus. Only by having Witch Sharon lock her gaze on him would she be able to temporarily put aside the unimportant details for now. Only in this way could Dorcas continue to trick Witch Sharon into using the substitute spell. Even so, wanting Witch Sharon's constant attention to him. It wasn't an easy task. Dorcas estimated that Witch Sharon would discover the disappearance of the Speedling clone after 1 or 2 more times. When that happened, it would be impossible for him to trick Witch Sharon into using the substitute spell. However, with the limitations of the substitute spell, Witch Sharon would only be able to use it once or twice more. Thus, it wouldn't matter if he was discovered after that. Dorcas pretended to prophesy for a long time. Finally, just as Witch Sharon couldn't hold back any longer and was about to cast her spell, he finally found something. Dorcas opened his eyes abruptly and turned to look in the direction of the green arrow. It's in that direction. You can't run away. Dorcas shouted and started to swing his sword wildly in the direction he was looking. The direction Dorcas was swinging his sword in was definitely correct. However, his gaze wasn't actually focused on Witch Sharon. This was also an act. At any rate, swinging his sword would force Witch Sharon to show herself. Witch Sharon wasn't too nervous when she saw Dorcas swinging his sword. Instead, she let out a sigh of relief. Dorcas was a prophetic adept. It was normal for him to be able to find her through prophecy. That was why she had already prepared herself for being discovered. Since there was a high chance that she would be discovered, Witch Sharon naturally wouldn't care too much. Compared to all this, she was more concerned about whether Dorcas's prophecy had any limitations. At the moment, she couldn't see any specific limitations. Fortunately, Dorcas would need a long time to prepare the prophecy spell. This left her with a lot of room to maneuver. Next time, if Dorcas continued to use prophecy, she was 100% confident that she would be able to condense the light shield while he was preparing the prophecy, which Sharon had already set her sights on next time. Naturally, she didn't pay much attention to this time. Even if she had other ways to avoid the slash, she didn't use them. Instead, she followed her original plan and used the substitution technique to conceal herself again. Very quickly, the third substitute was also destroyed by Dorcas' sword. In Dorcas' vision, the green pattern flashed, and new information appeared. Current speed clone recovery progress, March 6, well done. However, she might not be so gullible after this. By the way, most people would carry their substitute items with them. I had been observing her using my illusion and Elmi. I noticed that every time she used the substitution technique, the energy waves would come from her upper body. There was a high chance that she was hiding her substitute item somewhere on her upper body. Her cloak should be made directly from the skin of some kind of demon. It's very high level and has the effect of concealing detection. If possible, find a way to take off her cloak, or destroy it. Dorcas quickly read through the information and understood Angwar's intention. Angwar also realized that he could no longer rely on trickery to get Sharon to use the substitution spell. So, he planned to rob Sharon openly. As long as he knew where Sharon hid the substitute item, he would try to take it from her. If I did that from the start, I wouldn't have to put on an act. Dorcas grumbled in his mind. Still, it was not like Dorcas did not understand Angwar's idea. There was a risk in openly robbing. If he succeeded, everyone would be happy. If he failed, he would lose everything and lose everything. Therefore, getting as many speed clones as he could before robbing Sharon was the best way to maximize his profit. Even if he failed, he would at least get something out of it. Now that he had decided on his plan, Dorcas didn't continue with the act. He planned to do something big before Sharon figured out what they were up to. The first step was deceit. The second step was acting. And now, he was about to enter the third step, recklessness. After destroying the substitute, Dorcas looked at Angwar's newly marked green arrow without hesitation. He locked onto Sharon's location again. This time, Dorcas didn't act anymore. He turned into a streak of red light and dashed toward Sharon's hiding place like an arrow. On the other side, Sharon had just dodged Dorcas' attack and arrived at the other side of the arena. She was still thinking about how to complete the construction of her space spell while Dorcas was busy using prophecy. Just as she was thinking about it, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Her back went numb, her ears were sweating, and her soul was trembling. It was as if a fatal danger was about to descend on her head. Did Angwar do something? No, wait. She had been watching Angwar for a while. Based on the feedback she received, she was sure that Angwar was loitering around the space gate and didn't pay attention to her. If it wasn't Angwar's tentacles, then why did she feel so threatened? Which Sharon raised her head cautiously and looked around. What she saw gave her a fright. She didn't know when Dorcas had attacked her with his sword, and it was almost in front of her. The crimson blade was glowing with a terrifying red light. If she didn't dodge, she would be hit in the next second. Even if she didn't die, she would be severely injured. At this moment of life and death, which Sharon had no time to think. She used a substitution spell again without hesitation. The substitution technique was finally released in the nick of time, but her substitute was also cut in half by Dorcas' sword. However, even though Witch Sharon had cast a substitution spell, she wasn't able to escape unscathed. Dorcas was too fast, and his target was too accurate. It was almost impossible to dodge. Sharon had to tilt her body at the last moment so that she wouldn't be fatally injured. However, there was still a wound on her shoulder that was so deep that her bones could be seen. Furthermore, her cloak had been slashed from one shoulder to the other side of her waist. The cloak she was wearing was made from the skin of the void snake. It wasn't good at defense, but it wasn't that easy to break. Before this, when Elder Yu had battled with her, his attacks had struck the cloak several times but had not been able to leave a single mark on it. But now, a single strike from Dorcas had crippled this precious demon skin. From this, it could be seen just how powerful Dorcas's attacks were. Even among bloodline wizards, Dorcas was definitely one of the best. Could an ordinary dual-element adept develop both divination and bloodline at the same time, and at the same time reach the peak of their powers? A trace of doubt flashed through Sharon's mind, but she quickly tossed it to the back of her mind. It didn't matter whether Dorcas was a dual-element wizard or a single-element wizard. To her, the most important thing at this moment was, "You've been able to find me?" After using substitution, Sharon didn't hide herself this time. Instead, she stood on one side of the arena and looked at Dorcas. Dorcas didn't respond right away. Instead, he checked the green notification in his vision. Current speed clone recovery progress, April 6th, very good. Only 2 more clones were missing. Even if he couldn't find them, the damage to the speed clone shouldn't be that great. Dorcas nodded to himself and lifted his eyes to look at Witch Sharon. My prophecy isn't as simple as you think. Dorcas didn't answer Witch Sharon's question directly, but his words implied that he could use divination to find Witch Sharon's location. Sharon frowned, so you've been playing with me all this time? Dorcas smiled, take a guess. Dorcas didn't wait for Witch Sharon to speak. He turned into a red flash of light and charged at Witch Sharon as soon as he finished speaking. This time, Witch Sharon didn't use a substitution spell. In truth, she hadn't noticed the rapid clone yet. She had used the spell 4 times in a row and had reached her limit. If she used substitution again, the clone would no longer be immune to damage. Moreover, it would backfire on her. Without the substitution spell, Witch Sharon could only rely on her rapid displacement and spatial flicker to slow down Dorcas's advance. She used the spatial rifts that she had set up earlier to slow him down. Dorcas felt a little disappointed when he saw that Sharon had stopped using substitution again. However, he didn't let Sharon go just yet. Instead, he moved faster and faster, as if he was going to kill Sharon as soon as possible. The reason he did this was because he could still see a row of constantly changing green words above Witch Sharon's head. Collecting data about substitute. Progress, 80%, 81%, 82%. Searching for substitute's location. Progress, 34%, 35%. Keep attacking. Make her reveal more information. This will speed up the calculation. Dorcas' progress was directly displayed in Angor's eyes. Dorcas didn't know how Angor managed to quantify his progress, but since Angor asked him to keep attacking, he would do it. He was already in control of the battle anyway. Once he gained control of the rhythm of the battle, he would be able to suppress Witch Sharon, even if he was under the effects of the blood curse. It had been a long time since Dorcas saw someone who could control the pace of a battle so easily. Controlling the pace of a battle and overwhelming power were only a small part of it. The most important part was the collection of information. He had to admit that Angor's strange vision helped a lot in this regard. The analysis of the information provided by the green lines had widened the gap between him and Witch Sharon. That was the real reason why he had been able to grasp the situation so easily. For example, Sharon might still be able to use the space rifts to stop him. In fact, Dorcas was going easy on her. No, it was more accurate to call it a C. Sharon's path was already marked by Angor with a green cursor. Dorcas could see where she would go in the next second. There are 3 space rifts on the left. There's a 71% chance that she'll go this way. There's a space rift on the right. It's very close, but there's no other rift to connect it. There's a 30% chance that she'll go this way. However, if you activate your blood aura right now, the probability will increase to 80%. This kind of information was almost completely under Dorcas' control. Of course, there were only a few words. Most of the information was about the probability of going in different directions. He might not be able to predict everything with 100% accuracy, but such a high density of information output caused the difference between him and Witch Sharon to widen. If he really wanted to hurt Witch Sharon, he could do so in a very short amount of time. However, it wasn't necessary. He couldn't kill her even if he did so. Dorcas knew this very well. If a space manipulator wanted to run away, Dorcas couldn't catch up. She didn't run away because she wanted to wait for her companions to arrive. This was also why Angor didn't join forces with Dorcas. If Angor joined the battle, Sharon would know that she couldn't fight 2 wizards at the same time. She would have run away already. This was good enough. Sharon could see hope, so she wouldn't run away. Dorcas could also put some pressure on Sharon and force her to reveal more information for Angor to analyze. Based on his current analysis, it shouldn't take him long to figure out the location of the substitute. When the time came, he could just rob it. However, even though they seemed to be in a good situation now, it wasn't as if there was no danger at all. If Witch Sharon's companions returned before they finished their analysis, the tide of the battle would immediately change. Leaving aside her unknown companions, Angor and Dorcas couldn't handle the shallow sea strongman alone. They had to take a certain risk. But then again, Dorcas didn't care about Sharon's companions too much. Just like how they couldn't stop Sharon, Sharon couldn't stop them if they wanted to run away. Besides, Sharon and her companions had already caused such a big mess in Barren Tree Garden. Even if they gathered together, they wouldn't have time to run away. Of course, Witch Sharon and her companions might have had time to fight to the death if the spatial seal outside Paradise was still in place. However, now that the spatial seal was gone, and the Belos clan adepts were on their way here, they would have chosen to escape as quickly as possible. Unless Sharon's companions were so strong that they could defeat all the wizards here by themselves. Then they could choose to stay. But was that possible? Not at all. If Sharon's companions were so strong, they could have attacked Barren Tree Garden at any time. Why would they choose a day when the Belos family was undefended? All in all, Dorcas didn't have to worry about anything. It would be better if Angor could collect more information faster. End of chapter. Dorcas's plan was always perfect, but reality always proved to be unsatisfactory. Just as Dorcas pretended to chase after Witch Sharon, the spatial door in the middle of the arena suddenly started to spit out a massive amount of spatial energy. Although there had been spatial energy entering and exiting before, this was the first time such a huge throughput had occurred. The anomaly of the portal immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's expression and behavior were different. They all had different reactions. Sharon was overjoyed and dashed toward the portal as fast as she could. Angor and Dorcas exchanged a cautious look. Angor didn't say anything, but the green text in Dorcas's vision conveyed a message to him. Anomaly in spatial energy. Initial confirmation. Someone is traveling through space at an extremely fast speed and is about to reach here. If I'm not mistaken, it should be her companions. Angor didn't need to explain. Dorcas already knew the answer. For the spatial gate to undergo such a change, it was either for the worse or for the better. If it was bad, it must be Angor's doing. But judging from Angor's cautious expression, he didn't do anything wrong. Dorcas looked back at Sharon and couldn't hide the joy on her face. The answer was obvious. If it was good news for Witch Sharon, it meant that her companions were about to arrive. At the thought of this, Dorcas secretly cursed in his heart. Right now, he was still a threat to Witch Sharon, but if help came, then the situation would be different. Of course, Dorcas wasn't worried about being killed. He was more concerned about the fact that Angor's search was still far from enough. He only collected 97% of the Avatar's data, and only 50% of the Avatar's location was found. This meant that their search was going to end. Perhaps it was time to put an end to it. No. That might not necessarily be the case. Actually, there is another way. If Angor could destroy the portal before Sharon's companions arrived, they might be able to buy some time by destroying the portal. Angor had been wandering around the portal all this time. Maybe he was already preparing to destroy the portal. Dorcas looked at Angor expectantly. Angor seemed to know what Dorcas was thinking. He released a message on the green screen. Portal is a fixed teleportation array. It's very difficult to destroy it. Even if it's destroyed, it won't do anything. Instead, it will alert the enemy. Dorcas wasn't stupid, and immediately understood what he meant when he saw these words. Difficult to destroy was probably just an excuse. Angor was already strong enough to break the space seal, so how could he not destroy this portal? Of course, Angor had his own reasons for not doing so. First of all, the portal itself was a short-distance teleportation. Even if Witch Sharon's companions didn't use it, they would still be able to teleport. They could also rush over very quickly. After all, they were in the Barren Tree courtyard. With the abilities of a magus, even if it was just a stroll, it wouldn't take much time to get to Paradise from the other end of the Barren Tree Garden. Therefore, destroying the teleportation gate would not buy them much time. Moreover, even if they succeeded in destroying the teleportation gate, they might alert the enemy. Witch Sharon wasn't the only snake that was frightened here. Her companions were as well. Witch Sharon was willing to stay in the ring and deal with Dorcas because the teleportation gate was still in operation. She had to wait here for her companions to arrive. If she destroyed the portal, she could use Space Leap to escape at any time. As for her companions, once they noticed that the teleportation gate was destroyed, they would also suspect that something bad had happened to Sharon and would hurry over. In this case, it was better not to destroy the teleportation gate. She understood Angwar's intention, but she couldn't just let it go when her companions were about to arrive. Angwar didn't know what Dorcas was thinking this time, so he didn't use the green light screen to answer. But not long after, a sudden change in the scene gave Dorcas an answer. Suddenly, the mist in front of Sharon began to surge. She was about to make her way to the portal when the mist in front of her began to surge. Soon, Sharon saw that the space in front of her had turned into a vast expanse of white. It was as if the portal she created was completely covered by the mist. She tried to move forward, but no matter where she went, she couldn't see the portal even though she was sure that she was moving toward the place with the strongest spatial ripples. Dorcas noticed Sharon's strange behavior right away. Unlike Sharon, Dorcas was able to see the mist through Angwar's light screen, but he was also able to see the truth behind it. The entire ring was surrounded by green runes. However, these runes were not active. They only created a small amount of mist to block the view inside and outside of the ring before going into a lazy state. When Dorcas and Sharon were chasing each other, the green runes didn't do anything when Sharon touched them. But now, as Sharon approached the portal, the green runes began to become active. The dancing green runes resonated with the illusion nodes around them, and as the illusion nodes were activated, the mist turned into a thick mist that spread to the surroundings. Inside the mist, Sharon seemed to have lost her sense of direction and was running around in circles. Dorcas immediately realized that Angwar's illusion was working. Of all times, Angwar chose this moment to activate the illusion. Without a doubt, Angwar was not only targeting Sharon, but also his companions. Dorcas was wondering if Angwar had a backup plan. But now, it seemed that Angwar did have one. And it worked perfectly. Even a space wizard like Sharon lost her sense of direction in the illusion, which meant Angwar's illusion wasn't as simple as it used to be. There was another piece of evidence, the progress of the search. Dorcas had actually stopped chasing after the spatial gate had been activated. Logically speaking, the progress of the search should have gradually slowed down. But the truth was the opposite. Whether it was the data collection of the substitute or the location of the substitute, the numbers were increasing rapidly. In just 5 seconds, the former reached 100%, while the latter reached 60%. This meant that Angwar had finally made his move after staying silent for half a day. However, he didn't want to fight Sharon directly. Instead, he used his illusions to extract as much information as he could from Sharon's body as he could. Such efficiency was definitely faster than Dorcas' pursuit of Witch Sharon. However, Angwar only dared to use it now. If he used it before, Sharon would probably use a space spell to open a portal and run away. But now, Sharon knew that her companions were coming, so she would try her best to destroy the illusion instead of leaving. This gave Angwar a chance. And Dorcas was right. Sharon already knew that Angwar had made his move. If Angwar and Dorcas fought together before, she wouldn't stay in the arena. But now, Angwar and Stop were coming. There was no way she would leave now. Besides, it was only an illusion. It wasn't life-threatening. Even so, Witch Sharon was still shocked and confused by the revelation. Could it be that the magus called John was the same as Dorcas, a dual-element magus? A space wizard and an illusionist. The reason she had such doubts was because this illusion was beyond Witch Sharon's imagination. It wasn't that she hadn't experienced illusions before. In fact, her teacher had even thrown her into the illusion of a certain wild god and trapped her there for decades in order to study it. However, even in the wild god illusion that had trapped her for decades, it was only because the wild god had relied on all kinds of details, technology, and methods to make her deviate from the real world and unable to move an inch. But now, Angwar only used a simple mist illusion without any other details. He didn't even bother to create a real illusion. And yet, she was still trapped. She couldn't help but wonder. Given her resistance to illusions, she should have been able to break through such a simple illusion. Why was she still trapped, unless Angwar's illusions were too powerful, just like Dorcas' bloodline spell? This was why she thought Angwar was a dual-element wizard. But the more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Dual-element or multi-element wizards were rare, but they weren't unheard of. Usually, a dual-element wizard would choose to focus on one element and only spend some time to study the other after becoming a formal wizard. Only rank 2 and rank 3 Truthfinder sorcerers would be able to achieve such a feat. This was because only by reaching such a level would one have enough lifespan and time to research other elements. But now, both Dorcas and Angor were using two different elements at the same time, which confused Sharon. Could it be that the two of them had already given up on pursuing the truth and were wasting their time on different departments? It might be possible if they were wandering wizards who didn't have a teacher. But divination, space, and illusionist were extremely rare. Without a teacher, it was almost impossible to continue studying these rare elements. Angor and Dorcas were both top-notch wizards in these fields. They must have a teacher. Therefore, under the circumstances of having a master, why would they need to do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing in the early stages? Sharon couldn't figure it out. In the end, she couldn't come up with a solid answer. Since she couldn't figure it out, she might as well put it aside for now. Moreover, although she was trapped in the illusory realm, according to her own estimation, her two companions should have arrived by now. Which Sharon knew the abilities of her two companions very well. They might not be able to break the illusion, but they should be able to get out of this predicament easily. After all, they were the ones who saved her when she was trapped in Wild God's illusion. The two companions that which Sharon had placed her hopes on had also arrived at the spatial gate. Following the flickering of spatial energy, the center of the gate changed from a pitch-black crack into a silver halo. It looked like a double-sided mercury mirror that could clearly reflect the scene inside and outside the gate. This side of the spatial gate was filled with fog. On the other side of the space gate, a blurry black figure slowly appeared. "Sharon?" Someone called out from the other side of the gate. However, which Sharon's senses had been clouded by the illusion. Not only could she not see, she could not find her way, and she could not hear anything from the outside world. Angor and Dorcas, who weren't affected by the illusion, both heard the voice coming from the other side of the gate. Angor and Dorcas were already prepared to deal with Sharon's companions. However, the sudden call still caught them off guard. It wasn't a matter of getting the upper hand. It was just that, the voice sounded familiar. "The ripples are normal, but she didn't answer me. Something's wrong. Maybe my hunch is right. Something's wrong with her. Humph. The gate isn't broken, which means she's still alive. What's the big deal about that? No matter what, let's go check it out first. Oh, and be careful of traps." As soon as the conversation ended, the silver light in the center of the gate began to spread outward. Two blurry figures stepped through the gate. Two people? Dorcas looked at Angor. Angor nodded with a serious expression. They thought there was only one person, but judging from the conversation, there were two. That didn't include the shallow sea strongman. Moreover, from their tone, it could be determined that they were both official magi, including which Sharon. There were a total of 3 official adepts and a shallow sea strongman. Now that this lineup had been brought out, Dorcas felt that it would be better to run first. Despite his complaints, Dorcas didn't run away. He still trusted Angor. Or rather, he trusted Angor's illusion. If Angor could control Sharon, these two wizards should be able to do the same, right? Furthermore, judging from the progress of the search, it was already at 70%. With the current speed, it would only take half a minute for the illusion to determine the exact location of the substitute. Then, they could just grab it and run. It shouldn't be a problem, right? With that in mind, Dorcas looked at the gate again. At this moment, the two companions of which Sharon had already passed through the silver barrier and stepped out of the spatial door. As soon as they stepped out, they were covered by the surrounding white fog. Therefore, they could not see the specific situation around them. Angor and Dorcas, however, saw their faces clearly. And because of that, both Angor and Dorcas were surprised. The man in a suit and a Spartan warrior in a philosophical outfit. Dorcas didn't recognize the man in the suit, but Angor saw him in Starry Street. He showed up at the inn together with Sharon, so Angor wasn't surprised to see him as one of Sharon's companions. The other man, however, surprised Angor. It was the good guy they met in the council. Aixen, end of chapter. There's something wrong with this Icos guy. Dorcas dashed to Angor's side and looked into the mist with him. I always thought he was strange, and now I see that my instinct was right. That bastard Kale told me I was being overly sensitive. That Mr. Icos is a good man. If it wasn't for his safety, I'd drag him into the arena and see who's the blind one here. Dorcas spoke in a slightly angry tone while glancing at Angor. You said he's a good man too. Angor glanced at Icos in the mist. I still don't think he's a bad guy. At the very least, Dorcas was worthy of being called a good person when it came to saving people and protecting them. Good man wasn't exactly a compliment in the wizarding world, but it at least meant Icos was a man with a moral bottom line. But that didn't mean he was alright. People were multifaceted, and the difference between good and bad often depended on which side you were on. From Angor's point of view, the Icos he met was honest and virtuous, which meant Icos wasn't just a bad guy. Playing word games again, Dorcas didn't refute Angor's point of view. Angor put his investigation on hold for now. It wasn't time to judge Icos. Besides, he didn't have the right to do so. After all, Icos did save Mr. Icos. Compared to Icos, it was more important to find and retrieve Speedy's clone. Angor did not pay attention to Ixen and the man in a suit. As far as he was concerned, even if they could break the illusion, they would not be able to do anything. Even if they could break through the mist, it would take them some time. Therefore, he had to speed up the search before they destroyed the illusion. Dorcas, on the other hand, was no longer paying attention to Witch Sharon. Instead, he was looking at Icos and the man in the suit. Since he had green subtitles in his vision, he could see Witch Sharon's progress at any time. If she made any progress, the subtitles would show up. There was no need to keep an eye on Witch Sharon all the time. In Dorcas's opinion, Ix was much more attractive than Witch Sharon. Combo. Dorcas stared at Ixen silently, observing his every muscle. He was really curious about the combo that Ixen used. From Dorcas' point of view, Ikisi's physical body did not meet the requirements to cast the combo slash at all. However, Ikisi was able to cast the combo slash, so there was only one possibility. A gift from the Wild God. Combo slash originated from Wild God. If Ikisi was given the ability to use combo slash by Wild God, then it would make sense for him to use combo slash. Dorcas knew that if this conjecture was true, then Ikisi was basically the same as a traitor. He and his accomplices. He would probably be hunted down by the Supreme Sect. However, as a wandering adept, Dorcas didn't have such a high level of understanding. He couldn't be bothered to consider problems from the perspective of the world will. As for catching a traitor, he didn't care at all. What he wanted more was to find the technique to perform consecutive slashes from Ixen. Even if it was a gift from Wild God, there was no way Ikisi could use combo slash for no reason. There had to be some unknown technique involved. If he could find the technique, even if he only mastered 10% of it, he might be able to use the complete combo slash. Because of this, Dorcas kept staring at Ikisi, trying to memorize every muscle movement of Ikisi's body. If someone else saw Dorcas's expression right now, they would definitely call him a freak. Unfortunately, there was no one around. Even Angor missed this wonderful scene because he was too focused on Witch Sharon. Soon, 10 seconds had passed. Angor's progress had jumped to 85%. When the progress bar was about to go from 8 to 9, Dorcas suddenly grabbed Angor's arm. Something's not right. Something's wrong with Ikisi. You've said it before. There's no need to repeat it. Dorcas quickly explained, I'm not talking about that. I think he's setting up some kind of ritual. My spirit sense is warning me. Come and see for yourself. Ritual? Spirit sense warning? Angor looked at where Dorcas was pointing with a puzzled look. He saw Ikisi, who was hiding in the mist, suddenly closing his eyes and putting his hands together. He looked like an ascetic monk. Following Ikisi's strange action, a shining wheel of light suddenly appeared behind him in the form of a spiral. This wheel of light floated up from his back at an extremely fast speed, flying 20 meters above his head. The wheel was following Ikisi like an angel's hoop. However, it was much bigger than an angel's hoop, and it kept growing. In just a few seconds, it had reached a diameter of 30 meters. In the end, the wheel stopped at 36 meters. At the same time, Aikisi finally opened his eyes. He spread his hands apart and quickly made a solemn and ceremonial gesture that was similar to the solemn and ceremonial gestures used by temple statues. The solemn gesture seemed to have activated the wheel above his head. Streams of light began to dance in the center of the wheel like flying needles. They pulled strings of different colors and weaved inside the wheel. In the blink of an eye, the streams of light inside the wheel formed a colorful painting. From afar, it looked like a colorful three-dimensional painting hanging high in the fog. At this moment, the wheel was completed, and thousands of colorful lights fell from the sky. Strands of colorful light pierced into the mist illusion he created. As the colorful light entered, the surrounding fog was quickly absorbed by the colorful threads. "He's absorbing your illusion." Dorcas looked at the scene in front of him in shock. According to the speed at which the mist was being absorbed, the illusion would disappear in another 10 seconds or so. He never thought that someone could break his illusion like this. What kind of ability was this? Could this be the warning of his spiritual perception? While Dorcas was already shocked, Angor was even more shocked. As the creator of the mist illusion, Angor could sense the changes in the illusion better than Dorcas. From what Angor could tell, the illusion wasn't absorbed, nor did it disappear. Instead, it had entered a strange state. Angor could not describe it. He could sense the feedback from the illusion nodes, but he could not tell where they were. The more he tried, the more dizzy he felt. He even wanted to throw up. Angor quickly stopped trying to figure it out. If he kept on, he would probably pass out. Angor did not see the truth behind the illusion, but he could sense that it was a very advanced ability that was far beyond his understanding. Angor did not know what kind of ability it was, but the fact that Aikisi could use it meant that he was not an ordinary person. Before, Angor only thought that Aikisi was a little strange. But now, he agreed with Dorcas. Aikisi's problem was very serious. Perhaps it was because Dorcas sensed that there was something wrong with Aixen that he paid so much attention to him. Angor did not know if he was right, but he did not think too much about it. Aikisi's colorful light had almost completely absorbed the mist illusion. When the mist disappeared, Aikisi and the man in the suit would meet up with Sharon. By then, it would be impossible for him to get a speedy clone from Sharon. He had to act now. And he did not have much time. Now. Angor ordered Dorcas without hesitation. Dorcas was stunned for a moment. "Ah? Where should I go?" Angor didn't answer. "See for yourself." Then he quickly merged with the shadow under his feet and dashed toward Sharon. Dorcas quickly followed and checked Angor's message through his vision. Originally, there was a green progress bar above Sharon's head. Now, however, the progress bar had disappeared. Instead, it had turned into a green arrow. The arrow was pointing at Sharon's chest. "Hey, I'm not that kind of person," Dorcas blurted out. Angor did not say anything. Instead, a row of information appeared in Dorcas's vision. "Search for this location." Search? Wasn't that a frivolous request? Dorcas felt a little disappointed. He thought Angor wanted him to anger witch Sharon so that he could use her emotions to locate his avatar. But now, it seemed Angor didn't want him to do so. But Angor already knew where the substitute was, and he only wanted him to get it. But then again, this was going to offend a lot of people. "So you're up to no good. You're throwing all the blame on me." Dorcas yelled at Angor. "If you won't do it, I'll do it." Dorcas cleared his throat. "It's fine. I'll do it. I like these kinds of troublesome things." Dorcas sped up, fearing that Angor might change his mind. However, when he was about to reach Sharon, 2 more rows of information appeared near the light mark above her head. Search the chest pocket inside her cloak. Suggest using weapons to destroy her cloak and tear it off. Of course, if you're not afraid of being chased by an angry witch, 2 other wizards, and a shallow sea strongman at the same time, you can use your hands to search. Dorcas looked at the 2 rows of information with a pale face. He thought he could do it himself, but that damned Angor actually asked him to change the method? Would he do it? Was he that kind of person? Dorcas screamed in his heart, but in reality, he still obediently drew his longsword and slashed at the side of witch Sharon's cloak. Angor didn't stop. He was still approaching Sharon. Earlier, he used a progress bar to show his progress. Progress bars were just a form of quantification. It didn't mean that he couldn't find the correct location if the bar wasn't full. In fact, Angor already found several possible locations. The chest pocket was only one of them. There was another one he was looking for, which was his target this time. Both Angor and Dorcas moved at the same time. At the same time, the mist around the space gate began to disperse. It wasn't completely driven away by the strange light yet, but people could still see through the mist and see what was going on outside. Their first glance was undoubtedly directed at their companion, Witch Sharon. What they saw made Stop and Ixen frown. Stop had always felt that Ikisi was making a mountain out of a molehill. Paradise Earth had a space seal and he had also set up a contract spirit. Witch Sharon was a space adept who was best at self-preservation and escape. Moreover, she had the innate ability of the sorcerer of the High Castle. Dealing with Elder Yu and the others who remained here was no different from torturing vegetables. How could she fail? However, when the mist dissipated, Stop was still shocked to see Witch Sharon's battered and bruised appearance. The last time he saw Witch Sharon in such a sorry state was when she was locked up in the castle and tortured by the evil witch. And that was 200 years ago. How did Witch Sharon end up in such a state, given her abilities? Stop slowly looked to the other side. He saw Dorcas swinging his sword, as well as a shadow with a powerful aura. A bloodline adept, and a shadow adept, why two adepts? This was the dual grounds of the end. There was no way the contract would allow two adepts to gang up on Witch Sharon, was there? Could it be? The contract was broken. On the other side, Ixen quickly looked at the two people who were attacking Sharon. He didn't recognize Dorcas because Dorcas appeared in front of him as a red-haired female warrior. However, Angor's shadow was recognized by Ixen. Angor's presence was the reason why Ixen felt uneasy. Ikos was surprised to see Angor here as well. So it's because of him. Ixen muttered to himself and looked at Stop, trying to tell him about Angor. However, Stop was looking up at the sky. There were layers of giant rocks above them, but Stop could see through them and see what was going on outside. There was no dome or light barrier. There was only the darkness of the night, and the figures who were following them, putting aside the pursuer for now. When Stop saw the clear sky, he understood that the spatial seal had been broken. The contract attached to the spatial seal was also gone. The space seal outside is broken, Stop said in a small voice. How did the spatial seal break? Shock and confusion appeared on Xtet's face. That was a spatial seal that Witch Sharon had spent many days setting up. How could it have been broken in such a short time? Stop shook his head. I don't know. But let's put that aside for now. We need to hurry. We need to take Witch Sharon away as quickly as possible. The Black Earl is already here. Ixen was going to tell Stop about Angor, but he quickly forgot about it after hearing Stop's words. I understand. 3 seconds, at most 3 seconds to get rid of this illusion. End of chapter. Sharon was still shrouded in mist, so she had no idea what was going on outside. However, judging by the time, Yacker and Stop should have arrived already. If they did not show up immediately, there was only one possibility. They were also trapped in an illusion. That wizard called John, he said. His illusions are really strong. To be able to drag Yacker and Stop into an illusion, his illusions had to be at least at the level of an experienced illusionist. Still, Sharon was not too worried about it. As long as Yacker was here, even a wild god's illusion could be broken. However, there might be some problems later. But that was for the future. The most important thing right now was to solve the current problem. Not to mention, they were able to survive the aftermath of breaking the wild god's illusion. Even if a wizard-level illusion would cause problems, it would not be as strong as a wild god's illusion. Sharon was confident. Based on what she knew about Yacker, it would only take half a minute at most to break the illusion. When that happened, they would have the choice to face Yacker and Yacker again. They would have more time to fight back or leave first. With such a thought in mind, Sharon silently waited for her companions to arrive. But at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly entered her ears. Which Sharon didn't even have time to identify the source of the wind. She saw a crimson light wrap around a sharp sword and stab straight at her chest. The familiar crimson light, the familiar red sword, no doubt. The attack came from Yacker. Which Sharon knew very well how powerful Dorcas's bloodline magic was. If she were to take it head-on, she would have no chance. She would definitely be injured. Besides, she was in the open while Yacker was in the dark. Getting injured would be very bad for her. Without much thought, Which Sharon instinctively dodged the attack. The sudden attack came too fast and came from a tricky angle. She could only dodge to the left. In the blink of an eye, Sharon's defensive spell was shattered by the sharp tip of the sword. However, the tip of the sword also paused for a moment. It was this pause that allowed Which Sharon to turn her body to the side and avoid the sword. However, although he managed to avoid the injuries on his body, his fluttering cloak was pierced through by the sword. With a flick of Dorcas' hand, the cloak was torn into two halves. Seeing this, Which Sharon knew that she could no longer keep her cloak. However, even if he couldn't keep it, it was still better than getting injured. Besides, the cloak had already been cut, so it would be difficult to continue using it. Now, it would only speed up the process of abandonment. Which Sharon didn't care about the torn cloak. Instead, she immediately activated her energy vision after dodging the attack. She looked into the mist and prepared herself for the coming attack. While Which Sharon was on guard against Dorcas, she didn't notice that the tattered cloak on the ground was slowly covered by the white mist and finally disappeared. There is no speedy doppelganger in the chest pocket of the cloak. The battle continues. The moment Dorcas used his red sword to pick up the torn cloth, the green pattern before his eyes was updated. However, the result of the update left him speechless. He thought Angor already found the substitute when he saw the location of the chest pocket. But it turned out that it was just an unconfirmed guess. What should we do now? How should we continue? Dorcas quickly asked while looking at Yacker's direction. Dorcas only wanted to check the progress of the absorption of the illusion. However, he saw Yacker and stopped staring at him through the thin mist. The accumulated energy had already locked onto him. They weren't completely free yet, but they would be free in the next second. Just as Dorcas was thinking this, the next second arrived. The mist that had shrouded the area around the spatial gate had completely dissipated. As the mist disappeared, Yacker took a step forward and drew a long, thin, blunt sword with a rainbow-like glow on it. He swung the sword at Dorcas from a distance. They were still 100 meters apart, and Yacker didn't move closer. However, Dorcas felt that the attack ignored the distance and appeared right in front of him. You deal with these two first. Leave Which Sharon to me. A row of words appeared in front of Dorcas's eyes. Are you trying to send me to my death? Dorcas subconsciously cursed. How was he supposed to stop the two of them by himself? Besides, they could summon a shallow sea strongman. Although Dorcas was cursing, he still took a step forward and activated his blood aura shield. He was prepared to block Xtet's slash across the air. After all, the attack seemed to be aimed at him, but it covered a large area, which also included Angor's position. I'm not asking you to die. You only need to block it for a moment. I've already locked onto the substitute's location. Dorcas let out a sigh of relief when he saw the new row of words. If he had to fight two powerful wizards and a shallow sea strongman alone, it would be almost impossible. However, if he only needed to block them for a moment and let Angor take the substitute, it would be much easier. While Dorcas regained his confidence and decided to fight Yacker's attack, Angor had already broken through the mist illusion and reached Which Sharon's side. Compared to Dorcas's bloody entrance, Angor's method was much more subtle and did not attract Which Sharon's attention. Also, he added an extra illusion to confuse the five senses of the target. Yacker might banish the illusion later, but at least it was still useful for now. As expected, Which Sharon did not notice the abnormality with the shadow behind her after her five senses had been thrown into confusion. However, she did not ignore it for long. 3 seconds later, a strand of iridescent light broke through the illusion and connected to Which Sharon. A hint of joy flashed across Which Sharon's eyes when she saw the rainbow thread. Aixen? Just as Which Sharon was about to say something, a familiar voice came from outside. Watch out behind you. Which Sharon did not know what was going on, but since Yacker warned her, something must have happened. Maybe Dorcas was right behind her. As she thought about this, she saw a familiar red light shining on her shoulder. Which Sharon rolled forward without hesitation, dodging the attack from behind. However, when Witch Sharon looked back and tried to lock onto Dorcas's position, she found that there was only a vast expanse of white behind her. There was nothing. The red light that fell on his shoulder was like a dream. A dream, Witch Sharon suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it really be an illusion? After all, the other wizard who called himself John was an expert in illusions. Did he attack her as well? But Yacker and Stop were both here. If Dorcas was attacking her, shouldn't John be dealing with Yacker and Stop? Something was wrong. Witch Sharon did not know what was wrong, but she felt something was wrong. Furthermore, would she be able to dodge Dorcas's attack just by rolling forward? And if the red light was an illusion, then Sharon looked at the iridescent thread with suspicion in her eyes. Was this really Yacker's string? Just as Witch Sharon was filled with doubts, a voice rang in her ears. Are you all right? Witch Sharon subconsciously turned her head, only to see Aixen and Stop appear in the mist. Yacker was looking at her with a worried and sincere gaze. Stop, on the other hand, had a familiar look of disdain on his face as he stood a dozen meters away. Witch Sharon frowned in the face of her companion's concern. She even took a step back. Are you guys real? Yacker looked confused. He did not understand why Witch Sharon would ask such a question, but he still answered seriously, of course we are real. Are you, all right? Stop crossed his arms and stood outside the mist. He mocked, what a piece of trash. You've been played like a fiddle. You don't even recognize people anymore. Witch Sharon didn't mind Stop's mockery at all. That was how he was supposed to be. She only stared at Yacker. Only Yacker could prove whether everything was real or not. Yacker hesitated for a moment. He extended a finger and tapped the air. A large number of colorful strings fell from above like rain, piercing straight into the mist around them. With the appearance of the rainbow-colored threads, the mist was quickly absorbed by the threads. Witch Sharon raised her head at this moment and looked up. She saw the familiar light wheel, as well as the colorful rainbow diagram. Seeing this, Witch Sharon was certain that the Yacker in front of her was real. This was because this was Yacker's unique ability. Even though she was certain that the Yacker in front of her was real, Witch Sharon still felt that something was wrong. She subconsciously looked at the first string. It was the string that had pierced into the mist before she heard the voice, "Be careful behind you." Witch Sharon was stunned when she looked at it. The original iridescent thread had disappeared. She suddenly remembered something when she looked at the empty ground. This rainbow string had pierced through the mist from the outside and landed on the ground near her. The rainbow strings that Yacker had created now were strings that fell from the wheel of light in the sky. They hung down, not pierced horizontally. When she thought of this, Witch Sharon turned her head abruptly and looked at Yacker. Just now, were you the one who told me to be careful behind me? Yacker paused for a moment and shook his head. No. What happened to your back? How could Witch Sharon not understand that she had fallen into a trap at this point? The string just now was not released by Yacker. It was also not Yacker who told her to be careful behind her back. If it was not Yacker, then it could only be John. He had used an illusion to confuse her. But what was his intention in doing so? Witch Sharon did not feel that there was anything wrong with her body. Did that mean that John did not intend to attack her, or was it that John was about to attack her when Yacker and Stop happened to arrive? Did you see the adept who released the illusion? Did he come to my side just now? Witch Sharon could not figure it out and asked Yacker. Yacker said, "Are you talking about the shadow adept? He did come here just now, but I don't think he did anything to you. He was just hiding in the shadows on the ground. When we came over just now, he had already retreated." The first thing that Witch Sharon noticed was the shadow adept. How could there be a shadow adept here? Wasn't there a wizard who practiced both prophecy and bloodline, as well as space and illusion adept? Where did this shadow adept come from? Could it be that he had been hiding in the shadows of those two people? But soon, she threw this unimportant information to the back of her mind, because she caught a new piece of information from Yacker's words. Hiding in the shadows on the ground, not behind her, an image suddenly flashed through Witch Sharon's mind. In order to avoid the red light behind her, she rolled a few meters away. Rolled, on the ground. Could it be that John was forcing her to roll? Because he was hiding in the shadows on the ground, but she did roll and was not hurt? No, John must have a purpose for approaching her. If it was not to hurt her, Could it be for something else? Which Sharon lowered her head and began to inspect her body. She suspected that John had left a mark on her body. Perhaps it was some kind of curse spell, just like the blood curse she used on Dorcas. Which Sharon's actions of searching him caused Aeson to be puzzled. What's wrong? Did you drop something? Yacker asked. Sharon did not answer. She kept inspecting her body. Stop, who had been crossing his arms over his chest, spoke in a plain voice. I think she dropped her necklace. Look, that wizard over there took it. Stop looked at a place not far away. The mist was almost gone, and he could clearly see Angor and Dorcas on the other side of the arena. One of the shadow adepts was holding a necklace in his hand. Stop was no stranger to this necklace. He had seen it on Witch Sharon before. Necklace? Witch Sharon did not understand what Stop meant. Her necklace was not an alchemy item, nor was it expensive. It was just a common metal found in the wildland world. Before entering the southern wizarding region, she asked Paganini to make her a necklace so that she could use it to connect her substitutes. Calling it a necklace was already out of her league. How could anyone steal a necklace that was worthless in the mortal world? Besides, her substitutes could only be used by herself. No one could use them. Although Witch Sharon thought so, she still reached out and touched her neck. This time, he really didn't feel anything. Witch Sharon looked down and saw that her necklace was gone. John's goal was her necklace? Was he crazy? Why did he only take a necklace? Was he trying to curse her using her pheromone? Puzzled, Witch Sharon followed Stop's gaze and looked at the other side of the arena. John and Dorcas were standing on one side of the arena, looking at them from a distance. Chan was stroking a very familiar necklace in his hand. End of chapter, half a minute ago. Just as Sharon thought, both the rainbow strings and Aiko's warning were created by Angor using an illusion. Normally, Sharon would have noticed the strings and the voice. However, Angor's nightmare illusion had a special effect on her. It messed up her 5 senses and caused her to enter a dazed state. This caused her to overlook the fact that something was wrong. Angor didn't do this to trick her. He just wanted to make sure. Before this, he had already locked onto the location of the substitute. It was most likely on her necklace. However, he only had one chance to do it. He had to see it with his own eyes. He reminded Witch Sharon to be careful of her back and purposely created a crimson light screen. In her panic, Witch Sharon would definitely choose to dodge. Angor's method and direction of dodging were all revealed by the bloody light he created using an illusion. In other words, Sharon's choice of rolling and the direction she was going to dodge were all planned out by Angor. When Sharon rolled on the ground, a small part of her necklace was revealed, which allowed Angor to see the tiny carvings of 2 human-faced stone pillars connected to each other. It was the substitute. Angor made his move as soon as he saw the substitute. Angor's shadow was already on the ground. It lay quietly on the ground, and as Witch Sharon rolled, she stepped on Elmi's shadow. That was when Angor made his move. Sharon's necklace wasn't an alchemy item, so there was nothing wrong with it when it was removed. This was why Sharon didn't notice the loss of her necklace immediately. Oh, it's you. Stop stared at Angor. You know him? Icos asked. Stop didn't answer. Instead, it was Witch Sharon who spoke. We saw him at Starry Street at noon. Who are you? Sharon looked at Angor and asked, Who are you? What do you want from my necklace? Angor put the necklace back into his bracelet right in front of Sharon. I introduced myself earlier. Have you forgotten, Sharon? Also, I'm just taking something back. Taking something back? Sharon was a little confused, but Angor didn't seem to want to explain. Instead, he ignored her and asked Icos. Instead, he asked Angor, Mr. Icos, do you remember me? Icos hesitated for a moment before he nodded. Yes. Angor smiled politely. I'm very grateful for your generosity, Mr. Icos. But I'm also surprised to see you here, Mr. Icos. Can you explain to me? You said you're not from the Belos family, Icos said. Angor nodded. That's right. I'm not familiar with the Belos family at all. Or rather, I don't know anyone from the Belos family. Icos frowned. If you're not from the Belos family, why do you want to know where I am? Icos, Angor said. Icos, Icos, Mr. Icos, Icos. Angor put on a troubled expression. I heard that there's a lot of people involved in this. The Sky Tower suffered a huge blow. As for me and Floating Mech City. Sky Tower. Floating Mech City. There was a flash of understanding in Ikisi's eyes. This was the first time they came to the southern wizarding region, but they did some research on the organizations and supernatural cities there. Floating Mech City was the largest metal distribution center in the southern wizarding region. It was also a holy training ground for alchemists. Icos didn't know what to say if Angor had something to do with Floating Mech City. After all, it was a fact that Sky Tower's registration office was destroyed. Stop chose to fight on the top floor of Sky Tower's registration office. It was impossible for him to deny that. We didn't mean to become enemies with Floating Mech City. The Sky Tower's registration center was destroyed by accident. Ixon looked a bit guilty. Extet was about to explain, but before he could finish, Stop interrupted. There's no need to say too much. You and Sharon go prepare for the warp jump. Stop opened his mouth to argue, but in the end, he rubbed his nose and gave up. Sharon didn't resist either. She quietly prepared a warp jump spell while glaring at Angor, as if she was trying to memorize Angor's face. At this moment, Stop opened his mouth again. I'm curious. How did you know that the Sky Tower's registration was damaged? Angor smiled but didn't say anything. Stop lifted his chin and stared at Angor as if he could see through everything. You're lying. The Belos family contacted you, didn't they? How else could Angor know about the situation in Sky Tower's registration office? You didn't talk to Icos to find out why he's here. You just wanted to buy time. It was the Belos family who told you to do this. As for your claim about being related to Floating Mech City, it's true. Any wizard in the southern wizarding region who doesn't have anything to do with Floating Mech City is lying. After all, Floating Mech City was the birthplace of alchemy in the southern wizarding region. Most countries in the southern wizarding region already had railroads, steam trains, and airships. These technologies seemed to be invented by Avery, but they were actually developed by Floating Mech City. Even mortals' lives were closely related to Floating Mech City, let alone wizards. In Stop's opinion, Angor's claim about being related to Floating Mech City was just a bluff. Angor shook his head and chuckled. Everything you say is wrong, but it's not the same as before. But you're right about one thing. I'm trying to buy time. Angor didn't know anything about the Sky Tower's registration office. The Belos family didn't contact him either. But Black Girl did. Black Girl found Angor not long after the space seal was broken, so he contacted Angor through their spirit bond. Angor had already obtained the necklace and was about to leave with Dorcas. He didn't expect Black Girl to suddenly talk to him. After a brief discussion, Angor agreed to help Black Girl hold off Stop and the others. He didn't know why the Dark Earl wanted to help the Belos family, but it wasn't a big deal to buy time for them. After all, Dorcas and Angor didn't dare to stop because they couldn't win. Now that the Dark Earl was going to join the battle himself, and he even brought most of the Belos family's wizards with him, they had nothing to fear. Black Earl had set up a special trap outside to stop these people. All Angor needed to do was to say something to buy time. Even if there was danger, Black Earl would come to save him, so Angor wouldn't refuse. I'm curious too. You know I'm trying to buy time, but you're still talking to me. Why? What gave you the confidence to do so? I like it when people ask me questions. Stop suddenly chuckled and looked at Angor with great interest. Why don't you take a guess? Why don't you guess where my confidence comes from? Angor was only asking to buy time. He didn't expect Stop to admit it so easily. From the looks of it, he really didn't seem to be worried about stalling for time. Black Earl was the one in charge of this. How could Stop be so confident that he could escape in front of Black Earl, Angor considered. Wizard Sharon is a space wizard. She shouldn't be able to give you such confidence. Is it because of Mr. Extet? Stop's smile widened. Am I right? Angor raised an eyebrow. He thought of Extet because he still couldn't figure out how Extet managed to cut off his illusion with the rainbow-colored lines hanging high in the sky. One had to know that the illusion he used wasn't an ordinary illusion. There were green patterns added into it. The green patterns were the energy system of the nightmare realm. Even for the Black Earl, it would be difficult for him to break through the illusion created by the compound energy with his skills. How did Xianxia make the illusion disappear so easily? Also, Xianxia didn't seem to be affected at all, which puzzled Angor a lot. Are you wondering how Xianxia did it? Why don't you take another guess? Stop was already losing control of his expression when he spoke. He even looked at Angor with his eyes wide open. It wasn't because he was anxious. Instead, it was because he was too excited. Combined with Stop's tight suit, Angor felt like he was facing a thug in a suit. Angor didn't say anything this time. First of all, he really couldn't figure it out. Second of all, Sharon had already created a warp gate, which they could use to leave at any time. Angor didn't even need to ask for permission. Black Earl already appeared on the stage with the Byros family members. Do it. Destroy the warp gate. It was a purple-haired wizard who spoke. As soon as he appeared, he created a giant purple flower bud. The flower bud unfolded, and countless purple petals were blown away by the wind. They were all aimed at the warp gate. This was the first time Angor met this wizard, but he knew who he was, Purple Flame Gainer. Xianxia, as well as Seahawk and Yaki, who lost in the arena earlier, joined Gainer. These were the wizards who directly destroyed the warp gate, but there were more than just 4 of them. For example, the Dark Earl, Elder Tree, Elder Yu, Desi, Yishu's previous titles. These people had all appeared near the arena, and through some special means, they had set up a huge confinement array. The confinement array was complicated, but it was mostly completed. Angor had bought enough time for them to complete it. As soon as the confinement circle was set up, Gainer, Yusen, and the other wizards began to attack the warp gate. However, these attacks came too quickly and didn't completely destroy the warp gate. They only left a small crack on it. Under normal circumstances, a small crack wouldn't affect the use of the warp gate. However, with the confinement circle sealing the space, the warp gate couldn't be used in the first place. If the gate was damaged further, it would be even more impossible to use it. In other words, Stop and the others only had one option: force their way through. Angor believed that they still had a chance. He already learned from Black Earl that they could control more than just the shallow sea strongman. They also had the island strongman and a crocodile monster. With 3 official wizards and 3 wizard-level demon beasts, there was a chance that they could successfully break through. However, they would have to pay a high price. They might have to sacrifice a few monsters. As Angor thought about this, Stop suddenly laughed out loud. So many wizards coming to attack us. How exciting. But do you think a mere confinement circle can stop us? Stop looked at Angor. You're curious about our trump card, aren't you? Now, you have the chance to see it for yourself. Stop's sudden outburst didn't affect the others. They all knew that Stop was a joy addict. The more people reacted to his words, the happier he would be. Besides, they didn't think Stop could really escape. How could a confinement circle set up by Black Earl be broken so easily? However, Angor was different from the others. He could see that there was something wrong with the thug in the suit, but he had a feeling that Stop wasn't lying. They really had something to back them up. Moreover, with Sharon and Xianxia's expressions were also very calm. This was obviously a little abnormal. Angor didn't say anything. He only looked at the other side. He thought that Storp might do something shocking, such as shake people up or come up with some other unconventional methods. However, they didn't do anything. They only created a giant shield around the portal. The others didn't mind and just let them do whatever they wanted. As far as they were concerned, Stop and the others were like turtles in a jar. Whatever they did would be useless. When the light shield appeared, they didn't do anything else. They just walked into the warp gate one by one. Everyone clearly thought that the dimensional warp gate would not work, but they had entered it without any obstruction. It was as if the confinement array was a joke. Xianxia was the first to enter the portal. Before entering, he gave Angor an apologetic look, as if saying, "We don't intend to become enemies with Floating Mech City." Sharon was the second to enter the portal. She was also looking at Angor with a puzzled look. When Sharon entered the portal, the others finally realized that something was wrong. Purple Flame Gainer was the first to rush in. However, the light shield created by 3 people couldn't be broken in a short time. At this moment, Stop entered the hyperdrive gate. He was the last to enter the gateway of warp. Before he entered, he made a gesture of greeting to everyone, as if he was giving a final thank you to this absurd show. After doing all this, Stop slowly entered the hyperdrive gate. The portal closed, and everyone left. They're really not here? Elder Tree frowned as he listened to Night Tree's report. Night Tree number 9 nodded. We used energy infiltration and caused the surrounding spatial energy to be extremely chaotic. It almost caused the space to collapse, but there were still no leakage of information or clues. We can basically confirm that. They've already left the area we set up. The area they set up was the area restricted by the confinement formation. Night Tree number 9 said that Stop and the rest had left the confinement area. That meant that they were truly out of control. Impossible. We have so many seals. How can they leave? Gainer had an expression of disbelief, but he quickly thought of something. They might be hiding in a deeper layer of space. You, go and let Sea Eagle and Yaki strengthen the chaotic energy. Let the space collapse. By then, they definitely won't be able to hide anymore. Night Tree number 9 lowered his head and said, Lady Ellis did not allow the collapse test. Ellis? She's clearly a victim, but she rejected the test. Does she intend to let the attackers go just like that? Gainer roared loudly. He was speaking to Night Tree number 9, but his gaze pierced through the layers of energy and looked at Ellis in the distance. Ellis heard Gainer's question. She pinched her slightly swollen brows in annoyance. The collapse of the space will cause damage to Paradise. If the Belos family is willing to fully compensate for Paradise's losses, I can agree to let the nearby space collapse. Of course we. Just as Gainer was about to say agree, he was interrupted by Elder Tree. Let's leave it at that. It's useless even if it collapses. They've already left. Gainer turned to look at Elder Tree in confusion. Why? Elder Tree said softly, the area we set up is only one step away from collapsing. If they were still here, they would have come out long ago. Since they didn't come out, it means that they must have left. Gainer still did not agree. We can't let go of any possibility. In Gainer's eyes, he had to at least see the space collapse. Only then could he officially confirm that they had left. Elder Tree looked at Gainer helplessly. He shook his head and did not say anything. Instead, he glanced at Shayna. Shayna also understood what Elder Tree meant. She sighed softly in her heart, walked forward, and whispered in Gainer's ear. If it's someone else, we can't let go of any possibility. However, Stop and the others are extremely powerful as a whole. With the strength they've revealed, they're more than capable of facing us head-on and leaving safely. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for them to hide in the confinement circle for so long at the risk of space collapse and annihilation. On the surface, there were already 3 official magi and 3 Magus-level magical beasts. Moreover, their battle strength was practically unharmed. On their side, Sea Eagle and Yaki were missing limbs, Elder Tree was injured, and Patriarch Xianxia was seriously injured. Although they had more people on their side, if they really fought with the other side, they might not be much of a threat. Unless the Dark Earl could convince Dorcas and another Magus to help. But even so, he might not be able to make the other party stay. If Stop asked the Hercules to fight to the death, they had the same chance to escape. Thinking about it this way would make sense. Stop and the others clearly had the strength to face them head-on, but they didn't use it. This meant that they had a better way to leave easily. Even if they really hid in the space crevice, after going through so many rounds of energy attacks, they definitely understood that they might be exposed to the risk of space collapse. After all, if space collapsed, not even a blade of grass would grow. Would they risk being annihilated and bet that the Belos family wouldn't dare to collapse space? Desperados might dare, but they wouldn't. Gainer also understood what Shayna meant, but he was still unwilling to give up. The women in Elysium are all vampires. If they really destroy Elysium, they have all sorts of ways to devour the Belos family. Moreover, Elysium is currently in danger. Those witches will think of all sorts of ways to fill in the gaps. If the Belos family is targeted by them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Shayna transmitted her voice, you don't want to see the Belos family suffer such heavy losses. And have to pay more, right? Gaynor also knew some of the recent rumors about Elysium. After thinking carefully for a moment, he nodded and did not urge them to make space collapse. However, Gaynor still did not understand, if Stop and the others really left, how did they do it? Faced with Gaynor's question, no one knew how to answer. Finally, Gaynor looked at Black Earl. Black Earl sensed everyone's gaze and said indifferently, why, do you suspect that I opened a back door for them? Gaynor hurriedly shook his head. Although he was rash at times, he was no fool, no. Shayna also hurriedly added, actually, we are too stupid. We don't know how those attackers escaped. In other words, they could only rely on Black Earl to give them pointers. As the creator of the imprisonment formation, Black Earl should logically give them an explanation. However, Black Earl was also a little confused. To a certain extent, he actually supported Gaynor's suggestion to make Elysium space completely collapse. Because he could sense that the imprisonment formation he set up was not activated. This meant that either Stop and the others were still hiding in a certain layer of space, or they used other methods to bypass the imprisonment formation. Black Earl personally hoped that the former was the case, not only because the former was easy to find, but also because there was another important reason: if it was the latter, it might involve some outside methods. Because of this, Black Earl actually supported Gaynor's suggestion. However, Black Earl knew that the answer was often the opposite of what he hoped for. Although he did not want to admit it, Black Earl could confirm that Stop and the others had already left through the various signs at the scene and the feedback from his own investigation. This meant that there was a high chance that they had some outside methods. Any outside method was special, mysterious, and hard to predict. At least, with the information that Black Earl currently had, he could not deduce what method Stop and the others used to leave. I can't give you an answer yet. I need more clues. Black Earl considered and decided to tell the truth. Gaynor suddenly thought of something and pointed to the side. They should be able to give us some clues. Gaynor was pointing at Angwar's location. Black Earl narrowed his eyes and looked at Gaynor. Do you know who he is? Gaynor was about to say that they were acquaintances of Lord Earl. Previously, the Black Earl had asked them to stall for time. Logically speaking, they should know the Black Earl. But before Gaynor could say anything, Shayna stepped forward. Lord Black Earl, Gaynor is referring to Lucia. Those attackers stayed in Starry Street for a long time, so Lucia must know something. Gaynor was indeed pointing at Angor and Dorcas' location. However, Lucia was also standing beside Angor. They seemed to know each other and were talking about something. Shayna understood that Gaynor was referring to Angor's group. However, from the Black Girl's rhetorical question, do you know who he is, she felt that something was wrong. He wasn't referring to Red Sword Dorcas. It was another wizard she didn't know. Judging from Black Girl's tone, this wizard seemed to be someone important. Lucia wasn't the only one. Black Girl's descendant, an apprentice named Y, was also standing beside the wizard. Y was even looking at the wizard with starry eyes. Y dared to show such an expression to an outsider in front of Black Earl, which meant the wizard must be someone important. Shayna didn't want Gaynor to offend the wizard, so she stepped forward without hesitation and changed Gaynor's words. Gaynor didn't understand why Shayna would do that. However, as a longtime companion, Gaynor didn't try to deny it. Black Earl also knew that Shayna was lying through her teeth, but he couldn't deny that her words made sense. Lucia was standing beside Angor, and she might know something about Stop's secret. If they wanted to find clues about other means, Lucia would be a good choice. The Dark Earl did not expose Shayna's lie. He said calmly, what you said makes sense. Perhaps we can get some clues from Lucia. With that, Black Earl turned around and flew back to Angor. As for the confinement magic circle here, it was left to Elder Tree to preside over. Anyway, the confinement magic circle had already run away, so the confinement magic circle was useless. Whether to dismantle it or to keep it, it was left to the people of the Belos family to decide. Angor was chatting with Lucia on the other side. He didn't expect Lucia to show up here, but it was also reasonable. Lucia was the caretaker of Starry Street. Normally speaking, she wouldn't meet with the big families in the Wizard Market. However, considering the terrible state of Bjorn Tree Garden and the fact that the attackers came from Starry Street, as the caretaker of Starry Street in name, Lucia still had to come out and explain the situation. After all, the Belos family wasn't the only one who was attacked in Bjorn Tree Garden. Many wizard organizations were attacked as well, so it was reasonable for Lucia to show up. Lucia quickly approached Angor and began to talk to him. Lucia suspected that Angor was an alchemist from Floating Mech City. The destruction of Sky Tower's registration center was like a slap to Floating Mech City's face. Angor was sure that the Belos family was the cause, not Lucia. However, not everyone was a reasonable person. If someone sided with Lucia, Starry Street would be in big trouble. In order to prevent Starry Street from being affected too much, Lucia had to ask Angor to speak for her. Angor considered Lucia's request and didn't refuse. Lucia didn't want Angor to speak for her. She just wanted to find out the truth fairly. That was something Angor could do. It was just a simple message anyway. He could get it done in a few minutes. Besides, there was another reason why Angor agreed to Lucia's request. Since Lucia wanted to find out the truth, should she tell him about Stop and the others? Otherwise, how could he prove that Lucia had nothing to do with them? Angor also wanted to know more about these people, which was why he agreed to Lucia's request without hesitation. However, compared to Stop and Sharon, Angor was more interested in the good guy named Extet. What did Extet do to break his illusion? At first, Lucia didn't want to answer Angor's question. But when she realized that Angor wasn't interested in Stop and Sharon at all, Lucia sighed in relief. Stop and Sharon rarely talked to outsiders in Starry Street, so Lucia was the only one who knew some basic information about them. If Angor really wanted to know more about them, Lucia had no choice but to tell him some secrets. Extet, on the other hand, was different. During his time in Starry Street, he met many people and was quite popular. Naturally, he left behind a lot of personal information during this process. Lucia wasn't the only one who knew this information. Other people in Starry Street and those who were helped by Extet all knew about it. What Angor wanted to know was semi-public information about Extet, so Lucia didn't mind sharing it with him. According to Lucia's information, Angor gradually learned more about Extet. Just like what he told Extet when he first met him, Extet was also a good guy in other people's eyes. To the light wizards in Starry Street, Extet's personal comments were excellent. Sometimes, there would be negative comments, and some extreme comments. Most of them were from people who were jealous, framed, or felt unfair because they didn't benefit from it. These comments were not useful at all. Generally speaking, Extet was a good guy. However, in the eyes of people in Starry Street, Extet was also full of mysteries. 4. Example, Extet's background was very mysterious. There were no records about him in the southern wizarding region. Also, Extet looked like a bloodline sorcerer, but he did not admit it. When you asked him what kind of bloodline sorcerer he was, he never told you. Other than that, Extet treated certain bloodline sorcerers differently. On the surface, it seemed that Extet did not like the bloodline sorcerer very much. Of course, there were also some issues of taste and clothing that were discussed by others. However, these were not too important. After listening to Lucia's information, Angor only learned more about Extet's personality. He still didn't know anything about Extet's abilities. Angor considered and decided to ask directly. Did Extet use any special abilities during his time in Starry Street? End of chapter. Special ability? Lucia rubbed her chin and fell into deep thought. Several seconds later, Lucia shook her head. I don't remember him using any special ability. Also, he spent most of his time teaching in Star Street. Fighting is forbidden there. Even if he had a special ability, he wouldn't have a chance to use it. Teaching? Angor caught the unexpected word. Usually, teaching was only used between teachers and students. Did Icos take students in Star Street? Lucia seemed to have guessed Angor's thoughts. She shook her head and smiled. Not the kind of teaching you think. It's a teaching mission. Even though the Starry Sky Street was a parasite of the various major adept markets, its internal functions were not too different from those of the adept markets. There were regular trade fairs, regular supernatural gatherings, announcement booths for important announcements, quest halls, and so on. Generally speaking, these places were not as comprehensive. They could not compare to the similar buildings in wizard markets. However, Star Street was spread across the entire Goman Kingdom, and they shared many common functions. For example, if you accepted a public quest in Star Street 13, but you couldn't submit it there due to various reasons, you could choose to submit it in any other Star Street. In other words, Star Street connected the quest chain of the entire Goman Kingdom. In short, Star Street did not restrict you too much. However, it was much less diverse than the outside world. However, for adepts with monotonous needs, the functions of the Starry Street were more than enough. Then again, the reason why Ixen could teach was because he had accepted teaching missions in the mission hall. These teaching missions were issued by Star Street 1, and the requirements were quite low. The main purpose was to increase the attractiveness of the street, as well as to give ambitious people a sense of belonging. Generally speaking, teaching missions were accepted by the managers of Star Street. After accepting a mission, the Star Street would announce some teaching directions of the teacher. People from the various districts who were interested in learning would come. For example, if Lucia accepted a mission and was willing to teach apothecary, the quest hall of each Star Street would display the following message: XX wizard from XX Street will teach the basics of apothecary on XX day, XX month, XX day. Those who are qualified to attend the class are free to go. Generally speaking, the requirement for attending a class referred to the VIP level of the Star Street and the limits set by the teacher. All in all, teaching missions were a disguised benefit provided by Star Street. Of course, there weren't many people who could enjoy this benefit. The threshold for attending classes was still very high. Starry 13th Street. It had been many years since any classes had been held. The main reason was that Lucia had spent all her time researching new witch soups. She didn't want to waste any time teaching. However, recently, there had been some changes in the 13th Street of Stars. Yax was here. Aikus accepted the teaching assignment. Angor couldn't help but ask, so the missions in Star Street aren't restricted to outsiders? Lucia nodded. It's not forbidden, but almost no external magi have taken it. I don't understand what Ixen is thinking. Why did he accept the teaching mission? Is he planning something else? Lucia hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't think so. At first, I was also a little suspicious of Ixen's intentions, so I secretly observed his classes. They were all very normal classes. I have also made some evaluations on Ixen, and the final conclusion is that his personality may be like that. He likes to teach others. Angor thought about Ixen's nice guy persona. It did make sense. Angor put aside the question for now and asked again, what's the general content of his classes? Lucia considered for a moment and said, the content is not fixed. He will adjust his teaching according to the students who come to his class. Most of them are basic classes, as well as general knowledge about supernatural knowledge. However, he didn't teach technical classes such as alchemy or runes, so he probably didn't dabble in them. From the sound of it, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. Angor considered and asked again, then, did he do anything strange while teaching? Or did he receive any negative feedback from his students? Lucia, no. His teaching is one of the main reasons why he's so popular. Just as she finished speaking, Lucia suddenly thought of something. Oh, I suddenly thought of something. He didn't receive any negative feedback, but I did hear some strange comments. Strange comments? Angor asked, what kind of comments? Lucia, probably the mystery about Ixen I told you before. It said that Ixen had displayed very high-end combat techniques unique to bloodlines in front of some of the bloodline acolytes, and those bloodline acolytes were very excited. However, Ixen denied that he was a bloodline magus. Those apprentices didn't believe it, and they even spread the news. Did he ever teach a bloodline apprentice? Angor remembered Lucia mentioning that Ixen seemed to be biased against bloodline wizards. Lucia understood Angor's question and smiled. He does treat bloodline wizards differently. But only certain bloodline apprentices. Prejudice against certain bloodline acolytes? What does that mean, Lucia? I don't know who certain people are. But the bloodline apprentices Ixen was willing to teach are either those who haven't assimilated their bloodline yet, or those who have already assimilated their abyssal bloodline. I think he has a special interest in abyssal monsters? Ixin was more willing to teach bloodline apprentices who had already assimilated their abyssal bloodline? Did he have a special interest in them? Angor didn't think so. It was more like he hated abyssal monsters. Ixin was willing to teach abyssal bloodline apprentices, which meant he wanted to see more abyssal monsters get killed. What else could that be? But apart from knowing that Ixin didn't like abyssal monsters, Angor still didn't understand the deeper meaning behind Ixin's attitude. Angor considered for a moment. You said he taught some advanced bloodline skills, but he denied that he's a bloodline wizard? Lucia nodded. Correct. Angor felt that the answer sounded familiar. He glanced at Dorcas, who was standing beside him. Dorcas nodded at Angor and looked at Lucia. That skill isn't combo, is it? Lucia already knew who Dorcas was. She already guessed that the friend Angor mentioned in the witch's soup shop was Dorcas. She didn't care about Dorcas, but she was surprised by Dorcas' question. How do you know it's combo? In other words, Dorcas guessed correctly. I saw him using combo before, Dorcas said. Oh, so you did. Right, you're a bloodline wizard too. Lucia paused and asked in a curious tone, is combo really that hard? Dorcas nodded. It's difficult for non-bloodline wizards to learn it at this stage. Lucia replied, since it's difficult for non-bloodline wizards to learn combo / why would he deny that he's a bloodline wizard? Everyone remained silent. Angor and Dorcas also wanted to know the answer to this question. Suddenly, Dark Earl flew to them from the side. Angor's eyes brightened up. They couldn't tell Ixin's class because they didn't know enough. But Dorcas was different. As one of the top wizards in the southern wizarding region, he had seen everything. With this in mind, Angor asked Dark Earl about Ixin. Dark Earl planned to ask Angor about what they saw in Paradise, as well as Lucia's information about Stop and the others, so that he could figure out why the confinement array failed. However, after hearing Angor's description, Dark Earl felt like he had grasped a key piece of information. Stop was a sound wizard who was good at speaking words. Sharon was a space wizard who was good at sealing. With Stop's power, it was very difficult for him to break through the confinement array. While Witch Sharon had a certain chance of breaking through the confinement array that the Black Earl had set up was designed to counter Witch Sharon's spatial abilities. The Dark Earl was confident that the confinement array would most likely be effective against Witch Sharon. It seemed that neither Stop nor Sharon had a way to break through the confinement array. Then, there was only one answer to this. Ixin, the mysterious muscle man. Dark Earl thought about how they already had a way to deal with Stop in the arena. But at the critical moment, Ixin broke through the encirclement and came to Stop's side. Ixin took Stop away right in front of everyone. This wasn't something an ordinary wizard could do. Perhaps Ixin was the key to breaking the confinement array. With this in mind, Dark Earl asked for more information about Ixin. This was exactly what Angor wanted, so he gladly agreed. The first person Dark Earl asked was Lucia. Lucia didn't dare to hide anything from Angor. She repeated what she told Angor earlier. Next, Dark Earl looked at Dorcas. I think Ixin's combo is very important, Dorcas said. It might have something to do with a wild god from the wildlands. The first half of Dorcas's words were still spoken, but the second half was spoken through their spirit bond. The main reason was that it involved the matters of the other world. Moreover, looking at the Belos family's appearance of wanting to drag someone into the water, they might think that they had caught a treasure after hearing only half of the sentence. If the Supreme Cult decided to investigate this matter, Dorcas would be dragged into the mess. In order to avoid getting involved in the Supreme Cult's business, Dorcas chose to use the spirit bond to communicate. Dark Earl understood Dorcas's intention. After listening to Dorcas's explanation through the spirit bond, he didn't say anything more about Ixin's combo. In the end, Dark Earl looked at Angor. They've told me everything. I don't have anything else to tell you. But Ixin did use a certain ability that I'm curious about. What kind of energy? It's an iridescent string that emits strange energy. Next, he used an illusion spell to simulate the scene where Aikisi used the rainbow strings. What I don't understand is how this ability was able to break through my illusion. More importantly, it seemed to have absorbed the illusion, but from what I could sense, there was not much change in the illusion nodes. This makes me very curious. how did it break through my illusion? Lucia and the others didn't think much of Angwar's explanation. Wasn't it normal for illusions to be broken? Even with their abilities, they would still be defeated. What's more, it was just an ordinary fog illusion. However, Dark Earl knew Angwar's strength very well, especially when it came to illusions. Dark Earl didn't know why Phantom Island's illusions were so special, but he could tell that Angwar's illusions were as good as his teacher's. Even Dark Earl would fall for Sunder's illusions if he came in person. Angwar's illusions weren't weak at all. No wonder Dark Earl was so concerned when Ixen destroyed Angwar's illusions so easily. Dark Earl considered Angwar's explanation. Multiple slashes, colorful strings, ways to break illusions, space manipulation. Ixen's abilities were not only varied, but also strange. Could there be some kind of connection between these strange abilities? The Black Count was constantly sifting through the various elemental abilities that he knew. Time slowly passed. After an unknown period of time, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in the shallow end of his consciousness like a stream of light. Ixen. He's not a wizard from that school, is he? On the other side, a rainbow-colored door appeared out of thin air in a pitch-black forest where no one was present. Several seconds later, the door slowly closed. At the same time, 3 wizards in different outfits appeared in the forest. They were Stop's group who just left Paradise. However, the situation was different from the one in Paradise Earth. The one who was truly injured was Witch Sharon. But now, as soon as they landed, Witch Sharon did not even feel anything strange. Icos collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Stop seemed to know Ixen quite well. Instead of asking about Ixen's condition, he began to check his current location. We're far away from Billen Tree Garden now. We don't have to worry about the Byros family for now. But there's bad news. We're less than 100 kilometers away from the capital of Goman Kingdom. The capital of the Goman Kingdom? Witch Sharon frowned. That's right. According to Paganini, someone from Goman Kingdom might have noticed the space ripples here. End of chapter. Witch Sharon furrowed her brow slightly at Stop's words. As a spatial adept, she knew very well that ordinary spatial flux would not be discovered by anyone. Even if it was discovered by other adepts, the adepts would not purposely come looking for it to avoid conflict. However, this time it was no ordinary spatial flux. Her power was not the only thing involved in this spatial traversal. Xdet's power was also involved. Her power did not attract too much attention. However, things were different now that Xdet's power had been infused into it. If the people of the Goman Kingdom discover the situation here, will they come to check it out? Witch Sharon asked, should we leave now, or should we leave after dealing with Xdet's problem? Stop glanced at Xdet, who was panting on the ground. He muttered to himself, check on Xdet's condition first. I will contact Paganini. Witch Sharon nodded. She watched Stop close his eyes before lowering her head to check on Xdet's condition. The more she checked, the tighter Witch Sharon's brow furrowed. Xdet's physical condition was fine, but his mental state was not too good. After about half a minute, Stop opened his eyes. How is Xdet? Is the backlash serious? Witch Sharon replied, the physical symptoms are normal. He will be fine after some rest. However, his mental state is not too good. I cannot probe into his mind. Witch Sharon pinched the space between her eyebrows, using the past as an analogy. Something is not right. Are you sure he did not graze any other energy at the arena? Stop shook his head, no. Witch Sharon said, then that's strange. Could he have grazed some unknown energy when he was on his own? Stop laughed coldly. Is this the first day you know him? Do you think he would graze some unknown energy for no reason? Though Stop's mockery embarrassed Witch Sharon, she had to admit that Stop was right. They had known Xdet for many years. Naturally, they knew his way of doing things very well. When Xdet was young, he had inadvertently grazed the energy of an unknown type of succubus. As a result, he had suffered a great loss, and even his personality had changed because of it. Later on, after they broke through the evil witch's cold tower, they learned from the secrets left behind by the evil witch that the succubus of unknown species was God Pan's kin. The energy it released was mixed with a trace of God Pan's power. As for God Pan, he was an ancient of the abyss. The malevolent sorcerer did not record how powerful he was, but the title of an ancient elder was sufficient to indicate his standing. Even if it was only a fraction of God Pan's power in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, it was enough to make Ixin suffer a great loss, and it was difficult to recover after so many years. With the power of God Pan in front of his eyes, Aikisi could not simply graze unknown energy. If Ixin did not graze the unknown energy, then his current mental abnormality could only be caused by the power of illusion that he had grazed before. Which Sharon looked at stop, however, the power of illusions alone shouldn't have been able to cause such intense mental effects. At this point, which Sharon paused for a moment before continuing in a hesitant tone, unless the illusion cast by John contains some unknown and special energy. Speaking of which, when I was trapped by the illusion earlier, I vaguely felt that there was something wrong with the illusion, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. The only thing I'm certain of is that if I didn't rely on Aikisi's banishment, I shouldn't have been able to break out of the illusion in a short period of time. Could it really be a problem with the illusion? Stop did not know if which Sharon's guess was correct, because he had not come into contact with the illusion in depth. When they arrived at the underground caverns arena, Aikisi had immediately banished the illusion. At the time, he had completely stood aside and watched. He did not study the illusion in detail. After a moment of thought, Stop said, "Can you awaken Aikisi's consciousness?" Which Sharon nodded, "It should be possible, but even if you awaken Aikisi, he won't be able to do anything with his own strength." Stop said, "I understand. Awaken him first and ask him what happened. We can make plans after that." Which Sharon said, "All right." Just as which Sharon was about to awaken Aikisi's consciousness, she suddenly thought of something. "Right, what did Paganini say?" Stop said, "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Which Sharon stopped what she was doing and raised her head to look at Stop. "Are you planning to use me as an object to satisfy your inner pleasure?" Stop said calmly, "I'm not interested in you." Which Sharon narrowed her eyes. She did not feel much about Stop's somewhat mocking words. Instead, she let out a sigh of relief, "Then I'm relieved." After a pause, which Sharon waved her hand, "Let's talk about the bad news first." Stop said, "The bad news is that someone in the Goman Kingdom has indeed discovered the spatial flux here. Moreover, they have already reported it to the Goman King." Which Sharon's expression changed slightly when she heard that the Goman King was involved. They might not have been in the southern region for long, but they already had a good understanding of the Goman Kingdom. In the near future, the Goman Kingdom would definitely become a chaotic place in the southern region. It was also because they knew that this place would become chaotic that they chose to stay in the Goman Kingdom. Only a chaotic place would be their paradise. However, a choice was a choice. This did not mean that they were willing to be sucked into the center of the vortex. At least, not yet. Which Sharon asked, "And the good news?" Stop said, "The good news is that the Goman King did not pay attention to this report. He only sent a squad of guards." Which Sharon let out a sigh of relief when she heard that it was only the royal guards. According to her knowledge, only one of the royal guards of the Goman Kingdom was an official adept. Moreover, he stayed by the Goman King's side all year round. The rest were at most apprentices. However, just in case, which Sharon still asked, the captain of the royal guards did not come, did he? The captain of the royal guards was the only official adept. Stop said, "He did not come." Which Sharon was completely relieved. As long as the captain of the royal guards did not come, the apprentices would be sent to their deaths. However, before which Sharon could rejoice, Stop added, "Even though the captain of the royal guards did not come, according to Paganini, there are spies planted by other factions among the royal guards." Spies? What do you mean? Which Sharon looked at Stop in confusion. Stop shrugged. Literally. According to the current structure of the Goman Kingdom, there were roughly 3 factions. They were the native faction led by the Goman royal family, the foreign faction led by the Moonfrost Union, and the Supreme Cult. If there were spies from other factions among the royal guards, then they could only have been planted by the major adept organizations or the Supreme Cult. Stop said, Paganini could not find out who the spy was, nor could he confirm which faction it was from. This was normal. After all, Paganini's investigation was done with the help of someone else's prophecy. If a spy in the world of adepts had a powerful backer, they would definitely use measures to counter the prophecy or interfere with the prophecy. It was already impressive that Paganini could find out about the spy. Which Sharon said, he could not confirm who it was, nor could he confirm which faction it was from. Does that mean we have to avoid it? The spy must have a special channel to transmit information. If their whereabouts were exposed, and the information was leaked, it would be bad. Moreover, it would be fine if it was a spy from an adept organization. If it was a spy from the Supreme Cult, then it would be troublesome. The Supreme Cult was favored by the world consciousness. If they were not careful, they could be exposed. Stop thought for a moment and said, there's no need. If they really come, just trap them. Moreover, with their speed, they won't be able to reach here in a short amount of time. Which Sharon agreed. This place was over 50 kilometers away from the capital. Moreover, the enemy was only a group of apprentices. Just traveling alone would take a long time. By the time they arrived, they might have already left. That was why there was no need to worry. With this thought, which Sharon turned her attention to Aixen. Waking Aixen was more important than anything else. Aixen regained consciousness after around 3 minutes. However, this did not mean that his pain had been alleviated. On the contrary, the mental pain became even more obvious after he regained consciousness. When Aixen opened his eyes, his face became even paler. Beads of sweat continued to seep out of his forehead and temples. It looked like he was going through the most painful thing in the world. And that was indeed the truth. I feel like the energy that was being grazed is connected to something enormous and indescribable. It's constantly expanding in my space-time barrier. I feel like the space-time barrier won't be able to hold on any longer. It's going to explode. Aixen broke out in cold sweat and quickly spoke of his current feelings. This was completely different from when he was grazing Godpan's power. Godpan's power was like a sinister blunt knife, constantly tormenting him. It slowly changed everything about him with the passage of time. This time, it was no longer a blunt knife. Instead, it was a sharp knife. It stabbed straight into his head, sinking into his brain and stirring it. It was as if he would die in the next second. Which Sharon had originally thought that it was just a mental problem. She never thought that Aixen's pain would be so intense. In fact, Aixen's description already had a premonition that his brain would explode and his consciousness would die. This was even more terrifying than Godpan's power in the past. Moreover, it came in such a hurry. What kind of energy is it? Which Sharon asked with an anxious expression. Illusion, the illusion just now. Aixen panted heavily and said with difficulty. Is it really an illusion? Surprise flashed in Which Sharon's eyes. Why would an illusion cause such an effect? What's so strange about the illusion? Aixen could not answer her at this moment. Or rather, he could not think too deeply about this question at this moment. Which Sharon could only look at Stop. However, Stop was even more confused than Which Sharon. He had an impression of the adept who cast the illusion, but he had no understanding of his own illusions. Moreover, Stop was not thinking about the illusion at this moment. He was thinking about Paganini. When I contacted Paganini earlier, he did not warn me about Aixen's situation. This is very strange. Paganini was not a prophet adept. The prophecy-like ability he used was also closely related to Aixen. After all, Paganini was accompanied by Aixen's halfling. If Aixen's halfling sensed something wrong, he would definitely ask Paganini to warn them. However, Paganini did not say anything about Aixen's situation, which meant something was wrong. Either the special energy had exceeded the level of being predicted, or Aixen's halfling was also blocked. Or both. With this in mind, Stop thought of Angwar's figure. He had a vague feeling that the backlash which Sharon had suffered in Paradise Earth might have something to do with this adept. Now that Stop realized that Angwar was affected by Angwar's illusion, he became even more concerned about Angwar. Why was Angwar not in the script, anti-prophecy? No. Anti-prophecy was difficult to locate at most, but it could definitely be detected. For example, Paganini knew that there was a spy in the guards, but he did not know who the spy was. Similarly, if Angwar had anti-prophecy abilities, he would not be sent into the script, but he would definitely know about it. However, the reality was that Paganini did not know about Angor, nor did he know that Angor would destroy the space seal in paradise. Angor was an exception, a variable. It seemed that Angor's ability also inherited this variable. It could not be detected by Paganini's side. Only when they saw it with their own eyes would they know what had happened to Ixen, and there was no such thing in Paganini's script. A passerby outside the script? Stop muttered in his mind. For some reason, his eyes showed a hint of excitement. While Stop was doubting Angor's identity, Sharon kept asking about Ixen's situation, trying to find a way to help him. Looking at Ixen's painful expression, Sharon suddenly recalled something Stop mentioned earlier. I think we're thinking the wrong way. When God Pan's power was hurted, Ixen suffered all the consequences because it was very insidious. It merged with Ixen's spirit sea and hid there, so there was no way to get rid of it. But this time, the illusion did not hide. It wanted to expand and destroy Ixen's spirit sea. If that's the case, we can break the barrier and let it out. If we can't break it from the inside, we'll break it from the outside. Sharon remembered that Angor's illusion was stable in the outside world. She did not know why it became unstable after entering Ixen's spirit sea. But would it become stable again if they could bring it back to the outside world? As long as they could find a way to slowly break the illusion, they would be able to break the connection between Ixen and the illusion. End of chapter. After making up his mind, Aikisi broke the barrier without hesitation. Although destroying the space-time condensation shield would cause him a certain amount of backlash, it was still bearable compared to having his spirit sea explode due to that strange energy. As the barrier broke, numerous rainbow threads appeared out of thin air from Ixen's body. From the perspective of a bystander, one end of the strings was connected to Aikisi's skin, while the other end was connected to an unknown void. Without seeing it with one's own eyes, no one would have guessed that the strings came from Aikisi's body. Instead, it looked like Aikisi was pierced by the strings and turned into a marionette of an unknown being. As soon as these rainbow-colored threads appeared, they began to slowly release a faint mist. If Angor was here, Angor would recognize it immediately. This thin fog was the same fog illusion that he had released in the arena earlier. Can you see anything? Which Sharon looked at Stop. Stop did not look away after seeing the mist. Clearly, he was trying to analyze the structure and source of the illusion. There's something unusual in the mist, Stop said. It doesn't look like primal mana. Which Sharon replied, I noticed it when I was trapped in the mist. I used the sorcerer's eye to examine its microscopic structure and found some strange green patterns. Stop also noticed the glowing green patterns in his microscopic vision. They were jumping, gathering, and dispersing. They looked like twisted tadpoles that were making strange arrangements. The strange patterns reminded Stop of the time when he first learned about primal mana. At that time, he was still a talented person who had yet to reach the entry level. When he experienced countless hardships and finally sensed the primal magic power that was as thick as flowing honey, he was shocked to the extreme. Anyone who had lived in the colorless, odorless, and formless air for decades would find their worldview fixed. Now, they suddenly realized that their worldview was different from the beginning. When they found out that there was such substantial and massive primal mana in the air, they would be shocked by the sudden change. Also, the primal mana seemed to have a mind of its own. It was close to every talent who sensed it. It was as if it was alive. However, as Stop's research deepened, he realized that the primal mana was a form of energy. It was only close to talents because of the law of attraction. To put it bluntly, the primal mana still followed the laws of nature. It was not alive. But now, as Stop looked at the jumping green patterns and their spontaneous arrangement, he once again felt the same sensation he had when he first saw magic. These green patterns seemed to be alive. Although Stop also felt the same way about primal magic power, the fact that he could still express such feelings after experiencing it for so long and gaining so much experience was enough to show how shocked and unfamiliar he was with the green patterns. Maybe Aikisi's spirit sea is going to explode because of these green patterns, Stop said in a low voice. There's more to them. Stop paused for a moment and looked at Witch Sharon. The mist illusion is about to spread. You go out first. Leave this to me. Witch Sharon understood what Storp meant. When the space-time barrier around Aikisi's, everything around him would be reduced to a foggy illusion. Aikisi would suffer the backlash from the shattering of the space-time barrier. He would not be able to mobilize his energy for a short period of time. In other words, he would not be able to break through the illusion by himself. Due to the special spiritual connection between Ixin and the mist illusion, even if he was teleported away directly, the mist illusion would follow. Moreover, Aikisi was not suited for spatial teleportation in his current state. That was why teleportation was out of the question. He could not break through the illusion by himself. He would need someone to help him break through the illusion. Only Witch Sharon and Stop could help Ixin here. Sharon had wanted to break through the illusion together. It would be faster that way. However, Stop had asked her to leave first. She was a little hesitant. Sharon hesitated for a moment and said, "Can you do it by yourself?" "I don't know, but I will do my best." Stop did not look at Sharon when he said this. Instead, he was looking at the dancing green patterns with fascination. His eyes were full of interest. Sharon said, "It will be faster if the two of us break through it together." Stop said calmly, "I agree with you. However, you have to stay outside and stop the guards from the Goman Kingdom. You will deal with the external disturbances. Leave the internal troubles to me." Sharon wanted to say something, but Stop interrupted her. "If I can't break through, then come in and help me after you deal with the guards." Sharon nodded when she heard this. Indeed, someone had to deal with the external disturbances. It was either her or Stop. Moreover, she had already experienced the illusion in the arena. She was sure that she would not be able to break through the illusion in a short period of time. Unless she teleported away. However, teleporting away did not mean that she had broken through the illusion. It was just a way to escape. Since she could not break through the illusion, she could only leave it to Stop. She looked at Aikisi, who was connected by the silk thread. Aikisi's current condition was much worse than before. Every part of his body that was pierced by the silk thread was bleeding. Moreover, his skin was like broken glass, with obvious cracks appearing on it. These were the backlash to his physical body after the space-time barrier shattered. It was terrible, but Aikisi could endure the pain of his physical body and had a way to heal it. However, if there was a problem with his spirit, then the consequences would be great. That was why Aikisi looked worse than before. However, as far as Aikisi was concerned, the burden on his spirit had been lifted after he released the illusion. He felt much better than before. At the very least, he could think and speak now. "Don't worry. I will think of a way to break through the illusion with Stop," Aikisi said to Sharon. Sharon nodded, "Then I'll leave this side to you." "Oh right, you have to be careful. When I was trapped in the illusion, I discovered that there was a problem with my 5 senses. It might be able to confuse them. Even though the adept called John isn't here, who knows if this ability to confuse the senses is his doing, or if it's something that comes with the illusion? If it's something that came with the illusion, then you must be careful." Which Sharon gave a few more words of advice before walking towards the edge of the misty illusion. A minute later, the mist had already covered the pitch-black forest. Stop and Aikisi could no longer be seen with the naked eye. It was obvious that they had completely fallen into the illusion. Now, it was up to them to see if they could successfully break through the illusion. Sharon tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and flew into the air. She finally landed on top of a 50-meter-tall black cedar tree. She looked at the sea of mist behind her and slowly withdrew her gaze. Stop and the others were breaking through the illusion, and she had her own matters to attend to. Stopping the guards from approaching was only a small matter. The most important thing now was to see if she could contact Aikisi, who was inside the mist. She had connected to Aikisi and Stop through the spirit bond before she left the illusion. If she could contact Aikisi from the outside, then it might not be of any help to them. At the very least, she would be able to know Stop's progress in breaking through the illusion. When she thought of this, Sharon calmed her heart and called out softly through the spirit bond. Soon, Witch Sharon received a response from Ixin. Witch Sharon let out a sigh of relief when she received Ixin's reply. The mist has now covered the entire forest, and there are no signs of it spreading any further. I'll keep an eye on the outside. If you have any progress on your side, please let me know. All right. Be careful out there, Aikisi replied. Next, Sharon began to investigate the mist spread. She would also check up on Aikisi's progress from time to time. However, in terms of the progress of the cracking, there was no good news from Aixin. It was not that there was no progress. It was just that Aikisi did not participate in the process and did not know much about it. At first, Aikisi wanted to work together with Stop. However, Stop was a man who would not pay attention to outsiders once he entered his research state. Aikisi himself was weak and could not find any flaws in the illusion. He had no choice but to give up and leave the task to Stop. Meanwhile, he was chatting with Witch Sharon through the spirit bond. At first, they were talking about illusions. But slowly, they began to talk about Angor, who was the one who created the illusion. When I first saw John, his name is John, right? Aikisi asked. He called himself John. But I think it's a fake name. It's fine if it's a fake name. At least he has a title. Look at that Seahawk from the Belos family. He didn't even bother to give himself a fake name. No one knows his real name. They just keep calling him Seahawk. Aikisi sighed and continued, when I first saw John, I thought he was a shadow manipulator. His ability to manipulate shadows must have reached the level of a top level 1 wizard. But he's also a space manipulator. His illusions are strong too. Could he be an illusionist as well? I don't know. He and Dorcas gave me a strange feeling. Even now, I still don't know if I was correct in my assessment of their elements. Also, I don't know how they found out about the layout of Paradise. Also, I don't know what their purpose of coming to the Catacombs arena is. Suddenly, Sharon remembered that Angor stole a necklace from her. They can't be here just for a stupid necklace, can they? She shook her head again. Of course not. That necklace. Is there really nothing special about it? Which Sharon replied, no. That necklace is made of ordinary materials. There are a few substitutes I made on it, but he can't use those substitutes. Wait, that's not right. Suddenly, Which Sharon paused for a moment, as if she had thought of something. There's something in the substitute. Something? What is it? A few gusts of wind. She remembered that when she went to Paradise, she met several wind seeds who had the potential to become wind elemental spirits, which were quite rare. Since she was in the middle of a game, she didn't have time to look for items to store the wind seeds. Instead, she stuffed them into the substitutes first, and each substitute corresponded to a single wind. Is he here for those gusts of wind? Sharon wondered. While Which Sharon was puzzled, Axel said, a few breezes? Actually, I've seen John before. There were a few gusts of wind following him. According to my judgment, that should be the clone of a wind creature. Don't tell me you mistook the clone of a wind creature for a wind seed? Angor had elemental creatures, so he knew a lot about them. However, Sharon didn't find any suitable elemental creature for herself, so it was normal that she couldn't tell the difference between a clone and a wind seed. Sharon wasn't so sure after hearing Angor's words. When Angor took away the necklace, he clearly said, I'm just taking back something that belongs to me. So those gusts of wind really belonged to him? Did he come for those gusts of wind? Now that she thought about it, she did release a lot of gusts of wind in the arena because of the substitutes. Where did those gusts of wind go? She thought about it carefully and realized that they were all gone. There was an illusion around the arena, so they couldn't just disappear into thin air. There was only one possibility, and that was that the other party had taken it away. On second thought, she realized that Dorcas was very strong. He looked fierce, but she didn't think he had reached his limit yet. Besides, Dorcas only managed to scratch her once, which was only a minor injury. This didn't seem to be the style of a bloodline wizard. Was he trying to force her to use her substitutes to release those gusts of wind? After thinking about all the details, she realized that Dorcas really did come for those gusts of wind. If those gusts of wind were the cause of all this, she couldn't help but feel like she was in a fantasy. Since she couldn't confirm the truth, Sharon decided not to think about it for now. She didn't care what Dorcas wanted. Now that they were out of Billentree Garden, it didn't matter. The most important thing now was to break the illusion and help Angor. Time slowly passed. About 15 minutes later, Which Sharon received a message from Aixin. Stop finally spoke. Stop also brought an important piece of information. He noticed that some of the green patterns were showing signs of dissipating after being rearranged several times. This was good news. It meant that the green patterns didn't have unlimited energy and couldn't be replenished by external sources. Angor said, according to Stop Speculation, this energy should come from an external energy system. If someone was controlling it, it could be replenished by external sources. But now, there's no one controlling it. When it disappears on its own, we can break the illusion without attacking. Of course, it would take a long time for the green patterns to disappear naturally. However, the green patterns didn't naturally disappear either. They were still controlling the illusion, which meant that they were accelerating their own dissipation. In other words, it wouldn't take long for the illusion to be broken. End of chapter. After making sure that the illusion could be broken, Xianxia relaxed even more. She did not bother Extet and Storp anymore. Instead, she focused on dealing with another matter. The royal guards of the Goman royal family had arrived. Through the observation of the adept's eye, she could see that there were no official adepts among the royal guards. This was consistent with Paganini's message. No official adepts. That made things much easier. The only thing she needed to be careful of was the possibility of a spy among the royal guards. The spy's background was one of two factions. If it was a spy sent by an adept organization, then it would be fine. However, if it was a spy from the supreme cult, then things would be bad. After all, even though they were humans, they lived in the barbarian world for a long time. The supreme cult was very sensitive to the aura of other worlds. If they were targeted by the supreme cult because of the details, the consequences would be unpredictable. However, Xianxia was also thinking of the worst-case scenario. In the real world, there were many ways to avoid the worst-case scenario once one was mentally prepared. In the end, Xianxia chose a simple and crude method: scare them off. She summoned several human-faced spirits and merged them with the many ancient trees outside the forest. In an instant, human faces appeared on the ancient bark of these ancient trees. At a closer look, they looked like betrayants. These human-faced ancient trees were the first part of Xianxia's plan. The human-faced ancient trees did not have much combat power. Their purpose was to threaten and dissuade the royal guards from approaching the forest. Their words only needed to revolve around a single core: there was a powerful dark adept in the forest. It did not matter if the royal guards were successfully driven away in the end. As long as the royal guards knew that a dark adept had appeared in the forest, then they could directly enter the second part of the plan. Xianxia would appear as a dark adept and personally face the royal guards. After that, whether it was to trap or kill them, it all depended on Xianxia's mood. After all, she had kindly placed the human-faced ancient trees outside the forest to dissuade the royal guards from leaving. If they did not leave, then they would have to bear the consequences of not leaving. As for reasoning with the dark adepts? Forget it. They were not light adepts. Wasn't it well known that dark magi were unreasonable? That was Xianxia's plan. It was simple and crude. To put it bluntly, if Green didn't listen to her well-intentioned advice, then he would have to be prepared to be punished with a stick. It was enough to give the guards the impression that they were the ones who brought this upon themselves. Of course, there would be flaws in it, and it would make people suspicious. However, the dark sorcerer's persona was still there. Even if they wanted to suspect something, they would have to start investigating the dark sorcerers first. There were many dark sorcerers in the southern region. By the time they really found the problem, it would probably be a long time later. At that time it was hard to say if Xianxia was still in the southern region. Therefore, as long as the implementation was successful and they could stall for time, then there was no need to worry about the future. Soon, the plan proceeded according to Xianxia's plan. The appearance of the human-faced ancient tree did surprise the guards. However, they also noticed that the human-faced ancient tree was very weak and would not be a threat to them. Therefore, they did not mind listening to what the human-faced ancient tree had to say. Soon, the human-faced ancient tree planted the idea that there were dark sorcerers in their minds. Do not enter at all costs. However, as royal guards, they had always been arrogant. After all, they had the support of the Goman king. Moreover, this forest was within the Goman kingdom's borders. Hence, the Goman king had the final say. Although they were afraid of the dark sorcerers, they were not far from the capital. the dark sorcerers might not dare to do anything. Moreover, they were only here to see what was going on. They were not going to arrest them on the spot. Moreover, whether there were dark sorcerers in the forest was still a question mark. Thinking of this, the royal guards continued to move forward. As they moved forward, they met a few human-faced ancient trees. These trees had changed from threatening them at the beginning to persuading them with kind words. The change in attitude was obvious. Xianxia's plan was to create a setting of persuasion for the human-faced ancient trees. There was only one purpose for this setting, to be benevolent. In order to prevent outsiders from spying, she had placed so many human-faced ancient trees to persuade those who entered the forest. This was already benevolent. If you still did not listen, then you asked for it. In the end, the royal guard started to feel embarrassed. After all, the human-faced ancient trees seemed to be very kind, and they had been letting them down. However, in order to find out what was going on here, they had to move forward. The situation in the Goman kingdom was tense. Even the slightest movement would be thoroughly investigated by the Goman king. Hence, they had no choice but to move forward. It was also because the royal guard's thoughts had started to become complicated. Hence, when they saw the dark sorcerers in black robes and masks descending, they felt a subtle sense of relief. After that, it was Xianxia's turn to perform. As an official sorcerer, and a powerful one at that, it was a piece of cake for Xianxia to deal with this group of apprentices. At this point, Xianxia had already shown herself. There were even more things that could be done now. In front of the royal guards, she used the power of space to create a special forest maze nearby and threw the royal guards into it. As long as you can walk out of the maze, you will live. However, I have left a little toy in the maze. You better pray that you don't run into it. Good luck. After leaving behind these two sentences, Xianxia's mission was basically complete. She had indeed left something in the maze. That was a spatial rift. As long as they observed carefully, they would still have a chance to discover the spatial crack. However, if they were to touch the spatial crack without knowing where it was, then with the strength of this group of apprentices, they would definitely die. However, there was still a way out. When Xianxia said that they would live if they walked out of the maze, it was not a lie. She had left an exit for the maze. As long as they explored it slowly, there would definitely be a chance to escape. Of course, there was another way that could save everyone's lives. That was to stay where they were after entering the maze and wait for the Goman king to send people to rescue them. Then, everyone would be fine. For Xianxia, it did not matter whether they chose to explore the maze or wait for rescue. After all, they would not be able to enter the forest for the time being. She had already achieved her goal. After dealing with the external problem, Xianxia returned to the mist. Now, all that was left was to deal with the internal problem. It was still the same tall black fir tree. Xianxia silently looked at the mist in the sea of trees in front of her. At this moment, the mist in the forest was much thinner than before. In other words, the mist illusion was already weakening. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the mist illusion was completely broken. Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief at the thought of this. I've dealt with the guards. How is the situation on your side? Xianxia asked through the spirit bond. However, even after a long time, no one on the other end of the spirit bond spoke. Xianxia thought that they were seriously trying to break through the mist and didn't pay them any mind. She continued to wait outside in silence. In fact, she even had the leisure to observe the actions of the guards in the maze. It was worth mentioning that the guards were not as aggressive as when they entered the forest after entering the maze. Instead, they chose to stay where they were and wait for rescue. However, not everyone was willing to wait for rescue. There were still some who wanted to take the initiative to attack. There were two types of people among these who wanted to attack. The first type was those who wanted to go alone and not drag everyone down with them. The second type was those who wanted to attack together with everyone else. Xianxia noticed that there were a few people in the second type who were fanning the flames. They didn't suggest that everyone attack together, but were secretly trying to incite everyone's emotions. The authorities didn't notice anything wrong with these people. However, as an observer, Xianxia felt that their actions were very strange. The spy. Perhaps these people were the ones behind it. Which Sharon observed these people with interest. She secretly guessed who the spy was, and whether the faction behind the spy was the Adept organization or the Supreme Cult. After observing for about 5 minutes, which Sharon finally locked onto a man and a woman. These two apprentices showed obvious signs of being stirred up. Moreover, the way they spoke, the content of their words, and the way they expressed their thoughts were clearly different from the others. Normally, different backgrounds would lead to different ways of speaking. However, the difference between these two people and the others was no longer as simple as their background. There was even a slight difference in values and perceptions. They might not have noticed it themselves, but which Sharon had seen it clearly. There might be a spy among these two people. In fact, it was possible that both of them were spies. I think I've discovered a spy among the guards. Should I go over and test them out? Should we investigate their background? Which Sharon spoke through the spirit bond. Unfortunately, no one replied. Stop, Ixin? Which Sharon hesitated for a moment before calling out their real names. However, no one replied. Which Sharon felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness in her heart when she sensed the silent spirit bond. Something was wrong. Even if they were serious about breaking the illusion, they shouldn't have ignored her when she called out their names, should they? Could there be a problem with the illusion, which Sharon called out a few more times? However, no matter how much she shouted, there was no reply. At this moment, which Sharon didn't have the time to care about who the spy was. She jumped down from the tree without hesitation and dove into the mist. Which Sharon immediately felt a familiar hallucination the moment she entered the misty realm. Everything around her was white, and her 5 senses seemed to have been messed up. However, this time, which Sharon was not as helpless as she was when she was trapped in the arena. That was because the spirit bond had not been severed. Illusions could confuse the 5 senses, but they could not sever the spirit bond. She closed her eyes and shut off all external senses. She simply followed the guidance of the spirit bond and moved forward, one step at a time. The direction she was heading towards was the depths of the mist. After an unknown amount of time, which Sharon felt that the spirit bond's connection was about to reach its end. It was only then that which Sharon opened her eyes. She was still surrounded by mist, and she couldn't see anyone. Which Sharon didn't pay any attention to the mist. Instead, she focused on the end of the spirit bond. Supposedly, the end of the spirit bond should be connected to Stop and Ixin. However, what which Sharon saw now was an even thicker patch of mist. Currently, the area covered by the fog was only 10 square meters in size. It was similar to the other fog in the surroundings, but it was much thicker. Furthermore, there seemed to be more green patterns in the fog, and they even faintly glowed with a green light. Which Sharon suddenly felt a chill run down her spine when she saw the small area covered by the mist. It wasn't a change in temperature, but a kind of terror that came from her soul. It was as if there was a great terror in front of her. I'm just scaring myself. Which Sharon mumbled to herself. There was nothing here before. How could something terrible suddenly appear? Which Sharon fell silent for a moment. She then shouted into the mist, "Can you hear me? Ixin, stop?" There was no reply. It should be the mist blocking our senses. It was the same when I was in the arena. Which Sharon's throat moved as she gulped. In the end, she decided to go forward and take a look. That was because the end of the spirit bond was in this patch of mist. In other words, Stop and Ixin should both be in there. Paganini didn't give Stop any warnings. I don't think it's anything serious. Perhaps they're just trapped. Once I go in, I should be able to break through this layer of mist with my combined power. Which Sharon talked to herself as if she was trying to cheer herself up. Having said that, which Sharon took a deep breath and quickly walked into the mist. The mist swallowed which Sharon's figure. Soon, the surroundings returned to silence. Which Sharon had been talking to herself, but her voice came to an abrupt halt as she entered the mist. Time continued to pass. Without the energy support of the controller, the power of the green patterns had been exhausted. In addition, the world consciousness of the world of adepts was suppressing the external energy system. This caused the green patterns to be depleted at an even faster rate. This meant that this mist wouldn't exist for much longer. An hour later, the thick fog that engulfed Witch Sharon gradually faded away. Now, they could clearly see that there was no one inside. For hours later, the fog surrounding the forest had turned from thick to thin. Another 2 hours later, the mist completely disappeared. The forest returned to its usual tranquility under the morning light. However, Witch Sharon, Stop, and Aixen still didn't show themselves after the mist disappeared. It was as if they had never been here. Only the forest maze that was still operating in the distance showed signs of Witch Sharon's existence. End of chapter. On the other side of the underground arena. Following Elder Tree's request, Black Earl went to deal with the remaining matters of the confinement array. Angor's group planned to return to Starry Street first. When he left, there was a small incident. Purple Flame Gaino, the vice leader of Belo's clan, stopped them from leaving. Gaino didn't say anything rude, but he was implying that they should stay and cooperate with the investigation. It wasn't Gaino's idea. Elder Yu and Yaki were the ones behind it. Elder Yu just woke up not long ago, so she didn't know what happened next. But she did know that Witch Sharon controlled Paradise Game. Angor and Dorcas entered the game with special identities, which was quite unusual. Yaki, on the other hand, further discovered Angor's special status in Paradise Game. Even Witch Sharon couldn't control Angor's group. Yaki didn't know the reason until he learned about the contract power from Elder Tree. He quickly realized that everyone in Paradise Game was affected by the contract except Angor and Dorcas. Therefore, Elder Tree was curious about Angor and Dorcas, as well as suspicious. In normal people's minds, they would only know about the contract power if they were related to the attacker. Even though Angor's group fought the attackers fiercely, Sharon did not suffer any real damage. Elder Yu believed that this was a trap set up by a friend who went easy on Sharon. However, Gaino knew that Dorcas came out of the underground sewer together with Black Earl. He was sure that Dorcas wasn't a friend of the attacker, and Angor's identity was unknown. If the attacker really left a friend here, it must be Angor. However, Gaino still didn't think that Angor was a friend of the attacker. Black Earl did come to question Angor before, and Black Earl didn't say anything. So Gaino believed that Angor wasn't a friend. Helpless against Elder Yu's strong request and Yaki's instigation, Gainua thought about it and finally came over. To Gaino's surprise, the descendant of Black Earl rushed to him as if he was flying. If you want to investigate them, you can directly investigate my lord. Wai paused. This is what my lord said. The my lord that Wai was referring to was the Black Earl. If this was the Dark Earl's intention, Gainer really dared to continue intercepting him. Gainer hesitated for a moment before turning to look at the Dark Earl in the distance. The Black Earl seemed to have noticed his gaze and said, if it's Wai, then he'll be the first to speak. That's what I mean. After the Black Earl said this, the Black Earl said his gaze slowly swept over Gainua, Elder Tree, Elder Yu, and the others. I know what you're thinking. Put away your pitiful thoughts. They'll be fine. Instead of venting your anger on outsiders, it would be better to thoroughly investigate your internal affairs. Perhaps the internal affairs of the Belos family have already been infiltrated to the point of being riddled with holes. Black Earl's words were a little harsh. Moreover, he directly pointed out that there was a parasite in their ranks. Elder Tree actually knew that there was a problem internally, but at the moment, he only wanted to gloss it over. He would only investigate the internal affairs after the Black Earl and the others left. Elder Tree believed that the Black Earl also knew what he was thinking. Previously, the Black Earl had tacitly agreed not to mention this matter. But now, he directly pointed it out, which made Elder Tree's expression sour. However, this also allowed everyone here, including Elder Tree, to understand something else. The Black Earl valued Angor and Dorcas very much. They all knew who Dorcas was, and they even had dealings with each other in the past. Was there anything about him that the Black Earl valued? They did not know. At least, they could not find anything. Therefore, it was very likely that the Black Earl valued someone else. They did not know who Angor was, but if the Black Earl valued him so much, he might have a very powerful background. Even though Elder Tree was a little embarrassed that the Black Earl had pointed out their internal problems, he still forced himself to remain calm and said to Gainer, "Don't make things difficult for these two adepts. If it weren't for them delaying the attackers, we wouldn't even have been able to set up the confinement array." From this, we can tell that they won't have any problems. Elder Tree gave Angor a friendly smile. With Elder Tree's words, Guy Nuo naturally agreed. Elder Yu, on the other hand, had something to say. But as soon as she spoke, Elder Tree threw a cold glance at her. Why would the attackers choose this time to attack? Because they knew I took most of my men to the ruin. But even if I took some people away, there were still some who stayed in the Billion Tree Garden. But why did the Billion Tree Garden still fall? When they attacked, there was no one inside. There wasn't even a single wizard. Tell me, where did those wizards go? Elder Yu did not realize it at first. But after thinking carefully, he understood what Elder Tree meant. Those wizards all came to paradise. Including Elder Yu, who was also in paradise. It was not a big deal for Elder Yu to be alone in paradise. However, Elder Yu also brought Seahawk, Yaki, and Night Tree with him. That was why the Billion Tree Garden was completely defenseless. Elder Tree did not think it was right. He did not suspect Elder Yu, but someone must have leaked Elder Yu's plan. And it must be one of Elder Yu's henchmen. Otherwise, why would Elder Yu's sudden decision to bring people to paradise be captured and used by the attackers? Previously, Elder Tree didn't mention it because he didn't want to deal with internal problems now and didn't want to immediately fall out. But since the Black Girl had already pointed out the window, he didn't care anymore. Elder Yu could not even clear her own name. What right did she have to stop others? Elder Yu wanted to refute Elder Tree's question, but she did not know what to say. Besides, if she were in Elder Tree's position, she would also doubt herself. After a moment of silence, Elder Yu spoke in a low voice, "I'll cooperate with the investigation." Elder Tree humphed and did not say anything else. After watching the Billion family increasing their stakes, Angor left paradise with Dorcas and Kale. This time, no one dared to stop them. Lucia also wanted to take a car and leave with them, but several wizards from the Billion family blocked her way. Dark Earl would not help Lucia, so she had no choice but to stay in paradise and watch as Angor and the others slowly disappeared from sight. Their return to Star Street went without a hitch. However, there were more strangers loitering around the cleaning room at the entrance of Star Street. They seemed to be gathering in the woods to avoid the attackers, but Angor could sense that they were not afraid at all. They kept glancing at the cleaning room. Clearly, they already knew that the attackers had left. Apart from them, only the Billion family and the wizard named Ullus knew about the attackers' departure. Wu Lucy had yet to leave Paradise Land, so these strangers were undoubtedly from the Bailuo family. Their purpose was obvious. They were here to keep an eye on people coming and going in Star Street. From this, it could be seen that the Bailuo family had put in a lot of effort. It should be known that in the past, only the core members of the Bailuo family knew about the entrance to Star Street. Now, even the ordinary members knew about it. It could be seen that Elder Tree was determined to investigate thoroughly this time. Still, even if they knew that the cleaning room was the entrance, it would not affect the people inside Star Street much. This was because the location of the entrance could be changed. Once this was over, Lucia would definitely change the entrance. Of course, Lucia had to leave safely from the Billion family's investigation. They had nothing to do with Angor anyway, so they didn't care about those people watching them. They entered Starry Street without hesitation. It was Dorcas' first time here, but he had been to all kinds of wizard markets before, including some hidden black markets, so he was not too curious about this place. Kale, on the other hand, was still looking around even though he had been here before. The main reason was that, when they first came here, there was almost no one here. The only two people they met were the instigators of the attack. But now, the street was filled with people. People gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, whispering to each other or talking loudly. It looked like a human market. This was in stark contrast to the deserted street they saw in the morning. While walking towards the inn, Kale overheard quite a few conversations on the streets. As expected, they were all talking about the attackers. Only a small number of people saw the attack with their own eyes. However, the people around them all talked about it as if they saw it with their own eyes. Some people even said they saw the attackers with their own eyes. As for the details, they described the attackers in all kinds of descriptions. 8 arms and 4 eyes, winged bodies, and some even described them as mermaids. The reason was that the guild district was talking about the development of mermaids' bloodline. Since the guild district was the most affected area, people began to make up stories. It had to be said that regardless of whether it was mortals or superhumans, there was basically no difference when it came to the exaggeration of rumors and their passion for gossip. It was not that they were dying of amusement. It was just that they did not feel the pain as long as the fire did not reach them. Soon, Angor and the others arrived at the inn. It was Brew who was waiting at the counter as usual. However, most people were talking about the attack outside, so there was no one inside the inn. There was no one at the counter either. Brew rested his head on his hands and stared blankly at the window. When Angor and the others came to the counter, Brew finally snapped out of his daze. Brew was surprised to see Angor's face. "You're back, dear guest? Do you have any requests?" Angor took out the membership card he got from Lucia and handed it to Dorcas. "Release your information element to activate the card." Next, he pointed at Dorcas and said, "Give him a soundproof room." Brew nodded without hesitation. "Yes, sir." After Dorcas booked a room, Angor considered for a moment and handed his membership card to Brew. "Upgrade my soundproof room to a deep soundproof one as well." Angor's room was just a regular soundproof room. The only difference between a regular soundproof room and a soundproof room was that the soundproof room had an anti-prophecy effect. Even though the anti-prophecy effect of the deep silence room was not of much use to him, the normal silence room and the deep silence room both cost 10 magic crystals a day. Since he had already gotten the membership card, it would not hurt to change to a more advanced silence room. The card he took out was a diamond card, which cost 9,999 magic crystals to get. Brew's attitude became even more respectful after seeing the card. In less than 2 seconds, both Angor and Dorcas had their rooms ready. Kale's room was the same as before. As for Count Black's room, they did not need to worry about that. Now that Count Black was here, Brew would be a fool if he did not get a soundproof room. After checking in, Brew led everyone to their respective rooms. Kale was the only one who returned to his room to meditate. Dorcas followed Angor to his soundproof room after confirming the location of his room. Dorcas was here to see the mysterious mirror made by Angor. Angor knew what Dorcas was thinking. However, he did not show Dorcas the unbreakable heart mirror even after Dorcas sat down on the sofa. "Where's the mirror?" Dorcas couldn't help but ask. "As I said, I need some time to settle down. I'll talk about the mirror after that." Dorcas gave Angor a doubtful look. "Do you look like you need time to settle down?" "It's not about whether I look like it or not. I'm asking you, do you think I need time to settle down?" Dorcas couldn't refute this time. Dorcas doubted that Angor was using settling down as an excuse. But Angor had just created a mysterious mirror. No matter how he looked at it, Angor needed to go through a deep meditation room. Otherwise, why would he use a soundproof chamber? Dorcas sighed. "Fine. I was going to check the mirror, but since you need time to settle down, I'll go back first." After he finished speaking, Dorcas walked outside. When Dorcas was about to step out of the door, Angor spoke in a small voice. "Count Black sent me a message. He seems to know Yakker's class already." Dorcas looked at Angor in surprise. "What class is he?" Angor shrugged. "How am I supposed to know? But Mr. Dark Earl will be here soon." "You'll know then." When Dorcas heard this, he immediately closed the door and sat back down. Putting everything else aside, he was really concerned about Aixon's matter. End of chapter. Dorcas didn't stop nagging Angor while waiting for the Count's return. He was still trying to convince Angor to let him take a look at the Mirror of Mystery. Angor still didn't agree. It wasn't that Angor didn't want to show it to Dorcas. It was just that Laplace was still in the dream wasteland. Laplace seemed to be addicted to fishing. She had been doing it for almost an entire day. She didn't seem to want to go offline yet. And the location where she came online was the Unbreakable Heart Mirror's mirror space. Dorcas might not be able to find Laplace, but what if, moreover, if Dorcas really did discover the space within the mirror and saw the sleeping Laplace? In terms of etiquette, this would be an extremely rude action. So no matter what, Angor couldn't take out the unbreakable mirror right now. But he couldn't show it to Dorcas. Still, he could talk to Dorcas about the mirror's effect. It wasn't a problem. Of course, the mirror's effect was limited to the material world. In other words, it was sturdy. Unfortunately, Dorcas didn't believe Angor's words. Dorcas didn't believe that an alchemy item with mystery energy could only be sturdy. Dorcas believed that Angor was lying to him. Angor didn't bother to explain. He already told Dorcas about the mirror's effect in the material world. As for the mirror's effect in the mirror domain, well, it wasn't something he could talk about. Time slowly passed as they chatted. During this process, they also talked about Aixen and the others, but there was not much progress. Both of them had their own guesses, but they couldn't prove anything. They had to wait for the authority to come and confirm it. When dawn was about to break, the Black Earl, who represented authority, finally arrived at the inn. There was another person who came with the Black Count. Apart from Y, there was another young man with white hair and green eyes. He was the person in charge of Starry Street 13, as well as the owner of Lucia's workshop, Lucia. Angor was also surprised to see Lucia. He originally thought that with such a big thing happening in the Beluan Tree courtyard and a group of attackers coming out of the Starry Street, with the Bylas family's expectations, Lucia might not be able to return in a short time. He didn't expect Lucia to be released in less than half a day. Could it be that the Beluos clan had suddenly become magnanimous and decided to give him a way out? Or could it be that the big boss behind the scenes of the Splendor of the Stars predicted the situation here and launched an attack on the Belos family in advance? Lucia noticed his curiosity and scratched his head. It was Count Dark who helped me. If it wasn't for him, I'd still be in the Belos family's interrogation room. Angor looked at Count Dark in disbelief. Why would Count Dark be so kind? The Dark Earl didn't speak. Instead, he was in the spirit bond. Elder Tree and the others know that Lucia has nothing to do with this. After finding out the reason, we should have let him go. The reason why they didn't release it was purely because they wanted to find an external outlet for their own internal mistakes. Lucia, on the other hand, became a publicly recognized criminal within the Belos family. So the Dark Earl helped him? The Black Earl said, it's not really helping him. It's just exposing the Belos family's conceit. Furthermore, I also have some matters that I would like to discuss with that preacher. Now he knew what was going on. The main point was not to help Lucia, but to have a chat with the backer of the Didius family, the boss behind the Splendor of Stars, Starlight Evangelist. As for helping Lucia, it was just the beginning. It sounded like someone who would do anything for no good. But Angor had to admit that if Count Black didn't expose the Belos family's conceit, Lucia wouldn't end up well. She wouldn't die, but she would definitely be used as a scapegoat. All in all, this was a good thing for Lucia. And it might not be a bad thing for the preacher either. At least the preacher could use this opportunity to get closer to the Dark Earl. The Dark Earl wanted to see her for nothing more than a prophecy. As long as the prophecy wasn't too outrageous, the preacher would agree. Angor no longer hesitated. He looked at Lucia and said, since you're back, let's talk about alchemy when we have time. It wasn't Angor who suggested this at first. It was Lucia who suggested it. Angor agreed at that time. He didn't mention it again because he really wanted to talk about alchemy. Instead, he wanted to tell Lucia in a subtle way that they could talk later. You should leave now. Angor believed that Lucia only came to his soundproof room to show the Dark Earl the way. Now that the Dark Earl is here, you should leave. Lucia understood what Angor meant. But she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she looked at the Dark Earl. The Black Earl also explained in a timely manner, I brought him here to make a final confirmation. A final decision? Angor glanced at the Dark Earl, then at Lucia who was nodding repeatedly. Angor didn't know what the Dark Earl meant, but since the Dark Earl said so, Angor didn't insist. He asked Lucia to take a seat. When Lucia sat down on a sofa, the Dark Earl turned to Angor. Now, can you give it to me? Give what? Both Angor and Dorcas were puzzled. Will seemed to know something, but as an apprentice, he didn't know what to say. Lucia considered for a moment and said, I can give it to you. But as I mentioned to you before, sir, I'm already disrespecting the privacy of my guests. To make up for it, I need to make sure that you won't do anything to harm my guests. The Black Earl said indifferently, you still consider them as your guests? Even though they almost made you a scapegoat. Since they have the membership cards of Starry Street, they're my guests, Lucia said. The rule of Starry Street is that we don't care who our guests are. No matter who they are, even if they're public enemies or otherworldly spies, as long as they don't violate the rules, they're my guests. As for the scapegoat, well, it wasn't them who made me a scapegoat. It was the Belos family. I know that. Based on the conversation between Lucia and Black Earl, Angor knew that the guests Lucia was referring to were Stop, Aixen, and Witch Sharon. From the actions of Stop and the others, although they had caused great losses to Lewin shooting and humiliated the Byros family, they did not break the rules of the Starry Sky Street. Therefore, from Lucia's point of view, they should be considered guests. Still, Angor wasn't sure if Lucia really didn't blame them. Moreover, from the conversation between Lucia and the Black Earl, it seemed that Lucia wanted to give something to the Black Earl. It was probably something related to Stop and the others. Even though Lucia might have been intimidated by the Dark Earl to take out the item, since he was willing to take it out, it meant that he still had some resentment in his heart. He wasn't as stubborn as he claimed to be. I don't want to listen to your pompous words. Just give it to me. I won't do anything to harm them. You can watch from the side. Lucia remained silent for a moment and opened her own exile space. She released a hand of spell and went inside. Although Lucia's space of exile only revealed a little bit of light when it was opened, everyone could still see a little bit of the interior. It was filled with all kinds of shelves, and the shelves were neatly arranged with different items. There was a lot of variety, but it didn't look messy at all. It seemed that Lucia was using her exile space as a storage space. Everyone was a little surprised by this. Although every wizard had their own space of exile, the existence of the space of exile was not eternal. Opening the space of exile required the exile spell. To maintain the space, one had to keep the exile spell from collapsing. It was possible to maintain the space for a short period of time, but it would take a lot of effort to do so. Therefore, most sorcerers would treat the space of exile as a garbage disposal. Only in rare cases would they treat it as a storage space. Lucia seemed to be one of those people. No one asked Lucia for the reason. It was her privacy, after all. Besides, Lucia might have a special way to maintain her exile space. Lucia's hand of spell searched around the space for a while before coming back. The hand of magic brought back 2 items, a new piece of parchment and a slender knight's sword. That's it. Lucia placed the items on the table and gestured to the Black Earl. Since the items were on the table, everyone could see them clearly. However, based on the naked eye, there was nothing wrong with these 2 items. Can I check them? Dorcas asked. Lucia nodded. Sure. After receiving a confirmation, Dorcas immediately extended his spiritual tentacles and used the energy perspective to observe the 2 items. A moment later, Dorcas spoke in a small voice. This parchment seems to have a faint contract power. But it's very weak. I can't even sense it if I don't pay attention. The knight's sword is normal. I don't sense any supernatural energy. The material is fine though, Angor added. Angor quickly added, the sword's main material is blood steel, mixed with a small amount of star iron. Blood steel was one of the best materials in the mortal world. But in the supernatural world, it was only used by apprentices to practice their skills. Star iron, on the other hand, was considered a supernatural material. However, it wasn't worth much, and the knight's sword only contained a small amount of it. But in the mortal world, this sword was definitely a powerful weapon that could cut through iron like mud. Wizard John is right. This is a sword made of blood steel and star iron. Lucia nodded and gave Angor a friendly smile. Wizard John? The Black Earl glanced at Angor but didn't say anything. Dorcas also looked calm. He already knew that Angor named him John because of this. The Black Earl looked at Lucia and said, these 2 items, why don't you give us a brief introduction first? Lucia nodded. The parchment. Red Sword sensed it correctly. There is a contract power on it. But it's not very effective. Lucia nodded. Yes, it is. It's because I'm the one who made the contract. I didn't expect it to be so binding. It's just an order, after all. Order? Everyone looked at Lucia in confusion. Lucia nodded. Yes, an order. This is an advance order that which Sharon signed when she ordered a batch of fragrances from my Lucia workshop. It's just an ordinary business contract, so there's no need to sign something too important. With that, Lucia turned to look at the Dark Earl. This order is for something related to Witch Sharon. This is the only thing I have here. Black Earl nodded. Very well. After finishing the parchment, Lucia looked at the knight's sword on the table. This sword is actually a teaching sword. It's a teaching sword used when teaching fighting skills related to the sword. This sword was originally stored in the warehouse. But Mr. Aixon accepted a lot of teaching tasks recently, and he used this sword for one of them. At this point, Lucia paused and looked at the Dark Earl. Lucia didn't say anything this time, but everyone knew what she meant. The Black Earl should have asked Lucia to take out something related to the attacker. Perhaps, the Black Earl had a way to find some information from it. The order was related to Witch Sharon, and the teaching sword was related to Aixon. Now, they were only missing an item related to Stop. I only have these 2 items, Stop. He's very cautious. Very few things come out of his hands. I don't have any here. Lucia spread her hands and shrugged. She looked helpless. Black Earl nodded and didn't insist. His main target this time was still Aixon. It was enough to have Aixon's items here. As for Witch Sharon's order, it was just a bonus at most. Moreover, the reason why Black Earl wanted these items was that he was prepared to sniff out some key clues from the related items. The order signed by Witch Sharon would at most have some remaining pheromones. It might be useful if it was given to a prophet wizard. He might not be able to find any useful information if he sniffed it. However, this teaching sword was very useful. Aixon had used it to teach apprentices. In other words, he had held this sword for a combat demonstration. He might be able to sniff out the source of Aixon's ability from it. Although the Dark Earl had already roughly guessed Aixon's department, he still needed a strong proof, and this teaching sword might be the key clue he was looking for. End of chapter. Several minutes later, the Dark Earl finally recovered from his stupor. After pondering for a while, he returned the order book and the teaching sword to Lucia. You don't need them anymore, sir? Lucia asked. The Dark Earl nodded. I have enough evidence, so I don't need them anymore. Pausing for a moment, the Dark Count looked at Lucia and said, Now, you may examine them. When Lucia gave the order and the teaching sword to the Dark Earl, she said, I hope the Dark Earl won't do anything to harm my customers. The Dark Earl had agreed. Now that the Dark Earl had used up the items, he returned them to Lucia as promised. Now, it was Lucia's turn to examine them. By examine, Lucia said. It referred to the identification of whether the Dark Earl had used the order form and the teaching sword to do some methods such as curses and pheromones extraction. I believe you won't lie to me, sir. Lucia didn't even look at the items. The Dark Earl snorted. It was a response. Lucia put away the items and stood up from the sofa. Since you're done, sir, I'll be on my way. No one said anything about Lucia's decision. When Lucia reached the door, she suddenly stopped. What the Dark Earl said to Elder Tree, was it true? The Dark Earl finally opened his mouth. What are you asking about? Is Yacker really a wizard from that branch? Black Earl, if you let me say it again, my answer is still the same. Lucia was in a trance for a moment before she nodded. I understand. Lucia didn't ask any more questions. She glanced at Angor and told him that she would wait at Lucia's workshop. If Angor wanted to discuss alchemy, he just needed to send Brew to find him. With that, Lucia turned and left. After Lucia left, in the huge quiet room, Yi Zichen sat down. The rest of the people were all on the same side. Apart from Kal-El, who was resting in his room, everyone else was here. What did Lucia mean by that? Dorcas spoke first. Did the Dark Earl tell Elder Tree about Yacker's branch? As far as Dorcas was concerned, the Dark Earl had just received the items. Logically speaking, the Dark Earl should have received the sword first. Only then would there be a way to confirm Aixon's faction. Why did Lucia say that before the Black Earl returned, and he was able to determine Aixon's faction? He even told Elder Tree about it. The Black Earl did not reply, but Wade, who had witnessed everything, spoke up. My lord and Elder Tree were just speculating. However, speculations cannot be used as evidence. That's why we found the teaching sword from Magus Lucia to further confirm it. A look of understanding appeared on Dorcas' face. So that's how it is. After a pause, Dorcas looked at Wade and asked curiously, then what was the Dark Earl's conjecture? They stole a glance at the Dark Earl. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping them, he said. Time type. My lord thinks that Ixen might be a time type. Time element? Both Dorcas and Angor showed strange expressions when they heard the name. This was an even rarer element than the space element. Speaking of which, I've only heard that some of the gods in the abyss have the ability to control time. This is the first time I've heard of someone with an innate gift of time. Dorcas's expression was unusually serious. There is. Time elemental talents did exist. Abel's Annual Talent Collection, Issue 18, Issue 36, Issue 177, and Issue 361. For different variations related to time talent were recorded in the test. Abel's Annual Talent Collection had been published for nearly 500 years, which meant that it had been around for 500 years. If all the changes recorded in the Abel's Talent Collection happened in the past 500 years, it meant that there were at least 4 time geniuses in the past 500 years. Of course, this was only a conservative estimate. Most of the time, Abel's Annual Talent Collection wouldn't collect the talent sphere when there were repetitive test variations. Moreover, there were also many special test variations that didn't want to be exposed due to various reasons, so Abel's Annual Talent Collection didn't collect them either. So, in general, there were at least 4 time talents, but the total number would not be too high. At least, Dorcas did not meet any time talents in the past few years. Ixen was excluded from the list for now. From this, it could be seen that there were very few talents in the time element. Dorcas looked at the Black Earl. Sir, you said that if you meet Elder Tree again, the answer will be the same. Didn't that mean that Darren had already found evidence from the teaching sword? Ixen is a time talent? Everyone's gaze was now gathered on the Black Earl. Time talents were too rare, and there was not much information about them. Besides, there was very little information about it. Even Angor himself was curious about this legendary department. The Black Earl considered for a moment and nodded. Yes. Ixen is most likely a time wizard. At this point, the Dark Earl sighed and said, after I confirmed this information, I was also in disbelief. It's really incredible. I never thought that there would really be a time element magus. Sir, you've never seen a time talent before? Dorcas asked. I've seen talents before. More than one, the Black Earl said. The Dark Earl continued, however, Ixen is still the first to cross that natural chasm and become an official magus. At this point, the Dark Earl's tone carried a hint of sadness. Is it difficult for a time talent to become a wizard? Vade asked curiously. Very difficult, the Black Earl replied. After the Black Earl said this, he thought for a moment and changed his words. Just saying very difficult is actually not too accurate. The difficulty of becoming an official time elemental magus lies in one's foundation and knowledge. Knowledge and knowledge? They seemed to have thought of something and muttered, don't all apprentices need knowledge and knowledge to become wizards? Black Earl, you're right, so if the foundation and knowledge are similar, then the difficulty of the advancement of the time element is not much different from the other elements. The Black Earl looked at Angor. Do you remember the distribution of collections in the Cloud Library? Angor nodded. The Cloud Library was located in Brood Cavern, which was the territory of the Elder of Books, one of the 3 ancestor souls. Angor had been to the library more than once, so he remembered the distribution of collections. Think about it. How many elementalists are there in the Cloud Library? What about bloodline masters and occult masters? 5, 4, 1, Angor replied. Elementalists took up 50% of the library, bloodline masters took up 40%, and occult masters only took up 10%. How many occult books are there that are related to time and space? The Black Earl asked again. Angor remained silent and shook his head. I don't know. You don't know. But I do. There are a total of 908 mystical areas in the Cloud Library. Among them, there are about 19 that are related to space, which makes up 19 out of 908. As for time, there are less than half of them. Even if we round them up and count them as one area, the time element only makes up 1 out of 908 of the mystical areas in the collection. In other words, there was only a tiny bit of time talent in the cloud library. Both Dorcas and Angor understood what the Black Earl was trying to say. It wasn't difficult to advance in time. If one had the same knowledge, the time talent was no different from other talents. The problem was, there was too little knowledge about time. It was difficult to accumulate enough knowledge. If there was more knowledge about time, even if it was the same as space talent, it would be much easier to advance. Because there is too little knowledge about time, there is no such thing as time talent, the Black Earl continued. At this point, the Black Earl's tone changed again. However, the decline of the time element isn't entirely related to the lack of knowledge. Someone did it on purpose. On purpose? Everyone looked at the Black Earl in confusion. The Black Earl spoke in a plain tone. The time talent is related to many secrets. Too much knowledge is a disaster, not a blessing. What secrets? Dorcas asked in a daze. I don't know. Or rather, it's useless for you to know until you become a legend or a miracle. But I'm sure you're right. The less people who know about time, the better. Perhaps the knowledge of the time element was not leaked to the outside world because it was done by the people of the time element. They know that the more people who know about time, the more likely it is to cause an unknown wave, which may even destroy the entire time element. As for what this unknown giant wave was? Maybe it was the choice of the era, or the great consciousness of the general plane. In short, there were few people who knew about time, and there were many reasons. Firstly, there were very few people with time talent. Secondly, the time talent was controlled by the people who knew about it. Thirdly, time talent had a huge backlash, and if one was not careful, they would die from the backlash. Combining these 3 points, because there were very few people with time talent, it was difficult to promote the development of knowledge without talent. It was also difficult to promote the development of knowledge by keeping it to oneself. If knowledge did not develop, the foundation would become scarcer, and there would be fewer people who cultivated the time talent. Even if they cultivated, it would be easy for them to die halfway. This was simply an unsolvable cycle. Because of this, when the Black Earl confirmed that Xianxia was a time talent, he was very surprised. According to the Black Earl's understanding, time talent was extinct in the southern region. If Xianxia was a wizard from the southern region, then there was a high probability that he had obtained the inheritance of a time talent. Otherwise, if his knowledge was not up to standard, he would not be able to become a wizard. But the Black Earl could not think of any time talent in the southern region who had left behind an inheritance. If Xianxia was not a wizard from the southern region, then there were many possibilities. Even the Black Earl could not get hold of information from the outer region. Was Xianxia a wizard from the southern region, or was he really from the outer region? The fact that Xianxia was a time talent shocked everyone greatly. For a moment, the soundproof room became a silent room. No one dared to speak. Everyone was lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, Angor broke the silence. I've seen Xianxia's ability, but I didn't feel that he could control time. Angor looked at the Black Earl with a puzzled look. What is the nature of time talent? Sir, how did you know that Xianxia was a time talent? According to Angor's observation, Xianxia's current abilities included combo slash, rainbow diagram, rainbow thread, and teleportation. Combo slash was a bloodline talent. Even if Xianxia's combo slash came from a wild god like Dorcas said, it had nothing to do with time. Iridescent tattoo and iridescent threads should be the same type of ability. Angor saw this ability with his own eyes. His mist illusion was also broken by iridescent threads. Angor did sense a strange energy in the rainbow thread. It was something he had never seen before. But if it was related to time, Angor could not equate them. As for teleportation, that was what the Black Earl told him. Previously, when they were in the fighting arena, they saw that Stop's fighting power had started to decline, and they saw a glimmer of hope. But at that moment, Xianxia appeared by Stop's side. Without saying anything, he opened a door and left with Stop. This ability was similar to teleportation. These were the 3 abilities Xianxia displayed. At least, Angor did not find any of them related to time. So, he was very curious. How did the Dark Earl deduce that Ixen was a time elementalist with these three abilities? Angor's question was also the same as Ray and Dorcas. Especially Dorcas. He was interested in Ixen because he saw a chance to perfect combo slash from Ixen. Now that the Black Earl said Ixen was a time talent, did that mean Ixen's combo slash was also a time talent? If so, could Ixen still use it to perfect combo slash? The Black Earl considered Angor's question. I can't tell you what the nature of time talent is. But I know you're thinking about the control of time. Time stop, time rewind, and time travel were all related to the control of time. Angor did think of these abilities when he thought about the concept of time. The Black Earl shook his head. I don't know if there is anyone who can achieve absolute control over time, but in my area of expertise, I have never seen or heard of any time-type magus who can achieve this. Even a legendary-level time wizard can't do something like this. As for whether the miracle wizard can do it, I don't know. But I can give you a clue. You know about the time thief, right? It's said that he's a time-type creature. Of course, Angor was familiar with the time thief. The time thief would search every world for talented individuals who might embark on the path of truth. Then, the time thief would steal their choices at important moments in their lives to achieve self-improvement. I don't know if the time thief is a miracle creature. But he's already the most powerful creature I know who has something to do with time. Angor wasn't sure if the time thief was a miracle creature. But, he probably was. This was because even though the goal of pursuing the path of truth was the dream of all magi, only the miracle life forms had the qualifications to search for it. Since the time thief kept searching for the path of truth, he must have earned the right to do so. He was a miracle creature. Angor had met more than one legendary wizard. He asked them about the time thief, and they all gave him vague answers. Although there was no clear answer, it was certain that in the eyes of the legendary wizards, the time thief was also a legendary figure. According to them, the time thief could travel across time quickly. 1 second, he could be in the western continent, and the next second, he could be in the southern wizarding region. The time thief could use a special world as a shortcut. But according to the rumors, the time thief didn't take any shortcuts. He relied on his own power to travel. This was not something a legendary wizard could do. Angor read Quolo's diary. As a legendary wizard, Quolo had to slowly cross the endless space and time in order to reach the southern wizardry region from the origin world without using any external means, which would take years to do. Therefore, in the eyes of these legendary wizards, the time thief was also a supreme existence. Most likely, he was a miracle creature. The Black Earl said, even a powerful existence like the time thief is rumored to not have absolute control over time. As such, it would be very difficult for the miracle beings to have absolute control over time. Everything is impossible because of what you've seen and heard, Angor spoke in a low voice. Black Earl didn't argue. You're right. Maybe I don't understand it because of my ignorance. However, I believe that if there really is an existence that can completely control time, that existence is definitely not something that we can speculate about. Ants could not imagine the world of humans, nor could they guess the emotions of humans. The ant didn't understand why sometimes it would be trampled to death, and sometimes the footprints would deliberately avoid it. Humans might know, but ants definitely didn't. The difference between an ant and a human was the difference between a human and an existence that could control time and possibly a higher dimension. Dorcas asked, if the current time elementals can't completely control time, then what are their abilities? The Black Earl pondered for a moment, as if he was considering his words. After a while, the Black Earl said, as far as I know, most time-type abilities are internalized. Internalization? Dorcas's face was filled with confusion. What was internalization? The Black Earl said, internalization is an ability that is difficult to distinguish with the senses. As the Dark Earl spoke, he manipulated the elements in the air and condensed a blazing flame in front of him. As soon as the flame appeared, it rapidly changed and turned into a fireball that contained boundless power. Without any warning, the fireball charged towards Dorcas at an extremely fast speed. It was as if Dorcas didn't see the fireball approaching. Just as the fireball was about to hit Dorcas's head, several sword lights flashed and the fireball was cut into several sparks. They fell to the ground and disappeared. Dorcas still didn't seem to move, but everyone knew that Dorcas had used his sword to cut the fireball. However, his speed was so fast that it was as if he hadn't moved at all. The Black Earl didn't care about the fireball being cut apart. He only asked, "What ability did I use?" Dorcas thought for a moment and said, "The fire control trick of the Trick of Tricks?" The Trick of Tricks was a level 0 trick. It could create many tricks that seemed magical to ordinary people, but were actually useless. The Black Earl didn't say whether Dorcas's answer was right or wrong. Instead, he condensed another ball of energy. This ball of energy also turned into a ball and flew towards Dorcas. Dorcas easily intercepted it again. The Black Earl asked again, "What ability did I use this time?" Dorcas didn't hesitate and said directly, "Although the naked eye can't capture the trajectory of the energy, it can be seen from the energy perspective that this is a spirit flick controlled by spiritual power." Spirit flick was an application technique of spiritual power. According to the standard of tricks, it could barely be considered a level 1 trick. However, there were very few people in the apprentice realm who could release spirit flick. Either they were born with high spiritual power, or they were at the peak of the apprentice realm. Because the threshold was too high and the benefits were too low, this method was not considered a trick. The Black Earl nodded, "Your answers are correct. Whether it's the fire control trick or the spirit flick, these are external abilities. You can capture the trajectory with the naked eye or the energy perspective and confirm its nature. The opposite of an external ability is an internal ability. You can capture its trajectory, but you can't confirm its nature. Xdet's ability is an internal type of ability. This is also why you can't determine what element Xdet is from. Of course, time wasn't the only type of ability that was internal. Many other elements were difficult to determine the nature of their abilities. In terms of concept, they were also internal. Moreover, time elemental magi didn't think that their ability was internalization. The term internalization was just coined by the Black Earl to make it easier to explain. Dorcas pondered and said, "So you're saying that Xdet's flick is also internal? Is it also a type of time ability? I can't make a correct judgment because the nature of the energy isn't obvious?" The Black Earl nodded. Yes. Dorcas didn't get any better. Instead, he became even more confused. He really couldn't think of flick as a time ability. In his opinion, it was more likely that Xdet's flick was given to him by a wild god. The Black Earl looked at Angor again. "The second question you asked before, how did I know Xdet is a time manipulator? The answer is flick." To Dorcas, the most unbelievable and impossible answer was the basis for the Dark Count to determine Ikisi's identity. Dorcas couldn't accept it. He looked at the Black Earl and waited for an explanation. Angor and Y also looked at the Black Earl curiously. For non-bloodline wizards like them, it was hard for them to feel anything from a bloodline spell like flick, so they didn't feel as bad as Dorcas. What they wanted to know more was why flick was a time ability. Time knowledge was precious, but since the Black Earl already told them about it, he didn't plan to hide it. He exhaled deeply from his nose. Next, he slowly recalled his past. It was about the time ability, flick. The Black Earl didn't know about this for long. When Mr. Monkey found out that he was abandoned by the time thief, he began to doubt himself. He didn't want to walk the path of becoming a legend as he always did. In the end, he chose to use the bloodline of a demon's descendant to improve himself and open up his own path of becoming a legend. It was also at this time that Mon-Chi invited many wizards, hoping to gain their support. At that time, the Black Earl was also among the invitees. Mon-Chi cared a lot about the Black Earl's choice, even more so than most of the other magi. This was because the Black Earl was a loner. The Black Earl was the leader of the Noah clan, but he was the sole leader of the clan. Most of his subordinates were useless. In the eyes of adept Mon-Chi, these descendants were completely disposable. In other people's eyes, the Black Earl was indeed doing this. The Black Earl left his clones with his descendants because he had his own plan. Monkey believed that the Black Earl's plan was to use the blood of his own people to improve himself. In this case, the Black Earl was all alone, and he didn't have to worry about any of his decisions. In fact, if Monkey really obtained the bloodline of a demon's descendant, he could become a legend himself, and the Black Earl could come and kill him without any hesitation. It didn't matter if he couldn't kill the Black Earl. He could run away whenever he wanted. Unlike the other top magi, most of them had their own careers. Rain, for example, only cared about the people from Brute Cavern. Because of this, Rain would be greatly restricted. Therefore, in Monkey's eyes, the Black Earl was an unstable variable. He deserved more attention than Rain, Poseidon, and other top wizards. The Black Earl was invited, but he didn't attend the meeting, which made Monkey even more uneasy. Many things happened after that. In the end, Monkey used Glory of Frost in exchange for Black Earl's promise that he would not interfere with the Moonfrost Union's operations in the Abyss Plane. In fact, Mon-Chi was overthinking things. The Black Earl had never thought of doing anything to Mon-Chi. Everything was just Mon-Chi's imagination. However, Monkey's imagination did bring some benefits to the Black Earl. The Moonfrost Union had 2 great treasure vaults, which were also the most valuable rewards. They were the Glory of Frost and the Moon Emblem. The Glory of Frost was a treasure vault. It contained all kinds of resources obtained by the Moonfrost Union after exploring a general plane. The Moon Emblem contained knowledge collected from different planes. It was called the General Plane Library. Both the Glory of Frost and the Moon Emblem were extremely attractive to all wizards in the Southern Wizardry region, including the Black Earl. Speaking of which, Angor was also given the chance to enter the Moon Emblem by Monkey. However, Angor didn't dare to do it. Monkey didn't want Angor to get the reward. Instead, he wanted to use it as an excuse to lure Angor into his trap. Unlike Angor, the Black Earl went without hesitation. Even if Monkey tried to trick him, he could easily escape. Besides, Black Earl didn't go with his real body. He used a clone. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of any threats. Black Earl went to Frost Essence. In Frost Essence, he received a mysterious invitation letter. This invitation letter was the ticket to enter the special secret realm Evening Bell Sacred Hall. The Evening Bell Shrine was located in the void of the Abyss Plane. It was a strange building with a strong sense of religion. No one knew where it came from, or whether it was built in the Abyss Plane. The only thing they knew was that the Evening Bell Shrine had incredible power and strict rules. To enter the shrine, one had to obtain an invitation. If one didn't have an invitation and forcefully entered the Evening Bell Sacred Hall, they would completely lose themselves and become an ignorant watchman of the Evening Bell Sacred Hall. However, if one entered the shrine with an invitation, they would be exempted from losing their sense of self, limited to one hall. In other words, one could visit one of the halls inside the shrine. As long as one left before the bell rang, they wouldn't lose their sense of self. The Evening Bell Shrine contained many secrets. One could gain a lot by visiting just one hall. It was said that one could gain even more immunity by going to the center of the shrine. However, one would be randomly teleported into the shrine. There was no choice. After I entered the Evening Bell Sanctuary, I was transported to a place that had never been recorded before. Black Earl remained silent for a moment. But it wasn't any hall. It was a stable. It was small, just like any other house. There were many decorations, but most of them were useless. Just as Black Earl lamented the unfairness of fate and thought that he was unlucky, a lantern hanging on the door emitted a bright light. When the light enveloped Black Earl, a large amount of information was transmitted over. According to the information, the lantern had the ability to illuminate the sea of memories. To put it bluntly, it could reflect the scenes in the memories and do whatever one wanted in the memories. What was do whatever one wanted in the memories? For example, let's say you fought a duel with an old enemy, and you lost in the end. You were unwilling to give up. You could use the lantern to illuminate the scene of the battle. You could simulate the battle with your old enemy infinitely in your memory. Through the simulation of the battle, you could improve your fighting ability and your chances of winning against your enemy. This was a proper example of using the lantern. Of course, you could also use the improper method. You could do whatever you wanted. Do whatever one wanted was completely possible. It was just that everything was in the memories and not in reality. The lantern's ability was very powerful. Unfortunately, the lantern couldn't illuminate Black Earl's memories. This was because a memory node was already recorded in the lantern. Only the owner of the lantern could delete this memory node. Although Black Earl couldn't delete this memory node, he could still use the lantern to experience this memory node. Moreover, he could experience it infinitely. There was no doubt that this memory node contained the memories of the owner of the lantern. Black Earl was also very interested in the owner of the lantern. Thus, he entered this node and started to experience it infinitely. The curtain of darkness enveloped the Black Earl, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a cramped stone room. The room was very dim, but not to the point of being pitch black. On the left wall, there was a wall candle covered by a white curtain. The candle was still burning, and some dim light shone through the holes in the curtain. With this little bit of light, the Black Earl could see the layout around him. There was a wooden shelf with various daily necessities on it, a desk with a few boxes on it, and the place he was sitting on, a wooden bed with messy sheets on it. The bed was still warm, and it was obvious that he had slept on it not long ago. No. It wasn't him, the owner of the lantern was still sleeping here. The Black Earl knew very well that he was only the owner of the lantern in his past memories. In other words, he was not the Black Earl, but the owner of the lantern in his memory. Because there was no mirror in the room, the Black Earl couldn't see the appearance of the owner of the lantern. He reached out his hand and touched his face. He wanted to rely on blind touch to construct the appearance of the owner of the lantern in his mind. However, the moment the Black Earl touched his face, he found that something was wrong. The owner of the lantern was wearing a half mask, and everything above the nose was covered by the mask. Other than the holes in the eyes, everything else was sealed. The Black Earl wanted to forcefully pull off the mask, but he only felt a sharp pain. The mask seemed to be branded on the owner's face, and it was almost connected to the owner's flesh. There was no way to pull it off. Even if it was pulled off, it would only be a bloody mess, and it would be very difficult to confirm the owner's face. The Black Earl thought for a moment and temporarily gave up on confirming the identity of the owner of the lantern. Instead, he planned to walk around this memory to see how big it was. He also wanted to confirm why the owner of the lantern left this memory node. It seemed that the owner of the lantern left this memory node because there were some people or things that left a deep impression on him. The Black Earl had just stood up and was about to move when he heard a commotion outside. It seemed that many people had come to the room. Hearing the commotion outside, the Black Earl had a guess. Perhaps, the people outside were the reason why the owner of the lantern set the memory node at this moment. Thinking of this, the Dark Earl stood up and walked to the door. He wanted to use the hole above the door to see who was outside. However, before he could see what was going on outside, a scarlet beam of light shot in from outside and pierced through his head. His first trip through space-time memories had ended. The Dark Earl, who had returned to the stable room, was in a daze for a while before he recovered from the shadow of his brain being penetrated. So, the owner of the coachman died just like that in his past memories? No, I'm the one who's dead. The stableman isn't dead. He must have survived, or else he wouldn't have this memory. Black Earl sensed the time and confirmed that the time in his memory was the same as the time in the outside world. Only then did he relax. Because he had to leave before the bell rang, otherwise he would be completely lost. The uniform flow of time allowed him to estimate the current time more accurately. Since he couldn't leave the stable, and the most valuable thing in the stable was the memories in the lantern, the Dark Earl entered the lantern's memories. This time, the Black Earl did not sit on the bed in a daze. Instead, he got up immediately and wanted to open the door to see what was going on outside. Taking advantage of the fact that those people had not arrived, he wanted to go out and hide in advance. However, just as the Dark Earl opened the door, the familiar scarlet beam of light appeared again. In the scarlet beam of light, the Dark Earl seemed to be suppressed by a supreme pressure and couldn't move at all. He died once again. After that, the Dark Earl used various methods to test it, and each time, it ended in death. After dying dozens of times, the Black Earl had also come up with a pattern. As long as he got close to the door, he would definitely be pierced through by the scarlet beam of light. Even if he didn't get close to the door would be pushed open by the people outside. The moment the door was pushed open, the scarlet beam of light would still shoot him to death. Anyway, no matter what, he would die. He would either seek death in advance or die in 2 minutes. In short, he would at most live for 2 minutes in the room before he would be killed by the scarlet beam of light in the end. As for who the scarlet beam of light came from, and what the people outside looked like, he couldn't see clearly. The Dark Earl had been reincarnated countless times, but he still couldn't see the situation outside. It was as if there was some kind of law that blocked his gaze. The Dark Earl also tried to use his ability to block the scarlet beam of light, but it still didn't work. This body rejected external energy. If he wanted to use his ability, he could only use the ability of this body. However, the Dark Earl didn't know what ability the owner of the lantern had. Even if he knew, he might not know how to use it. Therefore, in this space-time memory, he was like an ignorant person whose hands and feet were tied and whose mouth was sealed. He could only passively accept the outcome of death. However, the Dark Earl was sure that the owner of the lantern didn't die in this experience. However, the Dark Earl didn't know what method he used to survive. The Dark Earl reincarnated several times in this space-time memory. In the end, he was sure that he couldn't survive the scarlet beam of light. Therefore, the Dark Earl didn't take the initiative to seek death. Instead, he focused all his attention on the cramped room. Perhaps, there was a secret passage in this room? That's why the owner of the lantern could escape. After many reincarnations, the Dark Earl couldn't find the secret passage for the time being. However, he found a handwritten letter in the box on the table. The handwritten letter was densely packed and couldn't be finished in a short amount of time. However, the Dark Earl didn't care. After all, he had 2 minutes of safety every time he reincarnated. He would read a paragraph every 2 minutes. Adding the 2 minutes together, he would be able to finish reading it. After reincarnating another 10 times, the Dark Earl finally finished reading the contents of the handwritten letter. The handwritten letter was written in the ancient Mies language. This was a type of supernatural language that was popular in the origin world 10,000 years ago. It had the characteristics of being able to express both meaning and appearance at the same time. The Dark Earl had learned it before, so he didn't have any problems reading it. The name of the handwritten letter was Hermes's Notes on Cultivation. It described the sorrows and joys of a magus who called himself Hermes, as well as some of the difficulties in cultivation. From the notes, it was a very ordinary handwritten letter. However, if one were to look at the contents of Hermes's cultivation, one would find that this handwritten letter wasn't ordinary. This Hermes was a time magus. To be more precise, he was an apprentice of the time element. The notes on cultivation recorded in the handwritten letter were related to various time element abilities. What was known was that Hermes should have an inheritance. In the notes, he mentioned his mentor more than once. Moreover, the handwritten letter also recorded many time element abilities he had obtained from his mentor. For example, I have 15, second scale, continuous slash, spacetime continuous slash, yesterday once more, and so on. These were all time element magic tricks. However, Hermes didn't record how to cultivate these time element magic tricks. He only recorded their names and the various problems he had encountered during his cultivation. Apart from that, Hermes also recorded many of his mentor's abilities. Among them, there was one that the Dark Earl found very familiar. In Hermes's notes, this ability was described as a miraculous technique. It was just a miraculous technique, so it shouldn't be a miraculous technique. However, from this, one could guess that Hermes' mentor was very close to becoming a legend. He might even be a legend magus himself. Otherwise, Hermes would have said miraculous technique instead of miraculous technique. The name of this technique was time memory. According to Hermes's notes, this technique allowed one to do whatever one wanted in one's memories. This made the Dark Earl think of the information he had obtained from the lantern. The lantern had the ability to illuminate the sea of memories. It could reflect the scenes in the memories and do whatever one wanted in the memories. It was the same story. Moreover, one thing was certain. The information in the lantern should have been left behind by the owner of the lantern. If the room in the memories belonged to the owner of the lantern, then there was a high chance that the owner of the lantern was Hermes. Hermes couldn't have used the same story to describe different techniques. Therefore, the technique contained in the lantern might be time memory. After the Dark Earl finished reading Hermes's notes on cultivation, he continued to rummage through the room. Unfortunately, he didn't find any valuable information. Instead, he found a pitch-black secret passage under a stone compartment under the bed. It seemed that the owner of the lantern had escaped from here. Thereupon, the Dark Earl tried to enter the secret passage. Unfortunately, every time the Dark Earl entered the secret passage, he would be ejected from the memory. It wasn't an automatic ejection after death. Instead, it was forced out by the lantern. The Dark Earl was no fool. He quickly guessed the answer. The secret passage should be the border of the memory. Back then, the owner of the lantern had escaped from the secret passage. Could it be that he had simulated this memory just to escape again? That was impossible. Since he was able to escape back then, there was no need for him to simulate the situation in the secret passage. The main point of this memory was those people outside the door and that scarlet beam of light. Perhaps, the owner of the lantern had simulated this memory to decipher the scarlet beam of light or to find the truth behind why he was chased by those people back then. This was the Dark Earl's imagination. However, if his imagination was correct, perhaps the scene outside had been simulated as well. In other words, this memory wasn't as big as the room. It should be possible to go outside as well. However, the prerequisite was to decipher the scarlet beam of light and deal with the people outside. Although the Dark Earl wanted to go outside and take a look, perhaps there would be more opportunities outside. The scarlet beam of light was not something that he could decipher. He could only stop there and leave the room before the bell was rung. The Dark Earl's story was long and full of ups and downs. The reason why he said so much was to indirectly express one thing: time knowledge was not easy to come by. The Dark Earl could tell them the answer directly, but it would only make them feel that it was cheap and easy to accept. The Dark Earl didn't want to exchange the knowledge for anything. He just wanted them to know how precious time knowledge was. The Dark Earl didn't say it out loud, but both Angor and Dorcas knew what he was implying. Holmes's notes on training mentioned something about consecutive strikes, said the Dark Earl. The consecutive strikes here, on the surface, look exactly like a bloodline skill. However, it's not a bloodline skill. It's a time ability. Both Dorcas and Angor were still puzzled by Count Black's words. How did the time elemental combo / do it? Why was it a time ability? Soon, the Dark Earl gave them an answer. Consecutive strikes, in the eyes of bloodline wizards, are a special skill that can only be used when one's constitution and vitality reach a certain level. It has a high requirement for a wizard's constitution. But in the eyes of time elemental magi, consecutive slashes are a completely different thing. It's a power that's cut from time itself. According to Holmes's notes, when attacking an enemy, there was a probability that an attack of the same level, energy level, magnitude, and form would be intercepted from time. Intercepting an attack of the same level, energy level, magnitude, and form? Dorcas repeated in a low voice. I don't know how to intercept power from time, but from the literal meaning, it's using mana instead of vitality to perform consecutive strikes? You can think of it that way, said the Dark Earl. Dorcas mumbled, no wonder Extet could do consecutive strikes so easily. He only needs to use a little mana. Using mana to cast combo / was simply too easy in Dorcas' eyes. Bloodline wizards who wanted to learn consecutive strikes had to build up their foundation, and they had to have a solid constitution. Besides, even if they met the requirements, they might not be able to perform the skill. It also required a certain amount of talent. As for time wizards, they could perform it with a wave of their hand. This was simply unfair. The Dark Earl seemed to have seen through Dorcas's resentment and said lightly, time elemental consecutive strikes are not as simple as you think. They have very strict restrictions. In other words, all time elemental abilities have extremely strict restrictions. If the corresponding conditions are not met, they cannot be performed. Even if they are performed, there is a certain probability that they will suffer a backlash. As for time elemental consecutive strikes, there are 4 restrictions. First, they must be within 5 meters of the enemy. This limited the attack range. Second, the attacks intercepted from time and space cannot be carried by the void, so there must be a constant and unchanging material to carry them. This meant that they had to use weapons to attack the enemy at close range. Third, because the weapons needed to carry the power of time and space, they were easily damaged. They needed to be custom-made and sturdy weapons. Fourth, there was a limit to the attack power of consecutive strikes. If the space was unstable, it could not be achieved. In other words, if a space-type wizard wanted to perform consecutive strikes that exceeded the power of consecutive strikes, they had to learn how to stabilize space. In other words, they had to set up a tool that could stabilize space. Otherwise, they would not be able to perform the spell. The above 4 conditions had to be met at the same time to be able to perform consecutive strikes. Not to mention the difficulty of these 4 restrictions, just the fact that they forced a wizard who was originally capable of long-range attacks to learn from bloodline wizards and engage in close combat was enough to show how strict the conditions were to perform consecutive strikes. Even Dorcas was a little dumbfounded when he heard these 4 strict restrictions. Were time elemental abilities so strict? Moreover, according to what the Black Earl had said, if there was a mistake in the process of releasing the ability, even if it was just a little carelessness in the details, it would be hard to remedy. The appearance of a variable meant that the probability of receiving a backlash would also increase. In other words, just releasing the ability could cause one to lose their life if they were not careful. This was something that Dorcas found hard to believe. It had to be known that there was a chance of backlash when they released a spell, but the probability was extremely low. Most of the time, it would happen when they first learned the spell and thought they were smart enough to cause a backlash. Once they learned the spell, they would naturally have a memory of how to use the spell. Following the memory of the energy, there would basically be no backlash. Even if there was a carelessness in the details, as long as it was discovered before the release, there would be a way to remedy it. Even if it could not be remedied, there were many ways to avoid the backlash. However, for time elemental abilities, no matter if it was a beginner or someone who had learned them for a long time, one had to carefully release them. This was because the process of releasing the ability had to change according to time, place, and person. Once there was a variable, there would be a chance of backlash. Once there was a backlash, the consequences would be unpredictable. This was a difficulty that Dorcas could not imagine. Now, do you think it's fair? The Black Earl looked in Dorcas' direction and said indifferently. Dorcas smiled embarrassedly. Fair, it's very fair. Time elemental chops seemed simple, but there were many restrictions and there was a risk of backlash. On the other hand, bloodline chops required a person's physique. It could be said that the prerequisite was very high, but after learning it, there was basically no need to worry about the release of the ability, let alone the backlash. Both sides had their advantages and disadvantages. It could not be said to be unfair. However, in terms of the evaluation of everyone present, the scales were actually more biased towards bloodline chops. After all, bloodline chops were something that the practitioner could freely control. As long as their physique was enough, they could learn it. If they could not learn it, there was no need to worry about problems. They could continue to strengthen their physique until they learned it. Compared to the extremely random time chops, it was obviously much better. The Black Earl said, "Do you still remember what I said just now about the second and third restriction of time chops? For time chops, the most important thing is the weapon. Time elemental adepts will need to custom make a weapon if they want to cast a stable combo. As for Xianxia, from the various details after he came to Star Street, we know that he probably doesn't have such a weapon. Whether it's teaching or the continuous slash that Dorcas saw him release, he used an ordinary weapon. This was actually quite normal. At the very least, it was impossible for a normal alchemist to customize a weapon for a time wizard. Be it Xianxia, Witch Sharon, or Stop, none of them seemed to have any suitable alchemical equipment. Maybe they couldn't find a suitable alchemist, or maybe they found an alchemist, but the alchemy tools they made didn't suit them. Therefore, it was better not to use alchemy tools. Dark Earl continued, it was also because Xianxia used normal weapons that they left behind evidence. You mean the teaching sword, sir? The Black Count nodded. That's right. I smelled an unusual energy reaction from the teaching sword. Time elemental energy is very special. I can't tell if it's time elemental energy. But as long as we convert the energy reaction into data and bring it into the positive conducting formula, we can get a general coefficient. And this coefficient just happens to correspond to the energy spectrum of time elemental energy. Therefore, Angor was sure that Xianxia used the teaching sword to cast a time chops. And this was the best evidence to prove that Xianxia was a time wizard. The Black Earl said, after confirming that Xianxia is a time wizard, the incredible abilities he used before can be explained. Apart from time chops, there were two other strange abilities that needed to be explained. The first one was the disappearance of the illusions Angor encountered. How did Aikisi make Angor's nightmare illusion disappear? Angor had many guesses before, but none of them proved to be true. Now that he knew Aikisi was a time wizard, Angor couldn't figure out what kind of ability could make nightmare illusion disappear. Angor looked at the Black Count with a curious look. The Black Count considered for a moment and came up with 3 guesses. Time scale, quick recover, and space barrier. These were the 3 temporal spells that the Black Earl had seen in Hermes's notes on cultivation. Time scale was a level 1 spell, an advanced version of second scale. The function of second scale was to make any energy that came into contact with the user's body, whether it was a buff or a debuff, stay at the current coordinates and release it later. The delay was usually calculated in seconds, and it wouldn't take more than 1 minute. On the other hand, the time scale increased the time of the explosion. It could be delayed for more than an hour before the energy would explode. This was why it was called time scale. This delayed explosion. Will it happen to him after the delay? Dorcas asked. No, it won't. The explosion will happen at the original coordinates. It won't follow the time wizard, Dorcas said. It won't follow the time wizard? Dorcas couldn't help but ask, it won't follow the time wizard? Then this method of delaying the explosion of the attack was a bit too much of a cheat. Doesn't that make him invincible? As long as someone attacks him, there will be a delay. Who can attack him? Black Count snorted. Didn't you agree when I asked you if it's fair when we talked about consecutive strikes? Why did you forget about it now? Just think about it. Time cantrips have a lot of restrictions. Do you think time spells don't have restrictions? Dorcas' expression froze. He put away his angry look and agreed, you're right, sir. There must be a lot of restrictions. The Dark Earl did not continue to pay attention to Dorcas and continued, no matter if it's the second scale or the time scale, there's a prerequisite when they're released, and that's to let the external energy come into contact with the body. In other words, he must first endure an attack before he can delay the explosion. Think about it. If the first attack breaks through his defense and injures him badly, can he continue to use the spell? Also, there's a limit to how much energy the spell can absorb. Once the energy limit is exceeded, not only will the user not be able to release the explosion, but he will also be punished. These 2 restrictions are clearly recorded in the handbook. However, Hermes isn't an official wizard. All the spells he knows are from his teacher. Therefore, there must be other restrictions. Even if there were only these 2 limitations, this spell technique still wasn't very powerful. If the timescale can only be triggered by physical contact, then my illusions should work. Exted already learned about illusions when he came to the underground arena. Objectively speaking, he did meet the requirements to use time scale, Black Count continued. With a change in tone, the Black Earl continued, however, the time scale would normally only delay the time by an hour. Right now, an hour has already passed. If the time had really been delayed, then your illusion technique should have exploded in the arena. However, it didn't happen in reality. Of course, it's also possible that he has mastered the time scale well and can extend the time. He just hasn't used it yet. But at most, the time delay can't exceed 12 hours. Otherwise, it won't be time scale but day scale instead. If Exdet really did use the time scale, it would not be long before the time was up. They would know when the time came. Apart from time scale, there were other ways to make Angor's illusion disappear, such as quick recover or time condensing barrier. Quick recover was a level 1 spell. Set up a time force field in advance. For a certain period of time, all attacks received by the caster would be transferred to the force field. This technique was even more difficult to learn than the time scale. Black Count did not mention any examples, but he personally believed that Exdet was unlikely to use quick recover. Another reason was that Exdet's schedule could be found. According to Lucia, Exdet never left the Byron Tree Garden recently. In other words, if he wanted to set up a time force field, he would have to do it in the Byron Tree Garden. However, there was no information about such a force field. Besides, if the force field was really in the Byron Tree Garden, and Exdet transferred Angor's illusion to the force field while Angor himself was in the Byron Tree Garden, Angor should be able to sense the location of the illusion. Therefore, Black Count only mentioned this spell, but it was unlikely that it would work. The other possible spell technique was the space-time condensation barrier. Time-condensing barrier was a level 1 spell. Create a time-condensing energy barrier inside a high-dimensional organ. All attacks received would be absorbed into the barrier. High-dimensional organs referred to mind space, spirit sea, soul realm, which could be sensed but were difficult to find inside a human body. Were these organs really extra-dimensional? Not necessarily. However, this did not stop the wizards from thinking about it. The difficulty of learning the space-time shield was not too high, and its effects were pretty good from the looks of it. However, there were not many time-manipulating wizards who actually learned the spell because of its severe side effects. Condensing an energy barrier inside a high-dimensional organ was risky. After all, once the mind space, spirit sea, or soul realm were damaged, it would be difficult to repair them. Also, the so-called absorbing the attacks into the energy shield did not mean that one would be able to sit back and relax after absorbing the attacks. Energy would not disappear or be transferred on its own. Therefore, the only way to remove the attacks from the barrier was to release them again. This was similar to the time scale, which could be considered as a delayed outburst. However, the time scale would leave the outburst where it was, and it would not affect the wizard. Meanwhile, the delayed outburst of the barrier would follow the wizard. Once released, the wizard would definitely be affected. And this effect was unavoidable. Since the attack was released from a high-dimensional organ, it had already formed a connection with the caster. In other words, when a time-manipulating wizard released an attack from the barrier, he or she would have to endure or neutralize the attack. There was no way to dodge it, and the only way was to face it head-on. Take Angwar's illusions as an example. If Icos used the illusions absorbed by the barrier, he might not be affected for a short time. But he would definitely release the illusions from the barrier and try to find a way to break them. Time scale, quick recover, and time barrier. As far as I know, these 3 spells can nullify your illusions, Earl Black said. But I don't know if Icos has other time-manipulating spells that can neutralize illusions as well. Angwar nodded. Everyone learned different spells. For example, as an illusionist, no one would have guessed that his first spell slot would be a space-related one. If I have to choose between these 3 spells, which one do you think Icos will use, Mr. Black? The Black Count pondered for a moment before replying, the time scale, or the space-time congealing barrier. It's morning now. If there is still no news about the outburst of the illusion by noon, I'll rule out time scale. Even so, Angwar could tell that Earl Black believed time barrier had a higher chance of success. The time scale, a delay of 1 hour was the norm, and a delay of 12 hours was a rare occurrence. Now, Earl Black believed that time barrier had a higher chance of success. Angwar didn't think so himself. The main reason for this was that he didn't know much about the time element, and these spell techniques all sounded a little far-fetched to him. Even so, Angwar's confusion was gone. He was confused because he didn't believe that the nightmare illusion could be broken so easily. Now that he knew how strange time-manipulating spells could be, and that there was more than one way to break a nightmare illusion, Angwar was no longer confused. Only by knowing what he was lacking would he be motivated to pursue it. Now that Angwar's confusion was resolved, he had time to think about other things. In addition to breaking illusions, what Aixen had shown before was another ability that made them feel incredulous. Secondly, how did Icos and his people break through the barrier? Earl Black also gave his own guess about this, and he was quite sure about it. Time walk. Time walk, level 3 cantrip. By consuming magic materials and a large amount of mana, the caster can travel through space without being obstructed by any non-time manipulating spells. In other words, as long as the caster calculated the distance and direction, he or she could travel through space even if the space around him or her was sealed. End of chapter. The escape effect of Time Void Fairy could be said to be the uncrowned king, the best of all. Even if the Black Earl personally set up a confinement array, as long as there was no time energy in it, they could still walk through the wall. As long as Extet used Time Walk to get past the confinement array, the rest of the journey would be much easier. Wizard Sharon would be able to control the teleportation. This was why Extet and the other apprentices were able to escape so easily. No one would have thought that there would be an extremely rare time adept among them. Time walk. so powerful. And it's only a cantrip, why, he muttered to himself. Thinking about the cantrips he had learned and then looking at the cantrips of others, Dale felt the difference in the world so clearly for the first time. Both Angor and Dorcas shared the same thought. According to the Black Earl's description, the time travel spell was much more convenient than most spells. However, according to the Black Earl, time elemental abilities all had their own limitations. Such a powerful cantrip must have a lot of limitations as well. Soon, the Black Earl gave them an answer. Although Void Passage is only a cantrip, it's much more difficult to cast and the risks involved are much higher than ordinary spells. While obtaining great convenience, there were also great limitations to the void passage of time. The first thing to know was that the time traversal was not a displacement of space, but a transition of space and time. Neither space-time jump nor space-time jump were words that apprentices would use. The former was related to the understanding of the void, while the latter was related to the expression of energy properties. Due to the fact that this knowledge was too obscure and profound, even official magi of other branches might not be able to touch upon it. However, time was different for apprentices. Time was a hidden power, unlike other elements that could be easily obtained from the outside. Therefore, in order to cultivate the apprentice's perception of time, the instructors would let them come into contact with the space-time distance that simultaneously expressed time and space vectors from the very beginning, so that the apprentices would have the concept of time. However, due to the fact that space-time jump involved the endless void and an unknown hidden power, many time apprentices were lost in the endless darkness. Even if the instructors personally taught their apprentices, the changes in the void were too strange to be understood all the time. Once an apprentice sensed the concept of time, they might be beside their instructors 1 second, and the next second, they would be teleported to another plane. Even the instructors would not be able to control them. Therefore, the time element could eliminate half, or even 70 to 80% of the apprentices when it came to understanding space-time distance. Time walk was a practical application of space-time jump. It could be said that every time apprentice who could use time walk was lucky to survive in the void. The reason for that was because just the practice itself was a challenge of life and death. It could not be said to be easy. In addition to the difficulty of practicing, the time travel cantrip itself had its own difficulties and limitations. For example, the core of time walk was time walk. It was not something an apprentice could master, so it could only be achieved by consuming magic materials. And the magic materials used for this were not cheap, at least not cheaper than the magic materials used in the plane passageway. Especially the main material, time crystal. The price in the southern region was no less than 8,000 magic crystals. However, this was only for apprentices. If it was an official wizard, they would not need to consume the time crystal every time. To put it bluntly, the time crystal was a type of crystal that contained time marks. Time elemental wizards could use their own mana to replenish the time marks that were consumed. This allowed the time crystal to be used multiple times and save a lot of money. But even if they wanted to save money, they could not save too much. Anyway, every time they used time walk, it would cost up to 1,000 magic crystals. If it was the advanced version of time walk, it would cost more than 10,000 magic crystals every time. It could be said that this series of spells were all spells that cost money. Ordinary people could not afford to use them. Moreover, there was a distance limit to the time walk. The displacement of space-time distance was less than a micrometer. Converted to the distance in reality, it would not be more than 1,000 meters. If they wanted to jump through space obstacles, the distance would be reduced. For example, with the Black Earl's imprisonment circle, even if they used time walk, they could only travel less than 10 meters. Fortunately, Ixen was shuttling between the planes. If he was shuttling in reality, he would not be able to cover a distance of 10 meters. Other than the distance limit, there was also a limit to the number of times they could travel. If they traveled continuously in a short period of time, the probability of backfiring would increase. The above were the difficulties and limitations of time walk. However, these were all obvious limitations, and there were some hidden flaws. For example, after using the time void crossing, a special rhythm would be spread in the void. Some void monsters that specialized in eliminating the disciples of the time element would find the time element wizard through the rhythm and use it to hunt for food. Also, when Time Walk landed on the ground, it would also release a special rhythm. It was not released in the void this time, but it would still attract the attention of nearby supernatural creatures. Moreover, after using time void travel for a period of time, the spellcaster himself would be in a weakened state. If there was no one to protect him, he would easily become a target. Adding the explicit and implicit restrictions together, this was the true negative effect of time void travel. The negative effects are strong, but Time Walk is still very effective. If we have teammates, we can deal with them, Dorcas spoke after listening to Black Earl's explanation. Angor agreed. Angor agreed with Dorcas. Not only could his teammates share the cost of materials, but they could also protect the time manipulator. If we have a space manipulator as a teammate, the space apprentice will be able to use great mobility to ensure a high chance of survival. This will reduce the negative effects of Time Walk even more. Icos did have teammates, and one of them happened to be a space manipulator wizard, Sharon. No wonder they dared to use Time Walk so recklessly. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had teammates. Without teammates, the negative effects of Time Walk would be terrible, and they could easily attract the attention of void monsters. If Angor was a time manipulator, he wouldn't use temporal travel on his own. After listening to the Black Earl's description of the time element, Dorcas could not help but sigh. Although time element magi have all sorts of limitations, I have to say that their abilities are all very powerful. Even their cantrips cannot be underestimated. As expected of the rarest element. Now I know why those people are so arrogant. They have a time manipulator as their cover. However, speaking of which, is there still no one who knows the purpose of that group of people attacking the Beluan tree courtyard? Black Earl spoke in a low voice. The Belos family has not found the reason yet. But judging from their current situation, they don't care about the reason. They just want to survive this crisis. Crisis? What crisis? Not many people died, Dorcas mumbled. A diplomatic crisis. Dorcas curled his lips and said, many things are actually clear at a glance. The Belos family and the group of attackers probably have very little to do with each other. The so-called diplomatic crisis is nothing more than the major sorcerer organizations smelling the honey and coming forward to divide the benefits. At least, from Dorcas's point of view, the Belos family was not involved in this. The big organizations were all manipulators who were driven by profit. Angor spoke in a soft voice. The Belos family can stand firm in Billen Tree Garden because of the support from the big organizations. Take the teleportation portal for example. It looks like the Belos family paid someone from Floating Mech City to fix it. But in fact, the Belos family only paid a small part of the cost. Floating Mech City did all the work for free. It's in the interest of Floating Mech City, but the Belos family is the beneficiary of this benefit. So, they need to give the big organizations an explanation. Of course. You have a point. In the absence of a tacit order, fighting for profit has become the source of everything. Dorcas glanced at Angor and did not say anything. He only mumbled something under his breath. Angor did not know what he was talking about. Angor ignored Dorcas and looked at Black Earl again. Mr. Black, you said the Belos family did not find the reason. What about you, Mr. Black? What was Black Earl's opinion? Black Earl chuckled. My opinion? I don't have any. But if you want to guess their purpose, you can start from the three people themselves. Black Earl looked at Angor. What do you think of the three attackers? Angor, I'm the one asking questions. How did it turn into asking me after going around in circles? Angor grumbled in his mind, but he still followed Black Earl's words. Let's talk about Witch Sharon first. Based on what I know, this Witch Sharon is just a playboy. I met some apprentices in Paradise. They were trapped in different games. They might not be able to solve the game, but they did not face any fatal threats in a short time. From this point of view, Witch Sharon was not interested in killing people, nor did she have any intention of torturing the weak. She was more interested in having fun, treating everything as a game. She also set up various options in the game, amusing herself by watching the players struggle. Now that you mention it, she's like a time thief. Anyway, from Witch Sharon's point of view, she has no urgent purpose. On one hand, she created the game to have more fun. On the other hand, she might be cooperating with her friends to stall Elder Yu and the others. Go on. Black Earl did not comment on Angor's explanation. He did not spend much time with Witch Sharon, while Angor and Dorcas spent more time together. Let's talk about Extet again. From all the information I gathered, he doesn't look like a bad guy. Moreover, as one of the 3 attackers, not only did he not participate in the attack, he even saved many people. If he wasn't the companion of Witch Sharon and the others, his reputation in Barren Tree Garden and Starry Street would have reached new heights. But he was one of the 3 attackers, and he escaped with 2 of his friends. He didn't save people for the sake of his reputation. Either he was trying to atone for his friends, or he really didn't want to see people die. Anyway, I think he's still on the side of the righteous faction. So, you don't think he has a reason to attack Barren Tree Garden? Angor nodded. He didn't participate in the attack, and he saved people. I don't think he has a reason to attack Barren Tree Garden. Go on. There's one more person, Black Earl said. As for Stop, I don't know much about him, but he's giving me a strange feeling. What do you mean? Judging from his personality, behavior, I think he's a thug. Angor thought for a moment and rearranged his words. Just, like? I can't tell if he's as extreme as he looks. Angor did not tell them the truth. Stop was the weirdest person in Angor's mind. Stop's personality was not the strangeness of Stop's personality, but his emotions. Both Witch Sharon and Extet could tell what kind of person they were from their emotions. Stop, however, was different. His emotions were like a vast ocean. The surface of the ocean might be turbulent, but the bottom of the ocean was as calm as ever. Or maybe there were undercurrents, but the surface of the ocean was calm. Angor could sense 2 different emotions from Stop's. Madness and rationality were both present in Stop's emotions. One was hidden deep in the ocean, while the other floated on the surface. Stop was like a clown. Only he knew whether he was laughing or crying. What others saw was nothing but a facade. Black Earl did not know Angor's thoughts. He only thought that Angor had only known Stop for a short time and could not analyze the man in detail like the others. The Black Earl asked, then, in your opinion, does Storp have a reason to attack the Barren Tree courtyard? Maybe. Angor said. The Black Earl smiled. I also think he has a reason to attack by Luan shooting. However, I think the other 2 also have a reason to attack by Luan shooting. Huh? Angor and Dorcas both looked at Black Earl. Stop is a pleasure addict. He uses the ugliness of other people to please himself. He doesn't always have a reason for his actions. His desire to please himself is enough to drive him to commit all kinds of heinous crimes. So, he can attack Barren Tree Garden for no reason, but he has a personal reason to do so. As for Witch Sharon, she's not that different from Stop. Pleasure is enough for her to attack Barren Tree Garden. As for Extet, I think he's the main reason why Stop and Sharon decided to attack Barren Tree Garden. End of chapter. Extet is the main reason? Angor and Dorcas looked at each other. Both of them cared about Extet the most. Their reasons were different, but they shared the same opinion about Extet. Black Earl said, perhaps Aixen is indeed a wizard of the good lawful faction, but it is also because of his lawful faction that some of his actions seem very peculiar. Something special? Angor asked. Black Earl nodded. Do you remember Lucia mentioned something about Extet? Although he has accepted teaching missions and is very patient with apprentices who seek his guidance, he doesn't like a certain type of apprentice, and he will never teach such people. When the Dark Count mentioned it, Dorcas immediately remembered and said, I remember, it seems that Aikisi treats the Bloodline faction differently in their teaching missions. Angor added, to be precise, Extet only teaches Bloodline wizards who haven't assimilated with a Bloodline, or those who have assimilated with an Abyss Bloodline. You're right, Black Earl said. I asked Lucia before. Apart from these 2 types of apprentices, do they have any common characteristics? Lucia's answer, no. Also, Extet never interacted with such people. Since they're all strangers, why is he willing to teach others but not Extet? Angor and Dorcas didn't know the answer to Black Earl's question. They thought about it before, but it was mostly subjective. They guessed that Extet might have offended some Bloodline wizards in the past, which was why he hated them so much. As for why he would teach Abyss bloodline wizards? Maybe, he was saved by someone with Abyss bloodline, Black Earl continued. Among the bloodline wizards who Extet doesn't want to teach, some of them are considered bad people. But most of them are from the good faction. If Aixen is also a wizard of the good faction, then why would he treat bloodline apprentices differently from the same faction? Is it because he's different from others? Angor and Dorcas both fell into deep thought. Back then, they were more concerned about Extet's personality and neglected this point. Now that he thought about it again, Aikisi's behavior was indeed quite strange. But even though it was strange, did this have anything to do with the attack on the Beluantry court? Why did the Black Earl point it out? Shark Planet Pureblood Society? Both Dorcas and Angor thought of something at the same time. Hearing this name, the Black Earl said softly, "Seems like you've thought of it. There's a connection between Extet and the Pureblood Society?" The Dark Earl shook his head. Currently, there is no direct evidence that they are related. However, when I returned from the Belos family, I received a death toll. The death rate is as high as 70%, and the place with the highest number of deaths is the Shark Star Pureblooded Guild. There are a lot of buildings in the guild district, and they are also very densely packed together. However, only the Shark Planet's purebloods will be nearly destroyed. Although the surrounding buildings are damaged, they are not serious. It's obvious that the attackers are the Shark Planet Pureblooded Society, which they purposely destroyed. According to the Belos family's deduction, there is only one possibility for the attackers to commit such a terrible act of destruction. They have a grudge against the Shark Star Pureblood Society, or rather, they have a grudge against someone in the Pureblood Society. But I heard from Lucia that the Shark Planet Pureblooded Society is full of apprentices. They might have official wizards behind them, but they are only nominal members. They rarely come to the Shark Planet Pureblooded Society's headquarters. As for the three attackers, they did not show any hatred toward the Shark Planet Pureblooded Society when they were in Star Street. Plus, they are official wizards. From a probability perspective, they should not hold any grudges against the apprentices of the Shark Planet Pureblooded Society. If there is no grudge, why would they destroy the Shark Planet Pureblooded Society? Considering Extet's strange behavior, I can only think of something related to the bloodline of these people. Dorcas looked at the Black Earl in confusion. Isn't this a bit too big of a jump? How did you come to this conclusion? Angor considered for a moment and answered, maybe because both Kristoff and Sharon had a reason to attack Beluantry Garden. Extet was the only one who did not have such a reason. And while he was in Star Street, the only strange thing he did was to treat bloodline wizards differently in teaching. So, Mr. Black Earl, perhaps these two incidents are related? Angor was just going through the whole thing. From his point of view, these two incidents might be related, but at most, it was a weak connection. Black Earl nodded. Angor is right. I'm not just guessing. I did a correlation divination between Extet and the Pureblooded Society. The result is interesting. It's neither yes nor no. Usually, the result of a divination is either yes or no. Either the result is blurred by anti-prophecies, or the divination simply fails. But this time, my divination was successful without any interference from anti-prophecies. But the result is neither yes nor no. In other words, it's yes and no at the same time. Everyone has their own opinions on how to interpret the result. But there's no denying that Extet and the Pureblooded Society are connected in some way. Maybe it's a hidden connection, or maybe it's a direct one. Otherwise, the result would not be so vague. Both Dorcas and Angor were confused about the two sides of the result. But Black Earl was right. This meant that Extet and the Pureblooded Society must be connected in some way. If it's a divination, then it makes sense, Dorcas said. Angor considered for a moment and said, even if there's a connection, it doesn't justify Extet's attack on Beluantry Garden. As a matter of fact, Extet did not participate in the attack. He even saved people. I never said that he had a reason to attack Beluantry Garden, Black Earl said casually. If it's not him, then... Angor suddenly thought of something. Wait, sir, are you saying that the attack on Beluantry Garden was planned long ago, and the Pureblooded Society was only a secondary reason? Maybe Extet did not realize it himself? Indeed, Black Earl did not say that Extet had a reason to attack Bill in Tree Garden. Instead, he said that Extet was the main reason for which Stop and which Sharon to attack Bill in Tree Garden. If that was the case, Extet's likes and dislikes became an unofficial but hidden criterion for which Stop and which Sharon's attack on Bill in Tree Garden. Extet treated bloodline apprentices differently. So, when Stop controlled the Shallow Sea strongman past the guild area, he changed his mind and attacked Shark Planet Pure-Blooded Society? Yes, that's what I think, Black Earl said. It's hard to control people's thoughts, so they often have unpredictable characteristics. So, from a behavior point of view, it makes sense. But I still can't find the common ground on a logical level. Sometimes, logic doesn't matter. What matters is what you think at the moment, Black Earl said. Black Earl paused and changed the topic. But if you really want to talk about the logic of the attackers, I can say two things. First, Stop and Witch Sharon must know that Extet doesn't like bloodline apprentices. Angor nodded. Judging from the motive, this was the inevitable result. He had also analyzed this point, but it didn't seem to be logical. The Dark Earl did not explain. Instead, he continued, secondly, Witch Stoops and Witch Sharon also have a tendency to dislike certain bloodline supernatural individuals. Angor was surprised to hear the second point. It would make sense if Witch Stop and Witch Sharon also hated certain types of bloodline adepts. They might not do something for Extet, but they would definitely do something for their own likes and dislikes. Therefore, if they all hated a certain type of bloodline superhuman, then it was highly possible that Stop had controlled the Shallow Water strongmen to destroy the Shark Planet Pure Blood Society. But, where was the evidence? Why would Black Earl think that Stop and Witch Sharon hated bloodline apprentices? Extet clearly treated bloodline apprentices differently in his teaching, but Stop and Witch Sharon did not show any similar signs. Evidence? I don't have any. However, although I don't have any evidence, don't forget that apart from Stop and the others, there's another person who can't be ignored among the attackers this time. Shallow Sea strongman, Angor said quickly. Black Earl nodded. Yes, Shallow Sea strongman. Wizard-level Shallow Sea strongmen are almost impossible to find in the southern wizardry region. Also, the Shallow Sea strongman has obvious runes and the corrosive aura of the world's consciousness, which means something. The Shallow Sea strongman came from another world. The Dark Earl said, yes, this is a wizard-level shallow water strongman from another world. In addition, there was another strongman who showed up on an island. Just like the Shallow Sea strongman, it also had the aura of another world. Stop also summoned a monster with a crocodile head. This monster is the guardian monster of the Reed Garden. Reed Garden? Angor was confused. There's a wild god in the Wildlands world called the God of Yalu. He's the god of Reed Garden, or the god who manages fertile land. As for the Reed Garden, it is the residence of this wild god. The guardian of Reed Garden is a crocodile monster who has mastered the power of justice and order. Angor hesitated. So the monster Stop summoned is a subordinate of the wild god? Is this something that can be confirmed? Stop admitted it himself, Black Earl said in a flat tone. Angor was a little surprised. If Stop admitted it himself, then it was probably true. Angor never thought that a wild god from the Wildlands world would be involved in this. Angor did consider one possibility before. Maybe this attack was caused by an otherworldly overlord invading the wizardry world. But that was just a random thought. Angor did not expect to find a connection with an otherworldly deity. However, this was not the only thing that shocked Angor. Black Earl continued, Shallow Sea strongmen and Island strongmen are all strongmen. Strongmen can be found all over the universe, but most of them were brought there by wizards. The real birthplace of strongmen is the Wildlands world. There's a rumor in the Wildlands world that the god of Reed Garden, or the god of Yalu, created the first strongmen. Another god of Yalu, not only did the crocodile monsters come from the god of Yalu, but the strongmen were also related to the god of Yalu. Angor could not say that the attackers had nothing to do with a wild god from the Wildlands world. So, we can be sure that the Shallow Sea strongmen and Island strongmen also came from the Wildlands world, just like the crocodile monsters. Black Earl suddenly chuckled. There's another interesting news. I received some information about the members of the Shark Planet Pure Blood Guild from the Belos family. 90% of the apprentices have the bloodline of the savage world's demonic creatures. And in the past month, the Guild District has held 4 bloodline seminars. Among them, the first 3 were led by the Shark Planet Pure Blood Union, and the bloodlines that led the discussion were all the bloodlines of the monsters of the savage world. Only the 4th seminar was taken over by the Alchemy Bureau, and the main discussion was the development of the mermaid bloodline. Black Earl stopped talking. He did not give any comments, but his words all conveyed the same meaning. Wasn't this a coincidence? Dorcas slowly spoke up. Pure Blood Guild? Is it a gathering of pure blood wizards? You're right. Pure blood wizards love the bloodlines of the Wildlands world. Most of the bloodline wizards in the Wildlands world are pure blood wizards. I don't have the blood of monsters from the Wildlands world right now, but the next time I change my bloodline, I'll probably go to the Wildlands world. Regardless of whether it was the Black Earl's words or Dorcas's addition, they had actually unveiled a curtain to the truth. Stop and the others had an unknown connection with the Wildlands world. Since they could bring the Reed Garden's guardian monster with them, they might be on the Wildlands world's side. Even if they were humans, it did not mean that all humans had to stand on the side of the wizarding world. Humans stayed in various worlds and even spread their branches. Some of them were born in the Wildlands world, so it was normal that they did not feel a sense of belonging to the wizarding world. Some of them were lured by wild gods and became the vanguard of a counterattack against the wizarding world. No matter what, the wizarding world did not lack such traitors. If Stop and the others really were traitors, and they had deep feelings for the Wildlands world, then their hatred toward the Pure Blood Guild was not without reason. After all, the floating capital built by humans stood high above the clouds of the Wildlands world. Bloodline wizards came here in droves, and the Wildlands world was called their back garden. Most of them were pure blood wizards. Now that Angor thought about it, it was understandable that people from the Wildlands world hated pure blood wizards. Now he understood why Black Earl thought that the 3 attackers all hated certain bloodline supernaturals. This was a basic point of logic. From this point of logic, Angor now had a reasonable explanation for the destruction of the Pure Blood Guild and Extet's strange behavior. Angor still had some doubts, but he was convinced by Black Earl. End of chapter. So Stop's attack was influenced by the will of a wild god from the savage world? Dorcas mumbled, a god from another world is attacking the wizarding world. So they're going to hand it over to the supreme cult? The Black Earl said calmly, the Byros family can't be sure if Stop and the others are really from the barbarian world. However, the Byros family will definitely hand over the supreme cult as you said. In fact, they've already done it. That fast? The Dark Earl sneered, this time, the Byros family has offended all the major sorcerer organizations. Now, they only have 2 options. One is to admit defeat obediently, and the other is to bring in a force that even the sorcerer organizations don't want to get into trouble with, and drive the wolf to chase the tiger. The supreme cult is the wolf that lured them in? The Black Earl, that's right. Lure in the supreme cult. Dorcas hesitated. Isn't this a bad move? If the supreme cult comes, won't the underground sewers be exposed? More wizards would see the potential benefits hidden in the sewers, which would put the Byros family in an even more difficult position. The Black Earl said, it wasn't a bad move to lure the supreme sect here. Even if they don't do it, the supreme cult will come after smelling the scent. Smelling the scent? What do you mean? Dorcas asked, did the supreme cult suffer losses in the attack? No. The supreme cult doesn't care about losses. They're attracted by the scent because of the Shallow Sea Strongman and Extet. A time manipulator showed up here, so they'll definitely come. Dorcas frowned. It was possible that such a powerful Shallow Sea Strongman would attract the supreme cult's attention. But why would a time manipulator attract the supreme cult's attention? Besides, the supreme cult didn't know there was a time manipulator here, right? If the supreme cult came for a time manipulator, they would at least need to make sure there was a time manipulator here. The Dark Earl said, to be precise, they didn't come here because of the time element. Although there aren't many time element acolytes, they won't be able to grow and attract their attention. However, the time element acolytes are different. If this kind of person has a plan, they can even deceive the world will. A long time ago, the world's consciousness in the southern wizarding region was affected by a time manipulator. After that, the Supreme Cult made a deal with the world's consciousness and listed the time manipulator as a key target. Once a time manipulator appeared in the southern wizarding region and disturbed the spacetime, the world's consciousness would send the information back to the Supreme Cult. Of course, the world's consciousness doesn't have subjective thoughts. The Supreme Cult must have used some kind of algorithm to convince the world's consciousness. However, Aixen's use of the time series ability is not considered frequent. It has not reached the point of messing up time and space and causing chaos to the will of the world. Normally, the world's consciousness wouldn't send information to the Supreme Cult. However, the attack on Billion Tree Garden will definitely cause a heated debate in the world of adepts. As long as the Supreme Sect looks over here, they'll definitely notice something fishy. To put it bluntly, the Supreme Cult was given some authority by the world will, which allowed them to discover the abnormality of this attack. The Supreme Cult's cases attacks cases. Now that the Belos family had spoken, the Supreme Cult had a better reason to be stationed there. The Black Earl continued, as for whether the sewers will be affected, we don't have to worry about that. The Belos family isn't stupid enough to expose the existence of the sewers. It's not like the Supreme Cult hasn't come to the Belos Tree Garden in the past. If they didn't discover it in the past, why would they suddenly discover it now? Moreover, even if the Supreme Cult does discover it, it won't be a big problem. After all the creatures in the sewers, whether they were asleep or awake, were natives. No matter how much the Supreme Cult liked to rule, they couldn't control the people in the wizarding world. The Supreme Cult didn't have the support of the world's consciousness when it came to dealing with the native creatures. Once they pissed off the ruler of wisdom and gave up on defending Nether City, the Supreme Cult wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat him. In fact, even the Black Earl wouldn't dare to provoke the wise ruler who wasn't defending Nether City, as well as other supernatural creatures who might be in hibernation. The reason why they dared to negotiate with the wise ruler was because they knew that the wise ruler wanted to relocate his territory. However, after the attack, the Belos family won't dare to do anything big in the sewers for the time being. It's going to be troublesome if we want to exchange information with the Belos family. The Black Earl sighed. It seems that we have to arrange for our clansmen to guard this place. Clearly, the we that Black Earl was referring to was not the people present, but the Noah family. When it came to arranging for his clansmen to be stationed nearby, Y lowered his head as if he was trying to deceive himself by saying, "You can't see me." V was worried that the Black Earl would ask him to guard the garden labyrinth. Seeing V's reaction, the Black Earl snorted. "Even if you want to, you're not qualified to be here. The clansmen stationed here had to be at least formal wizards. Otherwise, many things would be difficult." V let out a long sigh of relief when he heard that he wouldn't be stationed here. As for being mocked by the Black Earl, V was already used to it. For the rest of the time, they continued to talk about the ambush, as well as some of their guesses about the Stoop Trio. Angor and Dorcas, on the other hand, were more interested in news about the Wildlands world, such as the god of Yalu. They rarely had access to such knowledge related to the gods. Being able to get such information from the Black Earl was also a supplement to their missing knowledge. They were also involved in the attack at Billion Tree Garden, but they didn't have much to do with it. So, they stopped talking after a while. The Black Earl mentioned the mysterious mirror Angor created. Count Black didn't mean it by accident. Apart from sharing information with Angor, he also wanted to see the mysterious mirror. Angor considered for a moment before saying, "Wait a minute. I'll set up a geometric lock." Geometric lock was an alchemy tool used to seal aura. Black Earl had seen it before, so he didn't say anything about it. Dorcas, on the other hand, grumbled, "You said you needed to settle it down. Why are you taking it out now? You don't need to settle it down?" Angor pretended he didn't hear anything and continued to set up the geometric lock. While doing so, Angor also did two other things. First, he sent a message to Laplace, who was still fishing in the Dream Wasteland, through the Tree of Authority. The second thing was to remove the additional mirror that was connected to Rabbit Mountain from the Unbreakable Heart Mirror. Angor could say that the manifestation of mystery was created when he created the Unbreakable Heart Mirror, but that mirror was difficult to explain. Angor simply removed the mirror since he could always put it back together later. With that done, Angor slowly set up a geometric lock and placed the cleaned mirror inside. Next, Black Earl and Dorcas both looked at the half-mirror that was emitting a faint glow. A mysterious radiance flowed within the geometrical lock. Black Earl, Dorcas, and Whale were all deeply attracted by the mysterious aura emanating from the unbreakable heart mirror. Their eyes were filled with fascination as they admired this unique mirror. Even if the mirror was not a true mystery item, it was not any worse than a mystery item to them, because the mirror had another meaning. It was a mystery item that was refined right in front of them. No one else in the entire southern wizarding region could do this. Angor was the only one who could do it, and he might not be able to create a second mystery item in a short time. They believed that Angor's creation of a half-step mystery item would cost him a lot of resources. Therefore, Angor wouldn't try to create a second mystery item before he could find some new inspiration. Time passed slowly as he admired the painting. After an unknown amount of time, the Black Earl and Dorcas slowly regained their senses from the illumination of the mysterious light. After coming back to his senses, Dorcas didn't say anything. Instead, he silently retreated to the side and sank into deep thought, as if he had understood something. Black Earl looked at Angor. The carvings on the mirror, I didn't make any carvings on it. It's just a normal mirror frame. As for the carvings, they appeared after I finished the work, Angor explained. Angor's words were literally true. The carvings on the mirror frame weren't part of Angor's plan. The carvings were the manifestation of mystery, which Angor added later. Of course, Count Dark didn't know about the existence of mystery objects. As far as he knew, Angor meant that the engravings would naturally appear after the crafting process was completed. In Black Earl's opinion, the manifestation of mystery was part of the mirror. When I first saw the carvings, I thought you've activated the mirror and created an extension. But now, I think it's the mirror's own ability. Come to think of it, it's very similar to your style. The reason why the Black Earl asked about the 10,000 Beasts carving was because he realized that the 10,000 Beasts carving was not a real thing, but an illusory image floating outside the mirror. However, it was wrong to say that it was an illusion. The mystery aura it was emitting was similar to the aura of the mirror, which meant it came from the mirror itself. Angor was an illusionist who made the mirror, so it was understandable that his creation would follow its owner. This mirror is... The Black Earl suddenly paused in the middle of his sentence. He wanted to ask about the mirror's effect, but since it was an alchemy item made by Angor, it was considered a personal item. It was impolite to ask about the mirror's effect directly. With that in mind, Black Earl changed the topic. Is the mirror used as a support item? Angor considered and nodded. Sort of. Angor's answer was a little ambiguous. Black Earl realized that Angor didn't want to tell him about the mirror's effect. Perhaps Angor would still tell him about the mirror's effect if Black Earl pretended that he didn't know. However, this would only make Angor uncomfortable. Black Earl didn't want to offend an alchemist who could refine mysterious items. With that in mind, Black Earl suppressed his curiosity and stopped asking about the mirror's effect. Instead, he spoke in a jealous tone, "That bastard Sunders is so lucky." He heard that Sunders took Angor away from him. He wondered what kind of luck Sunders had. The apprentice he took from Sunders reached the top of the alchemy world in just a few years. Although Sunders wasn't the best in terms of strength, as long as Angor revealed the mirror he made, Sunders' status would be no lower than Black Earl's. You know about Dong Ming's declaration, right? Black Earl looked at Angor again. Grafting Dong Ming the Mad Devil? Angor frowned when he heard the name. Sir, you mean? She didn't agree to let you become a member of the research department and claimed that you're not qualified. I know about that. Angor did hear about it. However, Dong Ming's words only caused some reaction in the alchemy circle. No one in other circles cared about Dong Ming's words. The main reason was that Dong Ming was an annoying person. He might be affected if he only joined the alchemy circles. But he was not one of them. In fact, he did not even belong to Brood Cavern's wizard circle, let alone other circles. The exhibition of the research department is coming soon. You haven't released a new item yet, have you? If you show this mirror to everyone, Dong Ming's declaration will become a joke. Black Earl suggested that Angor use the mirror during the exhibition. Not only could he gain a higher status in the alchemy world, but he could also hurt Dong Ming's reputation. Angor didn't respond to Black Earl's suggestion. He would definitely go to the exhibition, but he wasn't sure if he would release a mirror or other alchemy items. The black girl didn't say much and stopped there. I've checked the mirror. It's good. Dorcas said you need to settle down, so I won't disturb you any longer. Black girl gestured for Y to leave with him. By the way, I don't know the name of this mirror yet, Black girl suddenly asked. Unbreakable heart mirror. End of chapter. Angor let out a long sigh of relief after Wayan and Count Black left. He already prepared an excuse to explain why the unbreakable heart mirror only had toughness. Luckily, Count Black didn't ask about the mirror's effect, which relieved Angor a lot. If Count Dark really wanted to take him seriously, he might have to reveal some of the truth. Angor even asked Laplace to make some preparations and seal the mirror space. If Count Black had a way to enter the mirror space, he would be able to stop anyone from peeking. Now it seemed he didn't need to worry about that. However, after the black girl left, Dorcas did not leave with him. Dorcas wasn't as tactful as Count Black. After Count Black left, Dorcas quickly moved to Angor's side and spoke in a mysterious tone, "The outsider is gone. You can tell me now. What's the effect of the mirror? It's more than just toughness, right?" 1 second, Dorcas was sitting on the sofa with a serious expression. But the next second, he changed his expression and moved closer to Angor, as if he was really waiting for the outsider to leave, as Dorcas said. Angor really wanted to tell him that Dorcas was an outsider too. But when he thought about the possibility of using Dorcas as a tool for Dodoro, he held back. "Are you sure it's more than just toughness?" Angor raised an eyebrow. "How about you use word of truth on me and see if I'm telling the truth? Word of truth has a lot of loopholes. You know that." Dorcas mumbled. "Besides, it's not polite to use word of truth on you, right? So you know how to be polite?" "Why are you asking if you know how to be polite?" Angor remained silent for a moment before speaking. "I haven't studied it thoroughly yet, but I already know that it's toughness. I'll tell you more when I'm done." "You're the creator, and you don't know?" Dorcas couldn't believe it. "I don't know what the sorcerer's garden will look like before it's built." Angor paused and added, "Also, don't underestimate the toughness property. Not every mystery item will have an amazing effect. If the toughness of a mirror exceeds a certain level, it's not impossible for it to be affected by mystery properties." Dorcas considered for a moment. "You're right. If it is so hard that no force can destroy it, and it becomes the hardest mirror surface, then..." Before Dorcas could finish, Angor cut him off. "Don't expect the worst. Besides, this isn't a mystery item yet. It's far from that level. In terms of hardness, I can only say that it has reached the limit of its own material." Dorcas said, "That's just a general concept. Let's put it this way. If I were to use a sword and strike with all my strength, would he be able to block it?" Angor looked at Dorcas cautiously. "What do you mean?" Dorcas replied, "I'm just looking for a reference." Angor considered. "I'm sure it'll work. But even so, don't even think about trying. I'm just asking. I don't want to try it." After Dorcas finished speaking, an excited expression appeared on his face. "If he can really block my sword, then I believe in its toughness. If only my sword could be as tough." The truth was revealed. Angor was wondering why Dorcas mentioned using a sword to cut the mirror. It was not a shield, so why would he do that? Now he understood that Dorcas was just laying the foundation, and a solid foundation at that. Dorcas looked at Angor with a hopeful look. He blinked his eyes, as if to say, "Don't forget what you said before." Angor considered for 2 minutes and said, "I can help you reforge the red sword." Dorcas' eyes lit up. Angor quickly said, "Don't be so happy just yet. I have 2 Fang Yuks now. The first is Fang Yuks. Give me the sword and materials now, and I'll spend a day to reforge it. The second is Fang Yuks. Let me think about it first, then I'll reforge it for you. Which one will you choose?" Dorcas answered without hesitation, "The second Fang Yuks." "The second Fang Yuks? All right, I understand." On the surface, Angor nodded calmly. But in his mind, he had a "I knew it" look on his face. The 2 Fang Yuks he gave were actually the same. This was the difference between early and late crafting. As for thinking about it, for other alchemists, it would take a long time, or even years, to think about something. But for Angor, the time he spent on alchemy was so short that it was almost negligible. Angor's 2 fangyuks were actually just 1 fangyuks. However, due to the unequal information and the art of language, Angor knew that Dorcas would definitely choose the second option. And so did Dorcas. Of course, if Dorcas chose the first option, Angor would not refuse. If Dorcas' weapon was already damaged, Angor would reforge it right away. However, Dorcas' weapon was not damaged, and it would take some time for him to get used to it. This was why Angor set up a verbal trap to lure Dorcas into it. "When we get back to Brute Cavern, I'll reforge your longsword for you," Angor said casually. "You'll also need time to get used to it. Brute Cavern is safe, so you can rest easy." Dorcas nodded excitedly and did not think too much about Angor's words. There was only one thought in his mind. Angor gave him a timetable for the reforging. And it would be soon. It seemed he had to prepare the materials before going to Brute Cavern. Next, Dorcas asked Angor about the materials he might need for the crafting process. After confirming everything, Dorcas left Angor's soundproof room with a satisfied look. However, before he left, Dorcas said something. "I looked at the unbreakable mirror carefully just now. I didn't see anything special from the outside. Later on, I thought for a while and suddenly thought of something." When you finished the unbreakable mirror, Adonis went to the Chamber of Poetry. She went there through the mirror. "If there is no special effect on the outside, maybe it's inside the mirror?" With these words, Dorcas left. Angor could tell that Dorcas was guessing, but he was also trying to find out. However, Dorcas didn't manage to find out anything and just left. This actually showed his attitude and stance. Wizards were always open-minded. As long as there were details, they could easily deduce the answer. And Dorcas was right. The mystery was not outside the mirror. It was inside the mirror. Angor didn't really care that Dorcas was right. He already considered dragging Dorcas to Rabbit Mountain and acting as a middleman in the Crystal of Dreams. After all, Dorcas knew about the mirror domain. However, Angor did not care about Dorcas' guess. He was worried about other people. If Dorcas could figure it out, maybe Count Black knew it too. Angor considered for a moment and decided not to think about it. If the Black Girl guessed it, then so be it. After all, the Black Girl might enter the mirror realm in the future. Adonis was following the Black Girl. Since Dorcas did not want to tell him, Angor decided to pretend that he did not know anything. It would not be too late to tell Dorcas when they accidentally met in the mirror domain. After Dorcas left, Angor was left alone in the soundproof room again. After meditating for an hour, he entered the unbreakable mirror. The buffer space was still the same as before. There was a thin layer of mist on the ground, and the room was surrounded by magic furniture. It looked like a luxurious room for a noble. Before Angor left, Laplace closed her eyes on the sofa and logged into the dream wasteland. Now, Laplace was still here, but her appearance had changed. Laplace left the sofa and controlled her silver hair to form a chair monster. Not only could she sit on it, but she could also control the chair monster to move. It reminded Angor of Summerdew. Summerdew was sitting on a bamboo basket, while Laplace was sitting on a chair made of hair. As soon as Angor stepped into the mirror, Laplace opened her eyes. "Seems like you've dealt with the Black Earl?" "That's not right," said Angor. "No, I didn't." Count Black actively avoided prying into the unbreakable mirror. Laplace didn't ask why the Dark Earl would avoid talking about the unbreakable heart mirror. He only replied, "The buffer space of the TT mirror is very important. Before it is completely stabilized, it is best not to let outsiders enter." Angor didn't bother to correct the way Laplace addressed him. "I understand." After briefly explaining what happened to Count Black, Laplace spoke in an impatient tone, which was rarely seen in Angor. "You're in a human market right now?" Angor gave Laplace a puzzled look. "Yes, I'm not sure why Laplace brought up the wizard fair." "I'm in Billantry Court." Laplace said, "Since it's a human market, there should be a bookstore, right? Can you bring me a book on how to catch fish?" "How to catch fish?" "A book?" In the end, he nodded. "Yes, but I don't know if they have any here." Laplace was trying his best to look calm, but Angor could not hide the eagerness in his eyes. At least, Angor did not see any books about fishing. Even if there were such books, they wouldn't be in a supernatural market. Laplace sighed in relief after hearing Angor's answer. Is fishing fun? Angor hesitated for a moment. Laplace's expression froze. It's not about whether it's fun or not. It's very special. Laplace refused to admit that fishing was fun. She believed that her obsession to catch a fish came from the bottom of her soul. There were no fish in the mirror sky sea, but there were plenty of things from the outside world, which Laplace could easily obtain. However, in the dream wasteland, she could see fish with her own eyes, but she couldn't catch them. This was a huge blow to her self-esteem. Of course, she could go down and catch fish, but for some reason, she didn't want to. It was as if he was fishing for fish in the water. He had the illusion that he had ruined the ritual. She just wanted to catch a fish herself. Laplace felt that as long as he could catch a fish, he would be able to resolve his unwillingness. As long as she could catch a fish, even if it was just a small one, she would no longer be obsessed with that water area. That was Laplace's inner thoughts. Angor didn't know what was going through Laplace's mind, but he had a feeling that Laplace's madness reminded him of old Pat. Old Pat loved fishing the most when he was alive. Unlike the fisherman who fished for survival, old Pat's fishing was more like a hobby. He would sneak out of bed in the middle of the night and stay there from morning to night. When Angor was little, he asked John about it. Chan replied in a sentimental tone, "Adults also need time alone. Besides, your father may also be missing your mother." Back then, Angor did not understand the meaning of adults need to be alone. But he did understand the latter part of the sentence and believed it. This was because his mother, Habasha, had once fallen into a tributary of the Kuzan waterfall. Although she was quickly rescued, because she had been soaked in the water for too long, her body suffered from side effects, and she passed away not long after. So old Pat really missed his mother when he was alone by the river. Back then, Angor even shed some tears in secret. One day, John was invited to go fishing with old Pat. John had never fished before, but after catching a fish, he happily went to the river with old Pat. It was then that Angor realized that Clown was still him. Alone time for adults? Forget it. Angor wasn't interested in fishing himself. But after what happened to old Pat and John, he began to understand the magic of fishing. It seemed that Laplace had already fallen into such a temptation. Why was Laplace interested in fishing? Was it because he looked like a fish? Angor shivered. He didn't want to think too much about it. Well, at least it wasn't a big deal. Maybe he could talk to John about it. Oh, right. John didn't know about it yet. Maybe he could tell him about it next time he went to the dream wasteland. Maybe Laplace could learn all the fishing skills she wanted from John. Why do I smell something strange on you? Laplace suddenly spoke up. You're wearing a strange smell. Angor quickly came back to his senses. Laplace was sniffing at something. Finally, her gaze landed on his hand, or more accurately, a metal box in his hand. Laplace could tell that the strange smell was coming from the box. She could use her senses to check what was inside, but she didn't do it. You're talking about the potion box. Angor glanced at it. Yeah. Dimensional Warlock a potion box? Laplace gave Angor a puzzled look. Why did Angor bring a potion box into the buffer space? Let's talk while we walk. Angor walked to the side and reached his hand forward. The wall in front of them slowly disappeared, revealing a long and narrow passage glowing with red light. The passage was connected to Angor's heart. He took the lead and walked inside, followed by Laplace. There are 2 bowls of soup in the medicine box. It's the witch's soup that I bought outside. It's for the star servants. One is called Little Grass Number 1, and the other is Lucia's Undying Heart. Angor briefly explained the effects of the 2 types of soup and told them about his idea. First, he would use Little Grass Number 1 to extract the remaining willpower from the astral attendant. Then, he would use Undying Heart to build a new willpower cycle inside the astral attendant. If the idea worked, the astral attendant would be able to start training his willpower again. You're interested in the boy in a jar? Laplace asked curiously. I'm interested in strange things, Angor replied. Ever since Laplace told him about the strange things in Haunt World, Angor had been very interested in them. However, it was rare to see a psychic in the southern wizardry region. Even if he did see one, it might not be a manifestation psychic. Angor couldn't go to Haunt World anytime soon, so he had to rely on the boy in a jar. The astral attendant was a manifestation psychic, and the Book of Wishes he created was also in Angor's heart. Once the astral attendant regained his willpower, the book would be reactivated. The book's abilities were not as useful as wizard spells. However, it was still a manifestation psychic. Angor really wanted to know how the book worked after it was activated. The astral attendant has lost his memory, and his mind is not fully awakened yet. Even if you brought the 2 bowls of potion, you might need to wait for a while before you can use them. I know, Angor replied. Angor only brought them here in advance. His heart had a lot of space, so it could be used as a storage room. When the astral attendant could use the potion again, he would just use it. While they talked, the narrow passage welcomed a bright light. Angor and Laplace broke through the light barrier and returned to the heart space. The heart space was as peaceful as usual. The walls were transparent, and they could see the sea of mirrors outside, which was constantly surging up and down. Nearby, there was a magical hut made of magic. Through the open window of the hut, Angor saw a man writing something quickly. It was Luigi. Luigi didn't notice them even when they opened the door to the hut. He was still engrossed in reading a small booklet called Piano Psychology. Luigi suddenly thought of something and stood up. I got it. I just add a rhyme at the end of the first stanza, and Luigi's mouth was dripping with unintelligible words as he turned around and walked towards the door. From Luigi's furrowed eyebrows, one could tell that he had not noticed the 2 living people standing at the door. When he saw a strand of silver hair in front of his eyes, Luigi looked up in surprise. Huh? Why are you here? Before Angor and Laplace could answer, Luigi spoke first. I'll tell you later. I have an idea. Don't get distracted. With that, Luigi brushed past them and left the magic hut. Luigi didn't forget to bring his harp with him. Angor and Laplace watched as Luigi dashed to the heart wall and pressed on a floating green light spot. Accompanied by streaks of illusory light, with the green light as the center, a solemn indoor illusion spread out. Angor and Laplace were also inside the illusion. Of course, he was familiar with the illusion because he was the one who created it in the first place. Laplace, on the other hand, had never seen anything like this before. He looked around and saw rows of black seats, a tall and unique ceiling, a circular second floor, a stage in the center, and a luxurious piano. Is this a theater? Angor nodded. Yes. It's a large theater in the dream wasteland. The Ocean Theater. Laplace heard footsteps coming from the stage. She looked up and saw an old man in a tuxedo standing in front of the piano. At the same time, Luigi picked up his harp and walked to the other side of the stage. The old man didn't say anything. He simply sat down in front of the piano and began to play a smooth melody. Laplace did not have much appreciation for art, but she still felt that the musical notes that surrounded the theater were very beautiful. However, after listening for a while, Laplace had a strange feeling in her heart. She felt that although the piano sound was beautiful, it seemed to be missing something. But Laplace couldn't tell exactly what was missing. Just as Laplace was thinking about this, the melodious sound of a harp blended into the surroundings. Without a doubt, it was Luigi's harp. With the addition of the harp, Laplace immediately felt the difference. The missing feeling from before seemed to have been made up, and the notes were more mellow and reasonable. His wandering thoughts could not help but follow the harp and enter a fantastical and magnificent musical world. Time passed quickly. When the piano and harp finished the last note, the sky was bright, but there was no other noise. Everything was quiet, and there was no sound. It took a while for the illusion to fade away before they finally regained their senses. Compared to them, Luigi was even more immersed. Even though the illusions around him had disappeared, he still kept his mouth shut and held the harp with a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was still immersed in the aftertaste. So this is how you helped Luigi solve Auriel's choice? Laplace asked in a small voice. Previously, she didn't understand what this theater illusion meant, but when she saw Luigi and the old man playing the music of nature together, she immediately understood. If the theater was replaced by the shabby two-story building, wouldn't it be the same as the Oriel's choice instance? Luigi couldn't solve Oriel's choice, so Angor used this method to help him? No, it's not me. It's my teacher's idea. According to my teacher, Oriel's music is too random. If you want to solve it, you have to be better than Oriel. But Luigi isn't that good yet, so we have to resort to trickery. Trickery? How? Of course, it was something John was most familiar with: overload of questions. Overload of questions wasn't necessarily the best method, but it was definitely the best choice for an exam. John also tried to bombard Angor with questions before. He didn't expect Angor to understand the questions. He only wanted Angor to be able to solve them without getting stuck. To put it bluntly, John didn't want to improve himself, but he wanted to know more. Only with a broad range of knowledge as a foundation could one consider various cognitive views from different angles, and only then could one have a clearer understanding of this world. This was John's idea before he learned about the existence of supernatural beings. But it was because of this idea that people didn't recognize that Angor was unique. I don't know if it worked, but judging from Luigi's expression, he must have learned a lot, Laplace said. Luigi had already recovered from his days when Laplace spoke. He walked to Angor happily. Did I pass the teacher's test? Angor rubbed his chin. I think so. Think so? Luigi was surprised. Angor shrugged. You can't go see my teacher right now, and he doesn't know if you passed or not. I'll have to report your performance to my teacher first, and then we'll know the answer. But, if I'm the judge, I think you passed. Your performance was perfect. Luigi chuckled. My teacher left me a textbook. It fits the question perfectly. Luigi paused and looked at Angor expectantly. You're here to give me today's homework, right? Can I take a look at today's textbook? Angor cleared his throat. Homework and textbooks. I don't have them yet. My teacher needs to check your progress first before he can teach you. I'll talk to my teacher later and give you new textbooks. Luigi was disappointed, but he understood. He had just solved John's question, and it would take time for him to get feedback. Then I'll go study piano psychology now. I have to say, our teacher is really something. It's just a thin book, and I can finish it in a few minutes. But the content is so fascinating. Every time I read it, I gain new insights. So this is the legendary Bible of art? After Luigi sighed from the bottom of his heart, he didn't care about anything else. He ran back to the magic hut and continued to read the piano psychology book that he regarded as a Bible. Angor could understand why Luigi was so obsessed with Sunders. This was a fanatic for the arts, a fanatic for music. As for Laplace, she didn't care about Luigi's behavior. She was more concerned about something else. If there's a Bible of art, there should be a Bible of fishing too, right? Angor kept his smile as if he didn't hear anything. He walked to the side and created a warehouse with his mana barrier, where he placed the potion boxes he brought in from the outside world. With that done, he walked to the side and began manipulating the limbs and objects in his heart space to explore the sea of mirrors. He wasn't interested in fishing, but he was very interested in finding treasures. Especially this kind of cost-free treasure hunt. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an opportunity? It was a pity that Luigi was completely immersed in the music and had no time to do anything else. Luigi was supposed to be the one to get the treasures. There was no one else here, so Angor had to find some time to do it himself. Angor controlled his four limbs and slowly moved his heart space around the empty mirror sea. He felt satisfied when he felt the waves of the sea. Finding treasures was his ultimate goal. In the process of fishing for treasures, looking at the memories that flowed in from the various worlds was an additional joy. Sometimes, he would see interesting images. For example, he was now witnessing a battle in an unknown world. Or rather, he thought it was a fight, but it was actually two monsters trying to reproduce. One of them even got half of its body bitten off, which led to Angor's misunderstanding. It looked cruel, but according to Laplace, this was normal. Not all creatures were like humans, who would only give birth to their offspring when they were fully prepared. Many creatures' offspring came when they were unprepared. In order to reproduce, they needed nourishment, and without nourishment, they could only eat each other. Angor wandered around the empty mirror sea for half a day. He didn't see anything useful, but he was still satisfied with the memories he saw. He didn't forget about the other two reasons why he came to his heart space. First, he wanted to see how Gleipnir's login devices were distributed. The circus was about to start, and if no one showed up, they might have to go to the palace again. Second, he wanted to ask Laplace about it. What did Laplace think of temporal abilities? He chose to ask Laplace because he thought the creatures in the mirror all had something to do with time. After all, Laplace's 3 times sounded like something related to time. Laplace's clone was even more special. He wanted to see what Laplace thought about the concept of time. Laplace didn't hide anything from Angor. He told Angor about Gleipnir's progress. Charlie's palace was already registered, and they could enter the dream crystal at any time. As for Laplace's second question, he also answered Angor's question honestly. So far, temporal abilities don't have anything to do with temporal abilities, Laplace said. In the words of wizards like you, it's more like a talent or an instinct of the mirror creatures. But if we're talking about temporal abilities, we can't say for sure. Both the common language of the continent and the language of the mirror creatures contain the meaning of time. Maybe the ancient origin of the mirror creatures has temporal properties. But I'm sure it doesn't. As for temporal abilities, I don't know much about them. I only saw some memories related to them. Dimensional Warlock Laplace told Angor about what she saw in the Sea of Mirrors. She emphasized one man, one beast, and half a city. The so-called one person referred to a magus who was suspected to be a time-type magus. From the perspective of the recording, Angor assumed that the scene came from a water curtain hanging in the sky. The water curtain might be a water dome, or it might be an ocean in the sky. Due to the angle, Angor could not see what exactly was going on. However, the scene on the ground reflected by the water curtain could be seen clearly. On the ground, there was a witch wearing a colorful cloak. She was moving quickly among the treetops and quickly traversing through a forest. However, she was not moving in the usual way. Instead, she was moving in a strange way. Every time she took a big step forward, there would be 2 afterimages in front of her. For example, if she wanted to go to a treetop 500 meters away, she would first create a rainbow shadow A at her destination. This rainbow shadow A was stationary. After rainbow shadow A appeared, a rainbow shadow B would appear between rainbow shadow A and the witch about 250 meters away. Rainbow shadow B also stayed in the same place, but it looked like it was running. Not long after the 2 shadows appeared, the cloaked witch teleported to where rainbow shadow A was. Once the cloaked witch arrived at her destination, the 2 phantoms disappeared. Angor did not know what was going on. Laplace, on the other hand, was certain that this was some kind of time manipulation. It looked like a teleportation spell, but it was actually a manipulation of time manipulation. She used rainbow shadow A to simulate her final destination, which was a result. She used rainbow shadow B to simulate her movement, which was a process. With the process and result of her movement, the event logic was established. Once she started moving, the time logic would also be established. If the appearance logic was correct, the final result would be a success, and the result would be reaching the destination. This created a scene similar to teleportation. However, it was not teleportation. It was an illusion created to fool the time logic. Laplace explained everything in great detail, but Angor still didn't fully understand what he was talking about. After saying one person, Laplace said one beast. This beast referred to an unknown demonic creature. It looked like a snake. However, Laplace could not see its specific appearance, such as the patterns on its body, whether it had scales or not, whether it had a triangular head or an oval head, and so on. The creature's body was covered in a rainbow light, which blocked his vision. Laplace saw the strange snake when he was looking at the scenery. Laplace did not look for any special memories in the empty mirror sea. Instead, he was staring blankly at a certain image nearby. It was a calm sea under the moonlight. Laplace thought it was just a normal image. But suddenly, he saw an illusory shadow above the surface of the sea. It looked like a snake. When Laplace's gaze fell on the illusory snake on the screen, the snake appeared beside him in the next second. Yes, literally, the snake had come to the vicinity of Laplace's main body. It emerged from the image of the empty mirror C and materialized in the mirror domain. At that time, Laplace was shocked. It was the first time she had seen a creature jump out of the image. And after the snake appeared in the mirror domain, its appearance still couldn't be seen clearly. Its entire body was covered by the rainbow light. After it appeared, it looked around. It glanced at Laplace and then looked at the empty mirror C around them. So it was observed by a creature in the mirror domain. No wonder it fell out of the time gap. How dangerous. There are creatures living in the empty mirror C. Damn it. Whatever. I'm going back. The glowing snake muttered these two sentences to itself before turning into a rainbow light and disappearing. Laplace looked at the calm sea under the moonlight again, only to find no trace of the man in the picture. This incident had a huge impact on Laplace. She had never thought that the person she was observing would jump out of the image and come face to face with her. However, it was also because the person appeared beside Laplace that she was able to capture the other person's aura. By chance, Laplace was able to confirm that the aura on the snake was the power of time. That was the story of one beast. However, the story of one beast was even more confusing than the story of one man. Also, Laplace was not clear about some of the details. For example, how did Laplace know that the aura was the power of time? Since Laplace did not want to talk about it, he could only focus on the story itself. Angor considered for a moment and asked, "Are you sure it's the one who said those words?" "I'm sure. It didn't use words. It used a special kind of mental wave." After confirming that the snake was the one who said those words, he began to think. Two pieces of information could be gleaned from its words. First, it seemed to know about the mirror domain and the empty mirror C. Second, it clearly mentioned that it was being observed. Inferring from the meaning of his words, it seemed that this snake fell out of the time gap because it was observed. Once observed, the snake's behavior would change. This reminded him of a famous experiment from Earth that John once told him about. In the end, he still couldn't figure out what this unobserved ability was. He did not know much about temporal abilities, so he had to put it aside for now. Laplace's story of one man and one beast was already ridiculous enough. But the half-city he mentioned at the end was even more ridiculous. Laplace did not know where the half-city was. The half-city was shown through a glass window on top of a clock tower in a human city. There was only one side of the clock tower, and only one side was facing the city. Therefore, the only scene shown in the picture was half of the city reflected in the glass. However, through the half-city, Laplace saw something very strange. At first, one would think that this was a very ordinary human city, or rather, a small town, because there were no tall buildings. Looking at half the city, the tallest building was just a cathedral, and the highest point of the cathedral was not even as tall as the clock tower. The other houses were all ordinary, with red walls and white roofs. The town gave people the impression that it was clean, tidy, and mediocre. But soon, the half-city image changed drastically. Thick dark clouds suddenly appeared in the clear sky, followed by a heavy downpour that poured down on the town. As the heavy rain fell, the originally ordinary small town began to change. The rain was like a brush that painted lead dust. In the blink of an eye, the clean town was covered in thick moss. The white walls of the houses began to show mottled marks. The most obvious change was the tall church. The top of the church collapsed. There was no external force trying to destroy the top of the church. Judging from the half-city image, there was only one reason for the collapse: aging. It was not just the church and the houses that were aging. The people living in the town were aging as well. It could be clearly seen that a young man was wiping the dust off the outer dial of the clock tower. Under the pouring rain, his skin began to age and spots appeared on his body. In just a few seconds, he crossed the dimension of time and became an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. After a few more seconds, the old man continued to age. Finally, he became a skeleton. Due to the weight loss, coupled with the strong wind and rain, the skeleton was blown down and finally fell to the ground, turning into dust. This scene was already very surprising. However, what was more surprising was that the heavy rain did not only age people. In fact, at the top of the clock tower, which was outside the glass window, there was not only the young man wiping the dust. There was also a middle-aged hunchback uncle standing at the edge of the clock tower. He was originally directing the young man where to wipe the dust. But unexpectedly, a sudden heavy rain turned the young man into a skeleton. The middle-aged hunchback uncle was scared silly by the scene in front of him. He collapsed on the ground. Fortunately, there was a handrail beside him. Otherwise, he would have fallen directly from the top of the tower. The heavy rain was still falling. The middle-aged hunchback uncle was actually exposed to the rain. However, miraculously, he did not age in the rain. Instead, he appeared younger. In just a few seconds, the hunchback of the uncle disappeared. He grew taller, and his sallow skin became white and elastic. Soon, a young man who looked somewhat similar to the uncle appeared in the image. The heavy rain came quickly and stopped quickly. At this time it had slowly begun to stop. However, before the rain stopped, the uncle was still turning younger. A few seconds later, he appeared in the form of a teenager. After a few more seconds, when the rain stopped, the middle-aged hunchback uncle turned into a 6 or 7-year-old child. If it were not for the oversized clothes he was wearing, and if Laplace had not seen it with his own eyes, no one would have thought that a middle-aged man could return to his childhood in a few seconds. Judging from the changes of these two people, there seemed to be a pattern to the rain: the old would become young, and the young would become old. However, this was not the case. Some old men turned into skeletons in the blink of an eye, and some children turned into babies in the blink of an eye and disappeared completely from the world. Therefore, this was not a regular rain. Its changes, from the perspective of this half-city, were completely random. The only thing Angor knew was that the rain contained the unknown power of time, which merged with the city and changed it. This was the story of half-city. It was the most ridiculous of all: one man, one beast, and half-city. However, it also fit Angor's idea of the power of time the best. He still needed Laplace to explain the previous one man and one beast, or to think about it on his own. However, this half-city directly demonstrated the power of time. Not only did it change the color of the earth and the buildings, but it also caused irreversible aging and aging of the living. That was the power of time. Angor understood half-city better than anyone else, but it was also the half-city that scared him the most. According to the theory that the Black Earl had told him, changing the time in the outside world was not something that normal wizards could do. Even legendary wizards could not do it. This time storm was either the work of an unknown, miraculous adept, or the effect of a mysterious object. Angor guessed that it had something to do with a mystery item because he knew that the Prophet Temple kept a strategic mystery city with a Huppa coefficient of 75, called Reincarnation City. This Reincarnation City transformed into a city that went from being prosperous to being destroyed in 3 days. After 3 days, everything would be reset. Everything that had been destroyed would disappear. Everyone and everything would return to how they were 3 days ago. Of course, this mystery item was not just a simple 3-day cycle. As a strategic mystery item of the Prophet Temple, it had to have a deeper effect. But just based on the surface effect, it was clear that this Samsara city was related to the power of time. The rain in half-city represented both new life and destruction. If it wasn't the work of a miracle wizard, then it must be the work of a mystery item. Angor didn't know what the source of the mystery item was, but it could be rain. Mystical items were never restricted to external appearances. It could be a city, or a heartbeat, or even a ray of light, or even a concept that sprouted out of existence. If a mystery item could take any form, it could be a rain. Of course, this was just Angor's guess. Speaking of which, there was another reason why Angor guessed that half-city was a mystery item: something was missing. The man and the beast in front of him both had rainbow lights that symbolized the power of time. The shadow created by the cloaked witch had a strange rainbow light, and the snake that showed up when it was observed also gave off a rainbow light. Angor remembered. Back in the underground cavern, Aikisi created the rainbow lines and the rainbow pattern above his head. It was as if this strange rainbow light had become the symbol of time. But half-city didn't have such a light at all. It was impossible to say that the rain in the city had nothing to do with time. This was why Angor came up with a different theory. However, regardless of whether this conjecture was correct or not, Linley could tell how amazing the time attribute was based on what he had learned from Laplace. Anyway, when Angor left his heart, he was still dreaming about the strange power of time. 11. When Angor returned to the buffer space, he saw Laplace following him. Without saying a word, she sat down on the sofa in the buffer zone and logged into the dream wasteland using her log device. Judging from the way she logged off, Angor believed that Laplace went fishing again. She wouldn't stop until she caught something. Angor silently praised the magic of fishing in his mind before he left the mirror and returned to the real world. He returned to his soundproof room and took out a pen, ink, and a notebook. Then, he began to transcribe Laplace's memories one by one. This was both a record and a way to organize his thoughts. The power of time only lifted a curtain. What he saw might not be enough, but it was enough to make him feel both curious and awestruck. Angor closed his eyes and meditated in his soundproof room for half an hour to calm his restless mind. After meditating for a while, Angor finally arrived at the dream wasteland. There were two things he needed to do this time. First, he went to find John and handed in Luigi's homework so that he could get Luigi's new homework for the day. It did not take him long to receive Luigi's homework for the day. Next, Angor and John took a stroll around Foundation City. Angor also took John to a nearby lake to fish. To be more precise, John was the one fishing while Angor watched. Angor didn't forget Laplace's request. He didn't think there would be any books about fishing in Billontree Garden. Even if there were, it wouldn't be in the Wizard Fair. Angor decided to write a fishing book himself since the author would believe it anyway. Why not write it himself? As long as he didn't put his name on it, Laplace wouldn't know who wrote it. Angor had fished before, but he wasn't too interested in it. He never caught any big fish. Therefore, he planned to observe John fishing and summarize John's fishing experience to write a fishing Bible. John didn't know what Angor was thinking. He thought Angor was bored and tried to persuade Angor to go back first so that he could return to Foundation City later. Of course, Angor didn't agree. He hadn't concluded any fishing experience yet, so it was impossible for him to leave. Moreover, this place was more than 10 miles away from Inception City. With John's physique that was obviously weaker than the others, who knew how long it would take for him to walk back to Inception City? Usually, it wouldn't matter, but since he was the one who brought Chan out this time, he naturally had to finish what he started. John did not try to persuade him. He knew Angor's stubbornness better than anyone else. However, John slowed down his fishing pace and began to chat with Angor instead of focusing on fishing. He could concentrate on fishing when he was alone, but with others around him, he naturally had to consider their feelings. Angor did not know that his presence disturbed John's fishing. Of course, Angor would not refuse John's invitation. He also had some questions for John. They chatted for half a day, mainly about the quality of Luigi's homework, the observer effect, and fishing. Of course, Luigi's homework. The observer effect was the experiment that John told Angor about, where once observed, a person's character would change. Chown didn't expect Angor to bring up this topic either. But since Angor asked, Chown didn't refuse and told Angor everything he knew. Seeing Angor listening so carefully, John began to think that Angor probably came to him for this. Maybe something related happened in the real world. John had his doubts, but he did not ask. They talked about the observer effect for a long time. But to John's surprise, Angor began to talk about fishing after they finished talking about the effect. Angor seemed to be more interested in fishing than the observer effect. He kept asking John about all kinds of fishing techniques. John looked at Angor's excited face and felt a little lost. Did Angor come here for the observer effect or fishing? John could not come up with a conclusion until they finished fishing and returned to Foundation City. Before saying goodbye, John looked at Angor and said, "If you're interested in fishing, you can go to the library in Foundation City. I wrote a fishing book when I was bored." Angor? John said, "What, are you surprised? When I was writing the book, the old guys who worked with me tried to stop me and said it was useless. But I thought fishing is a way to get food, and it's a very important issue. Of course. There was no place to fish back then, so it's normal for those old guys to stop me. But there is one now, right? Doesn't this mean that my precautionary measures are useful?" Angor was speechless as he listened to John's explanation. He even said that he would write a fishing Bible, but he didn't expect that John had already finished writing it a long time ago and even included it in the library collection. Why did he have to work so hard today? Angor felt like crying in his mind, but he still pretended to be calm in front of John. I'm interested in fishing. It'll be great if there's a book. Angor said goodbye to John with tears in his eyes and quickly went to the library. Under the guidance of the library staff, he found John's fishing book. There was more than one volume. There were a total of 5 volumes in the series, which explained everything from ordinary fishing to how to catch fish scientifically and correctly. He registered the books and logged out of the game quietly. When he came back online, he was already on Laplace's ship. As he expected, Laplace was still fishing, and there was not a single fish in her basket. Laplace wasn't surprised to see Angor. She only showed a surprised look when Angor showed her the complete set of fishing books. You found the book already? The library in Foundation City has it. Laplace didn't know how Angor felt when he said that. She was very happy. After getting the book, she immediately began to read it without caring about anything else. Angor sighed in his mind. Just return it to the library when you're done. Laplace waved a hand as if she understood. Angor wasn't sure if Laplace really understood what he meant. But it didn't matter. He already completed his task. He just didn't expect it to go so smoothly. After completing Laplace's task, Angor prepared to leave the water area and head to the new city. The second reason he logged into the Dream Wasteland was to inform the leaders of Brood Cavern about the attack on Billen Tree Garden. As a matter of fact, Angor had already done it. While fishing with John, Angor took some time to write down the details of the ambush at Billen Tree Garden and the people behind it. He then sent it to Iron Granny through the tree group. Since Iron Granny didn't reply, Angor decided to check out the situation in the new city. However, when Angor was about to log off and head to the new city, Iron Granny suddenly sent him 3 messages at once. I've told Rain about the situation. Rain is contacting Black Earl right now. The internal conflict in Goman Kingdom is on the verge of breaking out. Many people want a piece of the pie, so anything can happen. However, Goman Kingdom will only become a spiral abyss in the end. Getting too involved will only hasten its downfall. Don't worry about it. Just leave Goman Kingdom as soon as possible. Judging from Iron Granny's reply, Angor believed that Brood Cavern didn't want to get involved. Well, Brood Cavern wasn't damaged, and Goman Kingdom was too far away from Goman Kingdom. There was no need for Brood Cavern to get involved. Angor didn't plan to get involved either. He only reported what happened in Billen Tree Garden because he wanted to see how Rain, Iron Granny, and the others would view time wizards. However, Iron Granny didn't mention Aixon's matter. He considered for a moment and decided to ask Iron Granny's opinion about time manipulators. This time, it didn't take long for Iron Granny to reply, it's very valuable. An official time wizard has a relatively complete knowledge of the time system. This was something that all major adept organizations yearned for. The main reason Rhine contacted the Black Earl was to ask about the time element magi. Compared to the attack in Billen Tree Garden, Rain cared more about Aixon. After all, Aixon's knowledge was equivalent to inheriting the knowledge of time. Are you going to capture Aixon, Mr. Rain? Iron Granny continued, it's not easy to catch a time wizard. Besides, catching him doesn't mean you can get his legacy. From what I know about Rain, he's probably trying to invite Aixon to join Brood Cavern. Time wizards are hard to find, but apprentices like that can be found every once in a while. Brood Cavern already has some apprentices, and the strongest one is already a top-level apprentice. If Angor could ask Aixon to teach this apprentice, he might be able to recruit a new one. That was probably what Rain was thinking. Do you need me to keep an eye on Aixon? Iron Granny, no need. Just leave it to Rhine. Angor was thinking that since Aixon absorbed his nightmare illusion, he might be able to find Aixon by using it. But since Iron Granny told him not to, and Angor had already simulated the illusion himself, the chances of finding Aixon were slim. He didn't want to risk it. With that in mind, Angor gave up on the idea of finding Aixon. Since Iron Granny had already replied, Angor decided not to go to the new city. He planned to log off and deliver John's homework to Luigi, who was still hungry for food. However, Iron Granny sent him another message. By the way, Cantor came to see me last night. He said he wanted to talk to you about something, Iron Granny said. Is it the same thing as last time? Last time? What is it? Iron Granny paused for a few seconds. So you haven't seen Cantor since he entered the Dream Wasteland? Yes, sir. I was going to talk to him, but he's not online every time I come online. Iron Granny, it's because you don't come online often. Angor scratched his head and didn't say anything. Iron Granny was telling the truth. Angor hadn't been online much recently, but it wasn't his fault. Granny, do you know why Wizard Cantor wants to see me? A little bit. I think it has something to do with the heir of Lilith's clan. It's something important to him, but it should be easy for you. As for the specifics, you can wait for him to tell you himself. I won't say much. He left an apprentice beside him when he logged off yesterday. That apprentice will tell him if he knows anything about you. When you're free, I'll contact Cantor. Angor was planning to talk to Cantor if he saw him online. Since Cantor left him a contact person, Angor didn't want to refuse. See you in the new city in half an hour. I'll be there when I'm done. After setting the time and place, Angor bid farewell to Laplace and logged out of the game. Angor quickly summoned his unbreakable heart mirror and went inside. Laplace was still sleeping in the buffer zone. Judging from the situation, she wouldn't go offline until she caught something. Angor didn't mind. He opened a tunnel leading to his heart and entered it. On his way to his heart, he thought about Iron Granny's words. What does Wizard Cantor want from me? Granny said it has something to do with the heir of Lilith's clan. Lilith's clan only has one heir, and the heir is Keely. Is Keely in danger? Angor didn't think it was possible. If Keely was in danger, Cantor would have left the tidal realm immediately. He wouldn't be as relaxed as he was now. But Granny also said that this matter was important to Cantor, but not to Angor. This made Angor even more confused. Could it be that Cantor still hasn't given up on matchmaking? Cantor had told Angor many times to get closer to Keely. His intention was obvious. Keely didn't want to do that either. Angor and Nausicaa were the same. Keely and Nausicaa were the same. Neither of them were witches who liked to rely on others. But Keely didn't want to do that. If Cantor really wanted to matchmake Keely with him, then it was exactly what Granny said. End of chapter. Angor brought Piano Psychology 2 to Luigi and simulated John's new homework in his heart space. At first, Luigi was looking forward to seeing what John's test was about, so he activated a new illusion right in front of Angor. A quarter of an hour later, Luigi turned around and looked at Angor with a pale face. It's not over yet? It's just the beginning. Angor shook his head. Luigi's expression froze. Yesterday's homework only lasted for 10 minutes. Today's homework not only increased, but it also increased by a lot. More importantly, Luigi already felt that John's homework was filled with malice 10 minutes ago. The formulae that he had worked so hard to come up with yesterday were useless today. The complexity and variability of the formulae were beyond his imagination. Keep studying Piano Psychology 2. Once you've mastered it, you'll find a way to deal with it. Angor chuckled. Besides, isn't it necessary to keep changing your homework? How else are you going to deal with Uriel's decision? But isn't it too difficult? Angor stared at Luigi. Let's leave the homework aside. What do you think of John's performance? Excellent. Never seen before, Luigi answered without hesitation. Luigi didn't have any problems with this question. John's performance was really good. Luigi felt that the homework this time was a bit too difficult, but it didn't stop him from appreciating art. Do you think there's a class like Piano Psychology in the outside world? No. Luigi shook his head. Then you should know that Professor John wrote Piano Psychology on his own. What he's playing now is not only a piece for Piano Psychology, but also a piece he composed for you. Angor shook his head. You're right. He then looked at Luigi again. Now tell me, which one is more difficult? Professor John, who wrote your textbooks and composed the music for you, or you, who only needs to learn? Luigi scratched his head. Writing is harder, of course. Since you know it's harder, why are you still protesting? Wouldn't that be a waste of Master John's hard work? Luigi knew what Angor said made sense, but he still felt something was off. If Luigi ever visited the library in First Heart City, he would know that Angor was talking about the typical red herring fallacy. Unfortunately, Luigi would not be able to go to the Dream Wilderness anytime soon. In the end, Luigi still couldn't figure it out. However, from Mentor John's point of view, it was indeed ungrateful of him to have the teaching materials and music that he had painstakingly compiled and composed so disdainfully. At the thought of this, Luigi's expression became firm again. I understand. I will not let Mentor John's efforts down. After that, Luigi listened carefully to John's performance. No matter how difficult the assignment was, he would definitely be able to complete it. Moreover, since Mr. John had assigned him today's homework, he must have seen his homework yesterday and recognized his level. That was why he gave him today's difficulty. Master John believed in him, believed that he could complete it today, so how could he give up? Angor looked at Luigi's serious expression and couldn't help but smile. As expected, artistic people were easy to fool. If Angor knew what Luigi was thinking right now, he would probably be more than happy to see it. John's homework this time was supposed to be daily homework, but John also knew that it was a lot of work. He also told Angor to tell Luigi that if he couldn't solve it in one day, he could try for a few more days. But Angor didn't say anything. Pressure brought motivation. If Luigi couldn't solve it by tomorrow, Angor could always tell Luigi about it. After solving Luigi's homework, Angor didn't return to reality right away. Instead, he closed his eyes and contacted the Tree of Authority. Using the Tree of Authority, he began to check the Dream Crystal. The recruitment of the circus was about to begin. Angor needed to make sure he had enough people. 2 minutes later, Angor exited the Tree of Authority and entered the Dream Crystal with a frown on his face. Several minutes later, he exited the Dream Crystal. This time, he entered the Dream Crystal to deal with several small loopholes. Gleipnir was making good progress. More than 20 people from Charlie's Palace had already entered the Dream Crystal. Therefore, the signs of the circus's entire territory could be dealt with. However, due to the arrival of outsiders, several unexpected loopholes appeared. These loopholes, if traced back, could all be summed up to one thing: random events caused by random entry. Since Angor didn't set up a location for outsiders to enter, the 20 new residents from Charlie's Palace entered the Dream Crystal at random. The Dream Crystal was large, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. But what if someone had unusual luck? Among these 20 people, there were some who had unusual luck. And there were 3 of them. The first person was randomly sent to an underground location. Yes, it was the enormous underground world of the Dream Crystal. What's more, he was very unlucky to have appeared in a single catacomb. This catacomb was not connected to the main underground space, and there was no direct path to the surface. Other than a few tiny holes that connected to the surface, it was almost completely sealed. Angor went online and tried to figure out a way to solve the problem. This was because this batch of 20 people were all arranged, dead people. In other words, they were all permanent residents of the Dream Crystal Plane. They could only live in the Dream Crystal Plane in the future and could not leave. Angor couldn't help them go offline, so he couldn't teleport them out directly. He had to dig a tunnel for them and guide them out. The second person's luck was slightly better than the first person's. Although his random location was on the surface of the Dream Crystal, there happened to be a Dream Destroyer near his birthplace. Furthermore, the Dream World Destroyer had discovered him. When the new resident was about to be killed, Angor came online. He quickly sent a message to the bunny girl and teleported her to the new resident's location. Only then did they manage to kill the purger. The whole thing ended well, but he had to admit that it was a close call. If Angor was a little bit late, things would have turned out differently. In order to prevent this from happening again, he quickly modified the login system and moved all the people who logged in later to a larger underground space. At the same time, he sent a message to the 20 new residents and told them to rest for a few days. Someone would take them to the underground space later. The underground space was chosen because it was easier to manage and prevent monsters from attacking. The third unfortunate person was truly unfortunate. He wasn't dead either. However, there was a wonderland near his birthplace. The wonderland itself was hidden, so Angor didn't notice it when he scanned the Dream Crystal several days ago. The Wonderland was automatically triggered when someone was within 5 kilometers of the Wonderland. The unfortunate girl was dragged into the Wonderland just like that. Angor went to the Wonderland and sensed that the girl was still alive. However, she was still trapped in the reincarnation. Angor could only give her some hints and explain the rules of the Wonderland. Whether she could come out or not was up to her luck. This unfortunate native reminded Angor of something else. Many Wonderlands were hidden, but there was one that wasn't, the Crystal Mountain. Even Angor didn't know what was inside the mountain. He had to wait for someone to enter the place and trigger the subsequent events. Only then would he know what was inside. Of course, it would be best to find someone else to trigger the mountain. However, even if he wanted to find someone else, he would not let these 20 people try it. The new residents were the natives of the Dream Crystal. If they died, there would be nothing left of them. Therefore, even if they wanted to find an outsider, they had to find someone who could go offline. In order to prevent future natives from entering the Crystal Mountain by accident, he also used an illusion spell to seal off the path leading to the mountain. After making sure that no one could find the entrance to the Crystal Mountain, he quietly logged out of the game. As for how the circus would recruit more people, Angor wanted to see how they did it. Unfortunately, his appointment with Wizard Cantor was about to end, so he had to leave. Angor logged into the Dream Wasteland as soon as he left the Unbreakable Mirror. He already located Wizard Cantor's location before he even entered the Dream Gate. According to the feedback, Cantor had been here for almost 15 minutes. There were still 5 minutes left before the appointed time, which meant Cantor was 20 minutes ahead of the appointed time. Angor didn't expect Cantor to be even faster than he was. He quickly located Cantor's location and went to find him. Cantor was at a beach park in the new city. The beach park wasn't on the ground. Instead, it was located above an aquarium. The aquarium was part of John's original design. Leona didn't think the aquarium would be useful in the first place, nor did she agree with its function. She only built it because it looked good. However, after Sumesh gained control of the Membrane of Rhythm, Greya gained the right to use the Membrane of Rhythm. Greya created a large number of sea creatures. In Greya's eyes, they were just food ingredients. But Leona also noticed some good-looking sea monsters with great potential. As a result, the aquarium, which didn't have much use in the first place, was officially opened. However, for now, the creatures in the aquarium were still in Leona's opinion. They only cared about their appearance and didn't care about the ecosystem of the sea. They didn't build a stable environment either. His first impression of the aquarium was that it was filled with colorful decorations, which made the place look quite nice. But when he looked closer, he noticed that many of the sea creatures were in bad shape. If it weren't for the help of the apprentices, they would have died long ago. Angor sighed and sent his suggestions to Leona through the group chat. He didn't know how to do it, so he told Leona to seek advice from professionals. After passing through the aquarium, Angor saw Cantor leaning against a palm tree and admiring the moon at the top of the sunny beach. Angor pretended to be surprised. Wizard Cantor? Angor only called out a name, but his expression revealed a series of emotions such as surprise, embarrassment, and guilt. It was as if he was trying to say, "I didn't expect you to come so early." Of course, Angor did it on purpose. He chose to teleport to the aquarium instead of showing up in front of Cantor so that he could put on a show. As a junior, Angor felt a little embarrassed to be late, even though he wasn't late at all. Cantor walked to Angor with a smile. "I'm only a few minutes early. But how come you're already trying to get into Torch Academy in such a short time? You're putting on a show now?" Angor didn't know what to say. "But Sunders told me that you can locate me. But you went around in circles and put on a show for me. You're such a smart kid, aren't you?" Angor's expression changed instantly. His surprised expression was now replaced by shame. Why did Sunders tell Cantor about this? Angor couldn't help but wonder. Cantor saw through Angor's thoughts. "You're cursing Sunders in your mind, and I support him. But Sunders never told me anything about you. You've been standing me up for too long. That's why Sunders decided to tell me about you." Angor lowered his head in surprise. "That's not it." Cantor waved a hand. "I know. Iron Granny told me that you went on an adventure with Dark Earl. It's normal that you didn't log in recently. But speaking of which, how did you get in touch with Dark Earl? You don't know, Sunder's face is really dark these days. Even darker than Fiery Meteor. Fiery Meteor was the first elemental King Angor met in the tidal realm. He was also the manager of the Fire Zone. I just met a Noah's descendant called Y. Descendant? In other words, the clone of the Black Earl? I see, Mr. Cantor, what happened to your robe? Angor quickly stopped Cantor from asking more questions. Angor wanted to get straight to the point and ask why Cantor wanted to see him. However, as soon as he spoke, he noticed Cantor's robe. Cantor had always been the epitome of classic and elegant in Angor's mind. His attire had always been exquisite, like a classic magus. Every time Angor saw Cantor, he would wear a custom-made robe with blue-black embroidered with flowers and a triangular soft hat with a glowing flower pendant. It was not inappropriate for a man to wear a flower hairpin. In fact, it looked elegant. Today, however, Cantor was dressed differently. Although he was still wearing his wizard robe, the patterns on his robe were no longer lawn-way flowers. Instead, they were blooming fire lotuses. One had to know that Lan Wei Hua was the representative of the Lilith family. As the current leader of Lilith clan, Cantor had always been proud of his robe. But now, he changed the pattern on his robe. Did the pendant on his hat become a fire lotus too? Angor couldn't tell because Cantor wasn't wearing a hat today. Cantor looked down at his robe and realized something. You want to know why the pattern changed? Angor nodded. Cantor didn't change the pattern when he saw him at the Sea of Mist. I don't want to change the pattern, but sometimes I have to compromise with reality. Compromise with reality? Angor looked at Cantor in confusion. Cantor stroked his white beard and sighed. It's all because of an encounter not long ago. He was wondering if Cantor had met someone destined for him, so he had to compromise for it. But as Cantor explained, Angor realized that it wasn't the case. Cantor didn't meet a person. Instead, it was a dark fire lotus that carried the aura of the underworld. The location was the fire zone of the tidal realm. Since it was in the land of fire, there was no doubt that this dark fire lotus was an elemental creature. To be more precise, it was an elemental sprite that had just been born for 300 years. Yes, Cantor had his eyes on this particular sprite. He wasn't doing it for himself. He was doing it for Keely. Cantor already had a fire elemental creature that matched his needs. While he did meet many other creatures in the tidal realm, Dark Fire Lotus was definitely not his. The Dark Fire Lotus's attributes didn't match with Cantor's, but rather with Keely's. In Cantor's opinion, the Dark Flame Lotus was more than 99% compatible with Keely. Keely had the Netherworld Flame, which was 1 in 10,000 among all fire element cultivators. The Dark Fire Lotus was also a fire elemental spirit with the Netherworld Spirit, which complemented Keely perfectly. The value of the Dark Fire Lotus was undeniable. It was currently in the sealed tidal realm, so it didn't need to worry about being targeted. However, the tidal realm was definitely going to open up. Besides, with Rhine and the others entering the tidal realm, even if all the elemental creatures in the tidal realm chose to hide, the will of the world would still reveal the tidal realm. The opening of the tidal realm was inevitable. Moreover, in Canty's opinion, the tidal realm could be discovered by outsiders at any time. Once it was discovered, it would not be far from opening up. At that time, a large number of magi would flock there. If someone saw the Dark Fire Lotus, Cantor felt pressured just thinking about it. It wasn't that he didn't trust Keely, but Keely hadn't become a formal wizard yet, so she wasn't qualified to take the Dark Flame Lotus. He was worried that the Dark Fire Lotus would be taken away by someone else before Keely could break through. Therefore, Canty planned to take the Dark Fire Lotus away before the tidal realm opened up. This way, he would be able to avoid any possible conflicts later. Magoo the Wise also allowed Canty to take the Dark Fire Lotus away as long as it agreed to do so. However, the Dark Fire Lotus didn't seem interested in Canty at all. It preferred to stay in the lava lake in the fire domain. No matter how Canty tried to persuade it, the Dark Fire Lotus didn't listen. Canty changed his robe into a Fire Lotus pattern as a way to persuade the Dark Fire Lotus. He didn't see how it would work yet, but he believed that as long as he paid enough attention, the Dark Fire Lotus would be convinced. So it's for the Dark Fire Lotus. Angor rubbed his chin. No wonder he felt familiar when he first saw the pattern on his robe. When he was in the land of fire, he had seen the dark fire lotus on the lava lake. The dark fire lotus was unique in nature and would be sought after by countless wizards. However, the dark fire lotus wasn't suitable for Angor. He wanted a fire elemental creature that could be used as an alchemy tool. The fire of dark fire lotus was too simple, which limited the type of items he could craft. Therefore, it was not his first choice. In fact, he didn't even consider taking the dark fire lotus when he first saw it. Still, he had to admit that the dark fire lotus was perfect for Keely. If you want to help Keely find a fire spirit, I think you should let her go there herself, Mr. Canty, Angor said. Canty sighed. I know. When we're looking for elemental creatures, they'll choose us as well. If Keely was here, perhaps the dark fire lotus would choose her because of the netherworld fire aura on her. But now, she can't come. Keely can't come? Is it because Wizard Rain sealed the passage to the tidal realm? Angor wondered. Canty shook his head. No. Keely has other business to attend to. Cantor glanced at Angor. Actually, I asked you to come here because of Keely. Go ahead, Mr. Canty. I promised you that I'll do my best to help as long as it's within my power. Back when Angor was looking for help at the Sea of Mist, Canty came here to ask for Angor's help. Angor agreed, and he wouldn't go back on his word. Did something happen to Keely? Angor asked curiously. Cantor sighed. Indeed, Keely has encountered some troublesome matters. She doesn't think it's a big deal, but I can't stand it. How can a good girl do something like that? That's why I came to you. Something like that? What kind of thing? Angor didn't know what Canty was talking about, but he could tell that it wasn't something urgent. Otherwise, Keely wouldn't have done it. Also, Canty could have told Angor about Keely's problem back at the Sea of Mist. But he didn't do it right away, which meant it wasn't something urgent. Now that Canty came to him in such a hurry, it was probably because of the dark flame lotus. As expected, Canty's words confirmed Angor's suspicion. Indeed, the dark flame lotus was the reason why Canty came to Angor and asked him to help Keely. However, Angor was wrong about one thing. Canty didn't tell Angor about it not because he wasn't in a hurry. It was because he didn't know how to tell Angor about it yet. After all, Keely's problem wasn't something he wanted to talk about. It might affect Keely's reputation. It all started back at the Rising Star competition. Keely joined the Rising Star competition, but she didn't do it for a title. Instead, she wanted to defeat someone in front of everyone in the arena. Someone was the student of God of Sea Xianxia, who held a grudge against Keely. Also known as Child of Sea Jibra. Keely and Jibra had always been enemies. Every time they met, a fight would break out. Keely knew that Jibra had nothing to do with her grudge against Angor. However, Jibra was Xianxia's student. Since she couldn't defeat Xianxia, she had no choice but to vent her anger on Jibra. Her goal was to defeat Jibra in front of everyone in the Rising Star competition. However, things didn't go as she wished. It wasn't that Keely couldn't defeat Jibra. It was just that the rules of the competition prevented her from running into Jibra. The main reason was that Jibra was unlucky enough to run into Shilyu, who was the perfect match for him, in just a few rounds. Later on, for some reason, Jibra didn't participate in his duel with Suya Tutai, which meant he lost again. Even though Keely surrendered several times, she never ran into Jibra again because of the rules of the competition. In other words, Keely's dream of fighting Jibra in the Rising Star competition was ruined. Frustrated, Keely abandoned the competition and began to fight Jibra outside the arena. It was an earth-shattering fight. Jibra even summoned a giant wave that drowned several blocks of floating mech city. Unfortunately, Jibra's attack happened to reach the Fragrant Square, which was a gathering place for fragrance alchemists. Drowning the Fragrant Square had already made these alchemists very unhappy. What was even more serious was that the statue of an ancient fragrant master alchemist had completely collapsed under the surging seawater. And this statue was the spiritual belief of many alchemists in the school of fragrance. Jibra and Keely were now hated by the alchemists of fragrance alchemy. They didn't care who did the most damage to the statue. As long as they knew it was Jibra and Keely who caused the statue to collapse, they were both guilty. Angor knew about this as well. Although he wasn't at the scene, he contacted Antonio as soon as he learned of the situation, and helped Keely eliminate any future troubles. Thanks to Antonio's intervention, the people who were affected by the fight finally forgave Keely. However, the fragrance alchemists couldn't forgive them easily. However, since Antonio was here, Alchemist of Fragrance did not do any harm to Keely or Jibra. Instead, he simply banned them from doing anything. Keely and Jibra would be banned by every alchemist in Fragrance Academy. In other words, they wouldn't be able to buy anything related to fragrance alchemy in the southern wizardry region. Even if they asked someone else to help them, they would be banned from the market as well. Actually, this ban wasn't too much. At least, they could still buy other alchemy items apart from fragrance alchemy. As for the alchemy products of aromatherapy, apart from the fragrance, most of the other products could be replaced, so it wouldn't be impossible to survive. Angor felt satisfied with the result, so he didn't bother with the matter anymore. Now, Cantor was telling him something else, something that Angor did not know about. Keely wanted to get rid of the ban. Because of this ban, everyone in Lilith's clan was implicated, as well as the neighboring clans. Although the other members of Lilith's family weren't banned and could buy the perfume, the seller was worried that they would give it to Keely, which would make him a suspect. Therefore, he didn't dare to sell the perfume to the Lilith's family. Lilith's clan only had one descendant, but they still had a lot of followers, including many wizard clans. There must be at least one witch in each of those clans. Most of the witches were fond of fragrances. Because of Keely, a large number of witches were secretly blacklisted by fragrance alchemy. They didn't blame Keely openly, but Keely blamed herself for it. She was bound to be the matriarch of Lilith's family in the future, and she would also take over the connections and relationships of Lilith's family. If these supporters were implicated because of her, in her opinion, it would also be harmful to Lilith's family. She felt that she had to take responsibility for this. So, she went to Floating Mech City again and tried to find a way to get rid of her ban. Many things happened in the process, including verbal humiliation. Angor frowned. He already knew about Keely's condition. Keely had obvious mental problems, and she tended to be autistic. Such humiliation, even if it was just verbal, would hurt her as much as physical damage. Fortunately, Keely endured it. After going through all kinds of difficulties, many alchemists saw her sincerity. Because of Keely's perseverance and Cantor's secret operation, the master of the fragrance department of Ashley Academy, who had issued the ban order, finally met with Keely. She also promised Keely that as long as Keely finished sorting out the fragrance department's raw material warehouse within 2 years, she would lift the ban on Keely. And Keely agreed. Cantor sighed deeply. I didn't expect a master alchemist to be so cruel as to ask Keely to organize the warehouse. And I didn't expect Keely to be so stubborn as to agree. Cantor frowned when talking about organizing the ingredient warehouse. It was obvious how terrifying the place was. Angor never went to ingredient warehouse number 1, but he heard about it before. It was a place that all alchemists in Xianxia Academy would avoid. Although ingredient warehouse number 1 was filled with fragrance alchemy's raw materials, the fragrance alchemy's raw materials were just as good. Students of Xianxia Academy had a nickname for ingredient warehouse number 1. It was called Mygan Pit. End of chapter. Currently, there were 17 raw material storehouses in Eucalyptus. Each material storehouse had a theme. This theme corresponded to the main materials in the storehouse. For example, the theme of the third material storehouse was crimson soup. The corresponding materials in the storehouse were blood and various biological fluids. The theme of the 10th material storehouse was earth power. The corresponding materials in the storehouse were basically fragrant ores. And the theme of the first material storehouse was transformation. The corresponding materials in the storehouse occupied 90% of the time. The only difference was that the excrement came from different species. And these excrements were the basic materials of the science of fragrance. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to call it a meg pit. Using excrement as a raw material for fragrance sounded a bit confusing, but as long as one had a little understanding of fragrance, they would know what was going on. For example, the first class for the alchemy apprentices of the science of fragrance, they would be exposed to a concept: smell and stench are of the same origin. Because of human preferences, they had different definitions of smell and stench. But in fact, smell and stench were actually the same thing. Therefore, extracting the smell factor from excrement was not rare. Therefore, processing excrement was a skill that every alchemy apprentice of the science of fragrance knew. However, because of personal preferences and the fact that the difficulty of extracting the smell factor was not high, most alchemy apprentices no longer processed the excrement themselves. Instead, they hired apprentices to do it. Of course, there were not many apprentices who were willing to accept this task. After all, the skill of extracting the smell factor could only be carried out in the first material storehouse because of geographical restrictions. Moreover, they could not seal their sense of smell. Therefore, generally, only when it was really needed would an apprentice come to process the excrement. And after processing a certain amount, they would immediately leave. They would take whatever they needed and would not do anything extra. Moreover, they would not tidy up the material storehouse. But after all, Xianxia Academy was famous for its alchemy. All the material storehouses of the other departments would be new every day. Naturally, the first material storehouse would also be new every day. There would always be old materials in the storehouse. This also led to the accumulation of materials in the first material storehouse becoming more and more. Therefore, it became known as the Meg Pit. Judging from the current stock of material warehouse number 1, even if they worked 24 hours a day, it would take at least half a year to process everything. And this was only his estimation. There were a lot of things that would take him a long time. If he asked an amateur like Keely to do it, it would take even longer. 1 year, 2 years, or even longer. Keely agreed? In other words, she has already gone to material warehouse number 1? Cantor nodded helplessly. That's right. We've been in the warehouse for almost 2 months. I don't know how she's doing right now, but when I left Floating Mech City, she didn't even finish 1/10 of the raw materials. Also, most of her odor factors are not up to standard. She needs to extract them repeatedly. Sigh, just hearing about it makes my heart ache. Listen? Angor was a little surprised. Cantor coughed dryly. Listen or watch, this is not important. Angor didn't know what to say. So Cantor didn't have the courage to go to material warehouse. Cantor couldn't help but look around when he saw Angor's doubtful look. I've been there once. There are some supernatural monster excrement there. It's so pungent that it can even seep into your soul, so you didn't go and left Keely there alone? Cantor chuckled dryly. Angor looked at Cantor speechlessly. He could see that Cantor really cared about Keely, but he also didn't want to be affected by the smell. Still, Angor understood Cantor's feelings. Keely's life was not in danger. Besides, Keely was trying to atone for her sins. If Cantor went with her, it would only make things difficult for her. More importantly, Cantor followed Keely to Floating Mech City from Lilith's house. However, to protect Keely's reputation, Cantor had been hiding his presence. He would only send voice transmissions to other wizards when he was trying to mediate. Keely might have guessed that Cantor was following her, but it was only a guess. As long as Cantor didn't show up, Keely couldn't say anything. Sir, you want me to ask for mercy for Keely? Angor understood what Cantor was trying to say. Cantor nodded. Yes. If Keely stays there for too long, she'll probably be soaked from the inside out. I have no other choice but to rely on you. Angor lowered his head and sank into his thoughts. According to Iron Granny, it was a piece of cake for Angor, while Cantor would have a hard time doing it. However, Angor did not think it was a simple matter after listening to the whole story. He knew what Iron Granny meant. As long as Angor could talk to the people of Xianxia Academy, he would be able to help Keely. However, it didn't matter to Angor whether he would succeed or not. Angor didn't want to do that. Even Cantor avoided the material warehouse. If Keely stayed there for a year or so, she might really be soaked in it. Even if Keely didn't care about it, it would still affect her to some extent. No matter what change it was, it didn't mean that one would be able to cope with it by remaining unchanged. For example, the banishment order only affected Keely and Jibra. They weren't the only ones affected. Even Keely herself didn't know what was going to happen. Angor knew that such a thing was going to happen in a bad way. As a friend, Angor didn't want to see that happen. If he really wanted to help, he had to solve Keely's problem once and for all. And that wasn't something that could be solved with a simple message. Cantor thought that Angor was hesitating. You don't have to do that. I heard that the questing hall of Xianxia Academy cancelled all quests related to Material Vault 1 because she agreed to do it. Cantor nodded and said, it's not like Keely will be spared from punishment. I heard that the questing hall of Xianxia Academy cancelled all quests related to Material Vault 1. If the mission is reactivated, maybe more people will take it and go with Keely to clean up the material storehouse. That'll help Keely out a lot. Cantor hoped that Angor could help him contact Xianxia Academy so that the quest of sorting material warehouse number 1 could be put back on the questing list. But Angor didn't think it was a good idea at all. As an honorary professor of Xianxia Academy, Angor didn't teach many classes, but he knew what the alchemists in the academy were like. Even if they didn't cancel the quest, not many people would take it. Basically, Cantor's idea wouldn't help Keely at all. I'll talk to the vice principal of Xianxia Academy. But that won't solve the problem. The problem? Cantor was surprised. He thought Angor was unwilling to help. But now he realized that Angor was thinking about how to solve the problem at the root of the problem. Cantor was thinking that Angor was becoming more and more like Sunders. But now it seemed that he was wrong about Angor. Cantor didn't say anything. He just stood aside and didn't want to interrupt Angor's thoughts. Another 3 minutes later, Angor looked up. I'll try my best to help her. But I can't give you a definite answer right now. I need to give it a try. Cantor's eyes flashed with joy. You mean, you already have an idea? Angor did have an idea, but he wasn't sure if it would work. He considered and decided to be frank. I don't have enough influence to get into the fragrance study circle. So, he planned to ask for help. Fragrance study is a branch of apothecary. I know a master alchemist. He's the leader of apothecary reformists. Maybe he can say something. Cantor had heard of Mitra's name before. The alchemist was a well-respected figure in the southern wizarding region. If he could help Keely, it would only benefit her. With this in mind, Cantor quickly thanked Angor. However, Angor wasn't as optimistic as Cantor. Master alchemists were influential figures in the alchemy circle, but they didn't know much about fragrance study, so they might not be able to influence the public. As a matter of fact, Angor already had a better candidate in mind than Master Apothecary. It was Witch Portia from Empty Sand Hill. She was the only one in the entire research department who was proficient in fragrance study, and her words carried a lot of weight. If she spoke up for Keely, she might be able to help her. However, Angor didn't mention Witch Portia in his conversation with Cantor because they weren't familiar with each other. He had met Witch Portia several times before, and Witch Portia had no ill intentions towards him. However, that was all. They had never had any deep contact with each other. Angor planned to contact Witch Portia, but he didn't know if she was willing to help. He decided to keep the matter to himself and wait for the right time before telling Cantor. Next, Angor and Cantor agreed that they would contact each other through the Mother Tree communicator as soon as there was any progress. This was the end of the matter. Cantor was planning to talk about the Dream Wasteland and the Tidal Realm with Angor, but since Angor didn't seem to want to leave, he decided to use Dark Flame Lotus as an excuse. Soon, Cantor logged off right in front of Angor's eyes. Angor didn't go offline. After leaving the aquarium, he used the coordinates to find Tree Spirit. He didn't want to talk about old times with Tree Spirit. Instead, he wanted to ask Tree Spirit to visit Regina's lab. Angor didn't know Witch Portia well, but he remembered that Regina and Portia were quite close. When he asked Regina to help with the mushroom research, Regina and Portia were already together. They didn't look like they were trying to figure out an alchemy secret. It was just a secret meeting between friends. Maybe Portia would be willing to help if Regina asked for it. After explaining the situation to Tree Spirit nodded and said, "My avatar is still in your ruins. I'll go ask him now." Without hesitation, Tree Spirit logged off and went to Regina. While waiting for Tree Spirit, Angor took out his communication device and took a look at the tree group. He noticed that the original tree group, which was the one that people automatically joined after receiving the device, already had more than 300 members. However, the more people there were, the more disputes there would be due to their different views. For example, a group of people from Seagull Law Academy and Tree Spirit Court were currently arguing with each other. Angor took a quick look and saw that they were arguing about the distribution of several construction missions. Although these construction quests were very ordinary, the construction of the buildings used very high-grade magic materials, and the people of these two factions wanted to take this opportunity to come in contact with these magic materials and expand their experience with high-grade magic materials. There were 7 construction missions in total, which meant one side could only accept 3 while the other side could accept 4. Neither side was willing to accept the other side's offer. And so, they began to argue. It was not a big deal, and Angor did not want to get involved. However, it was clear that conflicts of views would become the first problem after the tree groups were popularized. There were conflicts of views in the past, but since there were not many channels for them to express their views, the conflicts did not affect them too much. However, when the unbounded communication began to appear, the conflicts would only get worse. It was good to have conflicts of views, but it was not good to have them get swayed. Angor did not know what would happen now, but something similar would happen after the tea party. Angor considered and decided to talk to Iron Granny about it. Iron Granny was already online, so she quickly replied and told Angor that she would tell Leona about it. After chatting with Iron Granny, Angor decided to contact John and ask the development team to keep an eye on the situation. However, Angor was surprised when he opened the chat window. John's profile picture was now a picture of him and Angor together. This group photo was taken by John when he was testing the camera function with him. There was nothing wrong with the picture, but Angor still felt a little embarrassed. In the end, he only said a few words to John and closed the chat window. However, this was not considered an escape, because Tree Spirit had come online. As soon as Tree Spirit came online, he said, "I told Regina about Keely's situation and your request. She said that she'll contact Portia for you once she's done with her Mushroom Orphan project." Other than that, Regina did not say anything about Keely or Angor's idea. This was normal. As far as Regina was concerned, this was just a small matter that didn't matter. As an outsider, she did not need to worry about it. Still, it was a good start for Angor if Regina agreed to contact Portia. Deep soundproof room. After logging off, Angor planned to go to the Dream Crystal to check out the second omen of the circus. But he decided against it. Now, those who were pulled into the circus would most likely put on a failed show. If he went there, he would become a laughingstock. Angor didn't mind watching others make a fool of themselves, but he didn't want to embarrass himself for them. Right now, Angor's top priority was to find a safe place for the new residents who were dragged into the Dream Crystal. Angor faced the same problem when creating the Dream Wasteland. His solution was to use the Dream Whelp to drag a bunch of buildings into the Dream Wasteland and build the prototype of Beginning City. This method was quite convenient in the Dream Wasteland. There were many cities in the real world where mortals lived. There were no supernaturals in those cities, so Angor could use the Dream Whelp without attracting attention. However, it was difficult to use it in the Dream Crystal. Earlier, he and Laplace visited quite a few colonies in the Sun Mirror domain. Almost all of them were supernaturals. Not a single city of mortals could be found. If Angor used the Dream Whelp in such places, he would definitely attract unnecessary attention from the mirror creatures, which would lead to unnecessary trouble. Therefore, it was difficult to use the Dream Whelp to help the new residents of the Dream Crystal. Of course, Angor could use the Dream Whelp to drag some materials into the Dream Crystal and let the new residents build their own houses like how they built a new city. But that would take too long, and he didn't have enough manpower. He had to think of something else. Angor considered for a moment and decided to discuss it with Laplace first. Laplace was born in the mirror domain. Perhaps she could find a perfect solution without attracting attention. However, Laplace was still fishing in the Dream Wasteland, and the new residents of the Dream Crystal weren't gathered together yet. This was a high priority, but it wasn't urgent. He could wait until they gathered at the designated location and discuss how to settle them down. With that in mind, Angor took out a piece of paper and started writing down the topic of Unbreakable Heart Mirror Experiment. The hands of the clock ticked forward in Angor's eucalyptus. Clang, 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 the clock struck midnight. Angor stopped writing as well. He massaged his sore thumb and began to check the notes he had written for more than 10 pages. This inspection took another half an hour. It was not until the magic array in the soundproof room began to flicker that he was interrupted. The magic array flashed with a faint light, which was a hint unique to this quiet room. It told the guests in the quiet room that there was someone outside, or there was a message coming. Of course, the flickering light was only a default notification. The guests could also choose other methods, or even choose not to receive any information from the outside world. Generally speaking, those who chose not to receive information from the outside world were those who were in seclusion. He wasn't going into seclusion, so he didn't need to worry about such things. Still, he was not happy to be disturbed while Fu Shu was enjoying his time. He activated the magic array to see who was outside. Soon, a light screen appeared out of thin air, showing the scene outside the door. It wasn't a magic message. Instead, it was a person. Dorcas? Dorcas was standing outside the door. Perhaps he guessed that Angor was looking at him through the light screen, so Dorcas deliberately put on a serious posture. Angor didn't know why Dorcas came looking for him in the middle of the night, but he still went to the door and opened it. What? You want me to make a sword for you right now? Angor raised an eyebrow and looked at Dorcas, who was leaning against the door. Dorcas already planned to say some dirty words when Angor opened the door. He did not expect Angor to bring up sword as soon as he opened the door. This was related to his future weapon. Dorcas immediately put on a serious face and forgot all the dirty words in his mind. No need. I don't even have the materials ready yet, Dorcas quickly said. Angor, then why did you come looking for me in the middle of the night? Dorcas, actually, it's not me. It's Weiyan. But Weiyan was too embarrassed to knock on your door, so he came to me. Dorcas put on an aggrieved expression and muttered, I was sleeping in the middle of the night, and that bastard Weiyan came looking for me. If he wanted to talk to me about something, it would be fine if he disturbed my sleep. But he came looking for you. He came looking for you, but I was woken up. What a shame. You're embarrassed because he disturbed you, but I'm not afraid because he disturbed me. Why? Seeing Dorcas getting more and more excited, Angor quickly cut him off. So, you're not here to deliver a message to Weiyan, but to complain to me? Dorcas paused and cleared his throat. Both. Angor, tell me, what did Weiyan, no, Count Black want to talk to me about? Angor knew Dorcas' personality well. Even if Weiyan came looking for him, he wouldn't necessarily move, unless it was something important. Angor didn't think Weiyan came looking for him for anything important. But if it was Count Black who asked Weiyan to come, then maybe. Dorcas might not do Weiyan a favor, but he would definitely do Count Black a favor. As expected, Dorcas continued, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. It was Count Black who asked Weiyan to talk to you. But that kid was worried about waking you up, so, Angor cut him off. Get to the point. Dorcas pursed his lips. I don't know the details. Weiyan didn't tell me the whole story. I think something happened to Adonis. Let's go check it out. Something's wrong with Adonis. If something's wrong with her, what can I do? Angor was still confused, but since it was Count Black's order, he decided to go check it out. As Angor closed the door and headed deeper into the corridor, Dorcas followed him. Count Black asked you to go too? Angor gave Dorcas a doubtful look. No. But Weiyan woke me up. I can't not know what's going on, can I? Angor didn't say anything when he saw Dorcas' curious look. He didn't have the final say. It was up to Count Black to decide whether to let Dorcas in or not. Besides, Angor needed someone to show him the way. He didn't know which room Count Black was staying in. Since Weiyan went to talk to Dorcas, Dorcas should know where Count Black was staying. As expected, Dorcas quickly answered, Weiyan told me their room number. I'll take you there now. Dorcas had already made up his mind. Otherwise, he would have told Angor about Count Black's room number in the first place. The room the Black Earl was in was 001. According to Dorcas, it was another soundproof room. However, it wasn't underground. Instead, it was at the back of the inn. The soundproof room was also one of the guest rooms of the inn. However, due to its good location and well-equipped interior, it was often occupied by Lucia as her own room. Now that she knew Count Black was going to move in, Lucia didn't dare to be careless. She gave up room 001 without hesitation. Soon, Angor and Dorcas arrived at the lobby of the inn. They only needed to go through the lobby to reach room 001 at the back. As they were about to reach room 001, Angor suddenly sensed a familiar ripple from his space bracelet. Angor stopped and looked at the bracelet with a puzzled expression. Dorcas also heard Angor's footsteps. "What's wrong?" Dorcas asked. "Nothing," Angor replied. With that, Angor walked forward. Dorcas didn't think too much about it and continued to lead Angor to room 001. When Angor and Dorcas entered room 001, they were immediately stunned by the figure in front of them. "Mr. Count Black?" Angor and Dorcas asked in a low voice after a long pause. They knew they would see Count Black when they came to room 001. However, they didn't expect to see a nose this time. Instead, they saw a living person. He was wearing a black tuxedo, a black bow tie, a black hat, a black cane, and a black and white opera mask. Any wizard in the southern wizarding region would recognize such attire. Count Black, the leader of the Noah family. He always wore such attire when he showed up in public. Especially that black and white opera mask, which was his trademark. Dorcas gulped and glanced at Wayan. He was going to ask Wayan with his eyes, why did Count Black show up? Was this his real body, or a clone? But before he could ask, he saw Wayan's undamaged nose. Wayan's nose meant Count Black's clone was still attached to Wayan's body. So this was the real Count Black? Count Black's real body was here? Both Dorcas and Angor had the same thought. But compared to Dorcas, Angor was thinking, should he find a chance to summon someone? Angor knew that Count Black's clone and Count Black's main body were similar in personality. However, he only went through the underground waterway with Count Black's nose clone, not with Count Black's main body. Besides, Count Black's clone only shared the memories with Count Black's main body. Angor couldn't be sure if Count Black's main body and his clone could live together harmoniously. For the sake of his own safety, the first thing Angor thought of right now was to call for help. Perhaps Count Black saw the fear in Dorcas and Angor's eyes, so he spoke calmly, "This is not my main body. My main body is coming to Goman Kingdom, but he has other things to do, so he won't come to Biren Tree Garden right away. The one in front of you is still just a clone. However, the main body has borrowed more of my flesh and blood, allowing me to condense a physical body." In other words, the Count Black in his opera mask was still Count Black's nose clone, but he was stronger and had a new body. But Angor believed it was only Count Black's side of the story. Maybe Count Black's main body was already pretending to be Count Black's nose clone. However, it didn't matter if the Dark Earl was still willing to use the nose clone as the leader, which meant that he didn't want their relationship to change. "Was this a kind gesture?" Count Black said. "I knew you had a lot of tricks up your sleeve when we were in the underground waterway. You still haven't changed. Just look at me and I don't know how much you've been thinking." Angor didn't know what to say. Count Black waved a hand. "Let's get down to business. I asked you to come because Adonis is having a problem." "What problem?" Count Black pointed at an oil painting on the wall. "This is Adonis' own painting. She has been using the person in the painting as her host." There was an oil painting hanging on the wall. It was a half-length portrait of a young girl with long, curly blonde hair. The girl was sitting quietly on a chair while smiling at the artist outside the painting. The girl in the painting did look similar to Adonis, but the girl's indifferent expression was nowhere to be found on Adonis's face. "Black Earl, you noticed it too, right?" When Adonis resided in this painting, her expression was completely cold. It was impossible for her to smile. But not long ago, the person in the painting suddenly changed her expression. Changing her expression shouldn't be a big deal, right? Maybe Adonis went to the mirror world. The painting was made of glass, which could be used as a medium for a mirror image. With Adonis' power, she could easily enter the mirror world as a medium. Count Black shook his head. "No, Adonis didn't go to the mirror world. Earlier, Adonis gave me a projection of her true form. I can use the projection to sense Adonis' general location. If she went to the mirror world, her aura would disappear. Yet now, her aura has not disappeared. Instead, it still exists in this painting. That is what I feel to be strange about. Count Black knew that Adonis would go to the mirror world from time to time. That was why Adonis gave the projection of her true form to Count Black to help him locate her. With the projection of his main body, the black girl could clearly sense that Adonis was still in the painting. Since Adonis was in the painting, she must be the girl in the painting, and the girl's expression must reflect Adonis' expression. The girl's expression was calm and natural, and there was a kind of gentleness that came from within. With their understanding of Adonis, how could Adonis show such an expression? If that's really the case, then it really is very strange. Dorcas thought about it for a while, but still couldn't figure out what had happened. Dorcas glanced at Angor and saw that the latter was also confused. But speaking of which, Angor can't solve this problem, right? Or do you think Augustine will come again because of Adonis? Angor had an anchor point left by Augustine, but according to Augustine, Angor could only be sensed by Augustine when he entered the Noah clan's territory, where Augustine's remnant energy remained. But now, they were clearly not in the Noah clan's territory. How could Augustine summon Augustine? Angor spoke up before Count Black. Sir, I don't think you're looking for me. You're looking for Olau. As far as Angor was concerned, Olau and Laplace were the only ones who could solve this problem. Count Black didn't know that Angor could contact Laplace, so he could only think of Olau as Angor's target. In fact, Olau was indeed the best solution. After all, he had been with Adonis for 10,000 years. He knew her better than anyone else. Yes, Count Black nodded. I do want to see Olau through you. Angor considered. Olau is still in the mirror box. I don't know if he's awake or not. But I can take a look for you, sir. Angor didn't refuse. Or rather, he wasn't only helping Count Black, but also for Olau's sake. Although Olau chose to follow Angor, Angor knew that Olau now saw him as a partner, not a master. Olau was more concerned about Adonis than Angor. Even if Adonis didn't want to follow Olaf because of her personal relationship, it didn't stop Olaf from caring for Adonis. If Olau knew that something was wrong with Adonis, and Angor didn't tell him or help him, it would ruin their cooperation. Therefore, Angor would definitely help them after learning about the situation. Next, he took out the luminous mirror case from his space storage right in front of everyone. It was Adonis who gave the box to him. At that time, in the clear sky poetry room, Olau had just been broken by Augustine and had fallen into a deep sleep. In order to help Olau recover better, Adonis handed the mirror case to Angor. Angor looked at the box in his hand and quickly considered his options. According to Augustine, Olau would be unconscious for half a day to a day. In fact, it was already past the time limit that Augustine had mentioned. Logically speaking, Olau should have already awakened. But why didn't he feel anything from the box? Could it be that something had happened to Olau, just like Adonis? Puzzled, Angor removed the cover of the mirror case. Everyone saw the familiar bronze mirror. This was the original body of Olau that they had seen in the clear sky poetry room. He reached out a hand to take the mirror out of the box. But before he could touch it, the mirror suddenly turned into a streak of light and flew out of the box. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the colorful light gradually condensed into a 2-meter-tall human figure. It was a man wearing a black tuxedo and a black top hat with white flowers on it. His long silver hair almost reached his waist. The most eye-catching thing about him was his skin. His skin was a reflective shade of mercury. He didn't look like a human, but more like a self-propelled mirror. There was no doubt that this was Olaf. His hat was exactly the same as the one Angor saw on the mirror demon's emblem. However, his appearance was different. This must be Augustine's real body after breaking Olau's contract. Olau looked a little confused when he came out of the box. He looked at his surroundings and found that he was no longer in the clear sky poetry room. His eyes flashed with a trace of darkness. Mr. Angor, have we left the Chamber of Solitude? Olau looked at Angor and asked, have we left the chamber yet? Angor nodded. Olau hesitated. Then, my master, Mr. Augustine has left. Although Olau had guessed this result, he still looked very disappointed. We'll meet again in the future as long as we keep moving forward. Olau was taken aback for a moment, and a glimmer of light slowly appeared in his dark eyes. But soon, he realized something and gave Angor an apologetic look. "Mr. Angor, I'm just a little sad." "I didn't mean," Angor waved a hand. "Don't worry about it. I'm sorry that Mr. Augustine left too early. I'd like to see him again if I have the chance." He wasn't sure if he could turn Alao into a twin mirror like his brother, Adegu. Augustine was the first mystery alchemist Angor ever met, and he was sure that the man had reached the pinnacle of miracle. If Angor could meet him again, he would definitely ask for Augustine's help. Both Angor and Alao had different goals, but they shared the same goal. Alao wanted to see his master again, and Angor also wanted to ask Augustine for help. As for Olao's loyalty to Augustine, Angor didn't really care about that. Angor only considered Alao as a potential collaborator. He only cared about Alao's true form, the unique Mary King. As long as Alao was willing to cooperate with him, Angor didn't really care what Alao thought about him. Alao looked at Angor with gratitude. "Mr. Angor, just call me by my name. Don't call me by my last name. Can you change your shiny silver skin?" He looked at Alao up and down and asked, "Can you change your shiny silver skin?" Dorcas nodded in agreement. "Yeah. You're like a luminous ball of light under the light. You can't wait to blind everyone's eyes." Dorcas's words were actually an exaggeration. Still, Alao wouldn't be blinded. However, Alao's title of walking mirror was not fake. People would only see their own faces when they looked at Alao. And they would see their own faces, which had been distorted, as if they were looking at their own faces in a mirror. Seeing one's own face reflected on someone else's skin was a bit unbearable. Alao noticed their worries and spoke in embarrassment. "I just got used to it. I don't know if I can change it. Wait, let me think." With that, Alao fell into deep thought. After about half a minute, Alao finally woke up from his contemplation. He then reached out and took out his true body mirror from his chest, pointing it at Dorcas who was in front of him. Soon, Alao's body began to distort. In just a few seconds, Alao had transformed from a 3-meter-tall self-propelled human into Dorcas. Alao's face, windbreaker, red sword, and short red hair all looked exactly like Dorcas. Even his aura carried Dorcas' unique bloodthirsty aura. If Alao did not change in front of everyone, they would not be able to tell who was Alao and who was Dorcas. "Is this your ability?" The dark Earl looked at Alao in surprise. Alao scratched his head. "I think so. My power has just been unsealed, and I haven't figured out many new abilities yet. It took me a while to figure out how to use my mirror image to change the color of my skin." The difference between Alao and Dorcas was obvious as soon as he spoke. His expression, eyes, and tone were completely different from Dorcas. At least, Dorcas had never been so gentle before. "Hey, don't turn into me. If you become me, you'll get into some sort of romantic debt." Dorcas protested in dissatisfaction. Angor was speechless. Which normal person would think of romantic debt first? Or are you saying that you've actually used other people's faces and done similar things before, so your first reaction is? Dorcas blinked his eyes. "Nonsense. I didn't do that. Besides, don't change the topic. Of course I'm not happy with Alao turning into me. Go ahead and turn him into you." Angor humped and ignored Dorcas. Instead, he looked at Alao. "Can't you change your appearance directly?" Alao scratched his head in frustration. "There should be a way. But I need to figure out my ability first." Angor considered and flicked a finger. A drawing board and a color palette appeared in front of him. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Angor quickly used the colors in the palette to create a color that looked like white jade. "Try changing this color to your original skin color." Alao nodded. "Try changing this color to your original skin color." Without any hesitation, Alao turned back into his human form. He then took out his bronze mirror and looked at the colors on the drawing board. In the next second, Alao's mercury-like skin turned into the pink color on the drawing board. As his skin color changed, Alao's temperament changed as well. At least in everyone's eyes, Alao now looked like a gentle young man. It was much, much better than the awkward laughing mirror just now. Alao also looked at his own skin, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. "So it can be done like this? Then can hair be changed too?" Olau gave Angor a hopeful look. Mr. Angor cleared his throat. Mr. Angor, can I borrow your drawing board for a moment? Olau asked. Sure. Angor nodded. Olau excitedly took the pen and palette. Then, he held the pen and mixed the various colors on the palette. After a while, Olau mixed a fluorescent green. Next, Olau's silver-white hair turned into a very eye-catching neon green. It works. Olau's eyes brightened up as he continued mixing colors. Not long after, Olau's hair became colorful, which left everyone speechless. Is he using his own hair as a dye experiment? They thought Olau was a gentle young man who valued relationships. But now, they felt that this man was a bit childish. There are many combinations of colors. If you're interested, I'll find someone to teach you later. It was Angor who spoke. If he didn't stop Olau now, the man would keep mixing colors like this. Angor thought it was a good thing that Olau could enjoy himself by mixing colors. However, they were in Count Black's room right now, and this was not the right time to do so. Olau wasn't an idiot. It was just that he had never mixed colors before, and he was attracted by the novelty of it. Angor's words and a meaningful glance helped Olau regain his senses. Olau quickly mixed his hair into a black color. This was the color he used when he was bound by the contract. Olau returned the palette and the drawing board to Angor with a slightly embarrassed look. Angor put away his tools and said to Count Black, "By the way, I called you here because something happened to Adonis." Adonis? Olau's relaxed expression immediately turned serious. What's wrong with her? Was she attacked by a mirror creature? Angor shook his head and pointed at the oil painting on the wall to show Olau. When Olio was looking at the oil painting, the Dark Earl opened his mouth and told him what he had discovered. Olau's expression was originally filled with worry, but after hearing the Black Earl's words, Olau's expression became a little strange. While everyone was puzzled, Olario walked forward and came to the side of the oil painting. He extended his hand and sensed it for a moment. Then, he heaved a long sigh of relief and revealed an expression that said, as expected. Is she okay? Angor asked in a low voice. Olau chuckled. Don't worry. She's just sleeping. She'll be fine in a while. She's just sleeping? Dorcas muttered and looked at Olio with a suspicious gaze. When you were asleep, her side was very lively. Now that you're awake, she's gone to sleep. Could it be that the two of you are of the same body? You represent the night, and she represents the day? Same body? Olau frowned. Don't mind him. He never says anything normal. Angor shook his head. Olau was still confused, but he didn't ask any further. Is Adonis' state of hibernation very common? The Dark Earl asked. Olaf, you can say that. The frequency of her hibernation in the past 1,000 years has been much higher than before. But since Master said she's fine, we don't need to worry too much. Master? Augustine? The Dark Earl suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, is her coma caused by the missing part that the ancestor mentioned? Olau nodded. Yes. When Count Black mentioned the missing part, everyone realized what was going on. Augustine once asked Adonis to follow Angor, but Adonis refused without hesitation. Later, Augustine made it clear that if Adonis did not follow Angor, she would have to follow Count Black. The reason was that Adonis was missing a part of her body, which was in Margaret's hands. As for Margaret, she was currently at the Noah branch of the Origin World. If Adonis wanted to go to Noah's branch of Origin World, she would either have to follow Angor, who had Augustine's personal anchor, or Count Black, who was connected to her by blood. Even if she did not follow either of them, she would still be attracted to the Origin World by the attraction of her body. If she entered Noah's branch of Origin World without permission, she would only be crushed into pieces by the magic array there. Since Adonis was missing a part of her body, she would often fall into a deep sleep, which would become more and more frequent until she eventually fell into an eternal slumber. Unless she fully recovered, she would never be able to recover. This was also the reason why Adonis chose to follow the Dark Earl after weighing the pros and cons. Count Black sighed in relief after confirming the cause of Adonis's slumber. How long will it take for her to wake up? I don't know for sure. In the past 1,000 years, Adonis has been sleeping for different periods of time. The longest was 2 months, and the shortest was 2 days. Based on the average length of sleep, it should be around half a month. The black girl nodded in understanding. Half a month was fine. Even if it was 2 months, it wasn't a long time. It wouldn't delay anything. After explaining Adonis's condition, Olau remained silent for a moment and looked at Count Black. You, called Master Ancestor, so you must be the main body of the nose clone we saw in the Chamber of Poetry? The black girl said, I'm still not the main body, but that clone was indeed me. Olaf, then you must be the Black Earl, right? Count Black nodded. After getting a definite answer, Olio looked a little hesitant. After a long while, he made up his mind and asked, Your Excellency should be going to the Noah branch of the Origin World, right? I wonder when they will depart. As soon as he finished speaking, Olio realized that his question was a little abrupt and quickly added another sentence. Sir, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to pry into your whereabouts. I just... Olau looked at the oil painting on the wall and said softly, I wanted to know when Adonis would leave. Towards the end, Olau's voice became softer and softer, as if he was mumbling. The black girl took a deep look at Olau. His expression under the mask was a little surprised. Although Olau had lived for 10,000 years, he did not seem to have too many complicated thoughts. He was surprisingly easy to understand. Just like now, Olau said that he wanted to know when Adonis would leave, but in fact, his expression and eyes conveyed a message. He wanted to know when Adonis would return. Now that he knew the date of Adonis's departure, he might be able to count the time of her return. Olau's reluctance to part with Adonis was obvious. The only pity was that Olau's love for Adonis was more like that of an old father, and he did not have any romantic feelings for her. Black Girl thought for a moment and said, I don't have a definite method to go to the Origin World. So I can't tell you the exact time. But I'll contact Angor before I leave. Angor spoke to Olau in a timely manner, I'll let you know when the time comes. Thank you, Count Black. He did not know the exact time, but at least Olau had a definite answer, which was good enough. Olau bowed to Count Black and retreated behind Angor. Angor asked Count Black if there was anything else, and he prepared to leave with Olau. As they opened the door, Count Black suddenly thought of something and asked Olau, by the way, if I leave the southern wizarding region with Adonis, can you still meet her in the mirror realm? Olau shook his head. Different worlds have different mirror realms. The southern wizarding region and the smaller worlds around it have a mirror realm called White Sun Mirror Realm. If you go to a world covered by the White Sun Mirror Realm, we can still meet. But if you go to Origin World, we won't be able to. The Origin World is too far away. It's a different mirror realm. Mirror realms have different mirror realms? That's a bit like the Abyss. Count Black muttered. Can you go to other mirror realms from the White Sun Mirror Realm? I don't know. I can't set foot in the real mirror realm after being bound by the contract. Everything I know was told to me by Adonis. Perhaps Adonis knows the answer. Count Black nodded and did not ask any more questions. Since Olau had not set foot in the mirror realm for a long time, Angor decided to wait for Adonis to wake up before asking. After saying goodbye to Count Black, Angor prepared to return to his soundproof room. However, when they walked past the lobby of the inn, Angor noticed that Olau was not following him. Looking back, Olaf was still standing in the hallway of the hall, looking around at the scene in the hall with a surprised expression. Yesterday's attack on Byron Tree Garden also affected the residents of the neighborhood. The inn also served as a bar, where many people were drinking and chatting about yesterday's incident. The atmosphere was quite lively. As for Olau, who hadn't seen any outsiders in 10,000 years, he was at a loss for what to do when he saw such a lively environment. It was hard for him to advance or retreat. Angor didn't know what Olau was thinking, but judging from Olau's expression, the old man was more curious than scared. Angor considered and looked at Dorcas. He used a spirit bond and connected with Dorcas. How about you take him around so he can get used to the new world after 10,000 years? Huh? Why me? Because I need to settle down. Besides, Angor glanced at the red sword hanging on Dorcas' waist, then looked at Olau in the distance with a kind smile. Dorcas, after a friendly exchange of glances, Dorcas finally decided to accept this mission. He would bring Olau around and get to know the current world of adepts. Olau was curious about the changes in the outside world as well. Adonis would tell him about it, but seeing it with his own eyes was not as good as seeing it with his own eyes. Even though there was an inexplicable sense of timidity and resistance in his heart, Olau ultimately chose to step forward. After Olau and Dorcas left, Angor returned to his room alone. The first thing Angor did was to check his bracelet. Along with the ripples in the air, a light purple transparent slime floated out of the bracelet. This lavender little fellow was the void traveler, Hidland. While following Dorcas to look for Black Earl, he already sensed something strange from Hidland on their way. Hidland was given to him by Woof so that he could contact Woof and Spotted Puppy. Since Hidland was acting strange, Angor was sure that either Woof or Spotted Puppy had something important to tell him. Earlier, he had an agreement with Wang Wan that if it was something urgent, he would let Hidland talk to him through his bracelet. But if it was not urgent, Angor would ask Hidland to stay put, and he would contact Woof when he had the time. Although Hyde had made some strange movements before, it did not leave the bracelet space. This meant that this matter was not too urgent in Wang Wang's opinion. Angor did not contact Hidland right away. Instead, he waited until he returned to the soundproof room to let Hidland out. Hidland did not do anything after leaving the bracelet. It simply floated in the air, surrounded by a dreamy purple glow. Angor touched the spot between his eyebrows with his finger. Hidland received the signal and began to wiggle its transparent body. A moment later, a soft, translucent tentacle reached out from Hidland's body and tried to reach Angor's forehead. Angor was already used to this. He simply allowed the tentacle to enter his forehead. The Void network was successfully connected, and his account Angor logged in. Angor sensed that Woof was online as well. Before he could say anything, a stream of information came from Woof and rushed into his forehead. East 32? Space turbulence nearby. Currently conducting a passageway test, confirming that the passageway is unobstructed, ambushed, encountered predators, escaped. Absolute white zone coordinates? Space collapse detected. Please detour if you wish to proceed. Two-legged beings from an origin world. Suspected to be a void caravan. Need to hide. Hide in a nearby world of pure water. Angor received nearly 100 messages in an instant. They were not long and did not cause any mental damage to Angor. However, he was still confused by the contents of the messages. What the hell was all this? Why couldn't he understand them? They were all mental messages. Normally, he would not have trouble reading them, nor would there be any language barriers. However, there were a lot of things he did not understand. Based on the context, he guessed that they were either coordinates or self-proclaimed. They were data. Even so, he still did not understand what was going on. What void turbulence? What predator? Void collapse? What was this? Warning messages? Or was this Woof Woof's tracking device? Also, did Woof Woof contact Hidland just to send him these messages? Why? Angor reconsidered the messages. Did something happen to Woof Woof, and he was asking for help? Angor hesitated for a moment. Woof Woof, do you need help? Soon, Wang Wang's reply came, but it was a line of, what do you mean by space collapse, space turbulence, predators, void caravans, what do you mean? This time, Woof Woof did not answer right away. Instead, he waited for a while before replying. Woof Woof. I just realized I sent the wrong message. Angor was a little surprised. Wrong message? So you didn't send it to me? Woof Woof felt a little embarrassed. Yes. My clan sent it to me. It's information that I collected myself. I was going to send you the message from my master. But something happened on my end, so I accidentally sent the wrong message. Angor noticed something from Woof Woof's words. Something happened on your end? Woof Woof did not expect Angor to worry about its safety first. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. It's just a space storm. I already went through it. So, you're still in the void? You didn't reach the origin world? Woof Woof, no, a few of my clansmen were targeted by a group of void demon whales. Void demon whales are the natural enemies of our clan. I'm looking for a way to get my people out of here. Be careful, said Angor. Woof Woof, don't worry about me. I can enter a passage. Even if a whale swallows me, I can still get away. Angor knew that the passage Woof Woof was referring to the so-called high-dimensional path. Unlike other void travelers, Woof Woof used high-dimensional paths to travel. As long as Woof Woof did not do anything stupid, it should be fine. Woof Woof, I'll send you the message from my master now. Woof 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 was referring to the spotted puppy. I don't understand what it's saying. The spotted puppy was trying to portray itself as a puppy that did not know how to speak human language. Even in the void network created by Woof Woof, spotted puppy's messages were all meaningless Woof Woof Woof. Such mental messages could be transmitted across different species. Even an insect's message could be deciphered as long as it was sent through the void network. However, the spotted puppy's messages were all Woof Woof Woof. Clearly, it did this on purpose. Every time he tried to talk to the puppy, he would get the same meaningless reply. He was getting frustrated. Woof Woof knew what the puppy was like. The message this time is a picture sent by my master. You should be able to read it. If it was just a picture, it would be much easier to decipher the message. Send it to me then. Angor was curious. What did the puppy want from him? Did it go to the heart of sinners again? Or did it have something else to do? Soon, Angor received a new message. Again, he chose to accept it. As soon as he read the message, an image appeared in his mind. What came into view was a bed from a bird's eye view. The bed was big enough to accommodate 3 people. However, big was not the most important thing about the bed. The most important thing about the bed was its dazzlingly gorgeous decorations, as well as its elegant yet vulgar design. The quilt was embroidered with gold, and the curtains were light. Even the stitches looked luxurious. In terms of beauty, this was definitely the most expensive bed Angor had ever seen. As for whether it looked good or not, well, Angor did not think it looked good. In Angor's opinion, this kind of bed, this kind of aesthetic, was only appreciated by wealthy businessmen who suddenly became rich. If he slept on this bed, he would definitely be surrounded by the oily tackiness. The bed was not beautiful, but it was not the main point. Why did the dog send this to him? Was there anything special about the bed? Nothing so far. Maybe this was a puzzle the dog left for him. He patiently studied the bed carefully, trying to find the answer from the details and patterns on it. However, as he was engrossed in his study, he suddenly heard a familiar dog bark. Next, the image trembled, and the view changed from above to a jump view. Something seemed to have fallen from above the bed. Accompanied by a light landing sound, the silver quilt on the bed caved in, forming a soft pit. In the center of the hole, Angor vaguely saw a pair of familiar dog paws. Spotted fur, so this was not a still image, but a moving image? Moreover, this angle, if he guessed correctly, was the scene projected by the Dalmatian's eyes. As Angor was thinking, the owner of the image moved and walked around on the bed. While walking, Angor could hear the familiar bark of a dog. But he did not know what it meant. Angor was too familiar with dog barks. This was definitely the dog's voice. At this point, Angor was sure that this image was from the dog's point of view. However, Angor still did not understand why the dog sent him this image. Was this a record of its life taken by the dog in its own home? Was the dog's image self-media? He didn't know how to use a Dalmatian, but he was still interested in its selfie. If he was not mistaken, the puppy should be in the nightmare realm right now. This gorgeous bed might be its nest. If that was the case, the puppy should be in the core area of the nightmare realm, the home of the weapon minister. Among all the characters in the nightmare realm, the one he was most interested in was Shava, followed by the Minister of Arms. Angor believed that the Minister of Arms was a mysterious alchemist in the wizarding world. How could Angor not be interested in someone like that? He patiently watched the puppy move around on the bed, trying to find some useful clues from its movements. However, what made him feel helpless was that the Dalmatian's point of view was always looking down, so all he could see was the golden embroidered quilt. He couldn't see the general situation of the room and the surrounding furnishings at all. Since he couldn't get any more information, he had to look at the spotted dog again. He still didn't think that the puppy would send him a picture for no reason. It must have something to tell him. Since he couldn't find any other clues, he had to observe the puppy's movements. Maybe the dog's movements formed some kind of runes to convey information. Angor watched for a long time, but he still couldn't figure it out. He didn't see any pattern. It looked more like the puppy was doing Brownian motion on the bed. What made him even more speechless was that the puppy kept barking while walking. You can clearly scream, so why don't you just tell me what you're going to do? Why did you have to pretend that you don't understand human language? No, you're a dog. Angor complained in his mind, but he still remembered everything the puppy did in the picture. He didn't want to let go of any clues. The Dalmatian walked on the bed for about half an hour. Finally, a new change appeared. The puppy seemed to be tired. It found the softest spot in the center of the bed and curled up to lie down. Moreover, her head was buried in the bed, causing the view of the screen to become pitch black. So you want me to watch you take a walk and sleep? He stared at the dark screen in silence. Another 10 minutes passed. If he didn't hear the puppy's steady breathing, he would have turned off the picture already. Another 2 minutes passed. When Angor was getting impatient, he heard the sound of a door opening. Click. The door to the room was opened. However, the puppy was still sleeping. It didn't look up or open its eyes. The black screen continued. Angor could only hear sounds. He couldn't see anything. When the door was opened, he heard light footsteps coming from the door. It seemed that someone was walking into the room. I told you the little guy didn't run away. You don't need to worry, master. This was a sharp female voice. The voice came from afar, and finally came to the side of the Dalmatian. Clearly, the little guy she was talking about was the Dalmatian. Angor knew about the puppy. It often sneaked into the wizarding world behind Minister Dim's back. Therefore, the master that the female voice was referring to was most likely Minister Tim. Master ordered us to come and see it. Naturally, there is a reason. At this moment, another voice sounded. It was also a female voice, but her voice was very erratic, as if the signal was not good. Angor was sure that he only heard footsteps after the door was opened. Either the owner of this voice was floating in the air and didn't touch the ground at all, or she was the same person as the previous voice. Split personalities. Angor had seen such cases before. Besides, the creatures in the nightmare realm were always strange and absurd. It was normal for them to have split personalities. Therefore, he did not mind the two voices that appeared under the black screen. He was more interested in why the puppy chose to black out the screen. Dalmatians were annoying at times, but Angor had to admit that they helped him a lot every time they met. And it was always very considerate. Back at the Enchanted Ladies' banquet, he couldn't withstand the aura of any single one of the boiling gentlemen, made of black and white, Minister Nuka, and Minister Nuka. If the puppy didn't protect him from the aura, he would have been exposed. Judging from the puppy's behavior, it must know that he couldn't withstand the aura. Maybe it knew his secret, which was why it was so considerate to create a pressure-free environment for him. Now, it suddenly turned black, only allowing him to hear the sound and not show him the image. Was this also a kind of considerate behavior? Angor knew that some powerful supernatural beings could see through countless worlds just by speaking their real names. Could the two people who spoke have the same power? Could it be that they could sense someone just by looking at them? Angor thought about the unknown creatures in the nightmare realm that even Augustine didn't want to talk about. Maybe he found the truth. The conversation in the black screen continued while Angor pondered. What is it? What is it? Can you predict where it's going, master? It was the high-pitched female voice. You can't, master. But there were several obvious signs before it ran away. You just need to follow the signs to determine the probability of it running away, the female voice explained. What signs? The female voice asked curiously. The ethereal female voice fell silent upon hearing this question. After a long while, she said, it has something to do with that Royal Highness. If Her Majesty has any news, the puppy will definitely go there. Her Majesty. The female voice suddenly became cautious. Will we be discovered if we talk about Her Majesty like this? Her Majesty is very generous. At most, she'll chop off our heads, cast them again, and bury them underground for 100 years, the female voice replied. Ah, Her Majesty is so generous. Praise Moonlight. Praise the Queen. Praise Shava. Angor was puzzled by the compliments. chopping off one's head and burying it underground for 100 years? What kind of kindness was this? As expected, he couldn't understand the thoughts of nightmare creatures due to the differences in values, perceptions, and worldviews. Now that he thought about it, the puppy was much more normal. Of course, it was also possible that the puppy didn't speak human language in front of Angor, which was why it misunderstood. After all the praises, the shrill female voice suddenly thought of something. According to what you said, Master can predict the little fellow's movements through Her Majesty's information. This time, Master sent us to investigate its situation. Could it be that Her Majesty has new information? Both the female voice and Angor were curious about the same thing. Judging from the way they suddenly praised Shava, Angor was sure that the Her Majesty they were talking about was about him. Angor and Shava were the same person in the eyes of nightmare creatures. However, Angor was sure that they were talking about him instead of Shava. Every time the puppy ran away, it ended up coming to him, not Shava. Therefore, there was a high chance that the news of the imperial crown they were talking about was more about him. Besides, the puppy sent this image to him. Wasn't that a hint? Angor was curious about this. Did he ask Minister Dim for some information? As a result, Minister Tim had specially arranged for someone to check if the spotted dog had escaped again. Angor kept listening with doubts in his mind. The ethereal female voice seemed to know a lot of information. She confidently replied, "Yes, Master has just received a report, saying that a time sacrifice has appeared in the outer black belt. A time sacrifice? Isn't that something Master always uses when forging? Does it have anything to do with Her Majesty?" The female voice asked. The ethereal female voice said, "It's related. I sensed Her Majesty's aura near the spot where the time sacrifice was found." Time sacrifice? Her Majesty's aura? My aura? Angor felt like his brain couldn't keep up. What was that supposed to mean? What was a time sacrifice? Also, was the Her Majesty's aura really referring to him? Could it be that he had misunderstood and was actually referring to Shava? Angor was sure that he didn't know anything about a time sacrifice. Besides, the name time sacrifice sounded really important, and it was something Minister Dim used to forge. It had to be a precious magic material. Also, he didn't see any time magic materials recently. The only time element sorcerer he came into contact with was the time element sorcerer, Xianxia. Yacker? Angor suddenly thought of a possibility. Could they be talking about Yacker? Xianxia was a time sorcerer, and there were many races that used sorcerers as materials. Even humans themselves used their own kind as consumables. For example, the Carabits had always liked to modify the human body. In their eyes, as long as it was a supernatural creature, humans were no different from other magical creatures. They were all consumables. Furthermore, Xianxia's body was indeed tainted with his aura. Xianxia was the one who took away the nightmare illusion. Yacker probably used a spell called Time Barrier. In other words, as long as Yacker didn't release it, the nightmare aura would still be inside him. Did Minister Dim think the nightmare aura was Her Majesty's aura, and the time sacrifice was referring to Yacker? If so, did that mean Yacker somehow went to the nightmare realm? Then a new question arose. How did Ikisi get to the nightmare realm? Could Yacker open a tunnel? Probably not. He carefully considered the possibility of such a situation. There were too many problems to be solved in the process. Not too likely. At the same time, another sentence appeared on the screen, which confirmed Angor's guess that Yacker was the time sacrifice. How did Her Majesty get involved with a time sacrifice? The voice said, Master said that Her Majesty offered it as a special consumable. Maybe Her Majesty asked Master to make something for her? Angor never thought about offering Yacker as a sacrifice, nor did he want to make anything for her. From this conversation, Angor was sure that the time sacrifice was not Yacker. So the Her Majesty they mentioned wasn't him, but Shava. Come to think of it, the Dalmatian had sent him this video to tell him Shava's whereabouts, but what was the point? What did Shava's whereabouts have to do with him? His mind was filled with questions, but he could not find any answers for now. He had to keep listening and see if there was anything else he could do. Speaking of which, it's been a while since Her Majesty asked Master to make something for her. The last time. I really want to see what Master will make for Her Majesty. As soon as the sharp female voice finished speaking, the ethereal female voice said indifferently, "But as far as I know, that time sacrifice has escaped and hasn't been found yet." The shrill female voice said disdainfully, "Where can it escape to? As long as it's still outside the black zone, it'll be caught." The ethereal female voice was silent for a moment. "Not necessarily. If it gets involved, then it's hard to say." "You mean the little guy is going to steal the time sacrifice?" "That's possible. Now we're talking about it right in front of it." "Will it still go?" "Who knows? But it's still twitching its ears when it's pretending to be asleep. So, it doesn't care about us at all." Following a series of laughter, the image in Angor's mind slowly disappeared. The black screen wasn't the end. This was the end. However, Angor still couldn't figure out what the puppy was talking about. He thought there would be something else, but it didn't seem to be the case now. Without a doubt, the main point of the conversation was still the time sacrifice. But what exactly was a time sacrifice? He didn't know what it was, and he didn't even know what it was. It was too difficult to figure it out. Angor still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he decided to connect to the Void network and talk to the puppy himself. Wolf did not reject Angor's suggestion. He quickly contacted Angor and the puppy. "Woof." Angor didn't know what it meant, but judging from the excited tone, he assumed the puppy was greeting him. "Nice to meet you too." Angor pretended to be an expert in dog language and tried to talk to the puppy. "By the way, I just received a video from you. It's very detailed. Woof, woof." Angor's compliment was rewarded with 2 proud barks. "Speaking of which, we don't talk much. This video is pretty good. You can often record a little for me." "Recording means recording." "Woof woof?" Angor noticed the confusion in the dog's voice, but he did not know what it meant. "What do you want to know?" "You can say it directly, or you can ask Wang Wang to relay it." The dog kept barking, but Angor still couldn't understand it. "Woof. Woof. Woof. If you're interested, I can take some pictures and send them to you." "Dalmatian, woof woof woof." Angor still didn't get it. But Woof seemed to understand. "Sir seems to be happy and agreed to the exchange." Woof explained to Angor. "How did you know that?" Woof Woof did not make a sound. Angor knew that Woof and Dalmatian must have their own way of communicating, but he did not expect them to use it in front of him like he was an outsider. There was resentment in his heart, but he had nowhere to voice it out. As expected, controlling a large platform like the Void network would give one an absolute advantage. As a small client, he had no choice but to accept the manipulations of the 2 authority dogs. "Fine. If you don't want to tell me, fine." Angor said, "Since you agreed to the exchange, at least tell me how to send my pictures to you." "Woof." Woof did not turn mute this time. It gave an answer in a few sentences. "Woof." Woof did not explain how it worked. However, the method was simple. After logging into the Void network, as long as Angor felt a strong desire to send pictures, Hidland would change its mode of transmission. Next, Angor only needed to imagine the picture, and Hidland would send it to him. Angor gave it a try right away. He did not understand what Hidland changed its mode of transmission meant before. Now, he still did not understand. It seemed that only Woof could sense the change in the mode of transmission. Angor could not sense the change, but he tried to imagine the picture, and it really worked. Also, he could sense the transmission because Hidland had already played the image of the transmission in his mind before sending it to Angor. To put it in a more systematic way, it was, "The video has been created. Would you like to choose to play it locally before sending it? Yes/no. Do you want to modify the image? Yes/no. Do you want to transmit the image? Yes/no." Angor checked the options one by one to make sure his image was generated and transmitted. In fact, he could even modify the generated images. Although the Mother Tree network could also transmit images, adding filters to the images and even changing faces. Even if John had the idea, such operations would not be a high priority. He had to admit that this technology was a bit ahead of its time. Angor chose to transmit a fictional still image. The subject of the image was still himself. He was in the mirror corridor, which was supposed to emit a faint light. However, there was only darkness in front of him. It was as if there was a black hole in front of him that absorbed all light and returned everything to silence. The subject of the image, Angor, was walking into the darkness step by step. The main background was the mirror domain, but the place in the image was the Abyss Cave. He didn't include Laplace in the list, but he didn't mention Laplace. As for why he chose to use the image of himself walking into the Abyss Cave, it was mainly because he wanted to use it as an excuse. He was Shava, after all. If he only showed ordinary mountains and rivers, it would be too boring. Therefore, he pulled out a tiger skin flag and used the deep nether cave as the background. Of course, he also wanted to avoid leaking any information. Mountains, rivers, and mortals were all traceable. The Abyss Cave, on the other hand, was completely dark, which made it difficult to find any useful information. It was just an experiment, after all. There was no need to expose too much information. Wolf did not comment on the image. Instead, the puppy barked happily several times as if it was commenting on the image. Angor did not understand, and Wolf did not explain either. Still, Angor could tell that the puppy was in a good mood. He took advantage of the opportunity and asked, "By the way, what's the time sacrifice in the image you just sent?" Woof, 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 the puppy seemed to be in a good mood. Even its barks were high-pitched. Angor thought the puppy had given him an explanation. At one point, he was looking forward to Wolf's translation in his heart. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't hear any barks. Angor had no choice but to ask. Wolf answered calmly, "Sir didn't say anything." "Didn't you hear the barks?" "Woof woof, I heard it." "Sir must have been very happy to see the images you recorded." "Should be happy?" "So you don't know what it was barking about?" Angor realized that the puppy was at it again. This time, it even blocked private messages from Woof. Angor remained silent for a while. "If you don't want to talk about time offerings, why don't you talk about the black belt? Or the owner of the two voices in the recording?" After a while, the Dalmatian barked, "Woof woof, sir said he's going to the forge room. Call him if you want to send a recording." "You're leaving already?" "What if I send a new recording now?" Several seconds later, Angor heard the puppy's happy barks again. "Sir is waiting for your recording." Woof translated again. "So it's free now?" Angor rubbed his swollen temples. He felt like the puppy was going to kill him. The puppy was always so obedient in the real world. Why did it become so rebellious through the internet? About half a minute later, Angor sent the new recording to Woof. As a medium, Woof could see the content. It hesitated. "Are you sure you want to send these to Sir?" "Yes," Angor said without hesitation. The puppy began to bark as well, as if urging Woof to upload the recording. At this moment, Wang Wang was very hesitant. Wasn't this scene a little too damaging to Sir's reputation? It was a moving recording. At first, it was completely dark. The only thing Angor could hear was the sound of footsteps. The black screen lasted for 3 minutes, and the footsteps had been moving for 3 minutes. During this time, the footsteps gradually became faster, as if expressing the urgency of the owner of the footsteps. Then, the image came to the final scene. The black screen finally disappeared, but the background was still unclear. Everything around was covered by white fog, and only the outline of the city wall could be vaguely seen. In the image, a spotted puppy was walking proudly in the fog with its chest held high. Suddenly, the familiar sound of footsteps could be heard. A figure came out from behind the puppy and grabbed the back of the puppy's neck. Then, under the puppy's confused expression, the figure hugged the puppy and rubbed it. The one who dared to attack the dog was Angor. Only when the puppy's fur had been rubbed until it exploded was it placed on the ground. Next, Angor waved his sleeves and walked out of the mist under the dog's confused "Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do?" That was the entire scene. As far as Wolf was concerned, Angor's action of toying with its master was too disgraceful. Apart from that, there was another reason why Angor did not send the message. In the last scene, when Angor finished petting the dog and turned to leave, Angor left a message behind. Always highlight the main subject when shooting. Don't do what I did at the beginning. The audience doesn't want to start from the Big Bang. Angor was doubting Angor's skill. Besides, Angor purposely shot 3 minutes of black screen footsteps to mock Wolf's master who was walking on the bed at the beginning. It was precisely because of this that Wang appeared to be very hesitant. If Angor did not want to edit the film, should it add some color in the middle? However, before Wang could start polishing it, the Dalmatian got the original film from Wang through another communication channel. After several minutes of silence, just when Wolf thought Angor was about to go crazy, the puppy barked in the void network. And Wolf understood this sound. Me Mister said it understood. It will go to Minister Jins later and send a new scene for Mister to see. Wolf still felt like he was dreaming. He knew Angor and the puppy were good friends, but Angor's action of rubbing and hugging the puppy was something that even the puppy's master would not do. How could Angor do that? While Wolf was still in disbelief, Angor was also surprised that the puppy actually listened to him this time. But when he thought about how the puppy was very obedient in real life, Angor was not too surprised. Instead, he was more interested in the new scene the puppy mentioned. Angor understood why the puppy would send him a new scene. It was the so-called exchange of records. But he didn't expect that the Dalmatian would approve of him when he transmitted a scene of the past. That's right. Apart from the 3-minute black screen and the last sentence, everything else was real. It was the scene when he first met the puppy in Sleepless City. Back then, Sleepless City had fallen, and the dome covered the entire city. No one could leave. Even wizards would not be able to escape from Sleepless City. At that time, Angor and Sunders were also trapped in the city. In the end, it was the puppy who brought them out. The puppy walked through the mist with its short legs and brought them out of the dome. Angor took a screenshot of the last scene and made it into this scene. If he could exchange the previous scene with the puppy, he would be able to make a big deal with the puppy. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Surely, the puppy would not want to exchange its past with him. This time, the reason why the Dalmatian agreed was perhaps because of the last sentence he recorded, or perhaps it was just the Dalmatian's tolerance. Using the puppy's kindness for his own profit was not a wise move. Angor put aside the shortcut idea and focused on the other important information the puppy mentioned. Mr. Jins. Just like Nuka, the Minister of Agriculture, and Tim, the Minister of Arms, Jins was also a powerful figure in the Nightmare Realm. But Angor did not know what Jins was in charge of. But Angor had met Jins before in real life. Like Nuka, Tim, and Mana, Angor could all be found in Gru Town. Similarly, Jins also had someone in Gru Town. In real life, Jins used to be an instructor at Zambia Military Academy, who was responsible for training commanders of the Empire. Later, something unpleasant seemed to have happened to Jins in the academy, and he was getting old, so he resigned and left Zambia, returning to his hometown, Gru Town in Yame Province. As a scholar, Jins was invited by Old Pad to teach some basic knowledge to the children in Gru Town. Knight George's son, Jordan, was one of Jin's students. Angor did not learn anything from Jins, but he saw the gentle old man in John's stilt house more than once. John and Jins were good friends. Later, Jins fell seriously ill and died. Based on the situation in the real world, could the minister Jins in the nightmare world be the military minister? Angor did not know, and he did not dare to ask. As a mister, Jins should know all the information about the ministers. Maybe the puppy knew something about Angor, but as long as the puppy did not mention it, Angor would not reveal his identity. As for what Jins was in charge of, Angor could figure it out when the puppy sent him the image. End of chapter. Did Spotted Dog leave? Angor's voice came from the network. Yes. Master has left. Wolf waited for a while before answering. Angor felt a little disappointed that Spotted Dog didn't tell him the truth about the time sacrifice in the end. Angor's disappointment didn't last long though. It was already good enough that Spotted Dog was willing to send him the image. Besides, he already knew that Spotted Dog couldn't find a time sacrifice. He still had the entire brute cavern behind him. There had to be a way. Even if he couldn't, he could still use Shava's name to go to Heartsland and ask about it. Huh? Angor suddenly thought of a possibility. Was that what Spotted Dog was planning? Did Spotted Dog leave a clue about the time sacrifice just so Angor could go to Heartsland and ask about it? If that was the case, why did Spotted Angor ask him to go there? Did Spotted Dog want to come out and see him? That sounded a little too narcissistic. Angor shook his head and dismissed the idea. He didn't think it was possible. Woof, have you heard of a time sacrifice? Angor didn't expect to get an answer from Woof. He just wanted to talk to the dog. However, to his surprise, Wang Wang gave him an unexpected answer. The drop of blood in the sky is a kind of time sacrifice. Sky was something unique to void travelers. It was similar to a high-dimensional organ that connected to a special space that didn't belong to this dimension. The blood that Wang Wang mentioned was a drop of golden blood that contained powerful energy that the Spotted Dog had snatched from the time thief. The golden blood belonged to Angor. However, Angor didn't have much use for it now. Besides, the ripples from the blood would attract the time thief's attention. So Spotted Dog gave the blood to Woof for safekeeping. Woof's sky was special. It could even block the time thief's prying eyes. The golden blood is a time offering. Did Spotted Puppy tell you that? Woof woof, yes, when Sir handed the golden blood to me for safekeeping, he left me some information. He told me some basic information about the golden blood, but I didn't study it thoroughly because it was too complicated. It wasn't until recently that I began to analyze it. Because the information was given by the Dalmatian, it was mixed with the Dalmatian's opinion on the golden blood. In the Dalmatian's knowledge, the golden blood was a type of time sacrifice. It could be given to Minister Dim as a material for forging items. So, a time sacrifice is a time-type material? Angor muttered. Because the Dalmatian was not in the Void Network, Wang Wang was much more casual and expressed his own opinion. Probably not. If it's just a time-type material, it can be replaced by a general term like consumables. The name time sacrifice should be specially chosen. It's a special term. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. I think so too. Time sacrifices aren't as simple as consumables. They should have a deeper meaning. However, they didn't know what the deeper meaning was. At present, the only clue was that the blood of the time thief was a time sacrifice. So the blood of the time thief is the only thing that can be used as a time sacrifice? Wang Wang gave a negative answer. No, the golden blood is a type of time sacrifice. This was clearly mentioned in the information given by Sir. In other words, there were many types of time sacrifices, and the golden blood was one of them. Did the puppy tell you anything about the golden blood? Does it have any other uses apart from crafting? Sir didn't mention anything else. But Wang Wang hesitated for a moment before saying, based on what I've sensed during this period of time, I realized that the golden blood has some additional effects on my altitude. Angor already knew that the golden blood was beneficial to Wang Wang. When Wang Wang swallowed the blood and turned into gold, Wang Wang, Angor already guessed it. The Dalmatian must have stored the golden blood in Wang Wang's place not only to avoid the attention of the time thief, but also to improve Wang Wang's strength. After all, Wang Wang was Dalmatian's follower. Afraid that Angor would misunderstand, Wang Wang continued, I didn't use the golden blood. I'm just using the energy aura of the golden blood. This aura can strengthen my high altitude and increase the strength of the Void Network. Strengthen the Void Network? Angor was puzzled. Didn't you say something about strengthening the sky? Why did you suddenly mention the Void Network? Wang Wang continued, the Void Network's power comes from the sky, so strengthening the sky can also affect the Void Network. Now, I can quickly transmit images and data through the Void Network. That's what I got after strengthening the sky. Wang Wang also began to accept the term Void Network. Both because it agreed with Angor, and also because it was an appropriate term. Also, I can receive messages from my people, but they weren't very clear. Now, the Void Network can make them more precise. Angor recalled the messages Wang Wang sent him earlier. Angor didn't understand most of the details, but he could roughly understand them, information about traveling in the Void Network. Based on what he knew about the Void Travelers, they were able to express their information more clearly and accurately. Angor didn't expect that the golden blood would not only benefit Wang Wang, but also the entire Void Traveler race through the Void Network. This indirectly improved the race's ability to express themselves. Perhaps this was a form of intelligence. Wang Wang went on for a long time before returning to the main point. Please believe me. I'm not after the golden blood. You don't need to repeat yourself. I'm sure you're not after it. After seeing the abilities of the Dalmatian, with Wang Wang's loyalty to the Dalmatian, he would never go against the will of the Dalmatian. Besides, Wang Wang didn't have the power to use the golden blood. But, then again, that was not the case. If the golden blood could strengthen the void network, Angor wouldn't mind Wang Wang using it. As far as Angor was concerned, the golden blood might have a bright future, but Dalmatian's void network already had a lot of potential, let alone a future. Wolf was so far away from Angor, yet they could still talk to each other without any problem. This alone showed how valuable the network was. In the past, the void network could only carry out basic communication. But now, it could even transmit images and videos. If the golden blood could strengthen the void network, Angor wouldn't mind letting Wang Wang use it in the future. With this in mind, Angor proposed his own idea. Wang Wang was touched that Angor was willing to trust him. However, he quickly rejected Angor's idea. That's not realistic. It's not realistic for us to be able to send messages across distances either. Maybe you can do it after using the golden blood? I don't know how to use the golden blood. I can't. Anyway, I don't think it's possible. If you can't teleport living things, then you can start by teleporting dead ones. If you can't do anything about teleportation, you can try to make the void network more flexible. You'll get better sooner or later. If the void network is going to be developed eventually, you can try to do something about it. I'm sure Dalmatian will be happy to see the void network's development. He didn't think Wolf would listen to him if it was only his suggestion, so he decided to use Spotted Puppy's name as an excuse. Sure enough, Wang Wang fell into deep thought after listening to the story. A while later, Wang Wang's voice came from the other side of the void network. I'll give it a try. After persuading Wang Wang, Angor changed the topic back to the golden blood. He still wanted to find out the common characteristics of time offerings from the blood. Unfortunately, he didn't get much information in the end. He had no choice but to log out of the void network. Angor didn't put away Hidland so that he could receive the images sent by Dalmatian as soon as possible. Hidland didn't mind. It used to be lying on the illusion sofa in his bracelet. This time, it simply changed its position. Angor looked at Hidland lying on the table and felt that it was a bit too messy. He considered and took out Dankros from his bracelet so that he could keep Hidland company for a while. These two were together in the bracelet before, so they must be quite close. On the other side, Dankros was still engrossed in the world of the illusion box. Before he could finish watching it, he was forcefully pulled out. At that moment, he was dumbfounded. What's that strange flame like? I didn't even see it. Dankros grumbled. Strange flame? Angor was surprised. Weren't you reading The Blacksmith's Path? Dankros said, I finished watching The Path of Blacksmith when I was in Star Lake Castle. I'm reading The Apothecary of Strange Flame. Apothecary of Strange Flame? Angor pondered for a while and remembered that it was from a hologram tablet. He modified the book into an illusion box and gave it to Dankros as an alchemy book for the flame sprite. Quick, tell me what you want. I still need to see that strange flame. Let's see which one is stronger, me or the strange flame. Dankros urged. It's nothing. Angor pointed at Hidland. I just want you to keep it company. Dankros' eyes lit up when he saw Hidland. Isn't that the boy who watched the shadow box with me? Earlier, Dankros was watching the Apothecary of Strange Flame with Hidland in a corner of his bracelet space. Hidland didn't say anything or express any opinions about the story, but Dankros thought it was perfect. He liked it when others didn't say anything. Now that he saw Hidland, he immediately thought of a good idea. Since Angor wanted to keep Hidland company, watching the shadow box with Hidland would count as company. Angor was sure that Dankros only wanted to watch the shadow box for himself. He suspected that Hidland didn't even know what watching the shadow box meant. However, seeing that Dankros was holding Hidland's hand and Hidland didn't resist, Angor considered and agreed. Fine, let's watch the shadow box together. The Apothecary of Strange Flame was just a simple story, but Angor didn't mind watching it. He could also teach Dankros how to operate an apothecary, which was a good thing. As for Hidland, it didn't matter if it understood the story or not. Having Dankros with him was better than lying on the ground alone. Angor took out the shadow box and handed it to Dankros. Dankros already knew how to operate the shadow box, so he didn't need Angor's help. Dankros took the shadow box but didn't open it right away. Instead, he looked at Angor. "By the way, when can I enter the dream crystal again?" "You can now," Angor replied. Dankros had been staying in the dream crystal for a long time. However, Angor was worried that the shadow box would bring Dankros into the dream crystal, so he asked Dankros to go offline first. Now that the shadow box was over, Dankros could enter the dream crystal without any problems. "If you want to go, I'll take you to Luigi later." Dankros considered. "I don't really want to go. I'm willing to go with you. But if I'm alone, I'll just watch the shadow box." Angor chuckled and patted Dankros' hand. "Alright, I'll tell you when I go there." Dankros turned his face away and grunted for a long time before he let out a soft hum of acknowledgement. After Dankros and Hidland went back to the world of Apothecary of Strange Flame, Angor logged into the Dream Wasteland to ask someone about the time sacrifice. Of course, he was referring to Iron Granny and Tree Spirit. However, both of them told him that they didn't know anything. Since Tree Spirit heard that the time sacrifice was related to time, he logged off and went to the Cloud Library to see if he could find anything useful. However, Tree Spirit flipped through all the books of the time element and found no relevant information. If Granny and Tree Spirit didn't know about the time sacrifice, Angor didn't think anyone else would. But just in case, he opened the tree again and asked Leona about it. As an alchemist, Leona should know more about the material than other wizards. If Leona didn't know anything, Angor wouldn't be able to find anything in Brute Cavern. End of chapter. Near the Sky Rose Garden, there was a 36-story building. It was designed by John, which was completely different from the mainstream designs in the wizarding world. Simple, clean, and orderly, it looked like a square tower that rose from the ground and glowed with a bright white light. According to John's words, it was a modern skyscraper. Not everyone in Brute Cavern liked this style of building. For example, Shildine and Duncan both felt that the building was like a cage with many floors of rooms, which prevented them from being free. Leona, on the other hand, liked the design of the building. Especially the view from the upper floors. Every floor of the building was covered with transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking down from the windows on the upper floors, one could see almost half of the new city. In the daytime it was misty, while at night, it was filled with colorful neon lights and city lights. Every time Leona saw such a beautiful scene, she couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't that she hadn't seen the beautiful scenery from high up in the sky, but only in the new city, in this city full of fantasy and punk, with different styles everywhere, could the beautiful scenery from high up in the sky be so breathtaking. At this moment, Leona was standing in front of the window on the 36th floor, looking down at the scenery below. Her eyes were filled with admiration for the beautiful scenery, as well as hope for the new city. However, not all of the scenery satisfied her. When her gaze landed on a man-made lake, she frowned slightly. Aquarium. If it was yesterday, Leona might be satisfied with the creatures she placed in the aquarium. But now, she felt tired. Aquarium ecology? She just put some pretty fish in there. Why did she have to change the ecology? Leona recalled the message Angor sent her and felt a headache coming. Reform? How? Who should I ask to do that? She knew about ecology, but she knew about the ecology of the real world. The creatures in the aquarium were all native creatures of the Dream Wasteland. Many of them were just imaginary creatures. She didn't even know the names of these creatures. How was she going to find them to create an ecosystem? Still, Leona knew that Angor was right. If she didn't do anything, the creatures in the aquarium might not die, but they would definitely wilt. Aquariums were built for display purposes, right? Especially when the tea party was approaching. Such an aquarium filled with fantastical creatures would definitely attract a lot of attention. Who didn't like beautiful things? But if all the creatures in the aquarium were wilting, she would not receive praise but disdain. Leona didn't want that to happen. Ecology, ecology. Leona rubbed her swollen temples and walked away from the window. She returned to her desk and continued to think about how to solve this difficult problem. Before Leona could figure out how to solve the aquarium's problem, someone knocked on her office door. A tall rose came in from outside the door. It was a pink rose with a small red mouth in the middle of its stamen. Below the corolla were long vines. The vines formed humanoid limbs, allowing it to move easily. It even branched out a vine and hung two thick stacks of books. If Angor saw the rose, he would probably think of the name Jack Su. It was an extremely obscene rose in the rose garden. But this rose is not that rose, it is not Jack Su, it is called Mary Sue. Why are you here? Leona looked at the rose. When she saw the two stacks of books on the rose's vine, her already dizzy brain stopped working again. After a while, Leona pointed at the two stacks of books. Don't tell me these are today's cases? Ever since Leona took over the construction of the new city, there were all kinds of cases waiting to be dealt with every day. Most of them were problems related to the construction plan. Chown came up with an overall design of the new city, but this design only included the overall design of the style and the design of the main buildings. As for the strange background buildings and the corresponding design drawings, they had to complete them themselves. This led to endless problems in construction. Since Leona was the main person in charge of the construction of the new city, she had to deal with all these problems. It was not difficult for her to deal with them, but it was very troublesome. She also thought about finding someone to help her, but there were not many people who could do this and understood the structure of the project. Even if there were, they only knew a little about it. In the end, she still had to do the inspection. After being tortured for so long, Leona felt like her head was going to explode every time she saw Mary Sue carrying a stack of books. Most of them are cases waiting to be dealt with. But which Flora was online earlier and helped with them. Therefore, Master only needs to take a look at it. Mary Sue's voice was clearly that of a young girl's, gentle and soft, with a soft feeling of affection. Flora helped with them? Leona was a little disappointed at first. But when she heard the news, her eyes brightened up. Good sister. She didn't forget to help me when I was recovering. Mary Sue coughed and interrupted Leona when she saw that Leona was starting to feel touched. Which Flora said that one bottle of muslin rose dew is enough. The smile on Leona's face froze in an instant. The average price of muslin perfume in the auction house was 1,000 magic crystals. What a waste. Leona gritted her teeth. If she says that again, you have to ask her to help you for at least 10 days. Mary Sue covered her stamen with a leaf and giggled. So, Master, you agree? Here you go. Leona said, I promised to give her one bottle. But I was busy looking for the tea party, so I forgot about it. I didn't expect her to still care about muslin perfume when she's not in Brute Cavern anymore. Flora was helping Leona to sort out the cases. In other words, she was reminding Leona not to forget about it. All right. I'll tell Witch Flora if I see her later. With that, Mary Sue placed 2 stacks of books on the table and waited for Leona's inspection. It took Leona 5 minutes to go through all the books. After making sure there were no errors, she nodded to Mary Sue. All right. Flora is a reliable person. You can assign tasks now. Mary Sue pursed her lips and stretched out her vines to tie up the scrolls again. However, after doing all this, Mary Sue did not immediately leave. Master, on the way here, I met an acolyte who went out to survey land and water. What? Did he need something? If there's a problem, tell him to go to Mr. Tree Spirit. He's in charge. Mary Sue shook her head. No. I heard the apprentice telling his friends that he saw Witch Greya in the wild last night. She left with a giant baby, followed by a group of dream plant fairies, who didn't look ordinary at all. I went to check the lake. Witch Greya isn't at Pearl Island anymore. Pearl Island was a construction project that Leona and Greya agreed on recently. The project was to create an island full of delicious food in the center of the inner lake of the new city. Honey flowed from the ground, wine flowed from the waterfall, and even the trees on the island were full of delicious meat. Without a doubt, Pearl Island was also built to serve the tea party. Leona once asked Greya to cook for her tea party, but Greya always refused. It wasn't that Greya didn't want to, but that she couldn't unleash her full potential in the dream wasteland. For a gourmet wizard, if she could not make the best food, she would rather not do it. In the end, Leona gave up and gave up. But not long ago, Greya brought back a dream plant fairy called Moss Baby and said that she could build a gourmet paradise with its help. That was how Pearl Island came to be. Mary Sue also knew the importance of Pearl Island to her master. That was why she told Leona the news she heard. Leona thought of something after hearing Mary Sue's words. A dream plant fairy that looks extraordinary at first glance? Don't tell me it's the fairy guards? Could it be that Moss Baby was taken away by the fairy guards? Leona knew something about it. Moss Baby always wanted to go outside, but the dream plant fairy did not like humans, so it had to sneak out. Moss Baby failed several times and was caught by the fairy guards. Only after meeting Greya did Moss Baby manage to escape. Logically speaking, the fairy guards wouldn't venture deep into human settlements. Could they have made an exception for the Moss Baby? Leona frowned and took out the mother tree communicator from her drawer to ask Greya about it. She saw Angor's message when she opened the tree communicator. However, she did not check it right away. Instead, she put it aside and searched for Greya's name. Half a minute later, she received Greya's reply. It's the fairy guards. Leona's frown deepened as she read the message. Before the tea party ended, she didn't want to get too close to the dream plant fairy, especially the first-generation dream plant fairy who didn't like humans. She was worried that the dream plant fairies would ruin the tea party. In the past, the dream plant fairy would not appear in areas where humans were active. But if the fairy guards found Pearl Island, did that mean they had entered the new city? This was not good news. Greya sent her a second message. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. I'll block the mother tree communicator from now on. When I come back, you can ask Angor if you have any questions. After that, Greya did not reply to him again. Leona pinched her swollen eyebrows, feeling helpless. She had yet to deal with the aquarium, and now she had to deal with the fairy guards. She could only hope that Greya could take care of it. While Leona was having a headache, Mary Sue's soft voice entered her ears. Master, is there anything you need me to help you with? Leona looked at Mary Sue and shook her head. It's nothing. You can go now. Did something happen to Witch Greya? Mary Sue asked. Leona didn't reply. Mary Sue also knew her master's personality. She wouldn't get anything if she continued to ask. She could only shake her vines and leave the office. Leona waited until Mary Sue was gone before she opened the tree communicator again and found Angor's message. Angor went straight to the point without any pleasantries. Leona read the word and felt that she understood the meaning of each word. But she did not know what Angor was trying to say. What's a time sacrifice? End of chapter. Soon, he received Leona's reply. Leona's reply was very long, but most of it was complaining about the various problems encountered in the construction of the new city, including the aquarium ecological construction proposed before, and the construction similar to Xianxia Island. Only the last sentence mentioned the time sacrifice. Time sacrifice? I've never heard of it. Is it a sacrificial offering? As expected, Leona's answer was the same as the others. She didn't know what a time sacrifice was either. It seemed that time sacrifice was a term used only in the nightmare realm. If Angor wanted to know more about it, he would have to go to the Heartsland first. But it didn't seem like a good idea to go to the Heartsland just to find a time sacrifice. After all, he didn't know how the time sacrifice would affect him. Since he couldn't find anything wrong with it, why not just leave it be? As he pondered, the interconnect device in his hand vibrated. He looked down and saw another message from Leona. This one was much shorter than the previous one. Fairy guards have secretly come to the new city. Should we do something for the safety of the tea party? Fairy guards? Angor was surprised. He was quite familiar with the fairy guards. It was a patrol formed by the first generation of dream plant fairies. Their main purpose was to protect the mother tree from destruction and the stability of the tree civilization, which was led by the vine banshee. The first generation of dream plant fairies were greatly influenced by the mother tree, so they didn't like human civilization very much. Normally, they wouldn't come to human territory. There must be something going on here. Angor asked Leona to confirm his doubts. As expected, Leona sent him a message. Greya and Moss Baby were taken away by the fairy guards. Angor finally understood what was going on. The fairy guards were probably here for the Moss Baby. Not long ago, Angor met Greya and Moss Baby. Greya valued Moss Baby's ability, while Moss Baby wanted to explore the outside world. Together, they sneaked out of the Mother Tree Forest. Back then, Angor told Greya that it was almost impossible to take Moss Baby away from the Dream Wasteland. As long as there was green space, the Mother Tree's tentacles would extend. Unless Greya could hide her Moss Baby underground or find a way to escape from the Dream Wasteland, she would be pursued by the fairy guards. Even Angor couldn't make Moss Babies leave the Dream Wasteland, let alone Greya. In the end, Greya decided to meet with the fairy guards to resolve the issue once and for all. Clearly, Greya was taken away by the fairy guards to solve this problem. With that in mind, he activated God's view and checked Greya's situation. Greya and Moss Baby were with the fairy guards, and they weren't too far away from the new city. They were in the rainforest about 200 kilometers away from the city. Greya stood in front of Moss Baby like a mother protecting her child. Across from Greya, there were over 100 dream plant fairies. They were scattered all over the rainforest, such as on the trees, under the water, in the mud, and on the dried branches. There were 3 dream plant fairies in the lead, each with an extraordinary aura. The one in the middle was a handsome young man in a white robe who gave off a holy aura. The other 2 dream plant fairies were a deer with a horn full of plum blossoms, and a giant pine tree with dense white scales. She's trying to stop us from taking Moss Baby away. We have to take her out. How? Are you going to kill her? We have to. But the Mother Tree told us that we're a foreign civilization, and we shouldn't make enemies out of humans here. She didn't say anything about killing humans. She just told us to be careful. The forest was filled with buzzing noises. It was the conversation of the dream plant fairies. Greya couldn't understand the fairies' words, but she sensed a strong sense of malice from the fairies' voice. Moss Baby knew what they were talking about, but it didn't know how to refute them. No. Don't hurt her. Sadly, Moss Baby's voice was too soft to be heard by the other dream plant fairies. While the dream plant fairies were criticizing Greya, Pine Tree suddenly spoke in a low voice, "Shut up, all of you. Let the third apostle speak." Pine Tree's angry roar silenced all the dream plant fairies. While Greya was still trying to figure out what was going on, she sensed a gentle, wooden spirit message from Angor. Moss Baby seems to like this human. Greya could understand the message because it was a mental message. Through the fluctuations of her mind, she was able to confirm that the one who had spoken was the flower deer with the plum blossoms on its antlers. Moss Baby, yes. Big Sis Barbie is nice to me. She made me a lot of food. I like Big Sis Barbie a lot. Dear, dream plant fairies don't need to eat. If you leave with a human like this, your Big Sis Vine will be very sad. Moss Baby pouted. You don't like it? I like it. Big Sis Vine. I like it too. But it's different from Big Sis Barbie. But Big Sis Barbie is a human. Moss Baby, what's wrong with that? Can't I like humans? Deer wanted to say something else but was interrupted by another voice. We already know what Moss Baby thinks. You won't change her mind no matter how hard you try. Instead of talking to Moss Baby, why not talk to this human? We've seen how humans behave, but we don't know much about their thoughts. It was the young man in a white robe who could speak the human language. His body, clothes, and appearance were almost the same as a human's. Only his knee-length hair had circles of small white flowers growing on the ends of his hair, showing the essential difference between him and a human. Since the third apostle has said so, let's let this human speak her thoughts. Huadu lowered his head and retreated behind the white-robed young man. The young man in a white robe stared at Greya with his white eyes. Human, since you agreed to leave with us, I'm sure you have your own ideas. Tell us. Greya nodded and looked at the young man in a white robe. Greya's aura changed a little bit. In the young man's eyes, Greya seemed to be more confident. But to Angor's omniscient view, he knew Greya wasn't being confident. She just couldn't wait to get on the stage. Greya didn't tell him how she was going to solve the Moss Baby problem. But Angor could guess that Greya's plan was to have a war of words with the fairy guards. Fighting wasn't going to work. Besides, Greya couldn't defeat the dream plant fairies anyway. Since she couldn't fight, she had to use her mouth. Although the dream plant fairy had inherited the memories of the mother tree and was born with intelligence, their knowledge was still limited. In terms of talking, no, in terms of reasoning. Greya was confident that she could win a war of words even if the first queen of the dream plant fairies, the vine banshee, showed up. She wasn't afraid at all. In fact, she came here just to have a war of words with the fairy guards. As Angor expected, Greya had the stage completely under her control. Greya began by using an esoteric skill: suppress your desires. In other words, she was trying to act pitiful. First, she tried to put herself in the moss baby's shoes and told them about the moss baby's life in a cage. Even Angor felt like crying when he heard this. If this could be turned into a stage play, it would be called The Life of the Despised Moss Baby. After making sure everyone understood Moss Baby's desire, Greya moved on to the second stage. She would portray herself as the savior of Moss Baby, the only light in its life who came from the sky and saved it from a desperate situation. Next, she told them about the wonderful time she spent with the Moss Baby. Just by listening to her story, it was as if she and Moss Baby had been together for several years and were inseparable. Anyone who tried to separate them would be evil and immoral, but Angor knew that they only spent a few days together. Greya's acting was just an exaggeration. As for Baby Moss, it played along. Or rather, it had fallen into Greya's trap. It wasn't really being despised, but under Greya's persuasion, Baby Moss began to feel like it was being despised by the other dream spirits, and it was just an innocent baby who had been wronged. Greya's acting and Greya's cooperation created a betrayal scene. After this, 80% of the dream plant fairies were moved and didn't say anything else. The only one who could still talk back was the young man in the white robe. As the only humanoid dream plant fairy, the third apostle was quite resistant. He was also moved, but he still kept his guard up. Meanwhile, Greya had entered the third stage of her acting, verbal battle. This was the name Angor came up with. However, there were no monsters here. The third apostle was the only one who was fighting against Greya. This battle of words was the key to whether Greya could successfully kidnap the Moss Baby. In order to free the Moss Baby, the dream plant fairies had to learn the meaning of freedom first. During this process, Greya also used the ultimate skill of the experiential school, immersion. Think about it, think about it, think about it, in this situation, think about yourself. Greya's way of speaking had almost become her habit. Most of them were, you can imprison the Moss Baby's body, but can you trap its desire for freedom? Even if you get its body, you won't get its heart. If you stay in one place for a long time, it will be sad, it will be sad. Can you bear to see it cry? The more Greya talked, the more excited she got. She was about to go crazy. Angor quickly sent a voice transmission to stop her. He could continue with his verbal attacks, but he still needed to be careful when it came to values. The export of values was related to cultural invasion. Culture was the seed of civilization. The dream plant fairies naturally hated humans because of the rejection of civilization. Therefore, he had to keep his verbal attacks to himself. He could not increase his value yet. At that time, even if the dream plant fairies could be fooled, the vine demoness who was secretly observing them might not be able to accept it. The vine banshee, the queen of the dream plant fairies, was also watching the battle from afar like Angor. Angor was using God's view, while the vine banshee was watching Greya's verbal battle through the eyes of a plant. When Angor told Greya to stop, the vine banshee seemed to have noticed something unusual. Beside the mother tree of civilization in the distance, the banshee whose snake tail was made of a giant vine mumbled, "Are you watching too? Are you related to Mother? Can you wake Mother up?" The vine banshee did not get any response from Angor. A look of disappointment flashed across her face. But soon, the vine banshee regained her usual calmness. She looked into the distance, where Greya was having a verbal battle with the crowd. Moss Baby may be a link, but it cannot be used as a tool. There is a vague idea in Mother's knowledge. Maybe I can use it. Mother told us to control our communication with humans. But how should we do that? Sighing, the vine banshee slowly closed her eyes and thought about the third apostle in the distance. The third apostle was about to argue with Greya when he received the vine banshee's message, but he decided not to do so. "I agree to let Moss Baby follow you. But we need to make some promises. Angor withdrew his god's view when the third apostle agreed to Greia's request. Greia's victory marked the beginning of the first generation of dream plant fairies coming into contact with humans. He could not tell whether it was a good thing or a bad thing right now. He would have to wait. But he still needed to answer Leona's question. You can discuss among yourselves if you want to use any defensive measures. Personally, I think we should wait until Greia comes back. Leona replied not long after Angor sent the message. Did Greia really do it? More or less. You'll know the details when Greia comes back. Leona replied with a yes. Then there was no reply. After ending the conversation with Leona, Angor fell into deep thought. After watching the fight between Greia and the fairy guards, Angor had some thoughts about it. Maybe, it's time for a change. End of chapter 3085. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.